Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent and forceful knocks on the door jolted Lin E from his slumber. Who is it? It's so early in the morning. Can a person get some sleep? Still somewhat dazed and disgruntled, Lin E struggled to rise from his bed, preparing to answer the door. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck with astonishment. Before him lay a cramped space, scarcely 10 square meters in size, devoid of even a bathroom, furnished only with a rudimentary wooden table, a stool, and a bed, nothing more. Where am I? I just took out a loan to buy a 3-bedroom apartment. As confusion swirled within him, an impatient voice boomed from outside. Lin, get out here. Don't think I don't know you're in there. You owe me 3 months' rent, and if you don't pay today, I'll throw you out. That familiar yet strange voice hit Lin E like a thunderclap, flooding his mind with a torrent of memories. He realized he was no longer an ordinary worker in modern society, but had become a lowly rogue cultivator in the Xiuxian realm, residing in a rented room within Huiyuanfang City. I actually crossed over to the Xiuxian world. I can cultivate for immortality, witness the bizarre and fantastical realm of cultivation, and wield powerful spells. Joy surged within Lin E, and he swiftly embraced this new reality. Jean, good, just a moment. Let me find my spirit stones. Hurry up, you brat. Don't do that. If you take any longer, he'll kick the door down. Outside, the landlord, Li Jin, shouted at him. Yes, yes, yes. Lin E responded quickly, beginning to rummage through the room until he finally discovered a storage pouch. He gently urged it, and the contents spilled forth. 3 books, a stack of paper, a talisman pen, a bottle of fasting pills, a set of clothing, some ink and cinnabar, along with a few scattered pieces of gold and silver, and several spirit stones. 1 month's rent is 3 spirit stones, but I only have 4 here. It's not enough. Lin E frowned, just as he reached for the spirit stones. At that moment, as his fingers brushed against one of the spirit stones, it vanished into thin air, and a panel interface seemed to flash before his eyes. Name: Lin E. Age: 23. Cultivation aptitude: mixed 5-element roots, spiritual energy, affinity, rank B. Note: not a waste material, the protagonist levels up rapidly, disregarding roots and breaking through bottlenecks. Cultivation level: Qi refinement stage 3-1-2-1-2-0. Cultivation technique: Xian Yuan Ju minor completion 1-2-1-2-0. Spells: Fireball technique minor completion 5-6-1-2-0. Cleaning technique major completion 7-8-1-5-0. Skills: First stage low-grade talisman crafting. Cleaning talisman beginner 8-9-1-0-0. Is this my golden finger? An attribute panel? Lin E was overjoyed, eager to study how to utilize this attribute panel, but outside, Li Jin's patience had worn thin. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and Li Jin stood fuming at the threshold. Lin E, are you deaf? Can't you hear me telling you to open the door? Li Jin shouted angrily at Lin E. Jin Ge, I'm just counting my money here, this is all I have. Lin E quickly pointed at the pile of items on the bed. No money, no renting. I'll take these things. You owe me 2 months' rent, and if you can't pay, get out. Li Jin scoffed at the few spirit stones and scattered gold and silver on the bed. With that, he swiftly collected all the spirit stones and money, striding away with a flourish. Ah! Lin E sighed deeply, shutting the door once more, and with a thought, the attribute panel appeared before him again. At this moment, he understood that this attribute panel was visible only to him. I was planning to spend money on this, but now that my funds are gone, how do I utilize this attribute panel? After pondering for a moment, Lin E sat cross-legged on the bed, following the original owner's memories to sense the spiritual energy, circulate his technique, and meditate. As he continued to operate the technique, he indeed felt the influx of spiritual energy coursing through various meridians and roots, ultimately converging in his dantian, transforming into a wisp of spiritual power. This entire process lasted 2 full hours. Upon concluding his cultivation, he noticed changes on the attribute panel. Both his cultivation level and technique progress shifted from 12,120 to 13120. 2 hours of cultivation only netted me a single experience point. Even if I were to cultivate day and night, I would only gain 6 points a day, meaning it would take about 18 days to break through to Qi refinement stage 4. But I can't cultivate continuously, so it might take around a month. Note: Within the first 100 chapters, break through to foundation establishment within a year, dominating the novice village. According to the original owner's estimates, with my cultivation aptitude, it would normally take several days of diligent training. To condense even a wisp of cultivation, spiritual power probably years before breaking through to Chi refinement stage 4. Yet here I am, having indeed acquired a wisp of spiritual power. It seems this attribute panel has an inherent ability to grant experience points. As long as I strive earnestly, regardless of actual progress, it will provide me with a guaranteed minimum experience, enabling genuine advancement. Yes, I'm taking off. Having comprehended this, Lin Yi leapt up in excitement. At that moment, Li Jin had just returned from collecting rent elsewhere. Hearing Lin Yi's exuberant shouts, he kicked the door open again, issuing a warning. Get your act together, Lin Yi. If you don't have 6 spirit stones in 3 days, he'll throw you out. Yes, yes, yes. What you say goes. Jingo. Lin Yi dared not argue, nodding vigorously. He realized that now was not the time to ponder strengthening his cultivation. The most pressing matter was to earn money for rent and avoid eviction. Li Jin snorted disdainfully, swaggering away. Lin Yi promptly secured the door, beginning to digest the original owner's memories and contemplate methods of making money. In the Xiuxian realm, for rogue cultivators, the primary avenues included talisman crafting, alchemy, artifact forging, treasure hunting, and slaying monsters. The original owner had chosen talisman crafting. He had spent all his savings on talisman pens and other crafting materials, leaving him unable to pay rent. Right, talisman crafting. I have the attribute panel. I'm not afraid of grinding my way up. As long as I improve my talisman crafting skills, making money won't be a concern. Lin Yi immediately gathered talisman paper, cinnabar ink, and a talisman pen, seating himself at the table. He followed the method from the original owner's memories, first preparing the cinnabar ink in the proper proportions, then laying the talisman paper flat on the table, and began to draw the talisman. His first attempt at talisman crafting was predictably a failure. Yet Lin Yi did not lose heart, for he noticed that the progress of the cleaning talisman on the attribute panel had increased from 89,100 to 90,100. Chapter 2. The art of drawing fireball talismans. Indeed, it proved effective. However, this cleansing talisman was merely a means for practice and could fetch no substantial value outside. It was essential to concoct other talismans of greater significance. Lin Yi hastily retrieved the tome entitled Essential Secrets of First-Level Talismans from among 3 books. After a meticulous search, he discovered that in order to draw a specific talisman, one must first master the corresponding spell. At present, the only spells within his repertoire were the cleansing spell and the fireball spell. Thus, the talismans he could draw were limited to the cleansing talisman and the fireball talisman. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi commenced his study of the fireball talisman's drawing method as outlined in Essential Secrets of First-Level Talismans. Rather than immediately attempting to draw, he diligently read through the material and practiced tracing the lines of the fireball talisman with his finger. Acquiring the theoretical knowledge before practical application was of utmost importance. To his surprise, after several thorough readings, his attribute panel displayed Introduction to Fireball Talisman, 24,100. This affirmation validated his thoughts, filling him with elation. Yet, before he could put theory into practice, it seemed that his experience points had reached a plateau. Knowledge gained from paper felt shallow. True understanding necessitated hands-on experience. Consequently, Lin Yi endeavored to draw his first fireball talisman. Each stroke was executed with great care, adhering to the instructions from the book, yet ultimately, he faced failure. This outcome did not astonish him. Rather, he was taken aback to see that his proficiency had not merely increased by 1 point, but had surged to Introduction to Fireball Talisman, 56,100. It appeared that when his progress exceeded 1 experience point, he could achieve tangible advancement. Conversely, if it fell short of that threshold, he would still earn a minimum of 1 experience point. Upon realizing this, Lin Yi refrained from hastily drawing more fireball talismans to exploit the experience gain, opting instead to patiently reflect on his experiences to improve in subsequent attempts. Given that his stock of talisman paper and vermilion ink was limited, and each drawing consumed a portion of the spiritual energy within his dantian, it was prudent to avoid waste. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi procured another sheet of talisman paper and picked up his brush to begin anew. This second attempt ended in failure as well, yet he remained undeterred, believing that failure was merely the precursor to success. Following a series of unsuccessful attempts, Lin Yi finally succeeded, and with that success, his talisman-making skills received a corresponding enhancement. Minor accomplishment in first-level talisman crafting, 120 Introduction to Cleansing Talisman, 95 100. Minor accomplishment in Fireball Talisman, 120. Perhaps due to a principle of associative learning, he found that while he had not drawn any cleansing talismans thereafter, the progress of the Fireball Talisman also contributed to some improvement in the cleansing talisman. Realizing he had depleted his spiritual energy, Lin Yi concluded that a period of meditation was necessary for recovery. He had intended to continue drawing Fireball Talismans, but sensing the emptiness in his dantian, he could only retreat momentarily. Settling onto his bed, he began to contemplate the proper method for meditative recovery of spiritual energy. After a brief moment, he discerned that the approach for recovering spiritual energy differed slightly from that used for cultivation. While meditative recovery involved circulating spiritual energy through the meridians for a single cycle, cultivating aimed to solidify spiritual energy within the dantian, requiring at least 9 cycles for successful consolidation. Thus, the time he needed to recover all his spiritual energy was significantly less than he had anticipated, taking only an hour. Once his spiritual energy was restored, Lin Yi resumed his attempts to draw Fireball Talismans, experiencing both successes and failures. As time progressed, his success rate improved, and the experience points for the Fireball Talisman continued to rise. After a day and night, Lin Yi exhausted all his talisman paper, ultimately crafting 23 Fireball Talismans. During this time, he meditated to recover his energy 4 times and consumed a fasting pill to stave off hunger. His efforts had not been in vain. 23 Fireball Talismans, each worth 5 fragmented spiritual stones, could yield a total of 115 fragmented stones, allowing him to purchase more vermilion ink and talisman paper, thus enabling him to settle his rent. However, the 3 days granted by Li Jin were exceedingly brief, and he would need to request an extension. Lin Yi quietly calculated this in his mind as he tidied up his room and exited. The dwelling he occupied was a property of the Li clan, situated in the spirit domain of Huiyuan Immortal City, established atop a spiritual vein, specifically rented out to cultivators. The premises provided spiritual energy for cultivation and safety from external threats. Li Jin was merely a disciple of the Li clan assigned to collect rent. After a few minutes of walking, Lin Yi arrived at the Li clan's property management hall, where he found Li Jin reclining in a grand armchair. Sound asleep. Brother Jin, are you asleep? Lin Yi inquired softly. Lin Yi, is that you? Here to pay the rent? Li Jin opened his eyes, glaring at Lin Yi. Not exactly, Brother Jin. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? Lin Yi humbly replied. Grant you an extension? Not a chance. I see you're asking for a beating. Not here to pay. Li Jin sprang from his chair, rolling up his sleeves as if to strike. Brother Jin, you see, I just learned how to draw Fireball Talismans today. If I sell them, I should be able to make some money. However, I still need a few more days to gather the rent. Lin Yi retreated, wary of the impending blow, and produced the Fireball Talismans he had crafted. You can actually draw Fireball Talismans? Li Jin, skeptical, snatched one from Lin Yi's hand. First-level low-quality Fireball Talisman, utterly inferior, with power equivalent to a second-layer Qi cultivator. Only a novice like you could produce something like this. After a brief analysis, he offered a ruthless critique. Brother Jin, please extend me some leniency. You know I've invested my entire fortune into talisman crafting. I truly have no money left. Now that I've finally learned to draw Fireball Talismans, I should be able to earn money gradually. Lin Yi continued his pleas. When under someone's roof, one must bow their head. In this realm of cultivation, being cast out could mean sleeping in the wild without protective formations, leaving one vulnerable to robbery or worse. Li Jin considered Lin Yi's pitiable demeanor for a long while. You do seem unfortunate. Let us sign this contract. I'll lend you 9 spiritual stones now, but you must return 13 in a month. 6 stones will cover the rent owed, and 3 will be for this month's rent. Chapter 3. Usury in essence, by signing this contract, I 1T demand rent this month, but you are obliged to repay me 13 spiritual stones in 1 month. This is me granting you a month's grace. If you're confident you can earn money drawing talismans, then sign. However, if you fail to repay the 13 spiritual stones after a month, your talisman brush will belong to me. Lig never engaged in losing deals. With that, he produced a sheet of paper and drafted a loan contract. All right, Brother Jin, I'll sign. Lin Yi, left with no other options, acquiesced. promptly taking the brush to inscribe his name and affix his thumbprint. "Don't say I'm taking advantage of you. This is all voluntary. Once this contract is signed, do not even think of defaulting or fleeing. Unless you're prepared to give up on life in Huiyuan Immortal City." You know the methods of the Li clan. Ally Jean tucked the contract away, grinning broadly. Previously, he had collected rent on behalf of the Li clan's public funds, but now, with no capital needed for usury, any surplus would line his own pockets. Yes, Brother Jean is right," Linny agreed repeatedly, showering Li Jean with further flattery before retreating from the hall, not daring to ask for the fireball talisman back. For now, he needed to keep a low profile, playing the part of a humble servant. How much was pride worth? In time, he would become formidable, and many would come to him seeking favor. As Lin Yi traversed the bustling streets, observing the throngs of cultivators and the stalls lining both sides, he walked for quite a while until he reached a large plaza designated for free stalls. It resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with the clamor of merchants and customers haggling over prices. "This pill is of such poor quality. Lower the price. That is the absolute lowest I can go. I'm barely covering costs." "What is the price for this spiritual herb?" Finding an empty space, Linny held up a few fireball talismans and began to call out, "First-level low-quality fireball talismans for sale. First-level low-quality fireball talismans for sale." Only 4 fragmented spiritual stones each. Originally, he had planned to sell them for 5 fragmented stones, but competitors were engaged in a price war. As he wandered through the plaza, he overheard several stalls selling first-level low-quality fireball talismans at the same price of 4 fragmented stones. Recalling Li Jin's assessment of his fireball talismans, Lin Yi dared not price them higher. The difficulty in selling these fireball talismans exceeded his expectations. He had envisioned that a few calls would attract eager buyers. But such was not the case. His voice was on the verge of becoming hoarse, yet there were not many people willing to pay him any attention. Ultimately, it was through his persistent wandering and active engagement with some cultivators that he managed to find someone interested in purchasing fireball talismans. "Brother, a low-grade first-tier fireball talisman is only 4 fragmented spirit stones each. What do you say? With such wealth, one could unleash a barrage of fireball talismans, capable of slaying any beast." Lin Yi waved the fireball talismans, positioning himself before a loose cultivator. "Heh, the quality of your fireball talisman seems rather lacking. Are you perhaps a novice in talisman crafting?" The loose cultivator scrutinized the fireball talismans in Lin Yi's hand and retorted, "For fragmented spirit stones for one? I might as well seek out some seasoned experts. Brother, the price is negotiable. Right now, I have 22 fireball talismans in hand. If you give me 80 fragmented spirit stones, they are yours." Linny hesitated for a moment, deciding to lower the price slightly rather than risk not selling them at all. The loose cultivator countered, 60. That's my offer. That's not acceptable. Far too low. 75 is my absolute bottom line. 70. Take it or leave it. Fine. Consider it my loss." In the end, Lin Yi reluctantly sold all his fireball talismans for 70 fragmented spirit stones. Never mind, I shall procure some talisman paper and vermilion ink to enhance my proficiency and improve the quality of my fireball talismans. I refuse to believe I cannot fetch a better price. With the 70 fragmented spirit stones freshly acquired, Lin Yi strolled through the market square, and before long, he exchanged all his silver for talisman paper and vermilion ink. Talisman paper was 5 fragmented spirit stones per stack, containing 30 sheets. He bought 10 stacks, while the remaining 20 spirit stones were spent entirely on vermilion ink, leaving him with not a single spirit stone to spare. Having completed his purchases and noticing the sky darkening, Lin Yi hurriedly returned to his rented room. After securing the door, he began meditating on his bed. With a month-long grace period now granted, it was better to utilize this evening for cultivation rather than pressuring himself too hard. During meditation, cultivators can, to an extent, replace sleep. Chi-refining cultivators can go days without slumber, merely needing to meditate briefly to restore their energy. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could even last over a month without sleep. As he cultivated, the fatigue of the day gradually dissipated, revitalizing Lin Yi. After a night of continuous practice, he woke the following morning feeling invigorated and full of energy. Each day is better than the last. It's time to craft talismans. Encouraged, Lin Yi took out the talisman paper and vermilion ink, fervently beginning to draw fireball talismans. With ample materials at his disposal, He disregarded concerns about wastefulness, focusing solely on his frenzied talisman crafting. After drawing for over 20 times, his Dantian's spiritual energy was depleted. He meditated for an hour to restore his energy, then resumed crafting the spiritual talismans. This strenuous process continued for 3 days, during which Lin Yi managed to craft a total of 300 talismans, exhausting all the newly purchased talisman paper. Thanks to the enforced experience points provided by the attribute panel, his talisman crafting skills improved significantly over time. By the end, his skills reached the pinnacle of low-grade first-tier talisman crafting and low-grade first-tier fireball technique. With such skill, he could successfully craft fireball talismans with a high success rate, and the quality of the talismans he produced rivaled the power of fireball techniques released by fourth-layer chi refining cultivators. After meticulously organizing his output, Lin Yi found that he had successfully crafted 143 fireball talismans in total, 56 of superior quality, 45 of acceptable quality, and 42 of inferior quality. Even if he sold the fireball talismans at the lowest price of 3 fragmented spirit stones each, he would earn over 400 fragmented spirit stones. If he continued this way for 3 rounds, he would be able to repay his debts, and then he would be free of financial burdens. Lin Yi felt a sense of hope for the future. Chapter 4. Li Jin arrives after tidying up his rented room. Lin Yi ventured out once more to the market square. This time, he did not wait foolishly for customers as he had on his first visit. Instead, he took the initiative, approaching potential buyers like a persistent street vendor. "Brother, would you like to buy a high-quality, low-grade first-tier fireball talisman? Just 4 fragmented spirit stones each? Come take a look. They truly are of superior quality, capable of unleashing power comparable to that of a 4th-layer chi refining cultivator." He intercepted a mid-stage chi refining cultivator and began his pitch. Get lost. After receiving such a blunt rejection, Lin Yi moved on to the next potential customer. Mid-stage chi refining cultivators were his target clientele, as early-stage cultivators were generally impoverished, while late-stage cultivators often scoffed at low-tier fireball talismans, treating even high-quality ones as worthless. After enduring over 30 rude rejections, Lin Yi finally managed to sell a few fireball talismans. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened, but he encouraged himself to maintain a thicker skin. After all, it was still daylight in this bustling city, and these people were unlikely to resort to violence against him. Thus, Lin Yi continued to wander the square for over an hour, persistently engaging with mid-stage chi refining cultivators, ultimately managing to sell all his fireball talismans. With 550 fragmented spirit stones in hand, he felt the situation was decent, although the sales process had not been without its challenges. He pondered whether to seek out a middleman to sell directly to them, allowing them to handle the subsequent sales. After selling out, Lin Yi felt a wave of apprehension. During one encounter with a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, the man had been particularly intimidating, nearly striking Lin Yi with a swift slap. Had he not moved quickly, he might have suffered a serious blow. To ensure his safety, Lin Yi resolved that if the middleman's fees were not exorbitant, he would indeed sell to them, as he was confident that the high-quality talismans he would produce in the future could still fetch a good price. With this decision in mind, Lin Yi purchased a substantial amount of talisman paper and vermilion ink, returning to his rented room to resume his frenzied crafting. In the Li family property management hall, a mid-stage chi refining cultivator entered and smiled at Li Jin. "Brother Jin, the Lin Yi you asked me to observe has indeed learned to craft talismans. I saw him at the market square today selling fireball talismans. He was like a persistent leech, continuously approaching people to see if they wanted to buy them. He nearly got slapped by a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, which was quite amusing. Is that so? Ziyang? Have you assessed the quality of the talismans he produces?" Li Jin inquired further. "Here, Brother Jin, I managed to purchase these fireball talismans from him. That kid is quite shrewd. He mixed superior, acceptable, and inferior quality talismans together for sale, while claiming they were all of high quality. If it weren't for the price of just 4 fragmented spirit stones each, I would have held him accountable." Li Ziyang produced 10 fireball talismans from his storage pouch. Li Jin examined the talismans closely and compared them to a previously confiscated inferior fireball talisman, assessing the traces of spiritual energy and brushstrokes. Indeed, these fireball talismans were crafted by Lin Yi. He was surprised to discover that Lin Yi possessed some talent in talisman crafting. In such a short time, he had managed to produce high-quality work. Perhaps he is driven by fear, Brother Jin. After all, he owes rent. If he wishes to repay it, he has no choice but to work hard. Li Ziyang speculated. Perhaps, Li Jin nodded in agreement. The two continued discussing matters until the end of their shift. Once the hour arrived, Li Jin closed the management hall's doors and set out to visit Lin Yi in his rented room. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound of knocking interrupted Lin Yi's talisman crafting, prompting him to frown but refrain from expressing anger. After all, anyone bold enough to seek him out was someone he could not afford to offend. As anticipated, a moment later, Li Jin's characteristic booming voice resonated from outside. Lin Yi, open the door immediately. All right, Brother Jin, just a moment, Lin Yi hurriedly replied, scurrying to open the door. Brother Jin, it's quite late. What brings you here? Lin Yi asked respectfully as he opened the door. Li Jin did not rush to speak. Instead, walking slowly into the rented room with hands clasped behind his back, taking a seat on a stool, Lin Yi, understanding the unspoken cue, closed the door and approached him. Lin Yi, your progress in talisman crafting is commendable. You've even managed to produce high-quality fireball talismans, Li Jin remarked, picking up a stack of fireball talismans from the table to examine them. To his astonishment, he discovered that the entire stack consisted of high-quality talismans. Had it not been for a recently damaged fireball talisman nearby, he might have believed that Lin Yi could craft them with a 100 success rate. Brother Jin, I believe I possess some talent in this area. Furthermore, having entered into a contract with you has placed immense pressure on me to repay my dues, compelling me to push myself to learn, Lin Yi replied nervously, careful not to say anything amiss. After all, Li Jin was a 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator, capable of ending him with a mere slap. What is your success rate in crafting fireball talismans now? I'm specifically referring to high-quality ones. Acceptable and inferior ones do not count. Li Jin continued his inquiry. Approximately, there seems to be a 50% chance of success. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi decided to downplay the success rate from 90% to 50%. Realizing that sometimes it is prudent to adopt a more modest approach, 50% is still acceptable. As for the high-quality fireball talismans you have here, I will acquire them at the price of 5 fragmentary spirit stones each, and no matter how many you produce, they will all be owed to me, Li Jin declared imperiously. But Brother Jin, could we negotiate a slightly higher price? I sell them for 4 taels outside. This is my offer. You can sell if you wish or not, but they will still be sold. Should you agree, I can nullify the previous contract, relieving you of the debt of 13 spirit stones. However, if you refuse, Li Jin said with a playful tone. All right, Brother Jin, I agree. Lin Yi thought to himself that he had initially intended to seek out a middleman to alleviate his burdens, and now Li Jin had conveniently stepped in as that intermediary. Accepting a smaller profit was a necessary compromise. One must bow their head when under a roof. Chapter 5. Purchasing elixirs. The value of an individual lies in their utility. When mutual interests are exchanged, a network of connections is formed. Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Li Jin smiled, causing the flesh on his face to quiver slightly. Excellent. This contract is now deemed void. Li Jin produced the agreement they had previously signed, performed a hand gesture, and conjured a flame to reduce the contract to ashes. Thank you, Brother Jin. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude hastily. This truly felt like being sold while still being obliged to cheerfully count the money for others. Well, for now, when you have crafted 1,000 high-quality first-tier low-grade fireball talismans, come find me. Additionally, it would be wise for you to attempt learning the crafting of other talismans as well, Li Jin instructed Lin Yi before rising to leave. Understood, Brother Jin. Lin Yi respectfully saw Li Jin out. After closing the door, he reflected for a moment. Although Li Jin might have profited off the price difference by burning the contract worth 13 spirit stones, he would need Lin Yi to produce 3,000 fireball talismans to recoup that loss. Ata rate of 50 talismans per day. It would take Lin Yi 2 months to fulfill that demand. Thus, it seemed that Li Jin's investment in him and the establishment of a cooperative relationship was not without sincerity. The disciples of these cultivation families are quite shrewd. In the end, I must appreciate his goodwill, lest I become an ungrateful wolf. After coming to this realization, Lin Yi couldn't help but scoff. In the following period, Lin Yi secluded himself, diligently crafting fireball talismans by day and meditating by night. After a span of more than half a month, he successfully produced 1,000 high-quality first-tier low-grade fireball talismans and finally ventured out to the Li family's property management hall to seek out Li Jin. Despite the sheer quantity of talismans crafted, Lin Yi's talisman-making skills had not significantly improved. remaining at the pinnacle of first-tier low-grade talisman crafting. He speculated that this might be due to limitations in his cultivation level or the constraints of his attribute panel. Brother Gene, I have completed 1,000 high-quality fireball talismans, and I request your inspection. Lin Yi presented a large bag filled to the brim with the talismans. Very well. Here are 35 spirit stones. Please accept them. Li Jin replied after briefly inspecting the contents and confirming their quality with his spiritual sense. Thank you, Brother Gene, Lin Yi exclaimed in excitement as he received the 35 spirit stones. Such a substantial amount of spirit stones was the largest fortune he had ever possessed. Free of debts and holding a significant sum, Lin Yi instinctively contemplated how best to indulge in spending. While Lin Yi was preoccupied with thoughts of expenditure, Li Jin had already laid out a plan for him. Upon your return, purchase some elixirs. At the early stage of qi refining, you can buy qi nourishing pills. And for breaking through bottlenecks, consider the Bai Hua pill. Strive to reach the 4th layer of qi refining as soon as possible to experiment with crafting other talismans. Among the first-tier low-grade talismans, only the Fireball Talisman and the Wind Control Talisman hold any real value. The rest are negligible, overpriced, and unsellable. Before your breakthrough, you should also learn to craft Wind Control Talismans. When you next visit, I hope you will bring 1,000 high-quality Wind Control Talismans and 500 high-quality Fireball Talismans, along with your advancement to the 4th layer of qi refining. Yes, Brother Gene. Lin Yi promptly agreed. And it didn't seem as though he was being taken advantage of, Brother Gene. Where would be the best place to purchase elixirs? Since you are merely at the early stage of qi refining, you can seek out the Zheng family's Dam Pavilion. Their qi nourishing pills and Bai Hua pills are of decent quality. These elixirs are to be ingested, and as the saying goes, medicine is 3 parts poison. It is essential to choose those of higher quality, as the ones sold on the streets lack quality assurance and contain significant amounts of pill toxins. Accumulating too much pill toxin can adversely affect your further cultivation. Li Jin responded patiently. He only took the time to impart this knowledge because he sensed some potential and utility in Lin Yi. Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to share such information with anyone else. The two exchanged pleasantries, and after Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, he departed from the Li family's property management hall. Now, it is time for me to begin consuming elixirs to elevate my level. I wonder what effects will manifest when combined with the attribute panel. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the Zheng family's Dam Pavilion as recommended by Li Jin. As he approached, he could already catch the faint scent of elixirs wafting from within the shop. Good sir, what elixirs can I assist you with today? A shop assistant emerged from within upon noticing Lin Yi. Since there were not many customers, he cherished each visitor, striving to provide excellent service. The elixir industry is incredibly lucrative. Providing good service to just one customer can yield substantial profits. What is the price of qi nourishing pills? Lin Yi stepped further into the shop, casually glancing at the various elixirs displayed on the shelves. Normal quality is 20 fragmentary spirit stones each, while the premium quality is 30 fragmentary spirit stones each. The assistant promptly replied. What distinguishes normal quality from premium quality? Lin Yi recalled Li Jin's warnings about pill toxins and inquired further. Normal quality pills can yield approximately 60 to 70% of their full efficacy, while premium quality pills can deliver over 80% of their effectiveness and have half the toxin content of normal quality pills. Most street vendors sell inferior products, with only a few being normal quality. Thus, pill toxins are abundant, and the efficacy is considerably diminished. Please consider this carefully, sir, the assistant explained patiently. And what about Bai Hua pills? Lin Yi followed up with another question. For Bai Hua pills, a normal quality pill costs 5 spirit stones. An inferior quality one costs 3 spirit stones, and a premium quality pill costs 8 spirit stones. Very well, I would like to purchase 10 normal quality qi nourishing pills, 5 premium quality qi nourishing pills, and 1 normal quality Bai Hua pill. Lin Yi deliberated for a moment before instructing the assistant. Certainly, that will total 850 fragmentary spirit stones. The assistant quickly calculated the total as he gathered the elixirs. Here, this is 9 spirit stones. Please provide the change. Lin Yi retrieved 9 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. Thank you. Here is your change of 50 fragmentary spirit stones. The transaction was completed smoothly, and with the elixirs in hand, Lin Yi proceeded to the market square to purchase some talisman paper and vermilion ink before eagerly returning to his rented room. Eager to experiment with the effects of the elixirs on his cultivation. Chapter 6. Spell Practice Venue. Inside the rented room, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, holding a normal quality qi nourishing pill in his hand. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel and began to consume the pill. As he bit through the sugar coating that served to seal and preserve the elixir, the bitter essence of the medicinal ingredients was released. As he swallowed the essence, Lin Yi hastily activated his cultivation method. In the next moment, he felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupting from his stomach, which was then guided into his meridians by the influence of his cultivation method. Circulating throughout his body, after 2 hours, Lin Yi completed a session of cultivation and fully refined the qi-nourishing pill. Looking back at his attribute panel, he noted significant changes. Cultivation level: qi refining third layer, 72-120, 75-120. Cultivation method: Xian Yuan Ju minor success, 72-120, 73-120. Consuming the elixir had granted him 3 points of cultivation experience. While the cultivation method had only yielded a mandatory increase of 1 point in experience. For normal quality, it grants 3 points. Therefore, premium quality should provide 4 points, right? I hope the assistant didn't mislead me. After resting for a moment, Lin Yi began to consume a premium quality qi nourishing pill for further cultivation. 2 hours later, he successfully verified the effects of the premium quality qi nourishing pill, which indeed increased his cultivation experience by 4 points. Brother Jean mentioned that medicine is 3 parts poison, and it is unwise to consume these pills too frequently. Having already taken 2 qi-nourishing pills in succession, it would be prudent to pause and allow his body to metabolize the pill toxins before resuming his elixir consumption in a few days. Subsequently, Lin Yi turned his focus to diligently crafting fireball talismans. His skills in crafting fireball talismans had reached an unparalleled level. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could effortlessly produce a talisman with a high success rate, often yielding premium quality results. Had it not been for the limited spiritual energy within his dantian, with his speed in drawing talismans, he could have produced over 1,000 fireball talismans in a single day. After consecutively drawing 27 fireball talismans, Lin Yi's spiritual energy was exhausted, prompting him to sit in meditation to recuperate. The fact that he had only depleted his energy after creating 27 talismans suggested that as his cultivation improved, so too did the total amount of his spiritual energy. Indeed, cultivation is the ultimate truth. While recovering, Lin Yi reflected on this realization. Over the course of several days, he managed to produce 500 fireball talismans. Following Li Jindan's instructions, he began to attempt learning the art of drawing wind talismans. However, the learning process was not particularly smooth, as he had yet to master the wind manipulation technique. Consequently, he had to delve into the fundamental spells among his 3 manuals to find and practice the wind manipulation technique. With the ability to ride the wind, he felt as light as a swallow, running as swiftly as a leopard in an instant. He experienced a powerful thrust urging him forward. Without control, he could easily crash into a wall. This was not feasible within the confines of his home. It seemed necessary to seek out a larger, less populated space outside. Shortly thereafter, he gathered his belongings and ventured out, wandering aimlessly through the streets. The Huiyuan immortal city was divided into the inner city and the outer city. The inner city, where cultivators resided, boasted spiritual veins that provided energy for practitioners, while its size was akin to that of a small town. Housing over 3,000 cultivators and tens of thousands of ordinary mortals. In contrast, the outer city lacked spiritual veins, populated entirely by commoners, totaling more than 200,000 residents. Overall, Huiyuan Immortal City resembled a county town. Despite its small size, it was well-equipped, offering alchemy, artifact refinement, textile production, taverns, and tea houses. All trades thrived within Huiyuan Immortal City. After a thorough search, he arrived at a mountainous area in the outer city. This was not an unregulated wilderness, but rather a fenced-off area designated for spell experimentation, requiring a fee for use. Leaving Huiyuan Immortal City meant facing not only the onslaught of demonic beasts, but also potential encounters with thieves. However, within this spell-testing venue, such dangers were absent, and specialized instructors were available for hire. Upon entering the management hall, an employee at the front desk addressed Lin Yi. "Young man, are you here to rent a space?" "Yes." Lin Yi approached the counter, resting his hands on it. "Would you like a small, medium, or mixed large space?" The employee inquired while holding up a sign clearly detailing the rental prices. 1 fragment of a spirit stone for 1 hour in a small space, 3 fragments for a medium space, and 1 fragment for 2 hours in a mixed large space. In the mixed large space, Several cultivators were practicing, and Lin Yi feared that an errant spell could inadvertently strike him. He was also wary of attracting undue attention by progressing too rapidly. How large is the small space? About the size of this hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi looked around and estimated the hall size. Over 100 square meters should suffice. I'll take the small space. I want to rent it for 2 hours. Lin Yi produced 2 fragments of spirit stone and placed them on the counter. All right, no problem. Do you require a coach? Our coaches are quite professional and charge only 5 fragments per hour. No need. Very well, here is your token. Small space 34. Enter through this passage and find your designated area. Do not wander elsewhere. If you disturb others and get into trouble, we will not take responsibility. The employee's smile immediately faded, and he begrudgingly handed Lin Yi a token. The small rental spaces brought in little profit. The substantial earnings came from coaching. Now that Lin Yi had declined to coach, the employee was disinclined to offer him any courtesy. Unconcerned, Lin Yi accepted the token and, following the employee's directions and some signs, quickly located space 34. The area was merely a barren plot enclosed by walls, with nothing more than a rock formation to serve as a target and a rough, uneven dirt surface, exemplifying utter simplicity. These unscrupulous merchants really know how to profit. They can charge for any piece of land in the outer city without spirit veins. Lin Yi muttered in frustration as he secured the door and commenced his spell practice. Wind manipulation technique. With a rush, as his spiritual energy flowed, Lin Yi felt his body grow weightless, soon propelled forward by a force. In the next moment, he could no longer contain himself and began to sprint. The space was not large, and he could not crash into the walls, so he could only run in circles within the area. Chapter 7. Breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement. After diligently practicing for a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi had grasped the basics of the wind manipulation technique. The experience growth has slowed. Continuing to run for another 15 minutes, he realized that the increase in proficiency for the wind manipulation technique was limited. Can I exploit a bug? Deciding to try, Lin Yi immediately halted and began to activate the wind manipulation technique. But after a short while, he stopped again. Upon checking his attribute panel, he saw that the experience for the wind manipulation technique had indeed increased by a guaranteed point. All right, let's continue this. A slight smirk appeared on Lin Yi's lips as he began to repeatedly exploit the bug. Activating and deactivating the wind manipulation technique within a span of less than 10 breaths became a repetitive cycle, and the experience points kept accumulating. In just half an hour, his experience in the wind manipulation technique reached its maximum. Wonderful! I still have plenty of time. I should practice another spell, or else coming to this spell practice venue would truly be a waste, Lin Yi exclaimed jubilantly as he prepared to cast the fireball technique. As he formed the hand seals and channeled his spiritual energy into his right hand, the surrounding fire element energy was guided, coalescing into a fireball that he flung forward, striking the rock formation. Boom! Upon impact, the fireball erupted in a dazzling display, heating the surrounding area and raising the temperature by several degrees. Is this the allure of magic? Gazing at his right hand, Lin Yi felt a mix of disbelief and rationality. Checking his attribute panel, he discovered that the fireball technique, previously at a minor level, had skyrocketed to completion. Lin Yi speculated that this was likely due to the experience gained from drawing fireball talismans. And only now, upon formally releasing the fireball technique, had the experience points been compensated. The superior fireball talisman I crafted is said to be comparable to a strike from a 4th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Let's see how it compares to my recent attack. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yi activated a superior fireball talisman against the rock formation. As his spiritual energy ignited the talisman, a fireball materialized and surged toward the rock. The exploding fireball illuminated the surroundings once more, but in comparison to Lin Yi's earlier self-released fireball technique, it appeared somewhat weaker. It seems that my self-initiated fireball technique is indeed slightly more powerful than the one summoned from the talisman. Subsequently, Lin Yi released the fireball technique again. The resplendent fireball's brilliance easily overshadowed the glow produced by the fireball talisman, confirming Lin Yi's hypothesis. Truly, a completed fireball technique is in a league of its own. After the initial excitement, Lin Yi retrieved the fundamental spells and began to examine other spells within. With the presence of the 5 elemental roots, he faced a limitation in his cultivation speed. Yet it also served as a benefit for spell learning, allowing him to study and cast any spell. Apart from the cleanse technique, fireball technique, and wind manipulation technique that Lin Yi had already mastered, the fundamental spells also contained ice freeze technique, rain gathering technique, healing technique, life creation technique, sword chi technique, swamp technique, earth wall technique, and vine technique. 8 spells suitable for early to mid-level chi refinement practitioners. Adhering to the principle of practicality, Lin Yi prioritized learning the sword chi technique and earth wall technique. However, these 2 spells did not lend themselves to exploiting bugs as easily as the wind manipulation technique. Each casting of the sword chi technique and earth wall technique consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. And with Lin Yi's cultivation at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could only cast these spells 20 times or so. Considering that he had already expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy practicing the wind manipulation technique and fireball technique, Lin Yi realized he had insufficient energy left to cast many sword chi or earth wall techniques. After some deliberation, Lin Yi decided to learn all these spells in one go, casting each once to reach the introductory level. Marking them on his attribute panel for future reference, as time slipped away unnoticed, 2 hours passed swiftly. A staff member knocked on the door of Space 34 and called out to Lin Yi inside. "Sir, your time is up. If you wish to extend your rental, please pay it out. If not, please exit now." "Understood. I will leave immediately," Lin Yi responded as he made his way to the door. His dantian felt utterly empty, devoid of any spiritual energy, making further practice unnecessary. After exiting the spell practice venue, he promptly returned to his rented room to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. An hour later, he resumed his efforts to learn how to draw wind talismans. To excel in this realm of cultivation, he could not afford any complacency. He must be diligent. With his proficiency in the wind manipulation technique now at completion and bolstered by his previous experience in drawing fireball talismans, Lin Yi's attempt to learn the drawing of wind talismans proceeded smoothly, resulting in the successful creation of a subpar wind talisman after only a few failed attempts. Continuing to draw a dozen more talismans, each one surpassing the last, his experience steadily increased until he finally crafted a satisfactory wind talisman, at which point the growth of his experience began to decelerate. The task of creating wind talismans was considerable, requiring a total of 1,000 high-quality pieces. In the following period, Lin Yi remained reclusive, fervently producing talismans by day and engaging in alchemical practices at night, leaving little time for leisure. One fateful night, glancing at his attribute panel displaying Chi Refinement Level 3, 12120, Lin Yi pondered whether he could casually meditate and thus transcend to Chi Refinement Level 4. If such a feat were indeed possible, future breakthroughs to Foundation establishment would surely be effortless. While others fought fiercely for Foundation establishment pills, he could ascend with ease. What a delightful prospect! With excitement and curiosity, Lin Yi began studying the content regarding the transition from Chi Refinement Level 3 to Level 4 within the Xian Yuan Sutra. After 2 hours of meditation, a sudden sound marked his successful breakthrough to Chi Refinement Level 4. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, coalescing into tidal waves that infused his body, rapidly fortifying him and sending him soaring with exhilaration. However, this rapid enhancement lasted but a brief moment before concluding entirely. The thrill of ascension. With an attribute panel at his disposal, Foundation establishment pills were merely a triviality. Lin Yi, brimming with exuberance, felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. Yearning for an outlet, after some time, he managed to temper his excitement, returning to the arduous life of continuously crafting wind talismans. The transition from Chi Refinement Level 3 to Level 4 was distinctly qualitative. Lin Yi soon realized that he had expended all his spiritual energy after creating only 50 wind talismans. Chapter 8. Carefree. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, Lin Yi began meditating to recover. Discovering that after just 1 hour, he had fully replenished his spiritual energy, with recovery time mirroring that before his breakthrough. With his total spiritual energy doubled, the quantity of talismans he could draw increased significantly, yet the time required for recovery remained unchanged. This would greatly enhance his future earning efficiency. Perhaps I could even attempt the creation of mid-grade talismans to earn even more. Lin Yi was overjoyed. With heightened cultivation, tasks became considerably easier. Within just a few days, he had completed the assignments given by Li Jin, gathering 1,000 high-quality wind talismans and 500 high-quality fireball talismans. He returned to the Li Realty Management Hall. Encountering Li Jin reclining in a grand chair, to his astonishment, he could still not perceive Li Jin's cultivation aura, but it was evident that Li Jin had grown even stronger since their last meeting. "Brother Jin, congratulations on breaking through to the later stage of Qi refinement. You must be on your way to becoming the youngest elder of the Li clan. With this thought, Lin Yi immediately offered his congratulations. Truly, those with exceptional cultivation talent experience pleasure in all endeavors. Li Jin chuckled, then turned to Lin Yi. You've done well too, breaking through to Qi refinement level 4. How many Bai Hua pills did that take? The qualification of your 5 spiritual roots makes breakthroughs quite challenging. Brother Jin. I used 3 Bai Hua pills, Lin Yi replied, after a moment's contemplation, choosing not to divulge the truth. Revealing that he had achieved his breakthrough solely through regular meditation would surely astonish Li Jin and possibly lead to him wanting to study Lin Yi. By the way, Brother Jin, here are the talismans I've crafted during this period, along with this month's rent. Lin Yi then produced 2 bags and 3 spirit stones. Alright, there's not much here. Wait for me while I go check something. Li Jin casually remarked, inspecting several talismans before storing the 2 bags in his storage pouch and departing the management hall. Lin Yi watched as Li Jin left without handing over his spirit stones, contemplating whether to call him back, but ultimately refrained. If he said to wait, then he would wait. It was not yet his time to assert authority. After leaving the management hall, Li Jin traversed several streets until he arrived at the Li Spirit Talisman shop. Ziyu, these are the high-quality wind talismans and fireball talismans I collected. Please inspect them and expedite my spirit stones once done. Of course, Brother Jin. Ziyu within the counter responded, taking the 2 bags to examine. After confirming their accuracy, he handed Li Jin 60 spirit stones. Brother Jin, where did you meet such an adept talisman maker? Each of these talismans is high quality. There's not a single inferior or subpar one among them, quite rare indeed. Some matters are best left undiscussed, Li Jin quickly interjected. Just tell me which talismans are in high demand here. I'll find a way to procure them. Very well, I won't pry, Ziyu replied patiently. 4 low-grade first-tier talismans, the fireball and wind talismans are sufficient. 4 mid-grade first-tier, there's considerable demand for fireball talismans, sword-chi talismans, and earthwall talismans. Understood. I'll do my best to acquire them, Li Jin said, tucking the spirit stones away as he departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the Li Realty Management Hall, where Lin Yi still awaited. The moment he saw Li Jin, Lin Yi perked up. Lin Yi, here's something for you. Come find me again this evening. Li Jin casually produced 52 spirit stones. Yes, Lin Yi accepted the spirit stones, refraining from questioning why it was not 52 spirit stones plus 50 broken spirit stones. He understood that Li Jin was profiting from the price difference. However, if he didn't let Li Jin benefit, someone else will. If he went out to sell the talismans himself, he might not have an easy time either. After accepting the substantial sum, Lin Yi felt an urge to indulge, but respecting Li Jin's instructions, he refrained from wandering and instead returned home to await the evening, contemplating whether the nourishing Qi pills would still be effective now that he had reached Qi refinement level 4. He retrieved a remaining high-quality nourishing Qi pill and consumed it, beginning his meditation practice. After 2 hours, he checked his attribute panel, noting that his cultivation experience had only increased by 3 points. A decrease from the 4 points he had gained at Qi refinement level 3. Indeed, as his cultivation had advanced, the efficacy of the nourishing Qi pill had diminished. Well, Brother Jin has matters to discuss with me. I should head over now. Glancing at the darkening sky, Lin Yi hastily gathered his belongings and made his way to the Li Realty Management Hall. Brother Jin, I've arrived. You came just in time. Today, I'm feeling generous. Let's go have some fun, Li Jin proclaimed, shutting the management hall door behind them as he led Lin Yi outside. As they walked, Lin Yi soon realized they were headed to a vibrant establishment. Even without thinking too hard, he could surmise that Li Jin was taking him for foot bathing. Brother Jin, didn't you mention that during the Qi refinement stage, one should avoid losing their essence? Otherwise, it could affect breakthroughs to foundation establishment. Indeed, it has some impact, but it's not as significant as you might think. Just look at how many foundation establishment cultivators marry and have children. Aren't they doing just fine? Meanwhile, those who cling to their essence often meet unfortunate ends, dying without descendants. Come on, Li Jin whispered conspiratorially to Lin Yi, forcibly ushering him into the establishment. Good sirs, are you here for a show or to order a full meal? An elderly matron welcomed them eagerly. Bring out the finest dishes. Let us treat my young friend here to a taste of true cultivation, Li Jin boisterously declared, pushing Lin Yi forward. Very well, Exiner, come here. Your guest has arrived, the matron called, and a young woman approached Lin Yi's side. As he contemplated Li Jin's recent words, he was unwittingly ushered into a room where events unfolded rather hastily. Throughout the experience, Linny pondered the potential significant impact of losing essence, yet he reassured himself that, with the attribute panel at his disposal, he had no need for foundation establishment pills and need not fear the consequences of essence depletion. With that mindset, he embraced the experience wholeheartedly. Chapter 9. The initial signs of pill poison. After a night of indulgence, Lin Yi emerged from the Spring Breeze Pavilion the next day, feeling as though he was floating. He had completely forgotten how many experience points he had accrued on his attribute panel the previous night. Brother Jean, this place is quite splendid. However, I wonder what the cost was last night. Should I reimburse you? Between the two of us, it was merely 6 spirit stones. There's no need for reimbursement. We were short on the bill yesterday. Li Jin waved dismissively, not concerned about the small sum. 6 spirit stones for both of us? That's 3 spirit stones each? Lin Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The cost of one night was equivalent to his monthly rent. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Such establishments were notorious for their exorbitant prices. Consider it a treat for me this time. Lin Yi, after returning, continue crafting low-grade fireball and wind talismans. Additionally, you should experiment with mid-grade sword chi, fireball, and earthwall talismans. Those 3 types are where the real profits lie. Jean gently patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. Yes, Brother Jean, Lin Yi nodded, contemplating the ease with which he could master the creation of a first-tier mid-grade spirit talisman. Thanks to his attribute panel, however, after following Li Jin for a while, he became acutely aware of a significant concern. He was currently only at the 4th level of chi refinement, while the standard potency of a first-tier mid-grade spirit talisman required the 5th level, and the superior grade demanded the 6th. Even if he were to manage to produce a qualified talisman, if he were to inadvertently create a superior one, it would likely raise suspicions in Li Jin. Lin Yi, how did it go with that girl I pointed out to you last night? It was wonderful, truly delightful, a memorable experience. Isn't it a splendid place? Indeed, it's a place worth frequenting. While he engaged in flattery, Lin Yi pondered how to resolve his predicament. Upon passing by the Zhang clan's dam pavilion, he took the initiative to address Li Jin. Brother Jin, I'm heading in to purchase some cultivation elixirs. You may return home first? Sure, Li Jin replied, turning away with a dismissive smirk. Ah, little Lin Yi, you've tasted the sweetness. Haven tea you. Soon, you shall be utterly captivated, and I will have you in my grasp. Unfazed by Li Jin's ulterior motives, Lin Yi entered the Zhang clan's dam pavilion and began inquiring with the staff about elixirs suitable for mid-level chi refinement practitioners, as long as his cultivation could be elevated. Any inexplicable matters could be easily justified. Once his strength reached a certain threshold, explanations would be unnecessary, and even queries would cease. Esteemed customer, the mainstream elixirs for mid-level chi refinement practitioners are the chi-enhancing pills. Priced at 40 fragmented spirit stones for the standard quality and 60 for the superior quality. Introduced the clerk. Zhang Jinchuan, I would like 100 standard quality and 10 superior quality pills, Lin Yi replied. Calculating his available funds. Very well, that will be 46 fragmented spirit stones. Zhang Jinchuan swiftly retrieved 10 bottles of standard chi-enhancing pills and 1 bottle of superior ones. Lin Yi promptly relinquished more than half of his recently acquired spirit stones. He then perused the stalls of miscellaneous cultivators, purchasing some talisman paper and vermilion ink, leaving him with just enough to cover a month's rent. 3 spirit stones remaining. Alas, cultivation truly depletes one's finances. Without funds, how can one ascend to immortality? He lamented upon returning to his residence. Taking out a standard chi-enhancing pill, he decided to test its effects. After 2 hours, he checked his attribute panel and saw that his cultivation experience had increased by 3 points. Chi Refinement Level 4, 140. Chi Refinement Level 4, 140. If one pill grants 3 experience points, then it seems I can break through to the 5th level after consuming fewer than 50 pills. 50 pills would cost 20 spirit stones, merely equivalent to my rent for 7 months. Earning that amount shouldn't be overly difficult, right? Advancing to the 6th level should also not exceed 100 spirit stones in expenses. Yet, why do so many practitioners in the streets remain at the early and mid-levels of chi refinement? Is there truly such a vast chasm between the 6th and 7th levels? After concluding his cultivation, Lin Yi found himself grappling with a question that would perplex him for nearly half a month before he found the answer point one evening. After finishing a standard chi-enhancing pill, he instinctively summoned his attribute panel to check his cultivation experience, only to find that the increase was merely 2 points today, rather than the usual 3 so soon. Has my body developed resistance to the pills? This pill poison is indeed a troublesome affliction. The 100 standard chi-enhancing pills I purchased may only suffice for my ascent to the 5th level. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel disheartened. As the time passed, he refrained from consuming more pills and instead engaged in regular meditation until the following morning, allowing himself a brief rest. Knock, knock, knock. The persistent sound of knocking roused Lin Yi from his slumber. Who is it? It's me, Lin Yi. Come out, came Li Jin's voice from outside. All right, Brother Jean, just a moment. Lin Yi quickly got up and opened the door for Li Jin. Brother Jean, please come in. Did you need something? Oh, nothing too urgent. I just wanted to check on your progress with the first-tier mid-grade Sword Chi Talisman, Fireball Talisman, and Earthwall Talisman I asked you to draw last time. Li Jin candidly stated, Brother Jean, I have no trouble with the first-tier mid-grade Fireball Talisman, but I'm still struggling with the Sword Chi and Earthwall Talismans. With that, Lin Yi produced several of his drawn talismans. After inspecting them, Li Jin found that most were subpar Sword Chi, Fireball, and Earthwall talismans, with only a few being standard quality Fireball talismans. To have reached this level in such a short time is commendable. Staying cooped up at home is rather dull. Come, let us go out and enjoy ourselves. Li Jin returned the various talismans to Lin Yi and declared, Of course, Brother Jean, but I currently lack spirit stones. I fear we won't be able to indulge, Lin Yi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No worries. You should have recently drawn a low-grade Fireball Talisman and a Wind Control Talisman, right? I'll take those off your hands. And I'll give you a price for these inferior first-tier mid-grade talismans as well. Li Jin feigned generosity. Thank you, Brother Jean. Lin Yi gratefully responded, promptly presenting a multitude of talismans. After a brief count, Li Jin handed Lin Yi 67 fragmented spirit stones. All right, now that you have some spirit stones, tidy up your belongings at home. I will return shortly to take you to a new place for some fun. Li Jin said with a slight smile before departing. Yes, Brother Jean, Lin Yi squinted, unable to discern Li Jin's true intentions. After leaving, Li Jin visited the Li clan's talisman shop, where he disposed of the talismans he had just acquired from Lin Yi. Aiming to recover the price differential, a quarter of an hour later, Li Jin returned, ready to lead Lin Yi on their outing. The duo gradually ventured deeper into Huiyuan Immortal City, eventually discovering a remarkably lively area amidst the numerous slums. Shall we indulge in some games? Li Jin suggested, pointing ahead. The atmosphere was abuzz with voices, as people shouted excitedly, big, small leopard. Some were dealing cards, while others were shaking dice. Brother Jean, are they gambling? I must decline this pleasure. I will not partake. Lin Yi quickly understood the nature of this establishment and firmly refused. In his previous life, he had vowed to have no part in gambling or drugs, and that resolve remained unbroken in this life. You re not making this easy for me? Li Jin frowned at Lin Yi. He had orchestrated this outing to allow Lin Yi to earn some quick money, savor a taste of excitement, and then later push him into a larger gamble, thereby compelling Lin Yi to take high-interest loans, ultimately forcing him to become a tool for talisman creation. Brother Jean, gambling is a perilous endeavor. Those who sit at the table seldom find a favorable outcome. They may enjoy it, but I shall not, Lin Yi insisted. Why don't we just go to Chunfeng Tower instead? This time, it's on me. He hurriedly suggested, attempting to ease the tension. Very well, Li Jin replied, somewhat disappointed but not pressing Lin Yi further. Their relationship was still amicable on the surface, and if gambling was off the table, he could devise another plan. Soon after, they enjoyed a delightful time at Chunfeng Tower. Their previous visit had been too rushed, leaving many activities unexplored. This time, they had a full day to indulge and experience a variety of offerings. During this escapade, Li Jin conceived a new idea. Lin Yi, you seem quite fond of that girl Xiner. You ordered her again. Why not redeem her? A mere few hundred spirit stones, and you should be able to earn that back quickly. As they exited Chunfeng Tower, Li Jin half-joked. Brother Jean, please don't jest. Oh, you think I'm foolish enough to bring home a woman worth a jade by that could bed thousands? I am struggling as it is. Why should I redeem her? If I had a few hundred spirit stones, I'd rather invest in myself, enhancing my cultivation to the late chi refinement stage. Becoming as formidable as you, Brother Jean, and then earning significant wealth to buy a house. If I desire a woman, surely by then, it would be as simple as beckoning with a finger. Lin Yi candidly expressed his thoughts. Well said, Lin Yi. You possess remarkable clarity. Li Jin feigned a smile, giving Lin Yi a thumbs up. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yi to have such a clear vision for his future. If that were the case, Li Jin feared he might not be able to manipulate Lin Yi any longer. Maintaining a cordial relationship and earning a small profit would suffice. Thank you, Brother Jean, but you two are quite perceptive. Invest more resources in yourself, find ways to earn, and who knows, perhaps one day you'll reach the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yi replied with a grin. Indeed, let us aim for foundation establishment. After parting ways with Li Jin, Lin Yi returned to his rented room and immediately resumed consuming elixirs and meditating. While leisure was enjoyable, he knew he could not neglect his cultivation. After completing a daily practice session, he began to attempt drawing a first-tier mid-grade fireball talisman. It seemed that his cultivation was limited. Despite continuously earning experience points, he could only produce a talisman of acceptable quality, unable to create a superior one as he had hoped. In this manner, he inadvertently spared himself from excessive explanations. Following this, Li Jin ceased to seek out Lin Yi, deeming that someone he could not grasp was not worth investing too much time and effort in. He decided to redirect his energy towards other endeavors. Each time he awaited Lin Yi's arrival to hand over the talismans, he could assuredly earn a profit margin, which sufficed for him. Li Jin's change in attitude left Lin Yi somewhat perplexed. However, he chose to disregard it, focusing instead on his own life, gradually advancing his cultivation according to his own plans. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lin Yi gazed at his attribute panel, which displayed a cultivation level of Qi refinement 5th layer, 150-150, hesitating over whether to break through to the 6th layer. In just a few short months, he had progressed from the 3rd to the 5th layer, an accomplishment quite remarkable. While the efficacy of medicinal pills could somewhat explain this, if he were to continue on to the 6th layer, it would likely raise suspicions regarding his 5 spiritual roots cultivation aptitude. Thus, he resolved to hold off on the breakthrough for the time being, setting out to seek methods that could assist him in concealing his cultivation level. Lin Yi packed his belongings and hurriedly made his way to the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. Over the past 3 months, aside from residing in his rented room to draw talismans and cultivate, he had also roamed extensively throughout the Huiyuan Immortal City, becoming well acquainted with the entire area. Huiyuan Immortal City was a city under the auspices of the Golden Core sect, Qingxian sect, and was jointly owned by the 4 foundational immortal clans, the Li, Zhang, Zhou, and Wang families, who shared the profits of the Qinglan mountain range. Each of the 4 foundational clans had their own areas of focus and development, while the Qingxian sect offered a comprehensive array of resources. Within the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion, numerous valuable treasures could be found. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Yi immediately noticed 2 mid-stage Qi refinement disciples of the Qingxian sect guarding the entrance. The fact that mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators were stationed merely as gatekeepers hinted at the high quality of the items housed within. The flow of people entering and exiting the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion was sparse, yet those who did typically possessed cultivation levels above the 5th layer. Those below that level, often lacking in wealth, seldom ventured into the pavilion. At this moment, Lin Yi barely qualified as the lowest tier of clientele. Chapter 11. Purchasing secret techniques perhaps due to the low traffic. As soon as Lin Yi entered the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion, a sales assistant promptly approached him. However, her demeanor was not as welcoming as he had anticipated. What do you want to buy, kid? Just tell me and don't waste time. Our items are quite expensive. If you can't afford them, feel free to leave. I am looking to purchase some cultivation techniques, primarily a method for concealing my aura and hiding my cultivation level. I am also interested in some spells suitable for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Could you show me what you have? Lin Yi replied without irritation, candidly expressing his needs. Concealing your aura? With your Qi refinement 5th layer cultivation, is there really a need to hide? The sales assistant, Lin Qingya, teased. Noticing Lin Yi's fervent gaze lingering inappropriately, she immediately issued a warning. And where do you think your eyes are wandering? If you keep staring, I'll gouge them out. Miss Sales Assistant, I am here to buy for an elder. Please just take me to see the items. I assure you, I have enough wealth. Lin Yi averted his gaze, no longer looking around. Fine, hemph. Lin Qingya relented, leading Lin Yi along. As they walked, she provided introductions. You must be a novice, coming to our Qingxian Treasure Pavilion for the first time. We don't stock any low-end items here, such as qi-nourishing pills or first-tier inferior talismans. Those are left to other families. We focus on mid to high-end items and only sell finished products, rarely offering raw materials. The first floor contains pills and talismans, the second floor features arrays and tools, while the third floor is dedicated to selling texts and legacies. Moments later, under Lin Qingya's guidance, Lin Yi arrived at the third floor. Luan. This guy wants to purchase texts. First, find a method to conceal his aura and hide his cultivation. Lin Qingya called out to another female cultivator at the counter on the third floor. All right. The woman named Lu Wan glanced at Lin Yi before casually retrieving a manual and placing it on the counter. Here, this turtle breath technique is used to conceal one's aura. It can significantly reduce noise and is effective for ambushing beasts. Can this technique truly hide my cultivation level? For instance, can I mask my Qi refinement 7th layer to appear as a 5th layer? Lin Yi inquired tentatively. Is that really of interest? If you use a secret technique to conceal your cultivation, others can also employ techniques to probe your true level. Unless you can cultivate the technique to perfection, you may only manage to obscure 1 or 2 layers at most. Luan responded dismissively. I still need it. I hope you can provide me with a manual that conceals cultivation levels. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. While it might be challenging for others to cultivate a secret technique to perfection, he was different. All right, this one, the imitative breath technique, allows you to simulate your aura to appear 3 minor levels lower or higher than your actual level. However, unless you achieve perfection, anyone using aura probing techniques will easily discern your true realm. Don't say I didn't warn you. The difficulty of cultivating aura probing techniques is significantly lower than that of the imitative breath technique. And within our sect, very few Qi refinement disciples can master it to perfection. Only foundation-building elders can achieve that. This one costs 30 spirit stones, no negotiation. Luan continued. All right, I'll take it. Do you have first-tier superior and first-tier premium talisman crafting legacies for sale? Lin Yi casually produced 30 spirit stones and inquired further. We have first-tier superior ones, priced at 200 spirit stones, but first-tier premium ones are only available at auctions. Even if you prepare 1,000 spirit stones, you might not secure one. Luan accepted the spirit stones and continued her explanation. So expensive? Upon hearing the price of 1,000 spirit stones, Lin Yi couldn't help but gasp. Over the past 3 months, he had worked hard drawing talismans and had only earned slightly over 300 spirit stones. If it's too pricey, then don't buy. Lin Qingya interjected mockingly from the side. Could you show me spells suitable for late-stage Qi refinement cultivators? Ideally, ones that correspond to the talismans in the first-tier superior crafting legacy. Ignoring Lin Qingya's comments, Lin Yi spoke directly to Luan. Here, the Great Fireball Technique, Sword Qi / Vines Technique, Palm Thunder. Luan promptly presented 7 or 8 manuals. Each of these manuals, though consisting of only a few pages, started at 50 spirit stones each. Lin Yi suspected that these manuals were all extracted from the same spell compendium, merely sold separately now. This led him to reflect inwardly that those profiting from knowledge-based sales were indeed shrewd merchants. After a lengthy selection process, Lin Yi ultimately decided on a first-tier superior crafting legacy, the Palm Thunder spell, and the Great Fireball Technique. This purchase effectively drained the majority of the spirit stones he had accumulated over the past few months. Observing Lin Yi's ability to produce such a substantial amount of spirit stones, Lin Qingya's opinion of him shifted slightly, yet she still believed he was genuinely purchasing for an elder. Dear customer, is there anything else you wish to buy? Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yi could be considered a significant source of revenue. Prompting Lin Qingya to alter her address to him. Yes, young master, would you care for any more secret techniques or spells? Luan's demeanor also grew more enthusiastic. Lin Yi was not overly surprised by the changes in their attitudes. After all, it was the paying customer who held the power. Now, please take me to the second floor and introduce me to the treasures you have there. Absolutely, Lin Qingya agreed, leading Lin Yi downstairs while enthusiastically introducing him to the various items. These are flying swords, inscribed with anti-gravity and wind control runes, allowing cultivators at the Qi refinement 7th layer to achieve sword flight. Using an ordinary mysterious sword, it would be difficult to manage flight before reaching the Qi refinement 9th layer. A flying sword only costs 30 spirit stones, and we also have higher-end flying swords. Quite impressive, Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. Are you interested in purchasing? Not at the moment. I'd like to continue browsing. Very well, take a look at this storage ring. Compared to regular storage bags, this storage ring is compact and portable, with a larger capacity if you're not fond of the ring format. We also have storage bracelets and storage belts. Chapter 12. Changing rental apartments. Lin Qingya continued to present one treasure after another, to which Lin Yi responded positively each time. Yet, when she ultimately inquired whether he intended to make a purchase, he consistently replied in the negative. After a quarter of an hour of this back and forth, Lin Qingya became quite exasperated. Kid, are you going to buy something or not? If you're not interested, then come back another time. Lin Qingya made a concerted effort to suppress her temper, refraining from uttering the word roll. After all, Lin Yi had already generously spent over 300 spirit stones. I've seen enough this time. I shall return another day. Observing that the other party was on the verge of exploding, Lin Yi shrugged and departed from the Qingxian treasure building. For a brief moment, a fantasy that any ordinary man might entertain flitted through his mind. What if the girl before him were his wife? However, this thought was extinguished almost instantly. He was still weak. It was not yet the time to act like a master. He needed to exercise restraint. Once he became formidable, countless beauties would be at his beck and call with merely a flick of his fingers. He could not forsake a whole forest for a single tree. Thus, he decided that he should not even have a partner. Instead, he would gather several beautiful maidens to serve him. With these hopeful visions of the future, Lin Yi hurried back to his rented room. Now, he was ready to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Seating himself cross-legged on the bed, Lin Yi immediately began to circulate his cultivation method. Spiritual energy continuously gathered around him, entering through his every pore and being channeled into his meridians. 2 hours slipped by in an instant. A strand of spiritual power was birthed anew in Lin Yi's dantian. His cultivation aura surged dramatically. The surrounding spiritual energy began to form a tide, swiftly converging towards Lin Yi, aiding him in elevating his physical level. After a quarter of an hour, everything returned to calm. With a mere thought, the interface materialized, revealing that the cultivation section had transformed to the 6th level of qi refinement, 160. As expected, the breakthrough was effortless. A slight smile crept across Lin Yi's lips as he took out the newly acquired breath concealment technique to study. Breath concealment technique. Practicing this secret art allows one to restrain their own aura, freely adjusting their cultivation level between the 1st level of qi refinement and their actual cultivation level. It also enables one to project their aura, elevating their surface cultivation up to 2 minor realms below their actual level. The entry level is easily discernible, while the minor achievement level requires others to practice the art of gazing to see through it. The major achievement level is more challenging to perceive when casting spells, while the perfected level is difficult to discern even in combat. This secret technique is notoriously difficult to learn and master. After reading through the secret technique, the attribute panel immediately displayed breath concealment technique, entry level, 100. I care not how difficult it is. Let us get started. He promptly began attempting to practice the breath concealment technique, diligently following the specific steps. After a few attempts, he paused, waiting for the guaranteed experience points to be credited before continuing. Given the technique's challenging nature, Lin Yi decided to exploit this bug. He spent the entire night grinding away, successfully elevating the breath concealment technique to perfection. From this moment forth, he could adjust his cultivation between the 1st and 8th levels of qi refinement, and even qi refinement 9th level practitioners using the gazing art would find it impossible to see through him. Only foundation establishment practitioners could pierce his facade, adjusting himself to appear as though he had just reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Perfect. Lin Yi made a slight adjustment, and then began to inscribe a 1st-tier medium-grade sword energy talisman. A half-month passed in the blink of an eye, during which Lin Yi accumulated a batch of 1st-tier medium-grade quality talismans. He then sought out Li Jin at the Li Real Estate Management Hall. Brother Jin, here is a new batch of talismans I've inscribed. Please take a look. Very good. The old price for authentic ones is 7 shattered spirit stones each. However, since your new batch consists entirely of quality talismans, the price doubles to 14 shattered spirit stones each. With a total of 600 talismans, that amounts to 84 spirit stones. Li Jin inspected them briefly, surprised at how quickly Lin Yi had managed to produce quality 1st-tier medium-grade talismans in bulk. Yet, he maintained his composure, treating it as a trivial matter. If Lin Yi were to notice his astonishment, it would diminish his own prestige. Thank you, Brother Jin. Lin Yi cheerfully accepted the spirit stones from his hand. Astonished that the purchase price for quality goods had doubled, he no longer cared about how much profit the other party might be making off him. His exceptionally high success rate in talisman making was enough to ensure he reaped substantial rewards. With 84 spirit stones in hand, his costs were likely under 10 spirit stones. Well, Lin E, now that you have some wealth, have you considered moving to a new place? Or will you continue living in that less than 10 square meter room? Subsisting on fasting pills? Life is truly too harsh. This is not at all what a high-income individual should be experiencing. Also, you ought to change your clothes. It's time to buy something new. Li Jin remarked, glancing at Lin Yi's tattered attire. If Lin Yi did not indulge in some form of luxury, he would have plenty of spirit stones. Yet where would his motivation to work come from? Thank you, Brother Jin. I will be mindful of that. I plan to get a few new outfits soon. Do you have any good properties to recommend? I would like to rent a larger space. Lin Yi responded quickly, finally realizing how impoverished his previous life had been. Now, each month, he could earn over 100 spirit stones. Even spending 10 spirit stones to improve his living conditions would not lead to such a wretched existence. Rent? Why not purchase a place? With over 1,000 spirit stones, you could easily acquire a decent property. Given our relationship, I could offer you some low-interest loans. Li Jin feigned surprise. Brother Jin, I prefer to rent for now. Purchasing can wait. Lin Yi shook his head. Very well, you are indeed a man with aspirations. Li Jin shrugged, no longer concerned. He then began to introduce Lin Yi to various property types under the Li real estate banner. For instance, your current accommodation costs 3 spirit stones a month, which is akin to a coffin room, a slightly more upscale personal apartment, around 30 square meters and fully furnished, ranges from 7 to 10 spirit stones per month. Independent courtyards vary from 30 to 50 spirit stones monthly. You should consider a personal apartment for better cost-effectiveness. Yes, Brother Jin, I would like to rent a personal apartment. Although Lin Yi initially desired the finest independent courtyard, he retreated upon hearing the price. It was unnecessary for now. He would reconsider once he reached the later stages of qi refinement. Chapter 13. A major transformation. Please re-sign this rental agreement. Li Jin retrieved a new contract from his drawer and casually tossed a set of keys with a door number to Lin Yi. Lin Yi accepted the keys and meticulously reviewed the new contract to ensure there were no hidden pitfalls before officially signing it. Then, Li Jin led him to the new property. Logically, Li Jin, having reached the later stages of qi refinement, should not have needed to personally accompany Lin Yi to view the property. He could have easily assigned a Li family disciple to assist. However, Lin Yi was one of his lucrative sources of income, so it wouldn't be appropriate to neglect him. After a moment, Li Jin opened the door to a 30 square meter apartment, which featured a living room and a bedroom. Furnished with ample furniture, far superior to Lin Yi's former coffin-like single room. Lin Yi, this larger apartment is not just about being spacious. With more room comes a greater influx of spiritual energy. Your cultivation speed will increase here. Is that so? Brother Jin, do you reside in an independent courtyard now? Lin Yi inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Naturally. I moved into an independent courtyard the day after I broke through to the later stages of qi refinement. It is equipped with a cultivation room and a spiritual energy gathering array, making cultivation exceedingly enjoyable. What do you think? Would you like to consider one? Li Jin coaxed. Should Lin Yi choose to rent an independent courtyard, he would earn a considerable commission. Is that the case? It does sound appealing, but for now, I will manage with this apartment. Once I reach the later stages of qi refinement like you, I will certainly seek to live in an independent courtyard. Lin Yi surveyed the one-bedroom apartment before him, feeling quite satisfied. Very well. Come find me if you require anything in the future. As for this apartment, I'll give you a little discount. 7 spirit stones per month. Li Jin refrained from dousing Lin Yi's enthusiasm, instead offering slight concessions to maintain their good relationship. He was already contemplating when Lin Yi might struggle to make progress in his cultivation, at which point he could introduce a woman to him, urging him to settle down and take on more burdens, thus making him more amenable to purchasing a property and accumulating debt, which would further serve his interests. Logically, Lin Yi, a 5-element root practitioner, was likely to be stymied at the 6th level of qi refinement, finding it challenging to break through to the 7th level. Lin Yi continued to engage in flattery with Li Jin for a while before relocating his belongings to his new home. With a storage bag in hand, the move was remarkably convenient. Of course, this was primarily because he had very few possessions, as even the furniture was not his own. After completing the move, Lin Yi set out to procure some new clothes. Meanwhile, Li Jin returned once more to the Li Talisman shop. To his surprise, instead of encountering his younger brother Li Ziyu, he found his uncle, Li Mingbo. Uncle Mingbo, what brings you here today? What a coincidence, Zijin. I heard from Ziyu that you have recently discovered a stable channel for importing high-quality talismans in bulk. Is that true? Li Mingbo inquired curiously, directing his question towards Li Ji and Li Jin. Having emerged from the mortal clan under the jurisdiction of the Li celestial lineage and possessing a spiritual root, was brought back to the celestial community and granted the surname Zhe. Thus, it was not incorrect for Li Mingbo to refer to him as Zijin, though he personally preferred to be called Li Jin. Well, somewhat. Why, Uncle Mingbo, are you interested? I wish to meet this remarkably gifted junior. He would be a suitable addition to our Li celestial lineage, and I could take him as my disciple. I believe it is not appropriate at the moment. Li Jin promptly declined. Having no familial support within the Li celestial community, he had managed to reach his current standing solely through his own efforts, navigating among various tenants to discover valuable individuals for mutual benefit. If he were to introduce someone as a disciple of Li Mingbo, thus allowing Lin Feng to become part of Mingbo's faction, would he not be jeopardizing his own financial avenues? Zijin, everything is for the family. You must not let your personal desires hinder the future of our clan. Li Mingbo began a moral coercion, attempting to educate Li Jin on familial values. Uncle Mingbo, my channel does not require you to be his master. Surely, you cannot produce high-quality talismans with every single one, can you? But I can manage that with what I acquire from my channel. Uncle Mingbo, he would not consider you as his master if I continue to provide the family with low-cost, high-quality talismans. Wouldn't he that suffice? Li Jin rebutted, refusing to be swayed by Li Mingbo's arguments. Are you attempting to force me to investigate this matter on my own? Li Mingbo's tone carried a hint of threat. Uncle Mingbo, must you create a scene that reflects poorly on all of us? I am also acting in the family's interest. The recent sales of talismans at the shop have significantly increased in quality, and that is due to my efforts. Li Jin's frustration was beginning to surface. This is your contribution, huh? Yet, bringing back so many high-quality talismans from the outside is both a blessing and a curse. Our family's talisman makers are struggling to sell their creations, resulting in lost income for them. Do you understand? Li Mingbo articulated his reasoning. Oh, so if I sell my high-quality talismans to other family shops, that would somehow benefit our family's talisman makers? Practice makes perfect, Li Jin scoffed in retort. You, Li Mingbo, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Jin, was seething with anger, wishing to deliver a sound thrashing. Uncle Mingbo, accumulating more high-quality talismans within the family is not inherently negative. It could actually enhance our reputation. The channel I control can only provide a limited number of talismans each month. While it may seem unfair for us to dominate the market here in Huiyuan Xianqing, have you considered that we could sell them to other celestial cities? At this juncture, Li Jin proposed an alternative suggestion to ease the tension in the air. Zijin, can you not introduce me to that individual? No. Humph. Li Mingbo huffed coldly, sweeping away in a dramatic flourish. On another note, Lin Yi was aimlessly wandering through the streets, visiting various shops. Despite facing ridicule, he ultimately resolved matters with his financial prowess and formidable cultivation. Within the span of half an hour, he had transformed his appearance entirely. Lin Yi not only donned a more aesthetically pleasing outfit, complete with stylish shoes and a new hairstyle, but he also acquired a spatial ring, defensive inner armor, and conventional weaponry such as a mystical sword. Chapter 14. The recruitment news from Qingxian sect. Indeed, one is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. No wonder Lin Qingya from Qingxian Treasure Tower has been so much friendlier towards me. Passing by a pond, Lin Yi gazed at his reflection on the water's surface, comparing it to his former self, one resembling a shabby beggar and the other a poised, elegant young master. After taking a few more steps, he passed by an inn bustling with activity, where waiters were continually serving dishes. It was midday, and after spending considerable time in the cultivation world subsisting solely on spirit-replenishing pills, he found it utterly dismal. Now that he had money and his cultivation had improved slightly, it was time to treat himself well. With that thought, Lin Yi stepped into the inn and, as he approached, a waiter promptly came to his side to inquire. In the past, he would have been lucky to not be chased away. Esteemed guest, please have a seat. Here is the menu. What would you like to order? All right, first bring me a bowl of spirit rice, then a stir-fried wolf leg and braised pig demon. Noticing that the dishes on the menu were priced in fragmented spirit stones and were still within 2 digits, Lin Yi paid little heed and ordered liberally, 8 dishes, 1 soup, and 1 rice. Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. The waiter, seeing Lin Yi's generous ordering, harbored no doubts about his financial capacity. If Lin Yi were unable to settle the bill, they could simply strip him of his clothes to cover the cost. Afterward, he poured Lin Yi a cup of tea before departing with the menu. During the wait, Lin Yi perked up his ears, attentively listening to the gossip surrounding him. Soon, his attention was drawn to the table next door. Zhou Xiong, have you heard? At the end of August this year, Qingxian sect will send representatives to our Huiyuan Xianxing to recruit a batch of loose cultivators to join the sect. I've heard about it. It's quite common, happening every 3 years. The candidates must either possess a unique skill or have exceptional spiritual roots and combat prowess. Ordinary individuals stand little chance. If only I could join that sect. Not only would I gain access to superior spiritual veins, but also superior cultivation techniques, potentially all the way to the golden core stage. It is said that the spiritual energy within that sect is dense enough to liquefy. Stop believing in such exaggerations. How could the spiritual energy in any place be dense enough to liquefy? Qingxian sect is recruiting disciples. It is now late July, with only a month left until the end of August. Should I consider participating and joining the sect? Upon hearing such momentous news, Lin Yi began to ponder. Joining the sect seems wise. At least I would have better cultivation techniques. The current technique I practice, Xian Yuan Ju, reaches its limit at the 9th level of qi refinement, making it impossible for me to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Curiosity piqued, he approached the neighboring table. Gentlemen, might any of you know the standards for recruitment by Qingxian sect? If you provide me with that information, I shall treat you to a couple more dishes. That could work. Zhou Xiong, you have the experience. Share your insights. Wang Jun grinned broadly. Well, young brother, Qingxian sect primarily recruits individuals with achievements in talismans, formations, alchemy, or weapon crafting. Additionally, there are certain cultivation requirements. Candidates must be under 30 years old and reach the late stage of qi refinement. For those without any cultivation skills, they need to possess excellent spiritual roots and reach the 9th level of qi refinement to have a chance. Zhou Shicheng promptly answered. At that moment, the waiter began serving Lin Yi his dishes one by one, and Lin Yi brought 2 plates over to the neighboring table. Brothers, here are your dishes. When exactly will the recruitment take place? You should stroll around the streets more often. BY early August. Notices will be posted everywhere. Thank you. After inquiring, Lin Yi returned to his table and began to relish the feast before him. Braised pig demon. Delightful. Packed with collagen. Stir-fried wolf meat. Splendid, with a chewy texture. It seems these meats carry spiritual energy. How invigorating. Lin Yi indulged heartily, devouring the entire table of dishes. While eating, he exercised his cultivation technique slightly, and by the time he finished, he felt no discomfort. Waiter, the bill please. Certainly, esteemed guest, your total is 324 fragmented spirit stones. The waiter swiftly returned, for collecting payment was paramount. Lin Yi did not hesitate, quickly retrieving 3 spirit stones and 24 fragments. After leaving the inn and strolling through the streets, he felt a profound sense of happiness, his mind filled with visions of a promising life within the sect. However, as he passed by Zheng's alchemy pavilion, he suddenly remembered that his current cultivation aptitude was rather lacking, and having accumulated a certain amount of pill toxicity, continuing to consume spirit-replenishing pills would yield little effect. With merely a month remaining, it was utterly insufficient for him to rely on his attributes to elevate his cultivation to the 7th level of qi refinement. This was troublesome. He could only hope that his talisman-making skills would catch the attention of those from Qingxian sect. Furrowing his brow, Lin Yi turned and stepped into Zheng's alchemy pavilion. Esteemed guest, what elixirs are you looking to purchase? Zheng Jinchuan, noticing Lin Yi's attire, immediately greeted him warmly. Currently, the spirit-replenishing pills I consume seem to have little effect. I might have accumulated pill toxicity. Do you know of any remedies to alleviate this toxicity? Lin Yi asked directly. Esteemed guest, pill toxicity is generally cleared through regular eating and drinking, promoting bodily metabolism and facilitating excretion. This process is lengthy and difficult to achieve quickly. If you have been relying on spirit-replenishing pills for sustenance, your body's metabolic waste will not be expelled, leading to a significant accumulation of toxicity. Additionally, There may exist certain arcane methods and exceptional spiritual elixirs at your esteemed Qingxian treasure pavilion that could aid in alleviating Dan poison. Esteemed guest, if the enhancement pills you have consumed are no longer effective, it is likely that you have developed a degree of resistance. Perhaps you might consider trying the Xuanqi pill, which is equally suitable for those in the mid-stage of qi refinement, priced at 40 shattered spirit stones each. Just like the enhancement pills die in response to Lin Yi, a potential customer, Zhang Jinchuan answered with great patience, wishing fervently for Lin Yi to swiftly resolve his Dan poison predicament, so he could return to purchase more elixirs from him. Chapter 15. The invitation from Li Mingbo. So that's how it is. Refraining from food for an extended period is indeed unwise. Upon hearing Zhang Jinchuan's words, Lin Yi suddenly comprehended the situation. The other party had addressed his inquiries, and he felt compelled to consider the business of others. The Xuanqi pill, is it? I'll take 100 of them. Certainly, esteemed guest. Zhang Jinchuan's expression brightened instantly, dressed in resplendent attire. It was evident he was a man of means. To casually order 100 pills was no small feat. After rummaging through the counter for a while, he managed to gather 10 bottles of Xuanqi pills for Lin Yi. Esteemed guest, here are the elixirs you requested. Please accept them. In addressing the paying customer, Zhang Jinchuan's tone shifted to one of obsequiousness. Observing the sycophantic demeanor of his interlocutor, Lin Yi noted that Zhang Jinchuan seemingly failed to recognize him as a frequent patron of the Zhang clan alchemy pavilion. Previously, each visit had met with a frigid reception, the treatment merely courteous but never so ingratiating. The adage holds true. One's attire can greatly influence their perceived stature. Had I made this purchase in the past, they might have dismissed me as a mere nouveau riche, yet now I am regarded as a valuable patron of considerable background. Lin Yi mused internally, retrieving 40 spirit stones from his storage pouch to settle the payment. Thank you. We welcome your patronage in the future. After accepting the spirit stones, Zhang Jinchuan, noticing Lin Yi's departure, eagerly followed him to the entrance, only turning back once Lin Yi had vanished from sight. Upon returning home, Lin Yi's first course of action was to relieve himself, fervently, and if necessary, to employ his cultivation techniques to assist. I had been wondering why this apartment boasts more toilets than those coffin-like rooms. It seems that proper bodily functions are indeed essential for cultivation. Once the dam of discomfort broke, Lin Yi felt an immense wave of relief. Afterward, he returned to his bed, attempting to meditate and cultivate. Feeling significantly lighter, after a brief adjustment, he placed a Xuanqi pill into his mouth, beginning the process of refinement. Xuanqi pill, do not let me down. 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye as Lin Yi gradually concluded his practice. With a thought, his attribute panel materialized before him, prompting him to check his cultivation experience. Qi refinement level 6, 48,160. Compared to before, he had gained 3 points of experience. Indeed, Zhang Jinchuan had spoken truthfully. After developing resistance to one type of pill, switching to another was indeed feasible. Excitement surged within Lin Yi as he calculated his trajectory. If the Xuanqi pill could consistently yield 3 experience points each, reaching Qi refinement level 7 by the end of next month would be entirely attainable. Recalling Zhang Jinchuan's earlier advice and observing the encroaching darkness outside, Lin Yi resolved not to indulge in his usual routine of consuming a few fasting pills and drinking water. Instead, he ventured out to a nearby eatery, ordering several small dishes, and properly enjoyed a full dinner. After dining, Lin Yi settled the bill and made his way back to his personal apartment. As he approached the entrance, he noticed 2 individuals lurking outside. One was Li Jin's subordinate, Li Zian, while the other was an unfamiliar figure, evidently more powerful than himself. Gentlemen, what brings you to my doorstep? Are you here for something specific? Remaining vigilant, Lin Yi halted a distance of several meters away. Initiating inquiry. You are Lin Yi, a tenant of our Li real estate. I am Li Mingbo, a core elder of the Li immortal clan. Li Jin is my nephew. In an effort to put Lin Yi at ease, Li Mingbo proactively introduced himself and established a connection with Li Jin. So you are Elder Li Mingbo. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yi performed a humble bow, sincerely flattering him. Seeing Lin Yi's demeanor, Li Mingbo appeared quite pleased. Lin Yi, I have heard from Li Jin that you are an exceptional talisman master, now able to effortlessly draw first-tier mid-grade quality spirit talismans. Our Li immortal clan has always held a great respect for outstanding loose cultivators, and we warmly welcome you. I now extend an invitation on behalf of the Li immortal clan, hoping you will join us as an honored guest elder. Furthermore, Should there be any female cultivators among us who catch your eye, we can arrange for you to have a companion. What say you? Li Mingbo presented his invitation from a position of authority. Anticipating that Lin Yi would eagerly accept and express profound gratitude, Elder Li Mingbo, may I take a moment to consider this? I wish to participate in the Qingxian sect's disciple recruitment conference at the end of August and join the Xinyan sect. Lin Yi, unable to outright decline, offered a polite response. The Qingxian sect's recruitment conference? What is there to gain from that? Lin Yi, let me enlighten you. This sect is not as favorable as you might imagine. Do not presume that merely joining the Qingxian sect will afford you various benefits or opportunities to cultivate to the golden core stage. Li Mingbo immediately countered, continuing to dissuade Lin Yi, portraying the Qingxian sect in an increasingly negative light. The purpose of the Qingxian sect's recruitment conference is to enlist laborers, individuals who will work for the sect at minimal or even no cost. Once you join the Qingxian sect, with your proficiency in talismans, you will find yourself inundated with endless talisman tasks. As for opportunities to advance to the foundation establishment stage, you must exhaust yourself to earn sect points to exchange for the foundational techniques. Moreover, the sect will never grant you the foundational elixirs necessary for your advancement, even if you are a chosen one, should you somehow manage to reach the foundation establishment stage on your own. The benefits thereafter will be equally meager. You are not a product of the Qingxian sect's upbringing. They will never truly consider you one of their own, merely assigning you the title of a servant elder to dismiss you. As for the resources necessary for foundation establishment and the techniques to achieve the golden core stage, those will remain elusive. As Li Mingbo's heartfelt reasoning unfolded, Lin Yi found his desire to join the Qingxian sect wavering. However, his rationality compelled him to pose a question. Elder Li Mingbo, if I cannot be regarded as one of your own in the Qingxian sect, how can you expect the Li immortal clan to embrace me? How will you provide me with foundational techniques, spells, and resources? How might I obtain golden core level techniques? Chapter 16. An indispensable joining of the Li immortal clan in a cultivation family, the most crucial aspect is the bond of blood. Should you marry one of our Li female cultivators and bear offspring, the Li immortal clan will surely accept you as one of our OWN. Li Mingbo replied with a smile. This is precisely the advantage of the Li immortal clan over sects. Within a sect, one encounters only cold, rigid rules. A loose cultivator who joins midway can never compare to those nurtured from childhood, especially not to the second-generation immortals within the sect. Is that so? Will your Li immortal clan provide me with foundational techniques? Lin Yi, still skeptical, pressed on. Of course, however, certain conditions must be met. For instance, you must have married one of our female cultivators and born a child. And your cultivation must reach Qi refinement level 9. Additionally, you must demonstrate some contribution to the Li immortal clan, such as producing first-tier high-grade spirit talismans. These tasks should not pose any difficulty for you. Li Mingbo candidly stated, having noted Lin Yi's impressive progress to Qi refinement level 5 at the age of 23, nearing level 6, were he aware of Lin Yi's 5 spiritual roots, he would not have been so confident in his proposition. Lin Yi, what say you? Join our Li immortal clan. Seeing Lin Yi still hesitating, Li Mingbo urged him once more. In the next moment, just as Lin Yi was about to respond, Li Jin appeared unexpectedly, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Mingbo. Li Mingbo, have you no shame? Are you here to poach my people? Cough cough, Jin Gu, what brings you here? In an instant, Lin Yi found himself bewildered. Yet he understood from Li Jin's tone that there was animosity between Li Jin and Li Mingbo. Jian Gu, how can you speak to Elder Mingbo in such a manner? He is your elder. Li Zian, who had remained silent until now, began to defend Li Mingbo. Zian, what do you mean by that? Li Jin glared at his subordinate, who had unexpectedly sided with Li Mingbo, his anger flaring. I convey my sentiments clearly. Elder Li Mingbo is our elder, deserving of our respect. Currently, Elder Li Mingbo wishes to invite Lin Yi to join our Li clan of immortals, thereby strengthening our lineage. Is that not a commendable endeavor? Are you, Li Jin, truly intent on casting aside such a talent as Lin Yi? Are you willing to jeopardize the interests of our Li clan and betray us? Li Zian asserted resolutely, placing one accusation after another upon Li Jin. Do not spout nonsense in my presence. Lin Yi is my associate, and if he is to be brought into the fold, it is I who shall do so. Not you. Depart from my sight. Li Jin clenched his fists, his fury nearing its peak. He never anticipated that his subordinate would betray him. Very well, Zian. I shall await your efforts to bring Lin Yi into our Li clan. Elder Li Mingbo said with a smile, waving his hand as he departed with Li Zian. Regardless of the circumstances, he had located Lin Yi and clarified matters. Thus, Li Jian could no longer hide Lin Yi in the shadows to exploit him. A portion of the benefits Li Jian had accrued would ultimately flow into the clan, and there would be a share for Li Mingbo as well. Regrettably, having utilized the pawn Li Zian positioned beside Li Jian, it would now be impossible to continue monitoring Li Jian. Ahem, Brother Jian, it seems you are at odds with Elder Mingbo. How do you wish for me to proceed? Should I still join the Li clan of immortals? Once Li Mingbo and Li Zian had distanced themselves, Lin Yi awkwardly inquired of Li Jian. I am of a different faction of elders, engaged in a struggle for interests. Let us discuss this inside. Li Jian expressed his frustration, feeling utterly despondent. Very well. Lin Yi, however, was indifferent. With whom he allied mattered little. As long as he could acquire the foundational cultivation techniques, he could gradually cultivate them, for while others faced bottlenecks, he did not. Once he entered the Li clan, given time, his cultivation would flourish, and it was entirely possible that his descendants would proliferate, transforming into his own Lin clan of immortals. Moments later, the two entered the apartment and settled at the table for an in-depth discussion. Brother Jian, I initially intended to attend the Qing Xian sect's disciple recruitment event in a month. However, Elder Li Mingbo stated that the sect does not regard loose cultivators as equals to is that true? My younger brother, do not think I am trying to discourage you, but in this realm of cultivation, whether it be sects or families, those who join midway are seldom fully accepted. You lack the foundational understanding ingrained from childhood, and your origin as a loose cultivator predestines you to prioritize personal gain. You cannot be expected to sacrifice for the benefit of the sect or family. Both sects and families wish to reserve genuine advantages for those willing to contribute selflessly to the collective. And you are unlikely to be that individual. Even if you were, they would not acknowledge you. Li Jian took a sip of tea, his tone somber. So, it follows that whether I join a sect or a family, I will always be an outsider and will not receive due recognition, Lin Yi realized. Precisely. However, the matter has now been clarified. Whether you join the Li clan or not, you must join I in the coming days. I shall arrange for a clan sister to visit you. Accept her, and that shall constitute your membership in our Li clan. Li Jian declared dominantly. Is that so? If I join the Li clan in such a manner, will I gain access to foundational cultivation techniques? What about the foundational techniques sold at Qing Xian Treasure Pavilion? Lin Yi continued to inquire. As for foundational techniques, once your cultivation level is sufficient and your contributions are made, and you have descendants, they will naturally come to you. Regarding the foundational techniques at Qing Xian Treasure Pavilion, they are merely traps, allowing one to cultivate only to the initial stages or being overly obscure and ineffective, essentially worthless. However, I believe you are overthinking this. You must understand you are merely a 5-element root cultivator. The chasm between the 6th and 7th levels of Qi refinement is insurmountable. Do not harbor excessive hopes for foundational cultivation. Such yearning, if unfulfilled, can lead to despair that drives one to madness. Follow my guidance. Marry and start a family, and that will suffice. The woman I plan to arrange for you is a 5-element root cultivator from the Li clan, named Li Zixin, aged 18, and at the 2nd level of Qi refinement. That is all for today. I shall take my leave. I will arrange for you to meet Li Zixin in a few days. Li Jian patted Lin Yi on the shoulder before departing. Chapter 17. First Grade Superior Spirit Talisman. Very well, Brother Jian. Farewell. Lin Yi escorted Li Jian to the door, watching him depart before returning to the apartment. Lying on the bed, Lin Yi began contemplating his future. Should I heed Li Jian's counsel, marry and bear children dutifully, contributing to the Li clan? Nonsense, Li Jian, you are correct. I am indeed a loose cultivator who prioritizes personal gain. What is it that I cannot achieve? The marriage partner you propose is nothing of value. At best, she is a mere offshoot. Since I am to be integrated into the Li clan, I shall ally with a formidable figure. Tomorrow, I shall pursue the clan leader's daughter, Li Zexi. Lin Yi mused to himself, breaking into a triumphant smile. After indulging in his laughter, Lin Yi rummaged through the 1st Grade Superior Spirit Talisman inheritance he had acquired from Qing Xian Treasure Pavilion. With the consumption of the current supply of spirit energy pills, he was set to break through to the 7th level of Qi refinement in a month. That time, his demand for cultivation resources would undoubtedly increase, and their prices would escalate. Thus, he must enhance his income accordingly. It is quite the challenge. Crafting a first-grade superior spirit talisman requires not only high-quality talisman paper, but also the addition of beast blood into the talisman ink. Alas, I currently possess neither high-quality talisman paper nor beast blood. I truly wonder if I can succeed. With a mindset of it's better to try than not at all, Lin Yi took out a piece of middle-grade talisman paper and vermilion ink. Embarking on an attempt, he meticulously followed the diagrams in the talisman crafting book, replicating each stroke with precision. Unsurprisingly, he failed. Yet to his delight, his attribute panel displayed the desired entries. Entry into first-grade superior talisman crafting, 1-100. Entry into first-grade superior fireball talisman, 1-100.0. It seems I can indeed exploit the system, Lin Yi exclaimed joyously, suddenly inspired with a new idea. This middle-grade talisman paper is prohibitively expensive. For one shattered spirit stone, I can only purchase 2 sheets. I might as well use the lower-grade talisman paper, where 5 shattered spirit stones can buy 30 sheets. It seems unnecessary to use vermilion as well. I shall simply utilize ink to exploit the system. Soon, he retrieved the lower-grade talisman paper and set aside the vermilion. Come now, let us earnestly craft talismans. Lin Yi cheerfully resumed his attempts, diligently crafting each stroke, only this time utilizing the most inferior materials. However, halfway through, the lower-grade talisman paper could not withstand the surge of spiritual energy, and it exploded, resulting in failure. Upon checking the attribute panel, he found that his experience points had not increased. Could it be because the talisman paper exploded? Or was it the absence of vermilion that rendered it ineffective? Was that not a complete attempt at crafting? After some contemplation, Lin Yi reinstated the vermilion and reduced his output of spiritual energy to avoid destroying the talisman paper again. After a brief period, he successfully completed a full talisman crafting process. However, upon finishing the final stroke, the talisman audibly burst apart. With a thought, he summoned the attribute panel and noticed a slight increase in his talisman crafting experience. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, it turns out that completing the entire process is necessary. A mid-process explosion does not count. Subsequently, he attempted to craft a talisman without using vermilion, this time with an even lower output of spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour, a talisman successfully materialized. To Lin Yi's astonishment, this time the talisman did not explode but was instead successfully created. Goodness, I have managed to draw a first-grade superior talisman diagram on a piece of lower-grade talisman paper without it detonating. Can this talisman truly be activated? Lin Yi mused in awe. If this works out, could I not potentially create some substandard talismans? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Checking his attribute panel again, it seemed that due to this successful crafting, his experience points surged rapidly, jumping from entry 2-100 straight to entry 87-100. Let's go. I shall strive to master this first-grade superior talisman by tonight. Lin Yi motivated himself and once more immersed himself in his work. Sheet after sheet of lower-grade talisman paper was consumed, and the experience points for the fireball talisman continuously rose. After a sleepless night, he bored dark circles under his eyes, yet he remained immensely exhilarated. For he discovered that he had completely filled the experience points for the fireball talisman. As soon as the materials were at hand, he would be able to easily draw the genuine fireball talisman. Furthermore, he realized that he could also craft the fireball talisman using both middle-grade and lower-grade talisman papers, although the potency of these fireball talismans remained to be tested. After taking a brief respite on his bed and dozing off for half an hour, Lin Yi tidied up his belongings and set out, heading to a nearby eatery to grab a casual breakfast. He then continued on to the market square. Having successfully mastered the art of crafting the fireball talisman, he was determined to create more of them for profit. The price disparity between the high-grade fireball talisman of the first tier and the mid-grade fireball talisman was significant. The latter could be acquired for merely 10 to 15 fragmented spirit stones, whereas the former commanded a starting price of 50 fragmented spirit stones. The cost to create a high-grade fireball talisman would not exceed 10 fragmented spirit stones, allowing Lin Yi to pocket a profit of 30 fragmented spirit stones even after compensating the middleman with an additional 10 fragmented spirit stones. In contrast, crafting a mid-grade fireball talisman could only yield a mere 5 fragmented spirit stones in profit. Even a fool could discern the wiser choice. As he strolled along, he spotted a stall that appeared to be selling pork. And he hurried over. Boss, how much for your pig's blood? Pig's blood? It's 10 Jane for 1 fragmented spirit stone. Are you planning to cook it? The stall owner replied, continuing to suggest, how about some pig kidneys or intestines? The pork is quite good too, only 5 gene for 1 fragmented spirit stone. Linny shook his head. No. I wish to purchase it for talisman crafting. Talisman crafting? Are you confused? This is pork, not some demon beast. It is domesticated. This pig's blood is just pig's blood and cannot be used for talismans. If you seek the blood of demon beasts suitable for talismans, you'll have to look at other stalls. The pork stall owner waved his hand, eager to send Linny on his way to avoid hindering his business. Oh, thank you for the reminder, but I'd like to support your business as well. Linny expressed his gratitude. That's settled then. The pork stall owner's face lit up with a smile. Chapter 18. Demon Beast Blood. After purchasing items worth 10 fragmented spirit stones from the pork stall, Linny inquired about the locations where Demon Beast Blood was sold, following the owner's directions to some stalls near the city gate. True to the pork stall owner's words, there were numerous wandering cultivators who had just returned from hunting, displaying their freshly hunted demon beast meat and other materials for sale. Every part of a demon beast is valuable. Its fur can be fashioned into clothing and armor, bones and scales can be used to forge mystical artifacts, and the meat can be delivered to taverns as ingredients. The blood of demon beasts serves as material for talisman crafting, and even the internal organs, aside from being edible, may possess other special properties. According to the requirements of talisman crafting, it is best to use the blood of a high-grade demon beast of the first tier to create a high-grade talisman. The price for an entire first-tier high-grade demon beast corpse ranges from 50 to 100 spirit stones, yielding approximately less than 10 liters of blood. If the extraction technique is a bit lacking, one might obtain around 5 liters of blood. Each talisman requires only 3 milliliters of blood, making the average cost quite reasonable. As Linny walked, he began to calculate. Moments later, he arrived at a stall displaying the head of a wolf, specifically a first-tier high-grade Moonshadow wolf. Boss, do you sell the blood of the Moonshadow wolf? What is your price? Linny inquired directly. You only want the blood, not anything else. The wandering cultivator Ho Wenjie responded. Yes, I only need the blood for talisman crafting. Linny nodded. I see. It seems you are a talisman crafter. Show me your talismans. If they are of acceptable quality, I will allow you to trade with them. Ho Wenjie suggested. All right. Linny promptly complied, presenting his recently crafted high-grade mid-tier fireball and sword chi talismans. Here are the fireball and sword chi talismans I created, both of high quality. High-quality mid-tier talismans. Upon seeing the talismans, Ho Wenjie's eyes widened. These high-quality mid-tier talismans are equivalent to the attack power of a 6th-layer chi refinement cultivator and typically sell for around 20 fragmented spirit stones in talisman shops. Little brother, what price do you set for your talismans? The blood of this Moonshadow wolf costs 500 fragmented spirit stones per liter, totaling just over 4 liters. I can round it down to 2,000 fragmented spirit stones. That would be 20 spirit stones. Are you trying to swindle me? The blood of the Moonshadow wolf is so expensive. An entire Moonshadow wolf isn't worth even 100 spirit stones, and you want 20 spirit stones just for the blood? Do you think I'm a fool? I suppose I'll have to look elsewhere. Linny rolled his eyes, intending to leave. Wait, little brother, let us discuss this calmly. The price is negotiable. Ho Wenjie quickly rose to stop Linny. How about this? We'll value your high-quality mid-tier talismans at the market price of 20 fragmented spirit stones each, and for my wolf demon blood, I'll only ask for 10 spirit stones. It would mean you trade me 50 talismans. Now that's more reasonable. Linny nodded and engaged in the transaction. As he left with the Moonshadow wolf blood, he suddenly realized, wait a minute. My high-quality mid-tier talismans are worth 20 fragmented spirit stones each on the market. Li Jin only offered me 14 spirit stones each, making a profit of 6 spirit stones per talisman. While that still yields a 30 profit, the higher the tier, the greater the profit. Li Jin is raking it in, that merchant. After venting his frustrations, Lin Yi continued to wander the market square, diligently gathering information on various talisman prices. Authentic high-quality mid-tier talismans could unleash the power of a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator, and since such cultivators were abundant, they weren't particularly valuable, selling for merely 10 fragmented spirit stones, with a purchase price of 7.5 spirit stones being reasonable. However, those at the 6th layer were rare. These high-quality mid-tier talismans could inflict effective damage on first-tier mid-tier demon beasts, with prices doubling to 20 spirit stones. Due to the scarcity of talisman crafters capable of producing high-quality talismans, these high-quality mid-tier talismans were in a state of high demand, even with ample funds. Listening to the vendors, Lin Yi learned that currently, only Li's Talisman Pavilion and Qingxian Treasure House offered unlimited sales. Elsewhere, supplies were limited, and some of the high-quality mid-tier talismans in Li's Talisman Pavilion were indeed crafted by him. Indeed, those who toil forever earn less than those who exploit. They still wish to set me up with a girl. It seems they want to control me with women to keep me working for them. However, I am not so easily manipulated. Today, I intend to pursue the cherished daughter of the Li family patriarch and become your superior. At that point, I could utilize the resources and sales channels of the Li celestial clan without being exploited by Li Jin. Slightly disgruntled, Lin Yi continued to explore the market square, purchasing various items he desired. Gathering further intelligence, and then began his search for Li Zeshi, the daughter of the Li family patriarch. From one end of the city to the other, he sought her out, spending over 20 fragmented spirit stones to inquire after her whereabouts. Approaching noon, Lin Yi finally spotted Li Zeshi at a tavern in the western part of the city. At first sight, Li Zeshi sat at a window-side table on the second floor of the tavern, engaged in jovial conversation with an elderly man, Li Zeshi, with skin as fair as snow, exuded an ethereal charm and exceptional poise, adorned in luxurious attire and accessories. What a stunning lady! Lin Yi stood below, gazing upward in awe. Little brother, it's time to wake up. That Li Zeshi, the daughter of the Li celestial clan, gifted with both fire and with spiritual roots. It's only 18. She has cultivated for 6 years, reaching the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and recently became the prized disciple of the first-tier top-tier alchemist, Huang Yaoshi. She is beyond your reach. A tavern attendant waved at Lin Yi. Ahem, one must have dreams. Without dreams, what distinguishes one from a salted fish? Lin Yi regained his composure, uttering an encouraging remark to mask his embarrassment. Huh? You? As the son of the Zhou celestial clan patriarch, even I lack the confidence to pursue Li Zeshi. What makes you think you stand a chance? At that moment, a diner at the adjacent table began to mock Lin Yi. Zhou celestial clan? Isn't that one of the 4 foundational families in Huiyuan City? Alongside the Li celestial clan? Someone remarked, prompting Zhou Pian to raise his proud head, flaunting his superiority. Ah, brother Zhou, you're the son of the Zhou celestial clan patriarch. That's impressive. However, there's one thing you cannot achieve. But I can. Lin Yi turned to Zhou Pian, giving him a thumbs up. What is it that you can accomplish that I cannot? Zhou Pian's competitive spirit surged. If Lin Yi could not substantiate his claim, he would ensure Lin Yi received a proper reprimanding. Brother Zhou, with Li Zeshi's extraordinary talents, the Li celestial clan will undoubtedly not marry her off. They will only accept suitors to join their clan. As the esteemed son of the Zhou celestial clan patriarch, you certainly cannot enter the Li celestial clan by marriage, but I can, Lin Yi explained with a smile. Good fellow, you make a valid point. I find myself utterly speechless. Zhou Pian gestured towards Lin Yi, unable to conceive any rebuttal to Lin Yi's words. Humph, it is the first time I have heard of someone considering being adopted into another family as a matter of pride. What a shameless individual. One of Zhou Pian's sycophants, unable to bear the humiliation of his master, immediately launched a sarcastic remark at Lin Yi. While being adopted into another family is certainly not a matter of distinction, one must consider who the recipient is, no? Heh, if given the chance to marry Li Zeshi and be adopted into the Li family, would you not seize such an opportunity? As for me, I would gladly accept it. To speak falsely would invite divine retribution, Lin Yi declared, pointing at the other party. Zhou Pian's sycophant, Zhou Peishi, was left utterly at a loss for words. As a mere collateral descendant of the Zhou family, possessing only a 4th-grade spirit root and a cultivation level of merely the 3rd layer of Qi refining, the notion of being adopted into the Li family and serving as Li Zeshi's husband was nothing short of a dream from which one would awaken laughing. After all, Li Zeshi is destined to become a foundational grandmaster, a pivotal figure within the Li family. Have you nothing more to say? I assure you, I will arrange for this adoption into the Li family. Lin Yi added with a sense of triumph. Cultivators possess an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, particularly in the later stages of Qi refining, aided by their formidable spiritual awareness, allowing them to perceive all sounds within a radius of several dozen meters. On the 2nd floor, by the window, Li Zeshi was engaged in a discussion about alchemy with her master, Huang Yaoshi. Upon noticing a newcomer daring to confront the young master of the Zhou family, Huang Yaoshi nudged Li Zeshi, encouraging her to pay attention. Zushi, what do you think of that fellow downstairs? He seems quite eager to marry you and be adopted into the Li family, Huang Yaoshi remarked with a playful smile. Master, are you jesting? Li Zishi replied, somewhat embarrassed. That fellow appears to be in his early 20s and has achieved the 6th layer of qi refining. His talent seems decent, and he might even break through to foundation establishment. You should truly consider him. Young men like him, who are both exceptional and willing to be adopted, are rare. I genuinely believe you should give it some thought. Huang Yaoshi's playful demeanor faded. Master, are you serious? Li Zishi glanced at Lin Yi below, her brow furrowing. Ponder it well. Huang Yaoshi nodded, returning to his meal, allowing Li Zishi some time for contemplation. Li Zishi continued to reflect on the quality young men she knew. As a woman, no matter how exceptional she might be, she could not escape the fate of marriage and childbirth. Moreover, due to her extraordinary talent, her family would even further insist on her marrying and producing offspring with similarly gifted descendants. The offspring of the 4 major foundational families, along with several capable disciples from various qi refining families and those from the Qingxian sect, all floated through her mind. The 4 foundational families were in competition, and any young man worthy of her would certainly remain within their family, rather than choosing adoption. She dismissed the disciples of the Qingxian sect, be they servant disciples or outer disciples, as unworthy. She only regarded inner disciples, who, however, would never agree to be adopted. The slightly more outstanding young men from the qi refining families, possessing 3 spirit roots, would likewise be retained by their families for the sake of lineage, leaving her with only a select few undesirable options. Ultimately, her last recourse lay with the scattered cultivators within Huiyuan Xianqing, and among them, few could surpass Lin Yi. Having organized her thoughts, Li Zishi resolved to grant Lin Yi a chance. Those below who dare to proclaim their desire to marry me and be adopted into the Li family, come forth, Li Zishi announced as she stood, moving to the railing of the 2nd floor and calling down to the 1st. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Had the opportunity truly arrived? Yet, those around him perceived the situation differently. Kid, you're done for. Now that Miss Li has summoned you, she surely intends to punish you. Yes, you spoke without thinking. You're finished. May fortune be with you. Miss Li is at the 8th layer of qi refining, and Master Huang is a foundational grandmaster. You're doomed. The onlookers seated with Zhou Pian nearly erupted into laughter, eagerly awaiting Lin Yi's misfortune. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools. This is my opportunity. Who would have thought that I possessed such charm that this young lady would single me out from the crowd? Lin Yi shook his head slightly and confidently ascended the stairs. This fellow is quite audacious. Indeed, he remains oblivious to his impending doom. Truly a piece of work. A few who had remained silent previously began to shake their heads. Moments later, Lin Yi stood before Li Zishi and Huang Yaoshi. Miss Li Zishi, Master Huang Yaoshi, greetings. I am Lin Yi, currently at the 6th layer of qi refining, and a 1st-tier mid-grade talisman master, have recently been collaborating with the Li family to provide high-quality 1st-tier mid-grade spirit talismans. Upon hearing of your esteemed reputation, I have been in admiration and hope to earn your favor. Miss Li, I am a man of integrity, a scattered cultivator willing to be adopted into the Li family for your sake. He introduced himself with poise, deeming it unnecessary to conceal his cultivation level in the presence of a foundational master like Huang Yaoshi. You are indeed bold. Li Zishi was taken aback. She knew many admired her from afar. But Lin Yi was the first to openly declare his affections and be willing to be adopted. Other suitors had shown little sincerity, unwilling to consider adoption while merely seeking her as a primary wife while keeping concubines. Huang Yaoshi, a talisman master capable of crafting high-quality 1st-tier mid-grade talismans. Impressive. Huang Yaoshi regarded Lin Yi with a satisfied nod before continuing his inquiries. Young man, what is your spirit root? If you possess fire or wood roots, you could learn alchemy from me. Not having actively probed Lin Yi's spirit root, Huang Yaoshi did not know his true nature. Lin Yi's thoughts raced. He understood the importance of concealing his 5 spirit roots. Only Li Jin and he should be privy to this information. Otherwise, the prejudice against 5 spirit roots would surely jeopardize his prospects with Li Zishi. Should the need arise, he might even have to silence Li Jin. Master Huang, I possess both fire and wood spirit roots. Alchemy is indeed fascinating, and I am eager to learn, though the resources required for it are quite extensive. Thus, I opted for the more cost-effective path of talisman crafting. After careful consideration, Linny promptly replied, as long as you are interested, that is sufficient. Zexi, what is your impression of this young man? Huang Yaoshi turned to Li Zexi. Master, this is our first meeting. Overall, I find him acceptable. But who knows if he is merely gilded on the outside? Li Zexi candidly responded. Indeed, the decision to forge a partnership is rather hasty. Lin Yi, I will grant you an opportunity to remain by my side, assisting Zexi and accompanying her in alchemy. Should you manage to win her over within a month and demonstrate your talent in alchemy, I shall accept you as a registered disciple. Otherwise, you may return whence you came. Huang Yaoshi concluded thoughtfully. Li Zexi remained silent, clearly acquiescent. If Linny were to become Huang Yaoshi's disciple, they would be considered siblings, which would be acceptable within her family. The question now was whether Lin Yi could rise to the occasion. Thank you, Master Huang, for this opportunity. I also extend my gratitude to Miss Li Zexi for granting me this chance. Linny hurriedly clasped his hands in thanks to both individuals. Ah, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and join us for a meal. We can chat casually, Huang Yaoshi instructed. Certainly, Linny responded and promptly took a seat. Dining alongside the two, their conversation, shielded by Huang Yaoshi's sound barrier, remained unheard by outsiders. However, Linny's presence at the table was all too clear to the gathering crowd below. In a way, my heavens, is this real? Who is that fellow? How could he possibly gain the favor of both Miss Li and Master Huang? Indeed, he is now dining with them. This is utterly absurd. Shock filled the hearts of the onlookers. Zhou Pian, witnessing the woman he coveted share a table with another, felt an intense bitterness, clenching his teeth in frustration. Damn it! At that moment, Wang Junyi, seated opposite Zhou Pian, speculated, Zhou Xiao, I suspect that fellow has long been acquainted with Miss Li Zexi. He might even be a disciple of Huang Yaoshi. Yes, Zhou Xiao. I believe that fellow appears to be in his 20s, older than us, and he carries a distinct scent of medicinal herbs. He must have consumed quite a few pills recently. It's plausible he is Huang Yaoshi's disciple. Zhou Peishi chimed in. Is that so? I have no recollection of Huang Yaoshi having such a disciple. Zhou Pian scratched his head, beginning to harbor doubts. Yet, observing the harmonious scene above, he found it hard not to believe. What bad luck. I am done here. Let us go. As everyone appeared to have nearly finished their meal, Zhou Pian found himself devoid of the appetite to continue and immediately spoke up. After taking a few steps to the entrance, Zhou Pian still harbored a flicker of hope and instructed Zhou Peishi, stay back and investigate thoroughly for me. I must uncover that young man's true identity and confirm whether he is indeed a disciple of Huang Yaoshi. Understood, Brother Pian. Leave this matter to me. Zhou Peishi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, upstairs, after a leisurely half-hour of eating and drinking among the three, Lin Yi took the initiative to treat them and settled the bill. The table was laden with dishes crafted from demon beast meat, along with spirit rice and spirit vegetables, amounting to a staggering 340 taels of silver. Yet, Lin Yi did not bat an eyelash and paid without hesitation. This act garnered him admiration from both Li Zexi and Huang Yaoshi. For Li Zexi, when seeking a partner, it was imperative to avoid a penniless wastrel devoid of any skills. Let us return to my residence now and earnestly study the art of alchemy, Huang Yaoshi proclaimed, leading the way, with Lin Yi and Li Zexi following closely behind. The distance from the tavern to Huang Yaoshi's abode was short. Within mere moments, they arrived. Good day, Master. Good day, Miss Li. Upon reaching the entrance, a gatekeeper greeted them, but Lin Yi was overlooked entirely. Huang Yaoshi and Li Zexi remained silent, treating the gatekeeper as if he were invisible, waiting for him to open the door so they could proceed inside. Such condescension towards subordinates had long become second nature to them. Lin Yi trailed behind, refraining from any unnecessary actions to avoid diminishing his own standing. Shortly thereafter, under Huang Yaoshi's guidance, they entered a study. Zexi, you must memorize all the content on this shelf. It is essential knowledge for becoming an alchemist. Lin Yi, you may stay by her side. With that, Huang Yaoshi indicated he had matters to attend to and excused himself. Farewell, Master. Farewell, Huang Yaoshi. As the two bid their farewells, Huang Yaoshi gradually receded from view, leaving only the two of them in the study, a solitary man and woman in a confined space, with one seeking to pursue the other, which made Li Zexi feel quite uncomfortable. Keep your distance from me. Focus on your own reading and do not disturb me, she coldly remarked, then busied herself with a book. Linny responded, unhurried. In this realm of cultivation, strength remained paramount. Once his abilities improved, he could display his potential, and as long as he did not engage in anything excessively distasteful, good fortune would naturally follow. He then turned his attention to the bookshelf, initially glancing at the covers and synopses of the numerous tomes, only to discover that while there appeared to be a multitude of books, over 100, the reality was that there were merely 20 or so unique volumes. As many were duplicates. Each book corresponded to 4 identical copies, likely due to Huang Yaoshi having other disciples. Chapter 21. Accelerated Alchemy Techniques. After rifling through the collection, Lin Yi settled on a foundational alchemy text of the first tier and began to read. His pace was remarkably swift, absorbing the material as if reading 10 lines at once, far from the demeanor of a typical scholar. Yet, he was unconcerned. What mattered was whether he could learn the art of alchemy through this text and manifest it within his attributes. In barely 15 minutes, he completed the book, which covered some basic theories of elixirs and the crafting methods for 2 simple pills, the pill of abstinence and the chi-nourishing pill. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. A new entry appeared. Introduction to First-Tier Low-Quality Alchemy, 26-100. He. Lin Yi smirked mischievously and continued to peruse the foundational alchemy text, this time pushing his limits further. Instead of taking 15 minutes, he flipped through a page in a mere second, finishing the entire volume in just a few breaths. With each completion, his experience points on the attribute panel increased incrementally. Seeing the effectiveness of his method, Lin Yi quickened his pace, not only finishing the foundational alchemy text but also the other books. Throughout this process, he realized that the initial readings required careful attention. Otherwise, the knowledge would not be successfully absorbed, and his experience points would not rise. Afterward, he could afford to be more casual, as long as he ensured his eyes scanned each page thoroughly within a few seconds. After an hour of continuous study, Lin Yi found that his alchemical skills had significantly improved, though the alchemy technique felt somewhat peculiar. Attribute panel. First-tier low-quality alchemy minor completion, 121-20. First-tier medium-quality alchemy minor completion, 121-20. First-tier high-quality alchemy minor completion, 76-120. First-tier top-quality alchemy minor completion, 24-120. All were marked as minor completions. This likely stemmed from his lack of hands-on experience with an alchemy furnace and not having truly crafted any elixirs yet. Once he began producing pills, he was confident the first-tier low-quality and medium-quality skills would swiftly elevate to major completion and even perfection. As for the first-tier high-quality and top-quality, those would require his cultivation to reach the necessary level for full mastery. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi grasped the essence of the matter. Meanwhile, Li Zishi observed Lin Yi's unusual behavior and couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Impatient and restless. How can he possibly be a first-tier medium-quality talisman master? Can he truly excel in alchemy? She mused inwardly. As time passed towards the early afternoon, Li Zishi placed the book down and returned it to the shelf. Lin Yi, what are you doing flipping through books aimlessly? Do you think this will help you learn alchemy? Seeing Lin Yi still engrossed in his random browsing, Li Zishi could no longer restrain herself and questioned him. Zishi, many of the concepts in these books I already understand. I'm merely accompanying you here to pass the time. If you don't believe me, feel free to quiz me. Such shameless boasting. Watch how I make you embarrassed. Li Zishi, clearly unconvinced, seized a book and began to challenge Lin Yi. What is the main ingredient of the linglong fruit elixir, and what are its primary effects? The linglong fruit is the main ingredient for the Foundation Establishment pill. Primarily serving to protect the meridians and dantian.it can also be used to concoct some second-tier healing elixirs, including the second-tier pulse-guarding pill and the revitalizing pill. What is the purpose of the Shinshin herb? What kinds of elixirs can it be used to create? The Shinshin herb serves to break through bottlenecks. It is employed in all elixirs aimed at enhancing cultivation, with the efficacy increasing alongside its age. Li Zishi quizzed Lin Yi with over 30 questions, and he answered each one fluidly. Her attitude shifted continuously. Initially, she believed Lin Yi was merely lucky to answer correctly, but as he continued to respond accurately, even providing insight she was unaware of, she had no choice but to acknowledge that Lin Yi genuinely possessed substantial knowledge. Lin Yi, if you know everything, then why waste time here just to humiliate me? After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishi was unable to stump Lin Yi, causing her frustration to boil over as she began to lose her temper. Not at all. I'm merely accompanying you earnestly, hoping you do not misunderstand my intentions. Lin refrained from speaking harshly or forcefully explaining himself. At this moment, opposing a woman would not win her favor, but rather provoke her disdain. Now I intend to concoct the pill of abstinence. With your extensive theoretical knowledge, you should excel at alchemy, right? You'd better produce a batch for me to see. If you fail, you'll regret it. Li Zushi continued to sulk, displaying her spoiled temperament. Yes, of course. I'll do my best, Lin replied, gritting his teeth in agreement. Internally, he lamented that if not for his need to rely on Li Zushi to gain entry into the Li family's celestial lineage and acquire ample foundational texts, he wouldn't be acting as a sycophant. Li Zushi was indeed beautiful, but the courtesans of Chunfeng Tower were hardly inferior. With sufficient wealth, one could indulge in any whim, and Lin Yi, being reasonably affluent, found no need to bow and scrape. Moments later, under Li Zishi's guidance, they arrived at an alchemy room. Here, this is the spirit rice for concocting the pill of abstinence, that is the alchemy furnace. And this is the spirit charcoal. Now, produce a batch of the pill of abstinence for me. Li Zushi commanded Lin Yi in a huff, but before he could begin, she continued to dictate his tasks. Wait, we also need the qi-nourishing pill. And I see your cultivation has reached the 6th level of qi refinement. You should be capable of creating the energy-enhancing pill and the profound energy pill too, right? Lin Yi had intended to affirm his capabilities, but, recalling Huang Yaoshi was a great master of foundation establishment, he instead replied, the pill of abstinence and the qi-nourishing pill should be manageable. But I might struggle with the energy-enhancing pill and the profound energy pill. If I could easily craft those, why would I need to apprentice under Huang Yaoshi? Really? Of course. I'm just a slightly well-off loose cultivator who has worked hard to reach this level. Lin Yi asserted confidently. Knowing when to conceal one's talents was also part of survival. Chapter 22. The Art of Alchemy. Let the alchemical endeavor commence. I am eager to witness the fruits of your labor. Li Zushi expressed a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Very well, Lin Yi replied, steeling himself to embark on this unfamiliar journey of alchemy. This was indeed his first attempt, and he possessed no prior experience. However, it must be acknowledged that the attribute panel was quite impressive. It seamlessly provided him with knowledge he previously lacked. He meticulously cleaned the alchemical furnace, processed the spirit rice, ignited the spirit wood charcoal to heat the furnace, added the spirit rice and water, maintained a high temperature, and then gradually lowered the heat for sustained cooking. After a period, he began to invoke the alchemical formula under the guidance of his consciousness. Extracting the essence of the spirit rice, as he proceeded through each step, Lin Yi felt as if he were simply preparing a meal. It was not until he successfully produced 9 genuine pigudan that he realized he was not merely cooking. Zushi, behold! This is the pigudan I have crafted. Lin Yi joyfully presented the elixirs upon a tray to Li Zushi. Simultaneously, he glanced at the attribute panel, and as he had anticipated, following his inaugural foray into alchemy, his proficiency skyrocketed. The first-tier low-grade alchemy skill had progressed from minor success, 120-120, to major success, 130-150. Additionally, a new entry for pigudan major success, 130-150, appeared. All 9 were genuine pigudan. Upon seeing the elixirs on the tray, Li Zushi gasped in astonishment. At this level, even she, a novice, had yet to achieve such a feat. Continued to concoct the Yangqi Dan. Though reluctant to admit her inferiority to Lin Yi, she immediately instructed him further. Very well, but what about the materials for the Yangqi Dan? Lin Yi inquired, feeling a twinge of concern. He surveyed the alchemy chamber, which contained no materials for Yangqi Dan, save for a large bag of spirit rice. Wait here, I shall procure them for you. Li Zushi promptly exited the alchemy room. Lin Yi, curious about her destination, complied and waited patiently. After a brief interval, she returned, tossing a storage bag to Lin Yi. Within, you will find the materials for 3 batches of Yangqi Dan. You must produce them for me? Understood, Lin Yi replied, his determination renewed as he set to work on the alchemical process. He cleaned the furnace, prepared the ingredients, and preheated. The procedure for crafting Yangqi Dan was notably more intricate than that of pigudan, primarily due to the greater number of materials involved. After a considerable effort of half an hour, he successfully created 9 genuine Yangqi Dan. What? Another 9 genuine ones? You? Li Zushi gazed incredulously at the 9 elixirs on the tray, struggling to believe her eyes. feeling as if Lin Yi were mocking her. You truly cannot craft the Xingqi Dan? Li Zishi scrutinized Lin Yi with a skeptical expression, her tone laced with inquiry. I genuinely cannot. While I have previously crafted Yangqi Dan and Pigu Dan, I have never attempted Xingqi Dan, Lin Yi replied, his discomfort evident at times. One may find themselves remarkably skilled, yet one must not be overly proficient. Those who are excessively gifted attract unwanted attention. Hemph. Here are the materials for Xingqi Dan. I expect you to produce a batch for me. You have never had the opportunity before, but I am granting it to you now. Should you succeed, all the elixirs will belong to you. Li Zishi carelessly scattered a plethora of alchemical materials before Lin Yi, deliberately enticing him with the prospect of the elixirs, hoping to inspire him to give his all. However, the Xingqi Dan held no allure for Lin Yi. At this juncture, consuming a Xingqi Dan would yield negligible benefit. Reluctantly, Lin Yi acquiesced and proceeded to craft a batch of Xingqi Dan. Yet, during the process, he intentionally made errors, ultimately producing 5 inferior Xingqi Dan. With the remaining materials rendered to refuse, Zishi, this is my first attempt at Xingqi Dan. I truly lack the skill, he lamented, feigning sorrow as he regarded the 5 subpar elixirs on the tray. Well, to produce any elixir on your first attempt is commendable, Li Zishi offered, her belief in Lin Yi's words somewhat tenuous. All right, the day is drawing to a close. Let us venture out for dinner. Agreed, Lin Yi, feeling the pangs of hunger, tidied the alchemy chamber, and the two departed. As they walked, Lin Yi posed a question to Li Zishi. Zishi, should we invite Huang Yaoshi to join us? No need. Master has reached the foundation establishment stage and can manage without sustenance for a month or so. If he does not seek us out, we shall dine independently, Li Zishi replied, leading Lin Yi away from the Li residence and towards the Tianyue restaurant for their midday meal. While strolling, Lin Yi noticed a familiar figure seemingly observing him. However, he paid it little mind and continued accompanying Li Zishi as they ascended to the second floor of the restaurant, where they ordered a lavish spread. Lin Yi, from whence did you hear of me? Li Zishi inquired casually. I currently reside in an apartment rented from Li Realty. I heard from the locals that you are the daughter of the Li family, rare dual spiritual root cultivator in a century. Is that so? If I did not possess such a status, would you still harbor feelings for me? Matters of fate are unpredictable. Lin Yi sidestepped the question, deftly avoiding a direct answer. As their conversation meandered, Zhou Peishi, having disguised himself, took a seat at a table around the corner of the staircase on the second floor, evading Lin Yi and Li Zishi's gaze. Nevertheless, he attentively absorbed every word of their dialogue. Ah, Lin Yi, a mere wandering cultivator, a first-tier mid-grade talisman maker. What of it? To dare oppose Zhou Xiao, you shall pay dearly. After gleaning the crucial information he sought, Zhou Peishi hastily departed. Excuse me, esteemed guest, your meal is yet to be served. You must pay for what remains uneaten. I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Here is the payment. He hastily tossed a pile of spirit stones onto the table and fled. Fearful of being recognized by Lin Yi and Li Zishi, Zhou Pian held no fear of Lin Yi. He felt equipped to handle him. However, the dynamics of the cultivation world dictated that strength was paramount. Lin Yi, at the 6th layer of qi refinement, could effortlessly eliminate Zhou Pian, who was merely at the 2nd layer. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Peishi found Zhou Pian at the Zhou family's residence, where he promptly reported all he had discovered regarding Lin Yi. Brother Un, I have gathered all the pertinent information on Lin Yi. His parents are deceased. He is 23 years old, a mere wandering cultivator. However, his aptitude appears exceptional. He has reached the 6th layer of qi refinement and has made notable achievements in both talisman crafting and alchemy, qualifying as a first-tier mid-grade talisman maker and alchemist. Presently, he resides in an apartment rented from Li Realty, and today marks his first encounter with Li Zishi. Chapter 23. Inferior Fireball Talisman. What a remarkable individual Lin Yi is, a prodigious alchemist, a talented talisman maker, and yet merely a wandering cultivator. Zhou Pian squinted, his mind swirling with devious thoughts. If I could lure this fellow beyond the city limits and then abduct him back to the Zhou family, would he not serve us tirelessly, continuously crafting talismans and elixirs? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, convinced of the feasibility of his scheme. Tio marry Li Zishi was unrealistic, but capturing Lin Yi would undoubtedly benefit the Zhou family. Provided I present this plan to the elders, I am certain they will endorse it. Moments later, he sought out several core elders stationed at the Zhou family's outpost in Huiwanxianqing, articulating his scheme concerning Lin Yi. After considerable deliberation among the elders, the majority sided with him, agreeing to his proposal. Should he manage to draw Lin Yi outside the city, they would have the opportunity to act and attempt to capture him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware of the looming threat. After dining with Li Zishi, they arranged to meet again the following noon and return to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Lin Yi retrieved the newly acquired materials for talisman crafting and proceeded to blend them, successfully creating ink suitable for drawing first-tier superior talismans. Having spent an entire day aimlessly wandering without diligently crafting talismans for profit or focusing on his cultivation was indeed a transgression. Lin Yi chided himself slightly before immersing himself in the talisman crafting process. As he began to draw, he initially struggled, facing several failures, yet his success rate improved dramatically thereafter. One after another, first-tier superior talismans took shape under his skilled hand. However, constrained by his cultivation level, he could only produce genuine first-tier superior talismans, not the exceptional quality ones. Well, genuine ones are still commendable. With a cost of less than 10 spirit stones, they can fetch 50 spirit stones. However, whether to continue paying Li Jin a portion is something I must reconsider, Lin Yi sighed. Resigned to his circumstances, as his spiritual energy waned, he settled into a meditative posture, seeking to restore his energy. Upon regaining peak condition, he seized a Xuanqidan and commenced his ascent. After 2 hours of cultivation, Lin Yi increased his experience by 3 points, concluding his practice before collapsing into slumber. The following day, the dawn light streamed through the window, illuminating Lin Yi's face, rousing him from his slumber. He arose and tidied himself before heading to a nearby eatery for a modest breakfast. Just as he exited the establishment, he was intercepted by Zhou Peishi. Lin Yi, young Master Zhou requests your presence and hopes you can visit him. Zhou Xiao, what business does he have with me? Let him come to see me himself. I am exceedingly busy, you know. Lin Yi cast a skeptical glance at Zhou Peishi, harboring a persistent feeling that this fellow's arrival could only spell trouble. Lin Yi, are you truly unwilling to show us some respect? Our young Master Zhou wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. Zhou Peishi continued. I am quite occupied. If he is unwilling to approach me himself, then so be it, Lin Yi retorted, pushing Zhou Peishi aside as he made his way toward the spell training grounds. This time, he intended to thoroughly experiment with the differing powers of the fireball talismans crafted from various materials. He yearned to focus on producing a substantial number of first-tier superior spirit talismans, in hopes of reaping significant profits. However, the unfortunate truth was that each first-tier superior talisman required 3 fragments of spirit stone, and they were sold in limited quantities, making it nearly impossible to procure more. He certainly did not wish to find himself constrained in such a manner. How infuriating! This fellow lacks respect for young Master Zhou. Observing Lin Yi's retreating figure, Zhou Peishi could only stomp his foot in frustration, realizing there was little he could do against someone of Lin Yi's prowess. Helplessly, Zhou Peishi hurried back to report to Zhou Peiyan. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the spell training ground and rented a small venue for 1 hour. Upon entering, he immediately activated a standard first-tier superior fireball talisman, directing it at the practice rockery. With a whoosh, a fireball the size of a basketball materialized before Lin Yi, swiftly hurtling forward. As it neared its target, it expanded rapidly, reaching a height of a person before erupting in a violent explosion. Boom! The fierce flames blazed, rendering the already dark rockery even more charred. With no combustible materials nearby and the rockery constructed from special materials, the flames, after raging for several seconds, gradually subsided. Subsequently, Lin Yi sequentially unleashed fireball talismans crafted from first-tier medium-grade talisman paper, first-tier low-grade talisman paper, first-tier medium-grade superior fireball talismans, and first-tier low-grade superior fireball talismans. After releasing each type of talisman, Lin Yi began to compare their respective powers. It was known that a genuine first-tier superior fireball talisman corresponded to a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, while a first-tier medium-grade superior fireball talisman correlated to a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, and the first-tier low-grade superior fireball talisman corresponded to a 4th-layer practitioner. The fireball talisman crafted from first-tier medium-grade talisman paper was weaker than the genuine first-tier superior fireball talisman, but slightly stronger than the first-tier medium-grade superior fireball talisman, placing it between the 6th and 7th layers of Qi refinement. The disparity between a 6th layer and a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner was substantial, both in terms of spiritual power quality and total amount. The 7th layer practitioners could fly on swords, while the 6th layer practitioners could not. So, the Fireball Talisman I crafted from 1st tier medium grade talisman paper is essentially a subpar version of a 1st tier superior Fireball Talisman. Its cost is lower, requiring only 2 fragments of Spirit Stone, while still posing a significant threat to 1st tier medium grade demonic beasts and mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. This presents a rather high cost-performance ratio. Selling it for 30 fragments of Spirit Stone should not be unreasonable. If I encounter someone ignorant of its true worth, selling it as a genuine product on the spot might not be out of the question. The more Linny pondered, the more feasible it appeared. Moments later, he packed up his belongings and began practicing spells, mindful not to waste the time he had rented for the venue. He retrieved spells from the comprehensive spell manual and a few newly purchased spells, diligently attempting to learn them. Time was limited, and his spiritual power was finite, allowing only for the release of spells several dozen times. This time, he refrained from merely grinding for experience points and instead earnestly studied. Achieving an intra-level proficiency in various spells, as time quietly slipped by, the spells displayed on his attribute panel began to multiply. Each one learned to at least the level of being capable of release. Esteemed guest, your rental time has concluded. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 24. The fox assuming the tigers might just as Lin Yi exited the spell training ground. He encountered Zhou Peiyan and Zhou Peishi, who seemed to have been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Lying in wait for Lin Yi, young Master Zhou. Do you seek me for something? Lin Yi regarded Zhou Peiyan warily. My dear brother Lin Yi, I wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our Zhou clan's celestial estate and, coincidentally, discuss a business matter. Zhou Peiyan replied with a beaming smile. Visit? What is there to visit? If we are to discuss business, I believe we could simply find a tavern to converse. There is no need for a formal visit to the Zhou clan. Lin Yi cautiously responded. I in this Huayuan immortal city. With the Qingxian sect in control, none would dare to act recklessly. However, venturing onto the territory of the Zhou clan, who knows how they might treat you? Surely, you cannot refuse to grace us with your presence at the Zhou clan? Zhou Peiyan pressed with a frown. Indeed, I cannot. Lin Yi answered resolutely. By refusing us, you show a lack of respect for our Zhou clan. Do you not believe I can make it impossible for you to navigate Huayuan Immortal City? Should our Zhou clan declare a ban on you, just see if the Li clan dares to harbor you. Perhaps by tonight, you will find yourself turned out onto the streets. Seeing Lin Yi's adamant stance, Zhou Peiyan resorted to threats. If the Li clan dares not shelter me, I shall seek out my master, Huang Yaoshi. He has already expressed his intent to take me as a disciple. Are you truly willing to offend my master over such trivial matters? Lin Yi boldly countered, invoking the name of his master to assert his position. Impossible. You only met Li Zishi and Huang Yaoshi for the first time yesterday. How could Huang Yaoshi possibly take you as a disciple? If Huang Yaoshi were to learn that you were shamelessly using his name to deceive others, he would surely beat you senseless. Zhou Peiyan exclaimed incredulously. How can it be impossible? Huang Yaoshi took an immediate liking to me yesterday, recognizing my potential as an alchemy prodigy. He even offered me the chance to pursue Li Zishi and invited me to dine with him. If it weren't for that, I would have been kicked to death by Li Zishi. Lin Yi insisted with conviction. What? It could truly be like that? Zhou Peiyan pondered, finding Lin Yi's explanation quite plausible. Brotherin, it seems Lin Yi has indeed struck it lucky. Catching Huang Yaoshi's eye, Zhou Peishi concurred. Ahem, brother Lin Yi, I must apologize for my earlier loudness. Now that it is nearly noon, why don't we share a meal together and discuss our potential business collaboration? Zhou Peiyan, as the young master of the Zhou clan, quickly composed himself and shifted his demeanor toward Lin Yi. Given that Lin Yi was a disciple of Huang Yaoshi, they could not simply force him back into the Zhou clan as a servant. A free and unrestrained foundation establishment expert was someone the Zhou clan could not afford to offend. While the Zhou clan had their own foundation establishment practitioners, Huang Yaoshi had a penchant for targeting the Zhou clan's juniors. Fleeing upon encountering foundation establishment practitioners, which would spell disaster for the Zhou clan. At noon, I am unavailable. Let us discuss this tonight instead. You may wait for me at my residence. For now, I must head to Tianyue Tavern to have lunch with Miss Li Zishi. Farewell, kindly step aside. Lin Yi smiled, thinking he had successfully outwitted them. Very well, we shall discuss it tonight. The two stepped aside, watching Lin Yi depart. Once Lin Yi had walked far enough away, Zhou Peishi asked. Brother Yun, does this mean our original plan is no longer feasible? Should we not confirm Lin Yi's identity? Indeed, it appears unfeasible. A disciple of Huang Yaoshi is not someone we can easily capture. You should follow him and verify whether he is truly dining with Li Zishi. If he dares to deceive me, I shall make him pay. Zhou Peiyan clenched his fists, his teeth gritting in frustration. Understood, brethren, Zhou Peishi replied and swiftly took a shortcut, racing toward Tianyue Tavern. Before long, Lin Yi met with Li Zishi at Tianyue Tavern, where they engaged in cheerful conversation, a scene witnessed by Zhou Peishi. Zhou Peishi immediately relayed this information back to Zhou Peiyan. Brethren, Lin Yi is indeed having lunch with Li Zishi. They appear to be quite friendly. How infuriating. I never expected this country bumpkin to earn Huang Yaoshi's favor and even be positioned as a son-in-law to Li Zishi. Zhou Peiyan stomped his foot, feeling utterly helpless. Brethren, should we still pursue the collaboration with Lin Yi tonight? What could we possibly collaborate on? Zhou Peishi inquired further. Sigh. We must pursue Is he not a dual talent in talisman crafting and alchemy? Let us engage him in a fruitful collaboration. The son-in-law of the Li clan's heiress and a disciple of Huang Yaoshi, his status is certainly not trivial and merits our cooperation, Zhou Peiyan sighed. Then led Zhou Peishi back to the Zhou clan's residence. Such a significant matter required him to inform the elders of the Zhou clan. He could not make such a monumental decision alone. In the Li clan's property management hall, a new guest had arrived today. Li Zixin had traveled from afar to reach this place. Jiangu, I heard you arranged for me a suitor. A first-tier medium-grade talisman craftsman. Where is he? Take me to meet him. She found Li Jin and immediately expressed her eagerness. Yes, I have provided you with all his information in the correspondence. Now, I shall take you to his residence. He mostly stays home crafting talismans or cultivating, so perhaps we will find him there, Li Jin replied, promptly leading Li Zixin away. After a brief moment, the two individuals arrived outside Lin Yi's apartment. Lin Yi, you rascal, come out. Li Jin rapped on the door several times with a loud thud. However, there was no response from within the room. Frowning, he directly used his spiritual sense to probe inside. Discovering that the place was utterly deserted, it seemed Lin Yi had gone out and was not at home. Nevertheless, that posed no significant issue. He would inevitably return. This was the spare key to the apartment. He could simply wait for him inside the room. Li Jin contemplated for a moment, activated his storage bag, and retrieved a large bunch of keys, sifting through them until he found the right one. All right, thank you, Brother Jin. Li Zixin gratefully accepted the key in her eyes. Li Jin had indeed found her a commendable husband, with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refining and the ability to craft talismans. He was certainly not short on wealth. The crucial point was that he was willing to be a son-in-law, which meant he would have to heed her wishes. What a delightful prospect. Chapter 25. Apprenticeship with Huang Yaoshi. Upon entering the apartment, Li Zixin truly treated it as her own home, first inviting Li Jin in for a cup of tea. After seeing him off, she sprawled out carelessly on the large bed. How comfortable. Lin Yi truly knows how to enjoy life. He has even arranged a mattress and purchased such fine blankets and pillows. After lying there for a while, Li Zixin got up and began rummaging through Lin Yi's belongings. Not a single piece of clothing in the wardrobe was of inferior quality. How delightful. Ive truly struck gold this time. Before long, she had combed through everything in the apartment. Lin Yi was quite impressive. The items within this abode must be worth at least 30 to 40 spirit stones. Once he returns, I shall ask him for spirit stones to purchase elixirs. I aim to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Li Zixin felt enveloped by happiness, and she lay back down on the bed, drifting into a pleasant dream. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained oblivious to the fact that Li Jin had delivered his prospective bride to his doorstep. After finishing lunch with Li Zishi, they proceeded to Huang Yaoshi's residence. Come on, Lin Yi, I'm not very skilled at alchemy yet. Please guide me in the process. Li Zishi tugged Lin Yi towards the alchemy room. No problem. Leave it to me, Lin Yi readily agreed. As securing Li Zishi meant that everything he needed in the short term would be taken care of. As for the distant goals of Golden Core and Nascent Soul, those could be addressed later. Li Zishi first cleaned the alchemy furnace thoroughly, then placed the spiritual rice into it, proceeding with each step methodically. After a quarter of an hour, she grew somewhat impatient, contemplating the formation of the pill seal. Hey, don't rush. The spiritual rice isn't cooked yet. Let us wait a bit longer, Lin Yi hurriedly reminded her. He remembered that the spiritual rice needed to be fully cooked to begin extracting its essence and condensing it into elixirs, which required at least 20 minutes. All right. Li Zushi continued to wait anxiously. Only when Lin said it was ready did she open the alchemy furnace, perform the necessary seals, and commence the extraction of the spiritual rice's essence to form the pills. Moments later, 9 fresh pills emerged, 5 of which were of superior quality, while the remaining 4 were subpar. Hooray! I successfully refined pills. I finally managed to produce elixirs. Li Zushi cheered with delight. Her time apprenticing under Huang Yaoshi had not been very long, and he had not dedicated much time to one-on-one instruction, primarily adopting a hands-off approach, allowing her to study independently while occasionally answering her queries. She had attempted alchemy several times, but had only ever produced inferior pills. So this was her first successful creation of a high-quality product. Congratulations, Zushi. You are destined to become a great alchemist. Lin immediately offered his congratulations. Absolutely. Li Zishi's jubilant exclamations drew Huang Yaoshi's attention, prompting him to fly to the doorway of the alchemy room. Zushi, have you successfully refined pills? Huang Yaoshi slowly entered the room. Yes, master. Lin guided me, and I managed to refine these 9 pills, 5 of which are of superior quality, Li Zushi excitedly replied, presenting the elixirs to Huang Yaoshi. Well, these pills are quite good. However, you mentioned that Lin guided you. He knows how to refine pills? Huang Yaoshi remarked, examining the quality of the pills before casting a skeptical glance at Lin master. I've self-studied some basics of alchemy. Currently, I can only refine the fasting pill and the qi-nourishing pill. Lin humbly stated. I see. Impressive. Just as I expected, you are someone I have high hopes for. From now on, you shall be my registered disciple. Huang Yaoshi was pleasantly surprised to acquire such a promising student. Since Lin had already demonstrated the ability to learn alchemy independently, he could easily nurture him into a first-rate alchemist with minimal effort. Disciple Lin pays respects to Master Lin. Recognizing the significance of the moment, promptly knelt before Huang Yaoshi to express his gratitude. He had now become a true disciple of Huang Yaoshi, which would greatly bolster his confidence in dealing with Zhou Pian in the future. Very well, Lin. Since you have already self-studied alchemy, you must possess an alchemy furnace. I want to provide you with one. But I notice you are currently practicing the rather common Xian Yuan technique. This cultivation method is rather lacking. How about this? You shall switch to my cultivation technique. Huang Yaoshi pointed, transmitting a tome of cultivation method to Lin. Lin quickly assimilated the information, discovering that the technique was called Qingyang Ju, suitable for those with metal, wood, and fire spiritual roots. It encompassed cultivation methods from the 1st to the 9th layer of qi refining, as well as techniques for breaking through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, the sections pertaining to the mid and late stages of foundation establishment were sparse. Huang Yaoshi likely intended to guard against him by withholding the complete method. Thank you, master. I will switch techniques as soon as possible. Lin assured him. Indeed, the sooner you switch techniques, the better. It is easier to transition when one's cultivation is low, but it becomes increasingly difficult as one's level rises. Additionally, during the transition, there will be a certain degree of cultivation loss. Here is a recovery pill. It will aid you in quickly restoring your cultivation, allowing you to maintain your 6th layer of qi refining or even break through to the 7th layer post-transition. Huang Yaoshi continued, handing Lin a pill. Yes, master. I will switch techniques tonight. Lin promptly agreed. Good. Transitioning techniques may take a few days. Once you have completed the transition, bring your alchemy furnace to me. I wish to see the extent of your alchemical skills before I can provide further guidance. Huang Yaoshi instructed, adding, Understood, master. Lin felt somewhat overwhelmed. Where was he to procure an alchemy furnace? However, he could not admit to not having one, as doing so might lead Li Zushi and Huang Yaoshi to question how he had learned alchemy, complicating matters further. In the subsequent time, Huang Yaoshi guided Li Zushi in refining another batch of pills, further enhancing her skills, while Lin was instructed to promptly transition his cultivation method and return to Huang's residence once completed. Feeling somewhat despondent, Lin departed the Huang household and hurried back home. Sigh. The cheapest alchemy furnace in the Qingxian treasure building costs at least 60 spirit stones, and I'm still short on funds. I need to hurry back and refine some talismans to sell for a bit of income. Chapter 26. Rare resilience. As the sun began to set, Lin returned home, inserting the key into the lock and opening the door, only to find a woman lying on his bed. The room, which had previously appeared somewhat disheveled, was now impeccably tidy and exuded a sense of cleanliness. Upon hearing the door open, Li Zixin immediately awakened. Lin Yi, you're back? And you are? I am Li Zixin. Your wife, Brother Jean, introduced me to you? Li Zixin sat up, smiling at Lin Yi. Upon seeing her youthful, sunny smile and her attractive figure, Lin Yi felt no joy. Instead, he frowned. Li Jean was truly inconsiderate to have directly thrust a woman into his home. I'll give you some money. Please leave now. I have no intention of marrying you. I want to leave. I am your wife now, and you cannot abandon me. Li Zixin understood the dynamics of the situation thoroughly. Lin Yi was a first-tier middle-grade talisman maker, a veritable cash cow. Heh, you came looking for me too eagerly, and Brother Jean arranged this too hastily. I am currently Li Zixin's prospective husband. Are you attempting to steal him away? Lin Yi stepped inside and whispered to Li Zixin, Li Zixin, you could never be Li Zixin's prospective husband. She is the daughter of our clan leader. You must be dreaming, Li Zixin replied incredulously. Believe what you will, just leave for now. If I do not marry Li Zixin within a month, I will marry you instead. Here are 5 spirit stones. Consider it your travel expenses for coming here. Lin Yi placed 5 spirit stones on the table. Fine. Let us see how you manage to marry Li Zixin within a month. Li Zixin, fuming, took the 5 spirit stones and stormed out. Like Li Jean, she was a side branch of the Li clan, having been brought out of a mortal town, and she had no substantial backing within the Li clan. She would never dare to compete with Li Zixin for a man. Nor would she have the audacity to confront Lin Yi with anger. Instead, she promptly went to the property management hall to find Li Jean and report her grievances. Just as the situation with Lin Yi had calmed down for a moment, she returned with Li Jean in tow. Brother Jean, he rejected me and shamelessly claimed that he has already gotten close to Li Zixin, asserting that he could marry her within a month. Li Zixin exclaimed, pointing at Lin Yi, what do you mean by this? I kindly offered to help you find a bride, and you respond with such an attitude? Li Jean retorted angrily. Brother Jean, matters of fate are truly mysterious. Just yesterday, while I was aimlessly wandering about, I happened to encounter Li Zixin and Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi took an immediate liking to me and wishes to take me as his disciple, even supporting my endeavor to become Li Zixin's son and law. As of now, Li Zixin has not outright opposed it, and we even shared lunch together, so it seems promising. After saying this, Lin Yi produced a token given to him by Huang Yaoshi to prove his identity. The token, crafted entirely of gold, bore a large character Huang on one side, with Lin Yi inscribed on the reverse. Well, Lin Yi, it appears you are on the verge of great success. I never imagined Huang Yaoshi would take notice of you. Li Jean, initially inclined to lash out, found his demeanor shifting drastically upon seeing the token. Indeed, I am on the cusp of success. Brother Jean, there are certain matters we need to discuss thoroughly. I have refrained from addressing this out of gratitude for your past support. But moving forward, I believe it is best to clarify things. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi began to negotiate for his own benefit, sensing that Li Jean feared Huang Yaoshi. What is it? Speak. Li Jean restrained his anger. Brother Jean, our Li family's spirit talismans are priced at 20 fragmented spirit stones each, yet in recent months, I have only charged you 7.5 fragmented spirit stones per talisman, allowing you to profit handsomely. I want to dwell on that, but from now on, I hope you can raise the purchase price to 15 fragmented spirit stones. Furthermore, should I have other talismans or elixirs to sell in the future, I expect you to buy them at 70 of the market price. Otherwise, don't blame me for seeking other buyers. Lin Yi mustered his courage, finally standing firm before Li Jean. Regardless of whether it was the original owner or himself, who had just crossed over, he had always been intimidated by Li Jean due to his inferior cultivation. But now, bolstered by Huang Yaoshi's backing, he spoke with newfound confidence. Fine, Lin Yi, you have guts. 70 it is. Li Jean gritted his teeth, pointing at Lin Yi, yet he dared not make any aggressive moves. What about me, then? Li Zixin, sensing the tension, quickly pleaded with a pout. What about you? You can go back to where you came from. How infuriating! Li Jean stormed off in a huff, waving his sleeve in dismissal. Don't leave like this, Brother Jean. You can't treat me this way. Li Zixin hurried after him but was kicked aside by Li Jean. Get lost, Brother Jean. Li Zixin fell to the ground, helplessly glancing at Li Jean and then despairingly at Lin Yi. After a moment, she gathered her courage, staggered to her feet, and approached Lin Yi, tugging at his pant leg. Lin Yi, You promised that if you did not marry Li Zishi within a month, you would marry me. Does that promise still hold? It does, but do not expect me to become your son-in-law. Nor should you anticipate my eternal affection for you. Lin Yi, seeing her pitiable state, softened his words slightly. After all, what if unforeseen circumstances arose that prevented him from marrying Li Zishi? Furthermore, having successfully become Huang Yaoshi's disciple, he no longer felt the need to tie himself to the Li family. All right, I await your news, Li Zixin sighed in relief, secretly praying that Lin Yi would fail to marry Li Zishi. After bidding her farewell, Lin Yi finally found a moment of peace. He sat at his table, meticulously drawing the fireball talismans. With only 50 sheets of high-quality first-tier talisman paper, he worked diligently for 2 hours and, by 8 or 9 in the evening, successfully completed 45 fireball talismans. As he meditated to restore his spiritual energy, a knock echoed at the door. Lin Yi, it's Zhou Pian. Open up. Oh, young Master Zhou has arrived. Please wait. Lin Yi halted his cultivation, slipped on his shoes, and hurried to open the door. Young Master Zhou, please come in. Lin Yi greeted Zhou Pian warmly, viewing him as a benefactor. Such a wealthy patron must be treated with utmost care to ensure a successful collaboration. Zhou Pian, taken aback by Lin Yi's sudden enthusiasm, was unsure of Lin Yi's intentions. Young Master, I recently completed a batch of first-tier high-quality fireball talismans. Would you be interested? With that, Lin Yi presented one of the freshly drawn fireball talismans. Oh, a first-tier high-quality fireball talisman? And you drew this? Zhou Pian expressed skepticism. With your cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refining, how could you possibly draw a first-tier high-quality fireball talisman? Surely, you jest. Zhou Pian found it hard to believe. Without the corresponding level of cultivation, one could not accomplish such tasks. This was a fundamental principle of cultivation. A first-tier high-quality fireball talisman possesses the potency of a 7th-layer qi refining, requiring at least a 7th-layer cultivator to draw it. Who told you I am truly only at the 6th layer of qi refining? Hidden cultivation is a common practice among wandering cultivators. Lin Yi countered, even downgrading his cultivation to the 5th and 4th layers. Zhou Pian attempted to use his spiritual sense and divination techniques to gauge Lin Yi's true cultivation level, only to find his disguise impenetrable. Momentarily, he was left bewildered, uncertain of Lin Yi's actual strength. Very well, then, what is your true cultivation level? Guess, Lin Yi replied playfully. It's neither the 6th nor the 5th layer of qi refining, but I can draw a first-tier high-quality fireball talisman. 7th layer of qi refining, Zhou Pian ventured. Think as you wish, young Master Zhou. Shall we proceed with our collaboration? Of course, I will take as many fireball talismans as you have. The question is, what price can you offer me? There's no way I'll buy them at market price. Zhou Pian regarded Lin Yi with a newfound respect. All right, a flat price of 40 fragmented spirit stones each. I'll take 40 talismans. So you'll owe me 16 spirit stones. Additionally, leave your address so that I can reach out to you for future transactions. Lin Yi promptly produced a large handful of talismans, keeping only a few for himself as protection. Deal, Zhou Pian agreed without hesitation, readily handing over the 16 fragmented spirit stones and establishing a future collaboration plan with Lin Yi. Young Master Zhou, take care on your way out. Until next time. Lin Yi bid farewell, watching Zhou Pian depart before closing the door behind him. With 60 spirit stones now in hand, he planned to purchase an alchemy furnace the following day to appease Huang Yaoshi. It was time to begin his transition in cultivation methods. He was eager to see if Huang Yaoshi's Qingyang technique truly surpassed the Xian Yuan technique. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Yi began to read through the information Huang Yaoshi had transmitted regarding the new technique. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared, indicating Qingyang Technique Beginner 1100. He hurriedly continued to learn the transformation techniques imparted by Huang Yaoshi, initiating this round of method replacement. Cultivation is akin to constructing a house. The cultivation level is the house itself, while the flexible spiritual energy can be freely manipulated and stored within. As he began the transformation of his cultivation method, Lin Yi started to call upon spiritual energy within his dantian, continuously converting it into the new Qingyang technique cultivation. Once all the spiritual energy had been transformed, he dismantled his original cultivation, reconstituting it into spiritual energy, which he then accumulated as the new Qingyang technique cultivation. During this transformation process, energy loss occurred. Consequently, by around 3 in the morning, after completing the initial method transition, Lin Yi found his cultivation reduced to the 5th layer of qi refining, 35-150. With his previous mastery of the Xian Yuan technique being supplanted by a minor success in the Qingyang technique, at this point, Lin Yi had not only gained no advantages, but had also inadvertently diminished his own strength. Damn it, Huang Yaoshi, don't let me down. Looking at the new cultivation level displayed on the panel, Lin Yi silently prayed. He retrieved the recovery pill given to him by Huang Yaoshi, skeptically popping it into his mouth, and began to circulate the Qingyang technique. Moments later, a powerful medicinal force erupted from the pill, spreading throughout Lin Yi's body. This medicinal power surpassed anything he had previously consumed. Even as he diligently practiced the Qingyang technique, it proved challenging to fully digest the overwhelming potency of the pill. After 2 hours of intense cultivation, his strength rapidly recovered, surpassing his previous cultivation level before the transition, while the medicinal force of the recovery pill still had not been fully consumed. Lin Yi decided to continue cultivating, confident that Huang Yaoshi would not deceive him, believing this pill might indeed allow him to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining. After continuing his cultivation for another 2 hours, the effects of the recovery pill were finally fully expended. At this moment, Lin Yi's cultivation level had already ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, 170-180. What a thrill! This is the ecstasy of breaking through without any bottlenecks. Had it not been for the attribute panel, I would have undoubtedly consumed a considerable amount of recovery pill potency to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement. However, that is not the case now. The potency of the recovery pill has directly transformed into experience points. With a few more days of training, I could even break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Yi was overjoyed. After a moment, he calmed himself and began to strategize. First, I shall draw some spirit talismans and seek some spirit stones from Li Jin or Zhou Pian, then purchase elixirs and an alchemy furnace. I aim to break through to the 8th layer of qi refinement within the next couple of days. He took out a stack of mid-grade talisman paper and retrieved the blood of the Moonshadow Wolf to concoct the talisman ink. Subsequently, inferior fireball talismans began to manifest in Lin Yi's hands. To his delight, due to his cultivation breakthrough, as he continued to draw the talismans, the experience points for the fireball talisman in the attribute panel surged from minor success, 120-120, to major success. The newly drawn inferior fireball talismans began to resemble authentic fireball talismans more closely. After consecutively drawing 35 fireball talismans, Lin Yi exhausted his spiritual power. He meditated for an hour to restore it and then continued with his work. Drawing another 35 fireball talismans, among the last few fireball talismans, they began to approach the quality of genuine ones. However, it seemed that due to the limitations of the talisman paper's material, these fireball talismans still could not achieve the quality of authentic ones. It appears that I need to purchase more high-grade talisman paper. This mid-grade paper is just not cutting it. I wonder if I can deceive someone with these. Lin Yi sighed and then tidied up his belongings before heading out. Chapter 28. Purchasing an alchemy furnace. Not long after Lin Yi left, he passed by the management hall at the entrance of the Li family's real estate park. Upon seeing him, Li Jin immediately called out to him. Lin Yi, come in for a moment. What is going on with your cultivation? Sensing Lin Yi's cultivation at the 7th layer of qi refinement, Li Jin was astounded. Just recently, Lin Yi was merely a trifling practitioner at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. How had he suddenly advanced to the same level of cultivation as Li Jin, a late-stage powerhouse? Wasn't Lin Yi supposed to have 5 spirit roots? How could he possibly break through to the 7th layer? Now that Lin Yi had reached the 7th layer, how could Li Jin still impose restrictions on him? All of this was difficult for Li Jin to accept. Oh, Brother Jin, this is due to my master, Huang Yaoshi, taking a liking to me and bestowing upon me a miraculous elixir, allowing me to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. Only in this way can I have a better chance of winning over Li Zishi and not bring disgrace to my master. Lin Yi stepped into the property management hall and began to speak earnestly, spinning a tale. You are indeed fortunate to be so highly regarded by Huang Yaoshi and granted such an extraordinary elixir. Li Jin's eyes nearly turned red with jealousy. He had toiled for countless days and nights to progress from the 5th to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Yet Lin Yi, with a single elixir, had surpassed all his efforts overnight. Previously, Lin Yi had shown Li Jin a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Of course, I must express my gratitude to my master and repay him in the future. Lin Yi replied, By the way, Brother Jin, I've recently produced a batch of spirit talismans. Could you tell me what price you can offer? If it's reasonable, I'll sell them to you. Otherwise, I might need to consider other options. Linny casually produced a dozen inferior fireball talismans and placed them on the table. All right, let me take a look. Li Jin took a deep breath. Not wanting to fall out with Lin Yi, this money tree, he reached out and picked up several talismans to examine them closely. You've just broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and are already trying to draw fireball talismans. However, the quality of these fireball talismans is rather poor. Moreover, it is outrageous that you are using mid-grade talisman paper to draw fireball talismans. Li Jin was an expert. With just a cursory glance, he identified the issues with the talismans. Brother Jin, I had no choice. First-grade high-grade talisman paper is quite expensive and difficult to acquire in bulk all at once. I intended to practice with this mid-grade talisman paper. Linny explained helplessly. That is true. First-grade high-grade talisman paper is in short supply, and each family reserves it for their own use, seldom selling it externally. Qingxian Treasure Pavilion only sells high-end finished products and does not sell raw materials like talisman paper. Your best bet for purchasing it would be to try your luck at those street stalls. Li Jin nodded in agreement with Lin Yi's reasoning. After pondering for a moment, Li Jin turned to Lin Yi and said, How about this? I will help you find some first-grade high-grade talisman paper, and you can sell me the first-grade talismans you draw at 60% of the market price. As for these inferior talismans, I can only offer you 60% of the market price as well. How does that sound? Lin Yi considered the offer and did not immediately agree. Well, Brother Jin, I can accept 60% of the market price for these inferior talismans. But if I draw first-grade high-quality talismans in the future, will you still try to shortchange me like before? Of course not. If they are high quality, I will naturally pay you 60% of the high-quality price. The price for an authentic fireball talisman is 50 spirit stones, with a purchase price of 30. The price for a high-quality fireball talisman is 80 spirit stones, and the purchase price will be set at 48 spirit stones. Li Jin hastily explained, not wanting to jeopardize their cooperation. That sounds acceptable, but simply providing the talisman paper is not enough. I would like you to also supply the talisman ink and first-grade high-quality beast blood. Lin Yi added another request. All right, Li Jin thought for a moment and agreed. With this arrangement, he would acquire talismans from Lin Yi at 70% of the price and then sell them at 80% of the price at the Li family's talisman pavilion, allowing him to still make a profit. After finalizing the deal, Lin Yi brought out all the newly drawn inferior fireball talismans and sold them to Li Jin for 30 spirit stones each, netting him 21 spirit stones. Adding this to his previous assets, his total spirit stones surged to 83. Brother Jin, goodbye. I have to leave now. I have some matters to attend to. Take care, Li Jin waved. Bidding farewell to Lin Yi, watching Lin Yi's departing figure, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. Lin Yi's rise was too swift. He truly wondered what kind of luck he had stumbled upon. How long could this cooperation last? Once he got together with Li Zeshi, the benefits would shift entirely to her. He secretly hoped that Lin Yi would struggle to be with her, yet he couldn't directly sabotage him. It was all quite vexing. He stomped his foot in frustration and headed to the Li family's talisman pavilion. Meanwhile, Lin Yi headed straight to Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. The dashing Lin Yi had already registered at Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he stepped inside, he was recognized by Lin Qingya. Young Master Lin, you're here. What do you wish to purchase today? Ah, you've already broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I assume you are in great need of a flying sword and the corresponding technique for sword flight. Am I right? Lin Qingya approached him enthusiastically. Ahem, as for sword flight, I'm not in a hurry at the moment. I am here to buy an alchemy furnace. Do you have any older, cheaper ones available? Lin Yi thought that with the limited funds in his pocket, he just needed to buy something to appease Huang Yaoshi. Oh dear, young Master Lin, who are you looking down upon? The items we sell here at Qingxian Treasure Pavilion are all top-notch. If you want old and broken ones, you should head to the street stalls. Not to our place. Lin Qingya immediately became displeased. Ahem, that was my mistake. Please take me to the 2nd floor, Lin Yi quickly apologized, recalling that during his previous visits to the 2nd floor, he had seen a mid-grade alchemy furnace priced at 60 spirit stones. Acquiring that furnace would be enough to satisfy Huang Yaoshi. Right away, Lin Qingya immediately switched to a cheerful demeanor and led Lin Yi up to the 2nd floor. As they descended the stairs, Lin Yi began to survey the surroundings, specifically looking for the spot where the mid-grade alchemy furnace had been displayed last time. However, to his surprise, that location was no longer occupied by a mid-grade alchemy furnace. Instead, all that remained were top-grade and premium-grade alchemy furnaces. Chapter 29. An Unexpected Delight. Hey, Lin Xingya, what happened to that mid-grade alchemy furnace that was here last time? Linny hurriedly inquired. Oh dear. Young Master Lin, that worthless furnace has already been sold. We have better options here. Look at this Zishuan alchemy furnace, a premium-grade one that can increase the success rate of first-grade elixirs by 10%. And it's only 500 spirit stones. Lin Xingya enthusiastically led Lin Yi to a massive purple-gold alchemy furnace. Lin Yi felt that she was grossly overestimating his financial capacity and was left speechless. Seeing Lin Yi hesitate, Lin Xingya quickly shifted her recommendation. Young Master Lin, if you're only looking to practice and don't need the 10% boost, this first-grade alchemy furnace will suffice. This one is only 200 spirit stones. Ahem, no, I'm not looking to refine elixirs. I'm just curious. Well, let us purchase a flying sword instead. Lin Yi awkwardly coughed twice. Indeed. Young Master Lin has achieved a breakthrough to the 7th level of Qi refinement. It is only fitting that he acquires a flying sword. Come, young Master Lin, take a look at this first-tier superior flying sword, available for merely 90 spirit stones, and it even comes with a complimentary scroll of the sword flight technique. Lin Xingya immediately led Lin Yi to another section. This flying sword, priced at 30 spirit stones, not sufficient. Lin Yi was reluctant to spend too much, as he was still contemplating the purchase of an alchemy furnace. No, this first-tier intermediate flying sword is rather fragile. It would be easily damaged with the slightest bump. Young Master Lin, being in the late stages of Qi refinement, will undoubtedly encounter formidable foes and demonic beasts in the future. Thus, a first-tier superior or even a first-tier exquisite flying sword is essential. Moreover, the first-tier intermediate flying sword does not include the sword flight technique. You would need to purchase that separately for an additional 25 spirit stones. Lin Xingya wore an expression of concern for Lin Yi, continuously elaborating. Alas, 90 spirit stones is still too steep. I will take it for 70. 70 is far too low. 85. It cannot be any less. 80, very well, it's a deal. Moments later, Lin Yi left the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion in a daze, now possessing a first-tier superior flying sword and a scroll of the sword flight technique. Good heavens! I had intended to buy an alchemy furnace. This expenditure feels like it was for naught. Sigh. I shall return to gather some spirit talismans, then head to the market square to seek a cheap and inferior alchemy furnace that suits my identity as a wandering cultivator. Only such places will have what I need. Lin Yi grumbled slightly, then turned and entered the spell training ground, renting a small space for an hour. Having purchased the flying sword, it would be remiss not to utilize it. Would it not? Upon entering the area, Lin Yi sat cross-legged and began to refine the flying sword, infusing it with a strand of his consciousness. To his astonishment, this process revealed an attribute panel. First-tier superior flying sword Qingling flying sword. Refinement level, 13100. Incredible! Lin Yi was utterly astonished, reflecting on this revelation. He then mimicked the refinement process, persistently experimenting and discovering glitches. Within mere minutes, he elevated the refinement level to 100. After this, he felt as if the entire flying sword was an extension of his will. With the technique of manipulating objects with qi, he sensed that he could command the sword to slay enemies within a radius of 27 meters. As long as his consciousness could reach, however, he dismissed this notion as trivial. Tossing stones was of no interest to him. Slaying foes with the sword? Surely, there must be corresponding incantations for that, Lin Yi speculated quietly. Shaking his head, he decided to set that thought aside for now and took out the complementary scroll of the sword flight technique to peruse. Qi refinement level 7 cultivators can externalize their consciousness and spiritual power. Standing upon the flying sword, using their consciousness and spiritual power to summon wind-type spiritual energy, activating the anti-gravity inscriptions within the flying sword, achieving the effect of sword flight. As Lin Yi finished reading the technique, the attribute panel displayed, sword flight technique entry, 12100, flight. How many people yearn for such an ability? Now, I too shall soar. Lin Yi was filled with exuberance as he tossed the flying sword onto the ground and stepped upon it, attempting to activate the technique as described. Spiritual power surged from his dantian, and his consciousness tightly locked onto the flying sword. The spiritual energy coursed through the meridians in his legs and into his feet. It transmitted to the sword, activating the formations etched upon it. Lin Yi immediately felt an upward force lifting him. At that moment, with just a thought, he could potentially soar into the skies, embarking on a journey of flight. However, he was acutely aware that such an action might lead to a disastrous fall. Thus, he first halted the sword flight, paused momentarily, then resumed the attempt. He repeated this back and forth several hundred times, diligently raising the experience level of the sword flight technique to its pinnacle. A wealth of knowledge and experience regarding sword flight began to flood Lin Yi's mind, allowing him to truly grasp the art. Only then did he dare to fully detach from the ground, soaring several meters above the small training area, spinning in circles. Gazing down at the ground, now a mere 10 meters below, Lin Yi felt a twinge of fear. However, he quickly overcame it. Henceforth, I am the favored child of heaven and earth. I shall fly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yi laughed with glee. Yet, the spiritual power consumed by sword flight was exorbitant, and combined with the energy expended during his repeated attempts, it accounted for over 90% of his total spiritual power. Just as he was relishing his flight, he soon realized his dantian was nearly depleted. To avoid a catastrophic fall, Lin Yi hastily maneuvered the sword downward and found a spot a distance from the training ground's entrance to sit and meditate, recovering his spiritual power. When the staff arrived to urge him to leave, Lin Yi hastily departed, casually seeking a dining establishment for dinner before heading towards the Li family property district. As he passed the management hall, Li Jin approached him, blocking his path. Lin Yi, here are the materials you requested for talisman drawing. 300 sheets of first-tier superior talisman paper, along with various beast blood and spiritual inks. Given your success rate, you should be able to create around 200 talismans, yes? Li Jin handed Lin Yi a storage pouch. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed. His actual success rate in talisman drawing exceeded 90%, while the average talisman master achieved only a 40 to 50% success rate. Having previously modestly claimed a 60% success rate, he was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon from Li Jin. Indeed, Brother Jin, I should be able to produce over 180 talismans. Chapter 30. The magical artifact alchemy furnace over 180, that should suffice. Li Jin pondered, recognizing that Lin Yi surpassed many within the family. By the way, Brother Jin, I find myself in urgent need of funds. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a batch of talismans. Aside from your usual purchase of my talismans, could you advance me some spirit stones? I require approximately 90 spirit stones. Lin Yi considered it prudent to address matters succinctly, thus he directly inquired of Li Jin. Very well, I can advance that to you. However, you must strive to produce as many high-quality talismans as possible. Li Jin reflected for a moment. After all, 90 spirit stones was not an exorbitant amount. Given Lin Yi's current status, repaying this sum would be a trivial matter. Thank you, Brother Jin. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, feeling a newfound fondness for the man. No need for thanks. We are brothers. Li Jin patted Lin Yi's shoulder, forging camaraderie. In that instant, Lin Yi felt a resonance with the truth of human experience. When one is flourishing, all people and affairs will greet them with smiles. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Jin, Lin Yi returned to his apartment. With his dantian spiritual power not fully replenished, he sat in meditation to recover before resuming his talisman drawing. After crafting 25 first-tier superior fireball talismans, Lin Yi found himself utterly drained of spiritual power. Compared to drawing inferior fireball talismans, the superior and premium versions demanded a significantly greater expenditure of energy. Time was of the essence. Talismans must be created, yet cultivation could not cease. I shall refrain from drawing talismans for now. I am curious to see if Brother Li Jin can indeed provide me with 90 spirit stones, and whether he possesses the loyalty of a true brother. Lin Yi resolved, settling onto his bed to cultivate, disregarding the talisman matter. The following morning, Lin Yi brought 25 fireball talismans to meet Li Jin. Brother Jin, here are the talismans I crafted last night. Could you please confirm? Additionally, I would like to request the advance of 90 spirit stones. Is that ready? He was unreserved, directly asking Li Jin for the funds. No problem, the 90 spirit stones are prepared. Li Jin accepted the 25 talismans, noticing that 15 were premium quality and 10 were standard quality, and was taken aback. Without hesitation, he handed Lin Yi the 90 spirit stones. He could not help but marvel internally at Lin Yi's innate talent for talisman drawing. His aptitude was astonishingly high, allowing him to progress effortlessly. Just days prior, he could only produce inferior talismans. Yet today he had managed to create both standard and premium ones. Thank you, Brother Jean. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Please keep track of the talismans I owe you. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude and promptly departed. Very well, take care. Li Jin waved him off, then retrieved a ledger to meticulously record the amount Lin Yi owed and how many talismans he had received. Calculating the total due, this time, he refrained from shortchanging Lin Yi. Standard quality talismans were valued at 30 broken spirit stones, while premium ones were priced at 48 broken spirit stones, totaling 10-20 broken spirit stones for the 25 talismans. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi casually enjoyed a light breakfast at a local eatery before heading to the market square. As always, the area was bustling, filled with people and lively chatter. Each vendor energetically hawked their wares, hoping to attract passing customers, while the wandering cultivators scrutinized the stalls, eager to unearth hidden treasures. However, while the stalls of wandering cultivators might offer some genuine goods, processed items paled in comparison to those found in various shops. Where, then, could one find an alchemy furnace? Lin Yi silently murmured as he navigated through the myriad of stalls. His eyes darted about restlessly, desperately seeking out vendors selling alchemical furnaces. These furnaces were essential tools for alchemists, and exceedingly expensive at that. After scouring the scattered stalls for a good quarter of an hour, he failed to find a single vendor offering one. It seemed he would have to employ some bargaining skills, he mused. Without hesitation, he approached a nearby individual. Good sir, do you happen to know which stall here sells alchemical furnaces? If you guide me there, I shall reward you with a fragment of spirit stone. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm busy, the passerby curtly replied, showing no inclination to assist. Lin Yi had no choice but to seek out another. After several attempts, with some not knowing and others dismissing his offer as too meager, he finally struck gold on his fifth inquiry. Senior, I just passed a stall over there where someone seemed to be selling some old items. I can't tell if they're stolen goods, but among them was an alchemical furnace. Perhaps you could purchase it at a bargain. A young passerby, who appeared to be at the second level of chi refinement, took Lin Yi's money and informed him. Excellent, lead me there. Lin Yi's spirits lifted. He was unbothered by the potential legality of the items. With Huang Yaoshi's protection, what did he have to fear? Right this way. Moments later, Lin Yi found himself before a stall. A tattered cloth displayed a hodgepodge of items, among which was a peculiar object resembling an incense burner, only palm-sized. Lin Yi recognized it from his time in the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. This had to be the alchemical furnace, merely reduced in size by a transformation array. Thank you, you may leave now. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, and the young man hurried off. Customer, what would you like to purchase? The vendor, having noticed Lin Yi's presence, was keen to engage. I'll take this furnace, name your price. Are you certain? Don't blame me for the warning. If you cannot refine it and dispel the size transformation seal, it will be of no use to you, the vendor retorted. No problem. As long as the price is fair, I will take it. Lin Yi nodded firmly. This furnace is a magical artifact. Do you know what that means? It has something only foundation-level cultivators can utilize. I won't charge you much. Just 200 spirit stones, the vendor declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. A magical artifact, you say? Why not take it to the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion and let them auction it off for a higher price? Buy it or leave. It's none of your business, the vendor snapped back. Clearly irked if this item weren't stolen, having been taken from a deceased individual, and if the foundation-level consciousness imprint hadn't been refined away, he would have long since sold it at an auction for a high price. I have only 90 spirit stones left. Will you sell it or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Yi produced the spirit stones he had just acquired from Li Jin. This is a magical artifact. Do you understand? 200 spirit stones is already a bargain for a first-grade upper-tier alchemical furnace. Who haggles like you? The vendor complained. Indeed, it is a magical artifact, but it requires a foundation-level cultivator to use. Would you dare to sell it to one? The consciousness imprint within the furnace hasn't even been refined away, and attempting to refine it could very well result in backlash. Who would risk buying it? Lin Yi shot back. I can offer you 90 spirit stones. That's me being generous. Fine. You've worn me down. I'll sell it, the vendor grumbled, swiftly snatching the spirit stone pouch from Lin Yi's hand and tossing the magical artifact into his grasp. Remember, the transaction is complete. If you cannot refine it, or if you find yourself pursued by foundation-level cultivators, do not come looking for me. Understood. Lin Yi secured the alchemical furnace into his storage pouch and promptly departed, wary of lingering too long lest someone take an interest in him. Within a mere quarter of an hour, he returned to his apartment and laid the furnace out. It resembled a small triangular cup, akin to an incense burner. How on earth do I refine this? There's a foundation-level cultivator's consciousness imprint inside. If I attempt to refine it carelessly, could I be in danger? Yet, without refinement, it would be of no use. Well, let me see if I can gain some experience. If not, I'll simply ask my master for assistance, claiming my old one broke and I purchased a new one. Lin Yi resolved, steeling himself for the task. He began to cautiously probe the furnace with his consciousness and spiritual energy, akin to refining the clear spirit flying sword. As he delicately penetrated, he immediately sensed an overwhelming foundation-level power firmly suppressing the furnace's interior. He instinctively realized that if he dared to touch those consciousness imprints, it could jeopardize his very life. I'll just hover around the edges, avoiding those consciousness imprints. After a thorough exploration, he soon noticed a refining progress bar appearing on his attribute panel. However, the numbers left him somewhat speechless. Refining progress of upper-tier magical artifact alchemical furnace, 1-3000. It seems I must scrape through it 3,000 times to achieve completion. How long will that take? Regardless, he decided to give it a try. There was always hope. With a sigh, he began his persistent attempts. Initially, he could only manage one scrape per minute, gaining a mere point of refining experience. Soon, he became adept, discerning the minimum threshold for experience gain, and increased his pace to one scrape every 15 seconds. After over 2 hours of this exhausting endeavor, Lin Yi felt dizzy and lightheaded, a clear sign of excessive consciousness depletion. Reluctantly, he paused. Fortunately, at that moment, he discovered he had preliminarily refined the furnace, forcefully dispelling the original foundation-level consciousness and imprinting his own, thereby enabling him to control the furnace's size. While he couldn't yet wield the furnace to vanquish foes, at least he could use it normally for alchemy. Feeling a wave of relief, he tidied up and, overcome by fatigue, collapsed into a deep slumber. While he slept, the door to his room creaked open, and Li Zixin cautiously slipped inside. Is Lin Yi asleep? It seems I've arrived at just the right moment. Lin Yi, it appears I underestimated you. I never imagined you would become Huang Yaoshi's disciple and reach the 7th level of qi refinement. Such a valuable ally. I am determined to cling to you, even if it means becoming your secret lover. Anything would be better than toiling in the Li clan. Li Zixin mused silently, carefully closing the door and locking it behind her, before stealthily making her way to Lin Yi's bed. Lin Yi, deeply entrenched in sleep and oblivious to the commotion around him, remained undisturbed until midnight when he finally roused. As he awakened, still groggy, he turned to find a woman lying beside him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. I must be dreaming. How could there be a woman in my room? With that, he promptly rolled over and attempted to return to slumber. After a brief interval, he awoke again, this time significantly more alert. Pinching his cheeks and scanning the room with his consciousness, he recognized the woman's face. Li Zixin. Ah, you Li Jin. You dare to deceive me, attempting to obstruct my marriage to Li Zexi. Lin Yi instinctively suspected Li Jin was behind this. Did Li Jin send you here? He roused Li Zixin, angrily demanding answers. No, Lin Yi, this has nothing to do with Brother Jan. I came of my own accord. Lin Yi, I am now yours. Please don't cast me aside, Li Zixin hurriedly explained. Having anticipated Lin Yi's reaction, she was prepared with a strategy, determined to cling to him no matter what. How did you get in here? Don't tell me it wasn't he arranged by Li Jin. Faced with Lin Yi's probing, Li Zixin quickly distanced herself from Li Jin. Brother Jin gave me a key earlier. After you told me to leave, I didn't return it, and simply let myself in. Li Jin is unaware of my visit. She understood that Lin Yi disliked women arranged for him and would not appreciate having a spy in his midst. Return the key to me, and then you can leave, Lin Yi insisted, forcibly pushing Li Zixin off the bed. No, Lin Yi, I am already yours. You cannot abandon me. I have lost my primordial Yin and cannot marry again. Lin Yi, I know you intend to marry Li Zixi, and I will not interfere with your plans. Just grant me a place by your side, and I would be content to be your secret lover. Li Zixin knelt before him, earnestly pleading. What is your purpose in coming here? Speak plainly. Do not force my hand. Lin Yi was not so easily deceived and continued to press for answers. Chapter 32. Huang Yaoshi's granddaughter. Lin Yi, I truly only wish to be your lover. I am drawn to your wealth and promising future. Meanwhile, life is currently quite difficult, and I simply hope you might lend me some assistance in the future. Your ability to generate income is remarkable. A mere trickle from your fingers would suffice for my needs. Lin Yi, please allow me to be your lover. I assure you it will not interfere with your relationship with Li Zishi. I will keep everything confidential. Li Zixin pleaded pathetically, still kneeling on the ground. Get up, I lack the courage and resources to maintain a lover. Dress and leave while it's still dark. You wouldn't want to be seen? Lin Yi replied, his tone softening slightly yet still resolute in sending her away. All right, Lin Yi, you must think it over. I only want to be your lover and ask for some financial support. I do not care about titles. Li Zixin tugged at Lin Yi's hand, insisting further. Moments later, she obediently gathered her belongings and prepared to leave. Yet the room key was still not returned to Lin Yi. As he watched her depart, Lin Yi clenched his fists silently. Li Zixin, I hope you are not a pawn arranged by Li Jin to control me. After a brief moment, Lin Yi calmed himself and popped a Xuanqi Dan into his mouth. Beginning his cultivation at this late hour, lighting candles to draw talismans was not very convenient. It was more suitable to cultivate instead. Outside, Li Zixin stumbled away, returning to her own coffin-like abode. Lin Yi, just you wait. I will have you eventually. In terms of looks, I am not inferior to Li Zishi. I refuse to believe I cannot captivate you. She muttered defiantly before focusing on her own cultivation, utilizing her spiritual energy to nourish her injuries. She had not lied. She truly had provided Lin Yi with valuable resources. The next morning, as Lin Yi concluded his meditation, the morning light streamed through the window, illuminating his bed with a splash of unexpected color. Is Li Zixin truly this dedicated? Is it genuinely just for money that she wishes to be my lover? Lin Yi frowned and then performed a cleansing spell, tidying up the bedding. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on this troublesome matter. After having breakfast, he returned home to begin crafting spiritual talismans. The connection with Li Zishi and Huang Yaoshi must not be severed, yet he could not afford to neglect his talisman making for too long. With each talisman he crafted, his experience grew, and his success rate increased. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, Lin Yi managed to produce 28 great fireball talismans. After meditating to restore his energy, he took the talismans to the Li family property management hall to find Li Jin. Li Jin, as usual, lounged in a grand armchair, awaiting business to come to him for profit. Brother Jin, I am here. How many talismans have I brought today? Lin Yi greeted. Let us not rush into the talismans just yet. Brother Jin, you wouldn't be trying to meddle in my relationship with Li Zishi, would you? Lin Yi began to probe. Of course not. You are now Huang Yaoshi's disciple. Why would I interfere? Let us collaborate well. And I hope you remember our partnership once you are with Li Zishi. Li Jin responded with a smile. We shall see, Brother Jin. Here are the talismans I've crafted this time, 28 in total. Lin Yi presented the great fireball talismans. Not bad, not bad. You have made progress. 20 of these are of fine quality. Rest assured, I will not cheat you. These fine ones are worth 48 spirit stones each. However, since you still owe me some spirit stones, I won't give you this batch just yet. We can settle that once your debts are cleared, Li Jin remarked after inspecting the talismans, praising Lin Yi and then speaking in a tone of negotiation. Of course, Brother Jin, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Lin Yi nodded and made his way out of the Li family property grounds. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, Li Jin slammed his palm on the table. This kid is truly on the rise. How does it feel like his cultivation is nearing the 8th layer of chi refinement? Surely, he must be approaching a bottleneck soon. Can a 5-element root truly break through? Or was his original 5-element root merely a fade? Why would Huang Yaoshi choose a 5-element root disciple? Or has Lin Yi encountered some fortuitous event that has altered his aptitude? Li Jin pondered, perplexed by the situation. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he decided it was best to maintain their partnership. For Lin Yi was still his cash cow. On the other side, 2 days later, Lin Yi once again stepped into the Huang residence. Young Master Lin, greetings. The gatekeeper Tai Laifu greeted him as per the usual protocol. Is Master home? Not at the moment. The Master has gone out and may return by evening. What about senior sister Li Zishi? Miss Li Zishi should be cultivating over at the Li family. She did not come today. Very well, I shall wait here for Master S' return, Linny replied, feeling somewhat helpless as he stepped inside and began to wander aimlessly through the Huang residence. The expansive Huang residence spanned thousands of square meters, with dozens of courtyards. After wandering for quite some time, Lin Yi was at a loss as to where to settle, quietly marveling at the wealth of Huang Yaoshi. A formidable alchemist and foundational cultivator in this Xiuan immortal city, purchasing such a residence would surely require tens of thousands of spirit stones. After walking for a while longer, Lin Yi decided to stay in the study to avoid venturing into inappropriate areas. After all, he was merely an outsider and unfamiliar with the inhabitants of the Huang residence. Offending Huang Yaoshi's family would be unwise. Approaching the study, a female voice called out to him, "You, come here and spar with me." Following the voice, Linny saw a few late-stage Qi refinement cultivators standing in a training arena on a patch of wasteland, and the voice belonged to a girl clad in red combat attire. "May I ask what your relationship is with my master, Huang Yaoshi?" Linny inquired as he stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, he found the girl to be quite charming, though her stature resembled that of an airport. She was tall and could easily disguise herself as a man without being recognized, though. "You must be my grandfather's newly acknowledged disciple, Lin Yi. Come, let us have a match. I wish to see what caliber of disciple my grandfather has taken." With that, Huang Yaoshi's granddaughter, Huang Jing, immediately launched an attack on Lin Yi. Chapter 33. Sparring? Lin Shidi, we will take our leave. The others present, seeing Huang Jing had begun her assault, quickly made their escape to avoid being targeted. Huang Jing, being Huang Yaoshi's beloved granddaughter, had a fiery temper and relished fighting. The others dared not retaliate for fear of harming Huang Jing, which would not reflect well on them with Huang Yaoshi. Thus, during their sparring sessions, they mostly just endured the hits. Now, with Lin Yi as a new disciple, they gladly passed the good fortune on to him. "Hey, don't go," Lin Yi called after them, but they vanished from sight. Huang Jing was now upon him, forcing him to dodge. With his perfected wind control technique and phantom body technique, Lin Yi easily evaded her strikes, while Huang Jing's recent attack obliterated a nearby rock formation. "Wow, she's serious. Is she at the 8th layer of Qi refinement?" Lin Yi thought, startled by the destruction. "Lin Yi, stop dawdling and take your punishment like a man." Huang Jing grinned wickedly, unleashing another great fireball technique at him. Instinctively, Lin Yi conjured a great fireball of his own and hurled it back, then swiftly dodged, boom. The two fireballs collided, releasing a dazzling display, and the flames surged toward Huang Jing, forcing her to evade to the side. "Interesting. Your mastery of the great fireball technique surpasses my own." Huang Jing chuckled, continuing her assault on Lin Yi. Blade Qi slash. With a flourish of her hands, two streams of sword energy were unleashed, prompting Lin Yi to respond with his own. This time, Lin Yi's sword energy overpowered Huang Jing's, sending residual energy flying past her. Huang Jing hurriedly dodged but still found her clothing torn, revealing her inner armor. "You Lin Yi, you're playing for real. Prepare to meet your end." Huang Jing, now furious, charged at Lin Yi again. "Miss Huang, please calm down. You're far too strong for me to handle." "I concede." Lin Yi relied on his agile movements to evade her relentless strikes. Hee. Huang Jing, undeterred, continued to swing her long sword toward him. The sword was merciless, capable of unleashing formidable sword energy. A mere brush could sever limbs, leaving Lin Yi with no choice but to persistently dodge while occasionally launching a great fireball at her, reassured that she had her inner armor for protection, while his own safety was his primary concern. In the distance, several senior apprentices observed from afar. This young man possesses impressive agility. Despite having a cultivation level lower than Huang Jing's, he managed to exchange numerous rounds with her. Remarkably, he triumphed in both the fireball technique and sword energy strike they recently exchanged. Indeed, this young man is not to be underestimated. It is no wonder that the master chose to accept him as a disciple. The group continued to whisper among themselves for a while. "Yu Yin, we shall leave this to you for now. Tianyang and I have some matters to attend to," spoke the eldest among them, but of course, senior brother, second senior brother, if there are family matters to attend to, please feel free to go. Wang Yuyin nodded and kept her gaze fixed on the fierce battle between Lin Yi and Huang Jing. Soon after, the eldest brother, Long Feng, and the second brother, Mu Tianyang, departed together. Both were in their 50s and 40s respectively, with numerous family obligations, and they were also hoping to save money for foundation-building pills, so they could not afford to linger here watching Huang Jing play around. After several intense exchanges, Lin found his spiritual energy dwindling to a third of its capacity. He began consciously to reduce his offensive maneuvers, focusing instead on evasion. Huang Jing, having already engaged with several other cultivators, was also running low on spiritual energy despite her superior cultivation level. Huang Jing leapt high, wielding her sword in a downward strike, unleashing a wave of sword chi that spread out violently. Lin Yi, throwing his flying sword into the air, managed to avoid disaster just in time. "Miss Huang, are you done with your fighting?" Lin Yi hovered in the air, looking down at Huang Jing. Having been on the receiving end of her relentless attacks, he was growing increasingly frustrated. If it were not for her status, he would have unleashed a talisman to deal with her. "Lin Yi, you're quite good. It's refreshing to have a sparring partner like you." Huang Jing was oblivious to her own recklessness, maintaining her haughty demeanor. "Miss Huang, if you seek a fight, why not go hunt some demon beasts instead? What if someone gets seriously hurt in this sparring? Even if they don't die, injuries are inevitable," Lin Yi questioned her. "Hee, my grandfather forbids me from hunting demon beasts, so what's wrong with finding someone to spar with? If someone gets hurt, that's just their bad luck. You seem to be doing just fine. You run faster than a rabbit," Huang Jing replied dismissively. Lin Yi wore a smile on his face, but inwardly he was fuming, wishing he could give Huang Jing a good thrashing. Unfortunately, there was someone else nearby, whose cultivation level seemed to be at the 9th stage of chi refinement. "Well, I'm done for now. I'll be heading back. Tomorrow, I expect you to spar with me again." Huang Jing, having exhausted her spiritual energy, lost interest in continuing and left without a second thought. Her indifferent attitude left Lin Yi extremely displeased. Watching her depart, he descended from the sky. At that moment, Wang Yuyan approached him lightly. "Junior brother Lin Yi, Jingjing has that kind of personality. She enjoys fighting. You'll need to be more tolerant. What should I call you?" "Senior sister?" Lin Yi inquired. "I'm Wang Yuyan. You may refer to me as third senior sister. I see. Earlier, there were 2 senior brothers present. How do I address them?" "The eldest is senior brother Long Feng, and the other is second senior brother Mu Tianyang," Wang Yuyan replied. "Oh, thank you for the introduction, senior sister. Do you know when master will return? He asked me to finish practicing the Qingyang technique before seeking him out." Lin Yi clasped his hands. "I'm not sure. Perhaps in the evening," she answered. "Senior sister, I just had an intense battle and depleted quite a bit of spiritual energy. Could you arrange a place for me to cultivate and recover?" "No problem. Take this recovery pill to speed up your recovery." Wang Yuyan handed a pill to Lin Yi. Chapter 34. The cultivation room with high spiritual energy concentration. A short while later, Wang Yuyan led Lin Yi into a courtyard and continued to guide him to a cultivation room. "Junior brother Lin Yi, this is my cultivation room. Since master hasn't assigned you a space yet, you may use this room to recover for now." "Thank you, senior sister." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before entering the cultivation room. Once inside, he could distinctly feel the difference in spiritual energy concentration compared to the outside. Is there a spirit gathering formation or perhaps a spiritual vein here? Lin Yi speculated quietly, then used his divine sense to scan the surroundings of the cultivation room. He indeed discovered several formations, as well as a continuous influx of spiritual energy emanating from the ground, suggesting the presence of a spiritual vein. This is truly an excellent place for cultivation. I wonder, though, if it holds any particular significance for me. Lin Yi mused briefly before settling onto a cushion to meditate and restore his energy. After a moment's hesitation, he consumed the recovery pill given by Wang Yuyan. As the pill's potency surged, a vast amount of spiritual energy was unleashed, allowing Lin Yi to rapidly convert it into spiritual power, replenishing his depleted dantian. In merely 5 minutes, his dantian was restored to full capacity. This recovery pill is remarkably effective. If I had a few of these during my cultivation transition, I'd likely have already reached the 8th stage of chi refinement. However, it is never too late to realize this. Once I have some money, I will stock up on recovery pills. They might come in handy for talisman drawing in the future. Lin Yi murmured to himself, then tested the cultivation room's effects. To his astonishment, he discovered that instead of the usual 2 hours needed to gain a single point of experience, he had acquired 1 point in just 15 minutes, a remarkable 8-fold increase in cultivation speed. They say that wealth, partners, laws, and land are essential. Thus, it seems that a good cultivation environment is equally crucial. Lin Yi's gaze wandered, and he began to consider this cultivation room more seriously. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to obtain a similar room from the medicine master Huang. After a moment of internal conflict, Lin Yi opened the cultivation room's door and stepped outside. He had promised to enter for recovery, and staying too long would be inappropriate. Shortly after opening the door, Lin Yi heard some unusual sounds. "What are you doing, you rascal? It's still broad daylight. Hee hee, Yu Yan. Isn't daytime the best? Everything is clear, making it even more interesting." Listening closely, Lin Yi realized that senior sister Wang Yuyin was engaged in intimate activities with her man, and as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to intrude. After some consideration, he returned to the cultivation room to continue his practice. Outside, Wang Yuyin squirmed slightly but ultimately surrendered to her husband, hoping that Lin Yi would be discreet and not cause any trouble. An hour and a half passed, and within the cultivation room, Lin Yi observed an increase in his cultivation experience on the attribute panel, leading to a breakthrough in his cultivation level. A torrent of spiritual energy began to envelop him, rapidly replenishing his physical body and enhancing his cultivation. After a few minutes, tranquility returned to the cultivation room. 8th stage of Qi refinement achieved. Lin Yi stabilized his cultivation, practiced the concealment technique, and concealed his level to the 7th stage of Qi refinement before cautiously opening a crack in the door to ascertain the situation outside. With his cultivation now at the 8th stage, Lin Yi's divine sense radius had expanded to 30 meters, allowing him to cover a significant portion of the courtyard. Upon scanning, Lin Yi discovered that Wang Yuyin was currently bathing, and her earlier companion had vanished. He must have left. "I should take my leave as well." Lin Yi fully opened the cultivation room door and stepped outside. He then called out towards the direction of the bathing area. "Senior sister, I'm leaving now. Thank you for letting me use the cultivation room temporarily." With that, Lin Yi quietly departed. Inside the bathing area, Wang Yuyin remained silent, feeling utterly embarrassed. How mortifying. That guy Dingguang should really be more discreet. Outside, Lin Yi reflected on what he had sensed and licked his lips. This senior sister Wang Yuyin is truly exceptional. No wonder she is flourishing in love. He wandered through the Huang residence, realizing it was already afternoon, and he made his way toward the study as initially intended. However, not far from the study, he encountered an unwelcome presence. "Lin Yi, where have you been just now?" Huang Jing questioned. Hands on her hips, "I was merely seeking a place to recover my spiritual energy. Miss Huang, I don't wish to fight. I'm not interested in sparring with you. When will your grandfather return?" Lin Yi shrugged. "Why are you looking for my grandfather? You can just talk to me. If you accompany me in a spar, and I'm pleased, I might assist you with anything you need." Huang Jing replied with a beaming smile. "Well, Master has taught me the Qingyang technique and asked me to complete my training before returning to him. He mentioned he wants to assess my alchemy skills before arranging other matters." Lin Yi candidly explained, Alchemy, you say? What merits does it truly possess? Come with me. I shall introduce you to the art of magic. I notice you have only mastered a few spells, which is rather inadequate. Additionally, enlighten me on how you have managed to cultivate the great fireball technique and the sword chi technique to such impressive levels." As she spoke, Huang Jing tugged Lin Yi forward. "What other methods are there? I have merely a handful of spells. With frequent use, naturally, one becomes proficient. Sometimes, possessing an abundance of spells does not equate to effectiveness." As they walked, Lin Yi offered this explanation. "I see." Huang Jing furrowed her brow and continued to lead Lin Yi into a room. The layout was reminiscent of a study Lin Yi had previously visited with Li Zexi, but the books within were unrelated to alchemy. "Here, take this book on the diamond technique, this one on the art of flower and tree transformation, and this one on the Qi wall technique. Study them diligently. If you do not, how will you serve as my target for practice?" Upon entering, Huang Jing thrust 3 tomes into Lin Yi's hands. "Thank you, Miss Huang." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, glancing at the texts. Had he been out as a rogue cultivator, acquiring such spellbooks would have cost at least 30 spirit stones each. Yet now, these treasures were handed to him with such ease by Huang Jing. "Lin Yi, aside from teaching you alchemy, does my grandfather have any further plans?" Huang Jing inquired afterward. "Not that I know of. Any potential plans remain unclear," Lin Yi replied. "Theo, you have a place to stay in my home? My grandfather's disciples all have accommodations here." "Well, Not yet, I was only recently accepted as a registered disciple. So arrangements have yet to be made. I suppose my status as a registered disciple does not afford me the same privileges as my senior brothers and sisters. Lin shook his head. That is a trivial matter. I shall arrange for you to stay next door. It will be convenient for us to spar, Huang Jing declared, once again assertively pulling Lin along. Moments later, they arrived at an unoccupied residence. From now on, you shall reside here. Clean it up to your liking. Thank you, Lin exclaimed, gazing at the spacious abode. Feeling elated in an instant, his prior grievances with Huang Jing dissipated. And he found her unexpectedly endearing. All right, I will seek you out for sparring tomorrow. Now, go study your spells. I do not wish for you to remain limited to those few techniques. I must return to my training. Farewell. Huang Jing initially wished to converse with Lin further, but felt it too abrupt to become overly familiar, so she decisively took her leave. Understood, Lin replied, steeling himself. Once Huang Jing departed, he began to employ cleaning and wind techniques to rid the courtyard and rooms of dust. The layout of the estate was similar to Wang Yuyin's, featuring a central courtyard with a U-shaped arrangement of rooms. The protruding ends housing the kitchen and bathroom, with 3 rooms, a hall, a bedroom, and a training room inside. Goodness, such a large place and no restroom. Is it assumed that cultivators do not need to relieve themselves? Lin mused, contemplating the necessity of using a chamber pot. However, he reassured himself that the Huang residence likely had staff and should possess public restrooms. Cultivators can indeed control their bodily fluids, excreting them as sweat instead. As for defecation, consuming fasting pills can eliminate the need for it altogether. Even if one must, they can manage when to do so. Disregarding these bothersome thoughts, Lin entered the training room, discovering it akin to Wang Yuyin's, complete with spiritual veins and a gathering formation. It had recently seen little use. The spiritual energy within was even more concentrated than in Wang Yuyin's space. This is truly an excellent place for cultivation. I must take advantage of it, Lin determined, promptly settling onto a cushion to practice. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy density in the room had doubled compared to outside. Lin ceased his training and stepped outside, retrieving the spellbooks Huang Jing had given him. As he perused them, a novel thought emerged. Perhaps I need not pursue an entry into the Li family's celestial clan after all. Previously, he had been compelled by the pressures of Li Jin and Li Mingbo, as well as his desire for the clan's secret techniques. Now, having reached the 8th level of chi refinement, he no longer feared them, especially with Huang Yaoshi as his master, granting him access to various techniques in this scenario. While he might still consider marrying Li Zishi, formally entering the Li family would tarnish his reputation. The only dilemma was that he had feigned pursuit of Li Zishi as a pretext to become Huang Yaoshi's registered disciple. If he were to suddenly declare his disinterest in Li Zishi and renounce joining the Li family, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Neither Huang Yaoshi nor Li Zishi would easily let him off the hook unless he could elevate his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Alternatively, perhaps he could entice Huang Jing to pursue him actively. He needed to focus on both advancing to foundation establishment and persuading Huang Jing to become the catalyst that would jeopardize his connection with Li Zishi. Lin narrowed his eyes, identifying a potential breakthrough. Meanwhile, in the adjacent courtyard, Huang Jing sat in her training room, suddenly sensing a chill as if something sinister were watching her, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Huang Yaoshi returned to the Huang residence. Upon entering, he casually inquired of the guard, "Has anyone visited today? Master, young Master Lin is here, currently within the estate. Heard from the other servants that he and Miss have practiced together today." The guard reported, "Oh, Lin has arrived. I trust they have not sustained any injuries?" "None. As far as I know." "That is a relief." Huang Yaoshi exhaled deeply. It's he over 100 years old, having lost his wife, children, and in-laws. He was left with only his precious granddaughter and wished to protect her from any misfortune. As for Lin, as long as he remained unscathed, he was merely an inconsequential registered disciple. Huang Yaoshi strode into the estate, employing his spiritual sense to scan the premises. He did so discreetly, ensuring no one sensed his presence. A foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sense could cover several hundred meters. With a few strides, the entirety of the Huang residence fell within his perception. Before long, he located Lin, who was practicing the diamond technique, and swiftly appeared before him. "Lin, you are here. I heard you sparred with Jingjing. Did you sustain any injuries?" "Master, my agility is commendable. I deftly evaded all of Miss Jingjing's attacks. I did manage to counter a few times, unfortunately tearing one of her garments. Lin Yi promptly replied. You tore her garment? Is she unharmed? Huang Yaoshi's tone shifted to urgency. Should Huang Jing have been injured, he would be sure to reprimand Lin. Of course not. With the precious protective armor you bestowed upon Miss Jingjing, who could possibly harm her? She was quite pleased with our sparring session, even arranging this residence for me to study new spells. Tomorrow, she intends to continue our practice. Lin Yi, perceiving Huang Yaoshi's anxiety, deftly deflected blame and embellished his accomplishments. Indeed, Huang Yaoshi's earlier tension dissipated as he continued scanning with his spiritual sense, confirming that his beloved granddaughter was safely training in her room. If you are to spar with Jingjing tomorrow, it would be unwise to sustain injuries. Ensure you are fully equipped for tomorrow's session. Here, take these items. You must wear them during your practice tomorrow. They are all exceptional mystical artifacts, capable of withstanding attacks below the foundation establishment level. As he spoke, Huang Yaoshi produced several exquisite pieces of equipment. Inner armor, trousers, a helmet, boots, and gloves, all 5 pieces complete. His concern for Lin Yi's safety was one reason. More importantly, he valued the opportunity for someone to spar with his granddaughter and did not wish for her to suffer any early misfortune. Thank you, Master. Lin Yi expressed immense gratitude, recognizing the combined worth of the 5 pieces to be several thousand spirit stones. Yes, just wear these during your sparring with Jingjing. Do not flaunt them elsewhere. I understand the youthful mindset all too well, Huang Yaoshi cautioned. Understood, Master. Lin Yi felt a touch exasperated yet could only comply. Subsequently, the two entered the hall, seated across from each other, and engaged in conversation about their respective matters. Lin Yi succinctly recounted his cultivation level, mastered techniques, spells, alchemy skills, and talisman crafting abilities, while Huang Yaoshi briefly introduced his own identity and the various figures within the Huang residence. At last, he spoke earnestly. Lin Yi, my dear, I have but one precious granddaughter. Whatever her wishes may be, do your utmost to accommodate them. If you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek assistance from your senior brothers and sisters. Should you face challenges in alchemy, consult your eldest senior brother. His alchemical skills have reached the upper tier of the first rank, and he can certainly provide you with guidance. As for your mastery of talisman crafting, I am afraid I have no means to assist you there. You must navigate that path on your own. After Lin Yi acknowledged his words, Huang Yaoshi quietly departed. How exhilarating it is to have become a disciple. It is akin to striking gold. These exquisite mystical artifacts, though perhaps not suitable for ostentation, surely provide adequate protection when worn as inner armor. Lin Yi gazed at the 5 newly acquired treasures. His affection for them growing with each passing moment, he promptly commenced the process of refining them. Yet, mindful of his limited spiritual energy, he chose not to recklessly attempt to refine them all at once. Instead, he aimed for a preliminary level of mastery. Achieving a higher degree of refinement would require time and patience. Haste would only lead to folly. After completing a round of refinement on the artifacts, he found that deep night had fallen. Though he had become a disciple, he still needed to earn his keep and continue his cultivation. Lin Yi lit a lantern and began to draw the great fireball talisman. As his experience points continued to rise, so too did his cultivation level, allowing him to produce an increased quantity of talismans in this round. He successfully crafted 40 great fireball talismans, of which 37 were of superior quality. Upon completing the talismans, Lin Yi resumed his monotonous training. The following morning, Lin Yi continued to draw another round of talismans before departing from the Huang residence, making his way back to the Li Real Estate Management Hall. Jane Gu, here is my latest batch of talismans. Please inspect them. Lin Yi, impressive. You have made significant progress, Li Jin remarked, astonished as he examined the quality of the 80 talismans. Not bad at all, Lin Yi nodded, but suddenly hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire if Li Jin knew the whereabouts of Li Zixi's residence. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that such a question would inevitably raise suspicions regarding his relationship with her. If he truly had a close connection with Li Zixi, how could he be unaware of where she lived? Thus, he swallowed his words. Never mind. I shall wait for Li Zixi at the Huang residence. Perhaps it would be wise to spend less time with her and more with Huang Jing. This would align better with my long-term interests. Noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to speak, Li Jin began to speculate whether he had something he wished to discuss but was refraining from doing so. Fearing that Lin Yi might wish to withdraw from their collaboration, Li Jin refrained from pressing for details, choosing to prolong the meeting for as long as possible. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Yi took his leave. Within the Li real estate complex, Li Zixin caught sight of Lin Yi from afar and hurriedly pursued him, ultimately finding him in a dining establishment. "Lin Yi, why weren't you at home last night?" she asked, glancing around to ensure there were no familiar faces before approaching him. "I have found a new residence. I shall be residing with my master from now on. You may take my previous place. Do not worry, I will cover the rent for you. Please do not come looking for me without invitation. It should be I who seeks you out." Lin Yi, having abandoned thoughts of marrying into her family, now entertained the notion of nurturing a delicate relationship. "Very well, I understand." Li Zixin's face lit up with joy, her delight evident. "By the way, do you know where Li Zixi resides in this Huanyuan Xianqing?" "She lives at the very back of our Li real estate complex, where the spiritual veins are located. That area is generally reserved for the main family of the Li clan, while those of us from the collateral branches, like myself, are relegated to the outskirts." Much like the tenants, Li Zixin replied promptly, "I see, understood. Here are 2 spiritual rice buns for you. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Lin Yi nodded and handed her the 2 leftover buns before hastily departing. Walking down the street, he observed many fine goods, yet his pockets were light, rendering him unable to purchase anything of note, a most disheartening predicament. Therefore, he quickened his pace back to the Huang residence. Not long after returning, as he contemplated drawing more talismans, Huang Jing came knocking at his door. "Lin Yi, where did you go this morning? Come quickly. Let us have a proper spar," Huang Jing demanded imperiously. "Very well, Miss Jing. Please hold on while I don my gear," Lin Yi replied, rushing into his room. Moments later, when he re-emerged before Huang Jing, he was fully equipped. "Now we may proceed with our spar, Miss Jing. I believe you should also don some armor. Swords have no eyes, and I would hate to inadvertently injure you." "Fine, but do not call me Miss in the future. Simply refer to me as Jingjing." Huang Jing acquiesced and returned to her room to change into her own gear. 15 minutes later, the 2 fully armored individuals met in the training arena. Standing 100 meters apart, poised for confrontation. "Lin Yi, let me see your progress. Attack!" Huang Jing exclaimed, brandishing her longsword and charging toward him. Lin Yi, wielding a sword of his own, engaged in combat with her. This was his first experience with swordplay, and initially, he found himself being pushed back by Huang Jing's relentless assaults. However, as his swordsmanship experience points steadily increased, he began to respond with greater ease. The clash of blades and the release of sword energy filled the arena, with each strike capable of shattering nearby stones, sending debris flying. In the midst of this thrilling battle, both Lin Yi and Huang Jing maximized their defensive capabilities, fearful of sustaining injuries from each other's sword energies. Today's confrontation proved far more intense than yesterday's. After a quarter of an hour, both combatants found their spiritual energy significantly depleted, leading to a contest of stamina and technique. Meanwhile, Li Zixi had spent 3 days at home cultivating, pondering that Lin Yi had likely completed his transition in cultivation methods, prompting her to hasten to the Huang residence. "I cannot let my father down. I must master alchemy swiftly. If all else fails, I can bring Lin Yi home, for he shows promise in the art." With such a conviction in her heart, Li Zixi believed Lin Yi could indeed be a valuable ally. "Good day, Miss Li," the guard greeted her as she passed through the gates of the Huang residence. "Has Lin Yi returned?" she inquired. "Young Master Lin just returned this morning. He is likely in the training arena sparring with Miss Jing," the guard responded. "What? Sparring with that lunatic Huang Jing? I hope he does not come to harm." Li Zixi frowned in surprise. Without further ado, she rushed toward the training arena. However, upon her arrival, she discovered Lin Yi cradling Huang Jing in his arms, their posture appearing quite intimate. "Lin Yi, Jingjing, what is going on here?" Li Zixi exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. "Oh, Zixi, we just finished sparring, and Jingjing has exhausted herself. I was merely carrying her back to her room for a rest," Lin Yi explained, oblivious to the implications of the situation. Li Zixi surveyed the dust-laden arena, filled with craters, and found herself half convinced by his words. She approached Lin Yi and Huang Jing, intent on taking Huang Jing from him. "Jingjing, let me carry you back. No need, Zixi. Lin Yi is sufficient," Huang Jing interjected, pushing Li Zixi's hand away. Realizing the force of Huang Jing's push, Li Zishi quickly understood that Huang Jing was not merely fatigued. She was intentionally seeking to be held by Lin Yi. Indeed, such burdens are best suited for me. Lin Yi feigned ignorance, responding nonchalantly as he continued to cradle Huang Jing and walked toward her residence. Li Zishi felt a pang of displeasure but had no choice but to follow along. Halfway through, she curiously inquired, Lin Yi, when did you complete your transition? How did you end up sparring with Jingjing? Just yesterday, really. Jingjing insisted on sparring with me. What could I do? You know how indulgent my master is with her, Lin Yi replied, seemingly unfazed. I see. So why did you not come find me? I forgot to ask where you lived. And you did not mention it either. I was unsure whether you and your family would welcome me. So I thought it best to wait until you arrived before deciding whether to visit your family. Lin Yi reasoned logically, deftly shifting the conversation back to her. Lin Yi, Zishi, what is the nature of your relationship? Huang Jing interjected, sensing the underlying tension as she listened to their exchange. Li Zishi lowered her head, feeling a rush of shyness, awaiting Lin Yi to elucidate their connection. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi realized he could not afford to offend Li Zishi and thus stated, Jingjing, the truth is, I am pursuing Zishi. What? Lin Yi, you are pursuing Zishi? Huang Jing exclaimed in shock, breaking free from Lin Yi's embrace and standing before him and Li Zishi. Indeed, is there a problem? I am still considering whether to accept Lin Yi's pursuit. Huang Jing's vehement reaction prompted Li Zishi to instinctively assert her claim over Lin Yi. Lin Yi, you cannot pursue Zai Shi. Huang Jing grasped Lin Yi's hands tightly, speaking with palpable anxiety. Why not? Zai Shi is so beautiful, and her family's background is so impressive. How many would envy that? Lin Yi pretended to be nonchalant. Lin Yi, precisely because Zai Shi's family background is too exceptional, you two are not suited for one another. She is looking for a son-in-law to marry into her family, and you are already a disciple of my grandfather. How could you possibly take on such a role? Huang Jing's expression bore the weight of concern for Lin Yi. Would master truly care about this? Of course, it is a matter of face. Ah, I see that, Zai Shi. What do you think we should do? Lin Yi feigned innocence, his mind already concocting a plan to cling to this matter. Ensuring he could evade the fate of becoming a sun-law. It won't happen. Master only accepted you as a named disciple because of my standing. You are merely a named disciple, not of significant importance. For my sake to become a son-in-law, that poses no issue at all, Li Zishi said with unwavering confidence. Very well, let us go find grandfather and clarify this, Huang Jing declared, eager to lead the two away. Li Zishi sensed something amiss and quickly ushered Lin Yi aside while she took Huang Jing to a more secluded spot for a private conversation. Jing, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to obstruct Lin Yi from becoming my son-in-law? Yes, I do not wish for Lin Yi to take on that role, Huang Jing readily admitted. Why? Is it that you have taken a liking to Lin Yi? Or has Lin Yi somehow persuaded you to act this way? Li Zishi shot a glare at Lin Yi in the distance, feeling that he must be the driving force behind this situation. Lin Yi shrugged. He had merely engaged in a little flirtation with Huang Jing, but had said nothing that warranted such a reaction. It was indeed unexpected for Huang Jing to respond so strongly. I believe that someone as exceptional as Lin Yi becoming a son-in-law would be a waste of talent. Though he is still my grandfather's named disciple, I am confident he will soon be recognized as a formal disciple. Chapter 38. The revelation of the 5 spirit roots. Moreover, I suspect it will not be long before Lin Yi breaks through to the foundation establishment stage. How could a foundation establishment cultivator possibly become your son-in-law? Huang Jing stated earnestly. Can he truly cultivate to become a foundation establishment cultivator? Li Zishi laughed, unable to believe it. What? You doubt it? Zai Shi, Lin Yi has already reached the 8th level of qi refinement at just 23 years of age. Furthermore, he can draw first-tier high-quality spirit talismans and refine first-tier mid-grade pills. Given these circumstances, do you believe he lacks the means to purchase a foundation establishment pill at the auction in Desian City? Huang Jing countered seriously. What? He has reached the 8th level of qi refinement and can draw first-tier high-quality spirit talismans? Li Zishi was utterly flabbergasted, never expecting Lin Yi to have changed so dramatically in just a few days. She had returned to investigate Lin Yi's background, which indicated that he was merely a poor wandering cultivator, recently gaining recognition from Li Jin and gradually rising in prominence. The reality is as I have stated. Lin Yi cannot become your son-in-law. Even if he desires it, my grandfather would never agree. Huang Jing continued. Impossible. Master would certainly consent, Li Zexi insisted, although her tone lacked the previous conviction. Wealth corrupts a man, and strength breeds infidelity. She was uncertain if Lin Yi still held genuine intentions for her, enough to willingly join the Li family as a son-in-law in her circumstances, unless there was a son-in-law to marry into the family. The clan would not permit her to marry easily. Moments later, the three of them sought out Huang Yaoshi. Huang Yaoshi reclined leisurely in an armchair, basking in the sunlight, surrounded by a swirling vortex that perpetually absorbed spiritual energy from all directions. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one could cultivate a secret technique that allowed for automatic cultivation. Even while engaged in other activities, one could maintain a state of cultivation with a certain speed. As the trio entered the courtyard, Huang Jing was the first to rush to Huang Yaoshi's side. Grandfather. Jing, what brings you here? Huang Yaoshi opened his eyes slightly to regard Huang Jing. Grandfather, Zexi wants Lin Yi to marry into the Li family. But I believe that Lin Yi should not take on such a role now. He has the potential to break through to foundation establishment and remains your disciple. This would tarnish your reputation if he were to marry into the Li family. Huang Jing stated immediately, this is a matter for you young people. Let Lin Yi decide for himself. Huang Yaoshi replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, Li Zexi turned to Lin Yi, you wouldn't be unwilling to marry into the family? Would you? I am willing. What is there to be unwilling about? So now, does that mean you are agreeing to be with me, Zexi? Lin Yi forced a smile, unwilling to go back on his word. For now, he lacked the confidence to openly resist Li Zexi. She had initially intended to test Lin Yi further, but upon recalling Huang Jing as a potential threat, she shyly acquiesced. She nodded, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Huang Jing bit her lip and stomped her foot in frustration. Very well, Lin Yi and Zexi, you two go spend some quality time together. You might as well return to the Li family to meet Daoist Li as well. I have some matters to discuss with Jing. Huang Yaoshi waved his hand. Yes, master. Lin Yi and Li Zexi responded with a bow before departing together. After a while, only Huang Jing and Huang Yaoshi remained in the courtyard. Huang Yaoshi then turned to Huang Jing and asked, so, Jing, do you have feelings for Lin Yi? I think he is quite good, very outstanding, but I cannot say I like him yet. I want to give him a chance to pursue me. But now he is directly entangled with Zexi and is to marry into her family. It infuriates me. Huang Jing shook her head, speaking candidly. Lin Yi is indeed an excellent young man. But he actually possesses 5 spirit roots. Would you still be willing to give him a chance? Huang Yaoshi hesitated before speaking. How can he possibly have 5 spirit roots? Did you not notice during your sparring? He can effortlessly wield spells of any attribute, while you struggle to release water and would attribute spells because you lack those spirit roots. Huang Yaoshi explained. Impossible. If he truly has 5 spirit roots, how could he have already broken through to the 8th level of Qi refinement? Huang Jing still found it hard to comprehend. As for that, I am not entirely sure. Perhaps he consumed some powerful spiritual fruit that cleared his meridians, causing a rapid surge in his cultivation. Now reaching the 8th level of Qi refinement is likely his limit. To break through to the 9th level will probably take a considerable amount of time. And foundation establishment is even further away. Huang Yaoshi shrugged. He had never conducted a thorough examination of Lin Yi, so he was unaware of his precise condition. Is that so? Well, that's not necessarily a problem. Right? Your several disciples, even those with 3 or 4 spirit roots, have been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Master Uncle has even consumed a foundation establishment pill and has yet to achieve a true breakthrough. Lin Yi will surely reach the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such cultivators would certainly be considered powerful figures within Huidong City. Huang Jing hesitated for a moment before speaking. So you are still willing to give Lin Yi a chance? Huang Yaoshi could easily discern Huang Jing's intentions. Naturally. Then you must find a way to spread the news of Lin Yi's 5 spirit roots to the Li family, especially to ensure that the Li family patriarch, Li Mingyuan, is made aware that I am curious to see how he will react. If he is willing to accept Lin Yi, then you need not pursue it further. However, if he cannot accept Lin Yi as a son-in-law due to his 5 spirit roots, then Lin Yi will inevitably belong to you sooner or later. Huang Yaoshi commanded. Very well, I shall proceed accordingly. Huang Jing nodded, recognizing it as a sound strategy. Within the ranks of cultivation families, evaluations are typically based on the number of spirit roots and potential talent. The fewer spirit roots one possesses, the faster their cultivation speed. It is common for those with fewer spirit roots to produce offspring with the same advantage. Li Mingyuan would certainly not wish for his daughter, who possesses 2 spirit roots, to marry Lin Yi, who has 5 spirit roots. Even if Lin Yi is merely marrying in, it would not be acceptable. While Lin Yi feigned an affectionate relationship with Li Zexi, Huang Jing swiftly set her plan into motion. That very afternoon, Li Mingyuan received news that his precious daughter, Li Zexi, was involved with a man possessing 5 spirit roots. Chapter 39. The Expensive Diamond Talisman Ping Shan Town. Li Family Ancestral Land, the Patriarch's Hall. Investigate thoroughly. Find out everything about this man with 5 spirit roots who is involved with Zexi. Li Mingyuan barked at Li Zekong. Yes, father. Li Zekong had rarely witnessed his father's fury and quickly complied. He too was eager to uncover which audacious individual had managed to get close to his sister. Soon after, Li Zekong set off from Pingshan Town, leading a team toward Huidong City. Within Huidong City, Lin Yi and Li Zexi enjoyed a delightful lunch at a tavern, engaging in cheerful conversation. By the afternoon, they were still inseparable, with Lin Yi guiding Li Zexi in alchemy. Lin Yi, this time, I am certain I will make progress. Li Zexi, brimming with confidence, opened the lid of the alchemical furnace with a decisive clap, causing the 9 elixirs within to be drawn forth and placed upon a tray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Indeed, Zexi. This time you have successfully refined 7 authentic Pill of Absence, marking you as qualified to learn the crafting of the next elixir. Lin Yi counted and then began to praise Li Zexi. Hee, I did it! Li Zexi exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with glee before leaping to Lin Yi's side and enveloping him in a warm embrace. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Lin Yi felt a tumult of emotions. He harbored a fondness for this striking young lady, yet he was reluctant to truly become part of the Li clan, even pondering the prospect of securing a forest of his own. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel like a man caught between conflicting desires. However, the truth remained that without strength, one was merely a fool, but with strength, one was a true man. After tidying up the alchemical room, the two made their way to Lin Yi's residence to indulge in pleasant conversation and tea. Zexi, your family has arranged for you to apprentice under Huang Yaoshi to learn the art of alchemy. What are their intentions? As a dual spirit root prodigy, shouldn't you be cultivating directly at home to reach the foundation establishment stage? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. This is likely a part of our family's development strategy. Our Li clan is rather weak in the field of alchemy, and thus, they wish for me to study diligently under Huang Yaoshi. Li Zexi explained that as for my cultivation, it won't be delayed. Without foundation establishment pills, I can't guarantee a breakthrough, but I'm still young. I've reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, and progressing to the 9th layer will be no problem. Regarding safety, as long as I remain within the confines of Huiyuan City, who would dare to harm me? Li Zexi already regarded Lin Yi as her future husband and had no qualms about divulging her thoughts. Oh, I see. Then when do you plan to introduce me to your esteemed father-in-law? It might not be wise to be together without his approval, Lin Yi continued to probe. Well, what do you think? I believe any time would be fine, Li Zexi replied, anxious about the potential for unforeseen complications and eager to take Lin Yi home immediately. I think it would be prudent for me to save some resources to buy a gift before visiting your father-in-law. Arriving empty-handed would be quite disrespectful. A gift worthy of your father should at least be valued at 1,000 spirit stones. I should be able to gather that amount in about 6 months. Once I have it, we can go together. How does that sound? Lin Yi managed a forced smile, wishing to delay matters. 6 months seems too long. I think 2 or 3 months would suffice. We need not purchase anything too extravagant. It's the thought that counts. You're merely becoming part of my family, not marrying me, so there's no need for a bride price. Li Zexi shook her head. All right, 3 months it is. I'll prepare well. Lin Yi nodded and added, Zexi, I think it's time for me to start earning some money. I plan to begin drawing talismans. How about you come here tomorrow to find me? Sounds good, Li Zexi agreed, then stood to leave. Watching her graceful figure disappear, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He felt caught in a dilemma, pondering whether 2 or 3 months would be sufficient for him to reach the 9th layer of qi refinement. The foundation establishment stage seemed a distant goal. Well, any delay was a victory. The stronger he became, the more leverage he would have. Hurriedly, he returned to his chamber and began to draw talismans with utmost diligence. After completing 40 fireball talismans, his spiritual energy depleted, He entered his meditation room to recover his strength before continuing his work. That moment, earning money was of utmost importance. With funds, he could purchase elixirs and continue his ascension. Meanwhile, after leaving Lin Yi's residence, Li Zexi settled into her study to diligently learn the crafting of qi-nourishing pills. Huang Jing had already arranged for servants to monitor Lin Yi and Li Zexi's movements. And news of Li Zexi studying alone quickly reached Huang Jing. Miss Jing, Miss Li is currently in the alchemical study, a servant reported. Very well, I understand. You may leave, Huang Jing replied, waving her hand as she rose to head toward the alchemical study. Jing, what brings you here? I have already won. Lin Yi is mine. What more do you want? Li Zexi asked, puzzled. Without a spirit root, Huang Jing could not engage in alchemy, so her presence in the study was undoubtedly to seek Li Zexi. Sister Zexi, there is something I wonder if you know, Huang Jing said with a charming smile as she approached. What is it? It's something Lin Yi has kept from you. What is it? Do tell. The previously indifferent Li Zexi felt a surge of impatience. I know you're eager, but please hold your horses. In a few days, your family will likely inform you of this matter, Huang Jing said with a playful smile before exiting the room. Leaving Li Zexi in a state of confusion, that Huang Jing is truly peculiar. Li Zexi fumed, watching Huang Jing depart. Continuing her reading became a challenge as her mind raced, speculating what Lin Yi might be concealing from her. They had shared so much during their time together, and surely there was nothing left unknown between them. How could he possibly hide something from her? Unable to fathom it, Li Zexi concluded that Huang Jing was merely toying with her. As dawn broke the next day, after breakfast, Lin Yi hurried to the Li clan's property management hall to find Li Jin. The previous day and evening, he had devoted considerable time and energy to crafting talismans, successfully transforming all the talisman paper provided by Li Jin into fireball talismans. Upon encountering Li Jin, Lin Yi initially intended to present all his talismans, but remembered he had previously mentioned he could only produce around 180 talismans from 300 sheets of paper. Thus, he decided to present only a third of his successful creations. Brother Jin, here are the 50 fireball talismans I crafted this time, all of superior quality. Very good, very good. Your first-tier superior talisman crafting skills have truly matured, Li Jin exclaimed, examining the talismans and confirming their quality. Indeed, I owe it all to Brother Jin's support. Otherwise, I couldn't have procured so much first-tier superior talisman paper, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Lin Yi, after calculating, the total value of your talismans is 8,370 spirit stones, which means you owe me 630 spirit stones, Li Jin stated. That sounds fine, good, just wait a moment. I'll fetch you a new batch of talisman-making materials, Li Jin said, leaving with Lin Yi's talismans. He headed to the Li clan's talisman shop to make a profit from the difference. The employees there would never refuse him, as besides Lin Yi, there were hardly any others in the clan capable of crafting first-tier superior talismans, and those who could were less successful than Lin. If they dared to refuse, Li Jin would simply sell them elsewhere. Lin Yi waited a short while before Li Jin returned. Here you go, this is the new batch of talisman-making materials, 500 sheets in total. I hope you can try crafting Thunderbolt and Diamond talismans. These two types of talismans are significantly more valuable than Fireball talismans. Li Jin handed over the materials and continued. Why is that? Lin Yi pondered, eager to earn more. Lin Yi, you haven't hunted demons outside, so you may not realize that Thunderbolt talismans are far more popular than Fireball talismans among hunting teams. The Thunderbolt talisman is derived from the spell Palm Thunder, capable of stunning beasts and providing cultivators with an opportunity to slay them while keeping their corpses relatively intact. In contrast, Fireball talismans may lack precision, often damaging valuable materials on the beast's body, thus reducing its market value. As for the Diamond talisman, it's a life-saving item, so naturally, it commands a higher price, Li Jin earnestly explained, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. And what are the specific prices? Lin Yi inquired, finding Li Jin's reasoning sound. Authentic Thunderbolt talismans sell for 80 spirit stones, superior ones for 120. Diamond talismans can fetch 150 spirit stones for the authentic ones and 250 for the superior ones, Li Jin elaborated. That's quite steep. So, Brother Jin, what purchase price can you offer me? Lin Yi was taken aback. If he focused solely on Diamond talismans, his earnings could triple compared to Fireball talismans. Did we not agree on 60 of the market price? Li Jin replied. 60%. Huh. Alright, I understand now. Brother Jin, I'll take my leave for now. Once I've crafted the talismans, I'll come back to find you. Lin Yi was already somewhat impatient to begin crafting the diamond talismans in order to amass great wealth. All right, Lin Yi. Farewell. Li Jin waved his hand to bid Lin Yi goodbye before returning to his seat, calculating how much profit he could reap from Lin Yi. After departing, Lin Yi did not head straight home to create the diamond talismans. Instead, he contemplated processing a batch of high-quality fireball talismans in order to exchange them for some spirit stones to purchase medicinal pills. As he strolled along, he passed a stall and noticed an array of spiritual herbs for sale, among which were materials suitable for concocting the qi-gathering pill. This qi-gathering pill was particularly suitable for cultivators in the later stages of qi refinement. Chapter 40. A grand exchange for qi-gathering pill materials. I can refine pills too. It should be quite easy to level up my experience and concoct the qi-gathering pill, Lin Yi mused. I cannot allow others to profit from this. With that thought, he approached the stall. Boss, how much for a complete set of qi-gathering pill materials? He was too lazy to select each item individually and asked directly. One set of qi-gathering pill materials costs 150 shattered spirit stones. How many sets would you like? The stall owner was well prepared, as many alchemists or their subordinates often purchased herbal materials in bulk. The various herbs and their proportions required for different pills were not secrets. Rather, it was the handling methods and precautions during the alchemical process that were shrouded in mystery. Boss, at the moment I don't have much silver, but I possess several high-quality fireball talismans. I'll let you have 2 for a set of qi-gathering pill materials, valuing each at 75 shattered spirit stones. Lin Yi produced 2 high-quality fireball talismans and handed them to the stall owner. After settling the transaction with Li Jin, he still had a substantial 100 high-quality fireball talismans left. He initially intended to find Zhou Peiyan to dispose of them, but if he could sell them at a high price now, he would not bother making the trip. High-quality fireball talismans? Is this for real? The stall owner took the talismans, skeptical, and began to inspect them closely. After sensing the immense power contained within the talismans, he finally believed it. All right, let's go with what you said. 2 high-quality fireball talismans are worth 1 set of qi-gathering pill materials. The stall owner thought to himself that a single high-quality fireball talisman sold for 80 shattered spirit stones in a talisman shop. Acquiring them for 75 meant he was making a profit of 5 shattered spirit stones. Plus, he would continue to earn from selling the herbs, effectively making 2 profits. Excellent. Now, how many sets of qi-gathering pill materials do you have? I'll take them all. Lin Yi immediately pulled out a large handful of high-quality fireball talismans. The stall owner was somewhat surprised but continued to complete the transaction with Lin Yi. Moments later, Lin Yi exchanged 72 high-quality fireball talismans for 36 sets of qi-gathering pill materials. With 28 high-quality fireball talismans remaining, Lin Yi decided not to part with any more and hurriedly made his way back to the Huang residence to secretly refine pills in the alchemical chamber. At the core residence of Li's real estate, Li Zushi finished the breakfast served by the servants and returned to her usual practice for an hour. After concluding her training, she began to have her maid carefully groom her. Yesterday, I learned quite a bit about the theoretical knowledge of refining qi-nourishing pills. Today, I shall attempt to refine one. I don't want to trouble my master or the other senior brothers. I'll just ask Lin Yi. With that thought, she waited for her makeup to be completed before stepping out with a cheerful stride. Just as she reached the entrance of the Li estate, she spotted her elder brother, Li Zakong. Second brother, what brings you here? It has been a while since you last came home. How are our parents? Li Zeshi smiled as she approached Li Zakong. They are doing well at home. But we heard that you have found a partner in Huayuan City. Is that true? Li Zakong responded. Yes, recently someone has been pursuing me, and I have agreed to let him become a son-in-law of our Li family. His name is Lin Yi. He is quite remarkable. In Huayuan City, and throughout the entire Jiangnan prefecture, I doubt there are many youths who can compare to him. As Li Zushi recalled Lin Yi's features, her satisfaction grew, and she unconsciously began to compare her second brother to Lin Yi, realizing that Lin Yi surpassed him. Lin Yi, do you know him well? You have agreed to marry him so decisively, and our parents have not given their consent yet. Li Zakong, noticing his sister's infatuation, understood that she was already enamored with Lin Yi. He gestured to a few individuals nearby, instructing them to investigate. The group discreetly left, not wishing to interrupt the conversation between the siblings. Rest assured, second brother, he is truly impressive. He is now also a disciple of Master Huang Yaoshi and resides in the Huang residence. Come, I will take you to meet him, Elizashi said confidently as she linked her arm with Li Zakong's and began walking towards the Huang residence. All right, I am curious to see what kind of young man could enchant my sister so. If he is a scoundrel, I shall certainly deal with him, Li Zakong declared fiercely. Heh, second brother, you might not be able to match Lin Yi. He could easily overpower you with a mere flick. Li Zishi chuckled, brimming with confidence in Lin Yi that Li Zakong was not as talented as her. With dual spiritual roots, he was merely a three-root cultivator. Despite the substantial resources invested by the Li family, at 24 years old, he had barely reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. How could that be? I am at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Are you telling me this Lin Yi is some middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s? I must say, those old men are experienced and often deceive young girls like you, Li Zakong instinctively doubted, believing that with his 3 spiritual roots, achieving the 7th layer at his age made him exceptional in Jiangnan Prefecture. Among the prominent foundational families, only a handful could surpass him. However, before he could finish his argument, Li Zishi shattered his pride. Not at all, Lin Yi is actually a year younger than you. He has already reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement, just like me. How is that possible? Achieving the 8th layer of Qi refinement at 23 years old, Li Zakong was genuinely dumbfounded. According to the information he had received, this Lin Yi was a 5-root cultivator. 5-root cultivators face numerous bottlenecks during their training. Currently, in Huayuan City, 90% of loose cultivators are 5-root cultivators, with a significant portion stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. After finally earning some money to buy the breakthrough pill, the Bihua pill, they might only reach the 4th layer and thereafter lead a mediocre life, likely stopping at the 5th layer. Nothing is impossible. Lin Yi is truly remarkable. He can analyze as she continued to extol Lin Yi's virtues, causing Li Zakong to begin doubting the accuracy of the information he had received, as well as the value of his cultivation over the past decade, feeling as if he had squandered it compared to a loose cultivator. Chapter 41. Speaking ill of Lin Yi as Li Zishi and Li Zakong made their way to the Huang residence. Those who had accompanied Li Zakong began to gather information regarding Lin Yi within the Li estate. One individual approached Li Jin to inquire. Brother Jin, young Master Zakong has sent us to gather information about Lin Yi. I wonder how much you know about him. Ah, young Master Zakong has come to investigate at the behest of the clan leader? Li Jin replied, not in a hurry to answer but instead asking. Yes, our clan leader received word that our 3rd young lady, Li Zishi, is involved with a 5-root loose cultivator named Lin Yi and intends to make him her husband. We would like to know if this is true. Have you heard anything, Brother Jin? Li Zeku asked eagerly. Li Jin's mind raced. He did not wish for Lin Yi to successfully marry into the Li family. After some thought, he decided to speak ill of Lin Yi. Zeku, Lin Yi is my tenant, and I know quite a bit about him. However, I would prefer that no one knows I disclose this information. How about this? If you are willing to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao that you will not reveal that I was the source of this information, I will tell you. Very well, I will swear the oath. Although Li Zeku found Li Jin's request somewhat unusual, he agreed. Li Zeku, swear to the heavenly Tao that regarding all information disclosed to me today by Li Jin about Lin Yi, I shall not reveal the source of this information when passing it on to others. Should I fail to uphold this oath, may the heavens punish me, and may I never attain the path to foundational cultivation. Upon hearing Li Zeku complete his oath, Li Jin nodded with satisfaction, drawing him closer to whisper in his ear. Lin Yi is my tenant. Just a few months ago, he was a destitute fellow, indulging in all vices, gambling, drinking, and carousing, merely a 5-root cultivator, like most young loose cultivators, with only the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and he still owed me over 2 months' rent. Several months prior, I had him endorse a predatory loan, one that demanded exorbitant returns. After settling the rent, he retreated into a coffin-like abode to inscribe talismans, and astonishingly, he succeeded in creating spiritual talismans, emerging as a talisman master. It appeared he possessed an innate talent for this craft, effortlessly producing high-quality spiritual talismans that fetched commendable prices. Through his talisman-making endeavors, he consistently amassed wealth over the past few months, purchasing elixirs and enhancing his cultivation to the 6th level of Qi refinement. During this time, he occasionally accompanied me to the Spring Breeze Pavilion for leisure. I had once invited him to gamble, but Lin Yi firmly declared that he would have no dealings with gambling or drugs in his lifetime. Thus he abstained. However, he frequented the Spring Breeze Pavilion with remarkable regularity, visiting roughly every 4 or 5 days. Recently, he inexplicably struck up a connection with Li Zishi, leveraging her connections to cultivate a relationship with Huang Yaoshi, who took him on as an apprentice. In just a few days, his cultivation soared directly to the 8th level of qi refinement. Alas, I find it utterly perplexing how Lin Yi could possess such extraordinary fortune, swiftly advancing through the art of talisman making within a mere few months. Li Jin, while lamenting the inequities of fate, recounted various insights about Lin Yi, yet he refrained from mentioning their collaborations in talismans. After further probing Li Jin for details, Li Ziquai departed from the Li family estate. Hastening toward the Huang residence, he traveled with great urgency, managing to encounter the siblings Li Zishi and Li Zikong before they reached the Huang estate. Young Master Kong, I have gathered all pertinent information regarding Lin Yi, Li Ziquai panted as he halted before Li Zishi and Li Zikong. You are inquiring about Lin Yi, conducting an investigation into him? Li Zishi responded, somewhat irked. She felt sufficiently acquainted with Lin Yi, and her brother's initiative to probe further suggested a lack of trust in her judgment. Very well, let us forego the visit to the Huang residence for now. We shall clarify matters right here in this private room of the tavern. Sister, heed my counsel. A husband is someone with whom you will share your life. It is imperative to know him thoroughly. Li Zikong resolutely declared, gesturing towards a nearby tavern. All right, I am indeed curious to hear what you have unearthed. Li Zishi stomped her foot in defiance, but ultimately complied. Moments later, the trio settled in a private room at the nearby tavern, ordering an extravagant feast and engaging in conversation while dining. Young Master Kong, Miss Shi, the information I gathered near the Li estate is from an anonymous source who insisted I not disclose their identity. They required me to take a solemn oath, but they assured me of the authenticity of the information, Li Ziquai prefaced, seeking to preclude any pressure from Li Zishi and Li Zikong regarding the origins of his findings. Very well, regardless of who the source may be, simply relay the information, Li Zikong replied, understanding that it was reasonable for someone to avoid offending Lin Yi. Recalling Lin Yi's cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, Li Zikong grasped the weight of the situation. Such prowess, within the confines of Huiyuan Xianxing, could be considered formidable. Among tens of thousands, those at the 8th level of qi refinement scarcely exceeded 200. Offending these practitioners would spell disaster for low-level cultivators in this lawless realm of cultivation. Once one step beyond Huiyuan City, they risked dire consequences. Young Master Kong, Miss Shi, the information I obtained reveals that Lin Yi was originally a lowly cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. Just months ago, he was merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement, having exhausted all his resources and owing over 2 months' rent to our Li estate, borrowing from loan sharks to acquire talisman-making tools and materials. Upon hearing this, Li Zishi's displeasure grew as she realized Lin Yi's 5 spiritual roots. However, she acknowledged his audacity in investing everything into the talisman arts. Yet, as Li Ziquai continued, his claims grew increasingly outrageous, particularly when he mentioned Lin Yi's frequenting of the Spring Breeze Pavilion to summon courtesans. This revelation proved to be the breaking point for Li Zishi. What did you say? Lin Yi regularly visits the Spring Breeze Pavilion to summon courtesans, she exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, her countenance turning frantic. Indeed, Miss Shi, the facts stand as they are. However, I contend that as a youthful man, it is only natural for him to indulge in revelry after amassing wealth. What raises suspicion is not his leisure pursuits, but rather how a mere 5 spiritual root cultivator could ascend through multiple realms in such a short span, now reaching the 8th level of qi refinement. This warrants scrutiny, Li Ziquai asserted. Normalcy be damned. No upright individual frequents the Spring Breeze Pavilion to summon courtesans. Li Zishi's breath grew heavy, her chest heaving with indignation. Cough, cough, sister, calm yourself, Li Zikong awkwardly interjected, attempting to placate her. Both he and Li Ziquai had indeed visited the Spring Breeze Pavilion before. Once Li Zishi's emotions stabilized somewhat, Li Zikong continued, Zishi, do you still regard Lin Yi as a worthy partner? Setting aside the issue of his visits to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, even as an 8th level qi refinement cultivator, their father would never consent to him becoming your husband. You must understand, it is essential to seek a partner with superior spiritual roots to ensure the birth of exceptional offspring and the continuation of our family lineage. Given his rapid ascent in cultivation, aside from elixirs, I suspect there are other fortuitous encounters involved. I refuse to believe a 5 spiritual root cultivator could navigate the cultivation path without encountering bottlenecks. Such fortuitous encounters that benefit Lin Yi may not necessarily extend to the next generation. In my view, we should capture him and interrogate him thoroughly to extract his secrets. As he spoke, Li Zhakong's excitement grew. He harbored hopes of experiencing similar breakthroughs in his cultivation journey. Second brother, you are going too far. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Yi is now an apprentice of Huang Yaoshi. Li Zushi began to feel conflicted. The admirable image she held of Lin Yi was now crumbling significantly. What is excessive about this? Everything is for the sake of the family, if it strengthens our family. What is there that we cannot do? Li Zhakong asserted with conviction. But this, seeing Li Zushi still hesitating, Li Zhakong pressed on. If Lin Yi truly loves you and wishes to become a part of our Li family, then he must be willing to share all his secrets with you. Is that not the case? Simply ask him directly. If he refuses to answer, then he is not sincere. However, given the current circumstances, our father would likely disapprove of his joining our family. I am also somewhat uncomfortable with the thought of him as a husband. I do not wish to deceive him by questioning him now. Li Zushi remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Miss Shi, everything is for the family. You may not wish to marry him, but there are plenty of women within the Li family willing to do so. If he truly shares his secrets, we could easily arrange for someone else to marry him. He would still be a member of our Li family. What is improper about that? Li Ziquai interjected at this moment. Very well. Li Zushi closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Just as they conspired to deceive Lin Yi, the latter, engrossed in alchemy, suddenly faced a catastrophic explosion. Bang! The lid of the alchemical furnace was blown off, and thick smoke billowed forth. Something is amiss. This cannot be right. I followed the correct procedure meticulously. As a novice, it should not have exploded so easily. Why previous attempt at concocting an energy-increasing pill was successful. Lin Yi lamented as he surveyed the disastrous state of the alchemical furnace, pacing back and forth in contemplation. Either someone is cursing me, causing my misfortune, or I am simply lacking in control. I should be studying diligently in the study to master everything necessary. Once I have learned it all, such incidents should cease. Observing the experience panel displaying, First Tier Superior Alchemy. Minor Mastery, 67-120. Lin Yi began to suspect the fault lay with him. Moments later, he tidied up the alchemical room and proceeded to the alchemical library, determined to revisit the remaining texts he had yet to fully explore. As he flipped through the pages, employing quantum wave speed reading, his experience points steadily increased on the attribute panel. After a considerable amount of time, Lin Yi finally maxed out his experience points. The attribute panel now displayed First Tier Superior Alchemy, Major Mastery, 150. First Tier Premium Alchemy, Minor Mastery, 110-120. That seems satisfactory. I should be able to refine pills without issue now. Content with his progress, Lin Yi departed the alchemical library. However, as he passed the spellbook room, a new thought struck him. What if I am expelled one day? I must ensure I learn all the spells contained here. That way, I will not have lost everything. Moreover, I need to learn to draw the Heavenly Thunder Talisman and the Diamond Talisman. Now is the perfect time to acquire all the spells at once. With that, Lin Yi entered the spellbook room, in the enchanting spell chamber, protected by intricate formations. Entry was not easily granted. It was only after Lin Yi produced his disciple token that he successfully gained access. The last time he had accompanied Huang Jing into this place, he had not taken the opportunity to thoroughly examine the tomes within the spell chamber. This time, venturing alone, Lin Yi discovered that the collection of texts here far surpassed that of the alchemical library. Several rows of shelves stood tall, each adorned with hundreds of volumes, unlike the solitary shelf in the alchemical library. Without further ado, Lin Yi began his exploration, methodically pulling books from the shelves to peruse. The sheer quantity of texts was overwhelming, and he understood that without practical application, mastering spells would be an arduous endeavor. Achieving perfection in a single sitting was unrealistic. Even reaching a minor proficiency would require considerable time investment. Thus, Lin Yi decided to dedicate 5 minutes to each book, and upon completion, his attribute panel consistently reflected an entry-level understanding, 3100 or higher. Some of the simpler spells, which he could relate to his previous studies, reached a greater degree of mastery, while others merely scraped the surface of entry-level comprehension. With this level of understanding, he had nearly memorized each tome, reciting them flawlessly. Engrossed in his studies, Lin Yi lost track of time. neglecting both sleep and sustenance. This was a pivotal strategy for his future, and despite the tedium of grinding for experience, he persevered. Day turned to night, and even his plans with Li Zishi and Huang Jing were forgotten. After searching the Huang estate for quite some time, Li Zishi finally located Lin Yi in the spell chamber once night fell. "Lin Yi, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you all over the Huang estate." Li Zishi feigned ignorance, concern lacing her voice. She had already conspired with Li Zikong to adhere to their original plan. In 3 months, they would take Lin Yi to the Li clan's territory. At that time, Lin Yi would not only present valuable gifts but also divulge his secrets. Over the next 3 months, Li Zishi intended to maintain close contact with Lin Yi, ensuring he did not gain the upper hand. "Oh, my apologies. I've been focused on learning to draw the Diamond Talisman and the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. These are far more lucrative than the Fireball Talisman I currently know." Lin Yi quickly provided a plausible explanation. It was entirely reasonable for someone to spend half a day studying spells. "I see." Li Zishi feigned enlightenment, continuing, "Now that night has fallen, it's best to stop studying for now. Let us go out for a nice meal. It's unwise to be so consumed with study and profit without rewarding ourselves." "Absolutely. Let us go indulge in a feast." Lin Yi readily agreed. After such an extensive study session, he had nearly traversed the entirety of the spell chamber's collection. Able to recall much of it, the only difference being the depth of his reviewed eye in the expansive chamber. Not only were there numerous spells for the Qi refinement stage, but also various techniques related to spiritual weaponry, secret arts, talisman crafting, formations, and alchemy. Subsequently, Li Zishi maintained her composure as they exited the spell chamber. As Lin Yi approached her, she affectionately looped her arm through his, easing his wariness. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi and Li Zishi found themselves in a private room at Tianyue restaurant, ordering an array of dishes. Observing Li Zikue disguised as a waiter, Li Zishi exchanged knowing glances. Li Zikue promptly executed their plan, subtly introducing tasteless poison into Lin Yi's utensils to dull his senses, making it easier for him to become intoxicated. Additionally, Li Zishi ordered several bottles of potent wine. After a brief wait, a series of dishes were served to their table. "Come, Lin Yi, let us drink." Li Zishi eagerly poured a glass for him, filling her own as well, taking a sip first. "Cheers." Lin Yi accepted the cup, ready to down it in one go. However, just as the cup reached his lips, he sensed something amiss. At this moment, he had attained the status of a first-tier, top-tier alchemist, at least in theoretical knowledge. As the saying goes, the poison of alchemy is not to be trifled with. And with his extensive theoretical understanding of alchemy, his comprehension of poisons was likewise profound. A drunkenness-inducing poison? Is someone attempting to harm me? Or is this simply the establishment's ploy to enhance their reputation for fine wines? Using his spiritual sense, Lin Yi carefully investigated and soon uncovered the deception, silently deducing the situation. Noticing Lin Yi's hesitance to drink, Li Zishi grew concerned. "Lin Yi, why aren't you drinking?" "I am just not in the mood to drink on an empty stomach." "Let us eat something first." Lin Yi quickly fabricated an excuse, continuing to use his spiritual sense to scrutinize the various dishes and utensils. Searching for any anomalies. To his astonishment, the dishes were untainted, the wine pristine, but his own utensils and wine glass were compromised, while Li Zishi's remained untouched. This revelation left Lin Yi astounded. Someone is indeed plotting against me? And Li Zishi is either aware or complicit. Very well, Li Zishi, since you show no mercy, do not expect my kindness in return. Tonight, I shall take advantage of you. All right, Lin Yi, let us eat first. Li Zishi relaxed slightly, taking a bite of a dish before offering him some, hoping to lower his defenses. Aware that the dish she provided was safe, Lin Yi accepted it without hesitation. Then, he used his own chopsticks to serve a portion of food into Li Zishi's bowl, subtly channeling his spiritual energy to transfer the poison onto the dish. "Here's, Zishi, you should try this. It's delicious." Li Zishi wasted no time indulging, believing that the poison was solely in Lin Yi's wine glass and not in his chopsticks. As they continued dining, Lin Yi exclusively consumed the dishes directly with his chopsticks, never placing them in his bowl, merely symbolically eating the uncontaminated rice in his bowl. As the meal progressed and the dishes dwindled, Li Zishi urged Lin Yi, "We've ordered so many fine wines. It would be a shame not to drink any." "All right, let us each have a bottle and drink straight from it," Lin Yi boisterously declared. seizing a bottle and uncorking it, preparing to drink directly from it. Such rudeness. Let us use cups instead. Li Zishi, aware of the poison in Lin Yi's cup, quickly interjected. Fine. I'll drink this bottle first. Then I'll use the cup. You shouldn't just sit there. You should drink too, Lin Yi insisted, and Li Zishi, believing him to be oblivious, complied and raised her glass. Little did she know, after just a few sips, she felt her head spinning. Huh? Why are there two Lin Yis? With a dazed expression, Li Zishi soon collapsed onto the table. Humph, you think you can outwit me? How naive. Lin Yi smirked, his thoughts racing. With the private room door closed and no surveillance around, and Li Zishi in a deep slumber, Lin Yi wasted no time in executing his plans. To avoid attracting attention, he performed some manual adjustments and continuously used a voice-altering technique to mimic Li Zishi's voice. Pretending to engage in conversation with himself, Lin Yi played both roles, deceiving the outside world while completing his necessary tasks. Once finished, he restored Li Zishi's appearance and adopted a drunken demeanor, all while employing secret techniques to eliminate any trace of alcohol in his system. Waiter, the bill, Lin Yi called out, feigning drunkenness. Coming right up, Li Zikue, who had been waiting outside, responded, entering the room. However, the scene before him left him bewildered. Why is Miss Shi unconscious, and Lin Yi appears to be inebriated yet retains some clarity? What is the total for our table? 74 spirit stones. Sir, is your female companion intoxicated? Li Zikue inquired. Yes, my wife is drunk. I'm taking her home now. Lin Yi paid the bill and proceeded to carry Li Zishi on his back as he exited the establishment. Li Zeku pondered over what to say next, only to discover that Lin Yi had already unleashed the formidable aura of his 8th level of Qi refinement and had fixed his divine sense upon him. With Li Zeku's mere 3rd level of Qi refinement, he understood that any reckless movement on his part could result in dire consequences. Thus, he resolved to act as if nothing had transpired. I bid you farewell, esteemed guest, and we eagerly await your next visit. He waited until Lin Yi descended the stairs before hastily making his way to the adjacent private room. A grave situation had arisen. Lin Yi had not succumbed entirely to inebriation, whereas Miss Shi was thoroughly intoxicated. And now she had been carried away by Lin Yi. Upon encountering Li Zakong, he spoke in a flurry of panic. What did you say? What is happening? Did you mistakenly administer the drug? Did you serve the poisoned cup and utensils to Lin Yi? Li Zakong, taken aback, immediately inquired. Young Master Kong, that is not the case. I have thoroughly checked. The set of utensils used by Lin Yi was indeed the one I had poisoned. He is quite intoxicated, only retaining a fraction of lucidity, likely due to insufficient dosage. As for Miss Shi, she simply cannot hold her liquor and became drunk after just a few drinks, Li Zeku hastily explained. Then what are we waiting for? We must pursue them at once. Now that Lin Yi is thoroughly inebriated, he should possess little to no combat ability, making it easy for us to subdue him. At that point, he will be compelled to divulge any secrets he harbors. Li Zikong exclaimed as he dashed out of the private room, with Li Zeku hurriedly following suit. Although their bill for food and drink remained unpaid, the Tianyue restaurant, being a property of the Li family, dared not voice any objections. However, upon exiting the establishment, they found that Lin Yi and Li Zishi had already vanished without a trace. Damn it! Where have they gone? You told me Lin Yi was already drunk? How could he have fled so swiftly, leaving no sign behind? If my sister loses her virtue, you will be utterly condemned. Li Zikong fumed as he scanned the vast street, his heart racing in despair, unleashing his frustration upon Li Zeku. They may have returned to the Huang residence, as Miss Shi mentioned that Lin Yi resides there, Li Zeku conjectured, hesitant to retort further. Very well, let us split up the search. I will head to the Huang residence to inquire, while you ask around this vicinity. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Zikong understood that mere blame would lead to nothing. It was imperative to locate the missing individuals. He swiftly made his way toward the Huang residence, while Li Zeku began to canvass the area for information. Throughout his journey to the Huang residence, Li Zikong did not spot a single trace of Lin Yi and Li Zishi, leading him to feel increasingly uneasy. Upon reaching the gates of the Huang residence, he continued to question the guards. Young Master Lin and Miss Li have not returned since their departure. Perhaps young Master Lin would like to wait a while longer? The guard replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Zikong's heart sank, filled with panic and uncertainty. Elizishi was the hope for the ascendance of the Li family. Should anything happen to her, he would bear the blame. After wrestling with his thoughts for some time, he eventually relaxed his worries, rationalizing that he could either accept Lin Yi as a brother-in-law or find someone to eliminate him. The notion of Li Zishi meeting an untimely end was one he dared not entertain. Meanwhile, Li Zeku had inquired of numerous passers-by, yet they remained oblivious to the situation. Eventually, the two men reunited, both enveloped in disappointment and anxiety. In truth, after leaving the Tianyue restaurant, Lin Yi had swiftly employed his ethereal agility to distance himself from the establishment, taking a convoluted route through 8 streets before finally arriving at an inn affiliated with the Zhou family, where he procured a room. Li Zishi, what secrets do you conceal from me? Lin Yi murmured as he gazed at Li Zishi, who lay motionless upon the bed. After pondering for a moment without arriving at an answer, he began to search her person, meticulously examining the contents of her storage bag. Ultimately, Lin Yi discovered a first-grade premium spirit talisman known as a puppet talisman. By applying this talisman to an individual rendered unconscious and defenseless, one could compel them to divulge various secrets. A puppet talisman. If I were to use this on Li Zishi, she would surely disclose all that she knows. However, Lin Yi pondered the potential repercussions. If she were to awaken and discover the talisman missing, he would find himself in a precarious position. After wrestling with the dilemma, he gathered an assortment of talisman paper and crafting tools. Embarking on the task of replicating the intact puppet talisman, do I lack the necessary skills? No matter. Lin Yi simply used ink and brush to sketch a replica, and to his astonishment, the attributes panel reflected first-grade premium puppet talisman novice, 100. With this, Lin Yi proceeded to utilize a plethora of inexpensive first-grade inferior talisman paper and ink to accumulate experience, tirelessly working for over half an hour until his experience reached minor success, 120. Based on past experiences, reaching minor success generally provided an opportunity to craft inferior spirit talismans. Fearing the potential for unforeseen complications, he settled for using an inferior talisman. He retrieved first-grade superior talisman paper and ink made from the blood of first-grade superior magical beasts. Attempting to create the puppet talisman, after 5 consecutive failures, he finally succeeded in producing an inferior puppet talisman. Chapter 45. Strategies for Inquiry. He then placed the puppet talisman against the nape of Li Zishi's neck and activated it. With a flash of purple light emanating from the talisman, Li Zishi's eyes fluttered open, albeit with dilated pupils and a dazed expression. Li Zishi, are you aware that my wine cup was poisoned? Lin Yi inquired promptly, aware that the effectiveness of this inferior puppet talisman would not last long. Yes, Li Zishi replied, still in a stupor. Who did it? Li Zeku and Li Zakong. Why did they wish to harm me? Our Li family needs the secret to your rapid breakthrough without encountering bottlenecks. Why do they believe I possess such a secret? Investigations revealed that you progressed from the 3rd to the 8th level of Qi refinement in under 6 months. And as a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, it is typical for one to face numerous bottlenecks. Relying solely on medicinal pills for breakthroughs is insufficient to explain this. Are you still willing to marry me? No, I will not wed an old BUGM. My father would never allow me to marry a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. I should be with someone with 3 spiritual roots to ensure our offspring possess superior roots. Through this exchange of questions and answers, Lin Yi began to comprehend the situation. So, it seems my rapid breakthroughs have drawn unwanted scrutiny from these despicable individuals, who has been speaking ill of me. Could it be Li Jin? However, I have left traces behind. I have indeed done these things, and the facts are undeniable. If discovered, I shall accept the consequences, as I frequently visit Chunfeng Tower. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. After a moment of reflection, his expression relaxed. This may work in my favor. Once everything is clarified, I may no longer need to marry into the Li family. As for the reason behind my rapid breakthroughs, I can simply claim it was due to consuming a spirit elevation fruit, which is known for its ability to help individuals bypass bottlenecks in their cultivation. Once this matter is settled, I shall play the role of a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots, progressing at a snail's pace. After tidying up his belongings and committing yet another misdeed, Lin Yi ensured Li Zishi returned to her original state before settling down for a peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yi diligently practiced drawing thunder talismans and diamond talismans to pave the way for future profit. As for cultivating and resting, he dared not indulge, fearing that Li Zushi might awaken and, upon realizing her predicament, take advantage of him. Time swiftly passed, and the following morning, as the sun streamed through the window, illuminating the room, Li Zushi stirred from her slumber. "Where am I?" she murmured, rubbing her temples and surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. A flicker of unease crossing her features. "Lin Yi, why are you here? Where are we?" Upon noticing Lin Yi's presence in the room, her demeanor shifted to one of indignation and embarrassment. She feigned calmness as she inspected her attire, ensuring she had not been violated. Once she confirmed that her clothing remained intact, she breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that what mattered had already transpired but had merely been restored to its original state. "Oh, Zushi, you became intoxicated last night, and I brought you to this inn to ensure you had a proper rest. Meanwhile, I took the opportunity to draw some spirit talismans to sell for money," Lin Yi explained, producing the freshly crafted thunder talismans and diamond talismans. "I was drunk?" Li Zushi scratched her head, a sense of disquiet washing over her. Could it be that Li Zeku made an error while preparing the wine and poisoned my cup as well? "Indeed, you were thoroughly inebriated and fainted. I even carried you here," Lin Yi continued. "You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Li Zushi inquired suspiciously. "Of course not. Didn't you say we should wait until after the wedding?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Very well. I suppose you are wise enough." Li Zushi struggled to rise, seated herself cross-legged, and commenced her meditation practice, attempting to channel her spiritual energy to expel all the toxins and alcohol from her body. After a thorough examination and detoxification, she felt considerably more alert and began to unleash a torrent of curses. "Damn it, I've indeed been poisoned." Li Zeku, that good-for-nothing, even managed to misadminister the poison. Realizing time was of the essence, she proposed, "Let us go out for breakfast?" "Of course." Lin Yi promptly gathered his various talisman-making tools, accompanying Li Zushi as they checked out, as though nothing had transpired. At that moment, Lin Yi was reluctant to sever ties. He merely wished to endure and navigate through this ordeal with composure. Upon reaching a nearby eatery, the two casually selected a table and ordered some food. "Here, this bun is delightful. This porridge is also quite tasty." As they dined and engaged in light-hearted chatter, Li Zushi, seemingly inadvertently, broached a question she had long held. "Lin Yi, I've heard that you ascended from the 3rd level of Qi refinement to the 8th in just a few months. How did you accomplish that?" Having failed on the shadowy front, she opted for a direct approach in the light. If Lin Yi truly harbored feelings for her and intended to marry her, he ought to reveal the truth to, well, primarily it was due to consuming elixirs. Additionally, I stumbled upon 2 spirit elevation fruits at a street market, which, when combined with the restoration pill given by my master, enabled me to reach my current level. However, advancing to the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement may prove quite challenging. I plan to attain the 9th level before I turn 30, at which point I can strive to procure a foundation establishment pill and attempt to establish my foundation. Lin Yi spoke with enthusiasm, revealing his carefully prepared narrative. Point 2 Spirit elevation fruits. "You are indeed fortunate." Upon hearing this, Li Zushi felt a wave of emotion. Having studied alchemy herself, she was well aware of the extraordinary effects of the spirit elevation fruit. Point 2 Such fruits could indeed assist Lin Yi in forcefully breaking through 2 bottlenecks. Coupled with the power of the elixirs, it was genuinely feasible. After finishing their breakfast, Li Zushi concocted an excuse to bid farewell to Lin Yi. "I wonder if my second brother and the others know I have been taken away by Lin Yi. Will they be worried sick?" As she made her way towards the Li real estate complex, these thoughts swirled in her mind. Chapter 46. A scheme within a scheme. The so-called secret of the breakthrough had been laid bare, and there should be no further complications. Now, all that remained was to await Li Zushi's initiative to sever ties with him. Lin Yi watched as Li Zushi departed before hastening towards the Huang residence. Once back in the alchemy chamber, he meticulously gathered the materials for the gathering Qi pill. This time, his experience had greatly increased, allowing him to execute each step of the alchemical process with remarkable ease. As if he were inherently endowed with the skill of alchemy, virtual spirit grass, hollow mushrooms, ferns, chives, and fiery hemp. One by one, the processed spiritual herbs were placed into the alchemical furnace to be heated and refined. Meanwhile, Li Zushi returned to the Li real estate complex, where she was spotted by Li Zeku, a lackey of Li Zakong. "Miss Shi, you've finally returned. Did anything happen? Did that scoundrel Lin Yi treat you in a most disgraceful manner?" Li Zikue approached Li Zushi with urgency. I'm fine. Where's my second brother? Li Zushi responded coldly. Young Master Kong is in the chorus state. Miss Shi, please follow me. Li Zikue nodded and bowed, secretly relieved. If anything had happened to Li Zushi, his own fate would have been sealed. Under Li Zikue's guidance, Li Zushi soon found herself in a grand hall, where Li Zikong awaited. Little sister. You back. Are you all right? He released a beautiful woman from his embrace and stood up from the sofa. Li Zushi rolled her eyes at this sight. I'm fine. Everyone else leave. I need to speak with my second brother alone. Yes. The woman beside Li Zikong, along with Li Zikue and several attendants, hurriedly vacated the room. Little sister, Linny didn't he do anything to you, did he? We searched for you at the Huang residence yesterday evening, but the guard said you hadn't returned. We scoured the area around the delightful wine house but found no trace of you. Eventually, we returned to the Li real estate complex and discovered that Linny's previous apartment is now occupied by a side branch member of our Li clan. Li Zikong explained rapidly. Lin Yi took me to an inn to rest. I slept through the night while he drew talismans by my side. There was nothing amiss. He was quite obedient, remembering that I said to handle matters after the wedding. What perplexes me is how you and Li Zikue managed this. The poison ended up in my drink, yet Lin Yi seems unscathed. If it weren't for Lin Yi's compliance, I would have been doomed. Li Zushi's frustration grew. No, little sister. I confirmed with Zikue multiple times. The poison was indeed in Lin Yi's utensils and wine cup. Could it be that you simply cannot hold your liquor? Nonsense. This morning, when I checked my body, I discovered toxins within, Li Zushi retorted. What if Linny didn't drink from the cup? Could it be that he was aware of the poisoning and played us instead? Perhaps he found a way to transfer the poison onto you? Li Zikong speculated with the utmost malice, eager to shift blame. Hearing this, Li Zushi began to reflect on the entire dinner she had shared with Lin Yi. When he first took the wine cup, he hesitated, stating he wouldn't drink, and during the meal, he only consumed a small portion of the dish, leaving the rest untouched. As she recalled each detail, she remembered that Lin Yi was a knowledgeable alchemist. The notion that he might have been aware of her being set up began to take root in her mind. It's possible. Brother. Lin Yi didn't drink from the cup, and he hardly ate. The first bite of food he took, he offered to me. He is actually a more skilled alchemist than I initially thought. At least of mid-grade proficiency. She plopped down onto the sofa, her mind racing with dread. Lin Yi's cunning seemed to be far deeper than she had previously imagined. Exactly. He must have seen through our scheme and turned it against us. Quickly check if your belongings have been tampered with. Is the puppet talisman still intact? Li Zikong sighed in relief, having successfully shifted the blame. All right. Li Zushi rummaged through her storage pouch, probing within to inspect its contents. Spiritual stones, elixirs, mysterious artifacts, talismans, clothing, everything remained. All my belongings are here, and the puppet talisman is intact. Linny hasn't touched my things. She slightly activated her spiritual energy, summoning the puppet talisman to her hand. Strange, what is going on with Linny? He knew we poisoned him, but didn't he inflict any harm upon you? Li Zikong was baffled. What could it be? He is simply infatuated with me. Captivated by my charm, a loyal admirer, that's all it is. Even if I were to mistreat him 1,000 times, he would still regard me as his first love. Li Zushi spoke with unwavering confidence. Then continued, by the way, brother, I directly inquired how he managed to advance so rapidly. He told me he found 2 spirit elevation fruits at the street market, each costing him 300 spiritual stones. Furthermore, when his master instructed him to change his cultivation technique, he was also granted a restoration pill. Coupled with the various elixirs he has been consuming recently, he attained his current level, but now he is rife with pill toxins and doesn't know what to do. Li Zikong settled back down, crossing his legs. That is how it is. He truly has struck gold. A twitch of annoyance crossed his lips. It should have been he who procured the spirit elevation fruits. So, brother, what should I do now? Should I continue seeing him? Should I allow him to marry into our Li clan? Li Zushi hesitated. Of course not. Don't be reckless. All right, I'll go speak to him this afternoon. So soon? Shouldn't we wait until he prepares a gift to present to our Li clan? Let us accept the gift and then send him on his way? After all, it's worth several hundred spiritual stones. Li Zikong suggested a rather poor idea. Brother, this isn't how we should conduct ourselves. When it's time to cut ties, we must do so decisively. I don't want to continue this charade. It's disgusting and reflects poorly on us. Our Li clan is not in need of a few hundred spiritual stones. Li Zishi slammed her leg against Li Zakong. Fine, fine. We'll do as you say. Li Zakong quickly relented on the other side. In the Huang residence's alchemy chamber, after half an hour had passed, Lin Yi began to conclude the alchemical process, collecting the gathering qi pills into a tray. Among them, 5 were a vibrant purple, while 4 appeared a dark purple. Chapter 47. Refining the bottleneck 5 quality pills and 4 subpar ones. It's not too shabby. I'll summarize my experiences and attempt a reformation to produce superior pills for consumption. Lin Yi gazed at the 9 pills in the tray, feeling relatively satisfied. He carefully stored the elixirs and began to reflect on the entire alchemical process, meticulously analyzing where errors had occurred, recording each misstep and endeavoring to devise solutions while adjusting his erroneous techniques. Throughout this reflective learning process, his experience points gradually accumulated. Unlike talisman crafting, which allows one to use inferior talisman paper to farm experience, alchemy requires genuine investment. Casually concocting a batch of elixirs would only yield minimal baseline experience. With the limited medicinal materials at his disposal, it was far more prudent for him to dedicate himself to learning diligently. After a quarter of an hour of introspection, Lin Yi resumed his alchemical endeavors. In the Huang residence, Huang Jing ceased her training, donned a suit of armor, and soared through the air on her sword. Landing above Lin Yi's courtyard, Lin Yi, come out and spar with me, she bellowed repeatedly, yet received no response. Where on earth has he disappeared to? Scanning Lin Yi's courtyard with her spiritual sense, she discovered it was devoid of any presence. Continuing her aerial search, she spotted some nearby servants and swooped down to inquire about Lin Yi's whereabouts. Some were unaware, while others were informed, and eventually, she learned of his location. So, Lin Yi is busy with alchemy without a word. I shall see what kind of elixirs you can concoct, you rascal. With determination, Huang Jing sped toward the alchemical chamber. Upon reaching the entrance, she kicked the door open without a hint of courtesy. The resounding crash startled Lin Yi, who turned his attention to find Huang Jing standing there. Jing, what brings you here? I'm in the midst of refining elixirs. Please don't disturb me, he admonished, attempting to refocus on the alchemical furnace. It was currently a crucial phase of gentle heating. If he were extracting the essence of the medicinal materials or performing vital steps like forming the elixir, the entire batch would be ruined. Huang Jing, however, paid no heed to his protests and approached him, sniffing the air. Having spent years alongside her grandfather and surrounded by numerous alchemists, she might not practice alchemy herself, but she possessed considerable knowledge of the craft. In an instant, she discerned that he was refining a qi-gathering pill. Wow, you're concocting a qi-gathering pill. That's a first-tier superior elixir. Lin Yi felt a wave of distress wash over him. He had intended to keep a low profile. Should he successfully produce the elixir, it would reveal his capability to refine first-tier superior elixirs, and he would be hard-pressed to explain himself. After all, having attracted attention from the Li clan due to his rapid power ascent, he feared drawing scrutiny for his swift progress in alchemy as well. Jing. I just happened to acquire some materials outside and was merely experimenting. In truth, I can barely manage to refine a qi enhancement pill. He hastily fabricated, and to emphasize his point, he deliberately botched his attempt. With a loud bang, the furnace exploded. Startled, Huang Jing leaped back 10 meters. Fearing the explosion might harm her, Lin Yi, stop refining. Alchemy requires a methodical approach. You can't even manage a qi enhancement pill, yet you're attempting to concoct a qi-gathering pill. You're wasting precious materials. Once the furnace stabilized, Huang Jing cautiously approached Lin Yi again. Right? You're correct, he forced a smile, clearing away the remnants of the failed batch, lamenting internally. He could have produced 9 pills, even if they were all of poor quality. He could have sold 5 for a fair price, but now, thanks to Huang Jing's intrusion, he was left with nothing, a significant loss. Come, follow me, let's have a spar. Huang Jing insisted, disregarding his protests. Hey, Jing, why do you enjoy fighting so much? What's so good about it? Swords are indiscriminate. What if someone gets hurt? Reluctantly, Lin Yi was dragged out, feeling increasingly disheartened. Engaging in more sparring will enhance our skills. Besides, you don't understand. Every time I exhaust my spiritual energy and then meditate to replenish it, my control over it improves significantly, aiding in breaking through bottlenecks. I've recently felt my bottleneck loosening. Perhaps with another 10 to 15 days of sparring, I could reach the 9th layer of chi refinement, Huang Jing exclaimed excitedly. Then why not find another way to expend your spiritual energy? You can't refine elixirs, but you could craft talismans or forge artifacts. This way, you could also earn some money. Lin Yi quickly suggested. You're somewhat right, but I prefer to keep sparring until I reach the 9th layer of chi refinement, then I'll think about learning other skills. Huang Jing nodded but continued to drag Lin Yi toward the training grounds. With no choice left, Lin Yi donned his gear and prepared to engage in battle with Huang Jing. The arena once again erupted into a flurry of dust as their blades clashed. As the two sparred, Li Zexi returned to the Huang residence. After inquiring with the servants, she made her way to the training grounds to watch. Huang Jing and Lin Yi, clad in armor and wielding superior-grade swords, unleashed waves of sword energy, occasionally striking with palm lightning and fireballs. The dazzling display left Li Zexi in awe. Lin Yi and Huang Jing are astonishingly strong. They might even surpass most core elders in the family, she thought, swallowing hard. Suddenly, new ideas began to form in her mind. Though Lin Yi may not be suitable as my husband, if I could ally him with our Li clan, that would be quite beneficial. After a quarter of an hour of intense combat, Huang Jing, having exhausted her spiritual energy, conceded first. All right, no more fighting. We'll continue next time. Sure. Lin Yi promptly ceased his movements and noticed Li Zexi's presence. Hurrying to her side. Zexi, you've come. Are you here to learn about alchemy? Lin Yi, I need to discuss something with you, Li Zexi said, her demeanor heavy, hesitating as if she were torn between speaking and remaining silent. Observing her fidgeting, Lin Yi anticipated her intentions, reminiscent of how his ex-girlfriend had acted when preparing to break up with him. Just speak your mind. It's better to articulate your thoughts. Lin Yi reached for her hand. But as he expected, she pushed him away as she contemplated what to say, and Huang Jing interjected. Sister Zexi, your family must have informed you about everything, right? Are you satisfied with this grand gift? Huang Jing boasted proudly. Jing, thank you for helping me see the truth, Li Zexi replied, casting a complex look at Huang Jing. Realizing that she was aware of everything concerning Lin Yi, unlike herself, who had merely been deceived by his sweet words. Turning back to Lin Yi, she said, Lin Yi, I think we should stop dating. You're not suitable to be my husband. Let us just remain friends and siblings in cultivation. However, the Li clan still welcomes you. There are many other women in our clan for you to choose from should you wish to join us. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. However, he feigned a sorrowful expression, contorting his face into a grimace. Zexi, if you believe we're incompatible, then so be it. But please, do not insult me. The women in your Li clan cannot compare to you. Not even by a fingertip I wouldn't be interested even if they were to throw themselves at me. Jing, let us go. You are interested in talisman crafting, right? I can teach you with that. Lin Yi turned to Huang Jing, exchanging frantic glances. Understanding his cue, Huang Jing quickly chimed in, Yes, Lin Yi, let us go and draw talismans. Joyfully, Huang Jing linked arms with Lin Yi and they departed together. Watching their retreating figures, Li Zexi felt a hollow sensation, as if she had missed a monumental opportunity. Could I have been mistaken? No, surely not. He is merely a lucky 5-element root cultivator. His good fortune ends here. She consoled herself repeatedly. Ahead, Lin Yi and Huang Jing entered his courtyard. After securely closing the door, Huang Jing released his arm. Lin Yi, I've helped you regain quite a bit of face. We'll continue sparring tomorrow. All right, yes, understood. Jing, you should return to cultivate and recover your spiritual energy now. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. All right, Huang Jing replied, and promptly scaled the wall back to her own residence. Once alone, Lin Yi finally allowed his previously strained expression to relax. What a relief! At last, I've shed the burden of being a son-in-law. There exists no significant allure compelling me to serve as a sycophant for Li Zexi. In high spirits, Lin Yi made his way towards the cultivation chamber. Sitting upon the meditation mat, he commenced the process of restoring his spiritual energy. Once his energy was fully replenished, he attempted to refine a newly concocted genuine qi-gathering pill by ingesting it. He had no intention of consuming the inferior pills. These authentic ones were barely acceptable. After diligently cultivating for an hour, Lin Yi successfully refined the qi-gathering pill, only to discover a mere increase of 2 experience points on the attribute panel. What is this? Am I being toyed with? Previously, the first chi gathering pill and the profound chi pill had granted a boost of 4 experience points each. Could it be that the pills I crafted are defective? Momentarily, Linny found himself engulfed in self-doubt. After further analysis of the situation, he contemplated 3 potential issues. The pills might be flawed, he could have accumulated too much pill toxicity, or perhaps the 8th level of chi refinement is simply that arduous to cultivate. The multitude of individuals ensnared at the 8th and 9th levels of chi refinement is testament enough that these realms are not easily traversed. Observing the cultivation status on his attribute panel, Lin Yi resigned himself to this reality. 8th level of chi refinement, 5300, compared to the 180 experience points required for the 7th level. This was indeed a significant leap. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Yi resumed pure meditation, eager to ascertain how long it would take to exploit a guaranteed experience point glitch. After half an hour of cultivation, he periodically glanced at the attribute panel. It was not until he had cultivated for 2.5 hours that he noticed a change on the panel, which now read 8th level of chi refinement, 6300. The concentration of spiritual energy here was 2 to 3 times greater than that outside. Surprisingly, it required such a prolonged period. It appeared that the difficulty of reaching the 8th level of chi refinement had indeed escalated considerably. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Otherwise, Huang Jing would not have sought out combat with others daily to hone her realm and break through her bottleneck. My situation is somewhat more fortunate. At least there is hope. Once I fill up my experience points, I shall undoubtedly achieve a breakthrough, unlike others who remain oblivious to how to surpass their own bottlenecks. Having successfully analyzed the issues at hand, Lin Yi began to feel a sense of relief. In the adjacent courtyard, Huang Jing, having restored her spiritual energy, endeavored to cultivate for a period. Yet she too was unable to achieve a breakthrough. Frustrated, she departed the courtyard and strode into Huang Yaoshi's garden. Grandfather, Jing, did you spar with Linny again today? Did it yield any results? Upon hearing the voice, Huang Yaoshi, reclining in a grand armchair, observed Huang Jing with a smile. Yes, there was some effect, but it is still insufficient. I fear I must continue sparring for a while longer. Grandfather, I have news for you. Li Zishi should have received word from home by now. Today, she took the initiative to break up with Lin Yi and has resolved to cease all relations. It is rather ludicrous. Zishi actually harbored hopes that Lin Yi would marry another woman from the Li clan and integrate into the Li celestial lineage. She ought to consider what other oddities exist within their clan besides herself. It truly makes me laugh. Huang Jing could not help but burst into laughter. Yes, I am already aware of this matter. Zishi visited me earlier and explained the situation, also requesting that I no longer regard Lin Yi as my disciple. I wish to know your thoughts. Huang Yaoshi nodded and continued. What am I to think? Lin Yi merely concealed the fact that he is a 5-element root cultivator. Furthermore, we never inquired about him. Huang Jing was unconcerned. No, it is more than that. The Li celestial lineage has discovered that Lin Yi, just half a year prior, was merely a 3rd-level chi refinement rogue cultivator, steeped in vices, indulging in drinking, gambling, and all manner of debauchery. He only recently managed to abstain from gambling, while the other vices persist. He has merely been fortunate enough to learn talisman crafting and alchemy, and he stumbled upon 2 spirit elevation fruits. With my techniques and recovery pills, he has only now reached the 8th level of chi refinement. Out there, he has been leveraging my identity as a disciple to intimidate others. What do you think of such a morally tainted individual? Should I continue to keep him as a disciple? Huang Yaoshi shook his head, recounting all the details that Li Zishi had reported to him. Upon hearing this, Huang Jing frowned, surprised to learn that Lin Yi was such a person in secret. After contemplation, she realized that Lin Yi, in plotting to integrate into the Li celestial lineage, seemed to have set his sights on her, maintaining a flirtatious connection. Disgusting, grandfather. I believe it would be more appropriate to expel Lin Yi from the Huang residence. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Jing expressed her disdain. Very well, since you feel that way, I shall expel Lin Yi from the sect. Please summon him here. Huang Yaoshi commanded calmly. Understood. Huang Jing responded and swiftly made her way to Lin Yi's residence. As for knocking or showing courtesy, such notions were entirely absent. Using her spiritual sense, she scanned the area and pinpointed Lin Yi in the cultivation chamber, then proceeded to the door. Lin Yi, get out here. Jing, what is the matter? Lin Yi hastily halted his cultivation and opened the door for Huang Jing, sensing her tone suggested that her intentions were not benign. What is going on? Just a while ago, Huang Jing was perfectly fine. She even invited me to spar with her. Lin Yi, do you have designs on me? Huang Jing's tone suddenly softened. That does not seem appropriate, but if you insist on this approach, it may not be entirely out of the question. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how shameless. My grandfather is looking for you. Come with me now. Huang Jing's expression shifted abruptly as she coldly chastised him. Leading the way, Lin Yi scratched his head, utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. Moments later, he found himself before Huang Yaoshi. Master, you summoned me? Lin Yi inquired, feeling uneasy. Lin Yi, it is due to Zushi that I took you on as a nominal disciple. Now that your relationship with Zushi has concluded, so too does our bond as master and disciple. Please return the token and the several mystical artifacts I previously lent you, and then you may gather your belongings and depart. Additionally, do not exploit my disciple status to boast publicly. As for further matters, there is no need for you to explain or inquire. I do not wish to hear it. Some things, once spoken, leave us all in a difficult position. So let it be, Huang Yaoshi declared, leaving Lin Yi no room to contest. Yes, Master Huang, Lin Yi responded, bewildered, as he handed over the disciple token and several exquisite mystical artifacts. He glanced at Huang Jing, hoping she might intercede on his behalf, yet she merely turned her face away, uninterested. Realizing her attitude, Lin Yi resigned himself to the situation. Goodbye, Master Huang. Thank you for the care during this time. Should Jing or you require anything in the future, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Lin Yi bowed respectfully and turned to leave. As he walked, he felt fortunate that he had thoroughly perused the texts in the alchemy and spell repositories. Otherwise, he would have truly suffered a grievous loss. Upon reaching the entrance of the Huang residence, he encountered Li Zushi. Lin Yi, how are you? I wonder if you might now be interested in joining our Li celestial lineage? Li Zushi smiled broadly. Humph, Lin Yi, your reluctance to integrate into our Li celestial lineage is merely because of your connection with Huang Yaoshi, is it not? Now that you lack his support, I wonder how you shall fare. Not very well. I believe I have made my stance quite clear. Zushi, I cannot possibly marry into the Li celestial lineage for the sake of any other woman. Lin Yi retorted before turning to leave. At this moment, Li Zishi's presence was a reminder of why he had been expelled. It was undoubtedly her scheming behind the scenes that had led to Huang Yaoshi hearing ill of him. He was not a paragon of virtue, unable to amend certain unsavory habits, and he had no desire to change. Having acquired all the knowledge he sought, being cast out from the sect was of little concern to him. Lin Yi, will you truly not reconsider? Should you offend our Li celestial lineage, you will find it impossible to survive here in Huiyuan Xiancheng. Li Zushi continued to pursue him, urging him to reconsider. Zushi, is this truly necessary? Is this how you intend to be my friend? Lin Yi turned to face her. You are remarkable and exceptional. I hope you will join the Li celestial lineage. If you do not, then I shall either compel you to join or destroy you, Li Zushi candidly stated. If you wish for me to join the Li celestial lineage, then marry me. Do not present me with other unworthy options. Even if I do not join, I can still collaborate with your Li celestial lineage. We are friends, after all, united by mutual interests. Is it necessary for you to suppress me? Lin Yi countered. Humph, I am indifferent to your words. You are destined to become a lowly son-in-law within our Li clan of immortals, obliged to flatter the main lineage of our esteemed house, as if you were a servant. Should you defy this, you shall face dire consequences. Mark my words, Li Zushi proclaimed with her hands firmly placed on her hips, exuding confidence. For the first time, I find you utterly detestable. Your haughty demeanor is truly repugnant. Lin Yi retorted sharply before turning away to ask for how the Li clan would treat him thereafter. He would confront that in due course. You will come to regret this. Watching Lin Yi's retreating figure, Li Zushi stamped her foot in frustration. At that moment, Li Zukong emerged from the side. Little sister, do you not fear that your actions may drive Lin Yi to oppose us? If he were to ally himself with another foundational clan, it would spell trouble for us. Chapter 50. Concealing one's identity, brother. Was it not you who urged me to act thus? You disallow Lin Yi from marrying me yet expect him to continue as our Li clan's son-in-law. Previously, he relied on his master, Huang Yaoshi. Now that he has lost that support, I had hoped he would relent. Yet, even without his master, His resolve remains unyielding. He refuses to marry any other women from the Li clan and enter our fold. Li Zishi countered, but this is quite troublesome. If you continue to pressure him and threaten him, should he indeed join the Zhou, Wang, or Zheng clans, it could pose a significant danger to us. Although Lin Yi is no longer Huang Yaoshi's disciple, his skills in alchemy and talisman crafting remain formidable. Moreover, as you mentioned, his strength is considerable. Should conflicts arise among our families, he could side with others against the Li clan, and that would be a considerable dilemma. Li Zikong's brow furrowed with concern. What shall we do then? I cannot humiliate myself by begging him to return, nor can I marry him. Li Zishi shrugged dismissively. Very well, I shall send Li Jin to speak with him. It is said that they are somewhat acquainted. Let him gauge whether Lin Yi harbors intentions of joining another clan. If so, we must quash it before it takes root. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Zikong's eyes. Their family's principle was clear. If they could not possess something, they would destroy it. Meanwhile, after leaving the Huang residence, Lin Yi promptly made his way to the Li clan's management hall. Seeking out Li Jin. Brother Jin, here are 10 talismans of indestructible nature, which settle our previous debts. Additionally, these are the remnants of materials I used for crafting talismans. I am returning them to you now. Upon meeting, Lin Yi presented a plethora of items. Lin Yi, what are you doing? Li Jin asked, bewildered. Brother Jin, you may not know this, but Li Zishi, the eldest daughter of the Li clan, has discovered that I possess 5 elemental roots. After visiting the Spring Breeze Pavilion to meet the courtesan, she abruptly severed ties with me and reported my circumstances to Huang Yaoshi, leading to my expulsion from the sect. Now she threatens me to marry any woman from the Li clan and enter their fold, or risk my existence in this Huayuan immortal city. It seems the time has come for me to leave. I can no longer endure such indignity. Our partnership ends here. Lin Yi sighed, shaking his head. Ah, dear brother, do not be rash. Why not conceal your identity and live under a different name? The Li clan may well seal off the name Lin Yi, but if you adopt a new face and name, you could continue your life here in Huayuan Immortal City. Brother Jin, you do not understand. Once you enter a sect, you are merely a servant disciple, and that is no mere title. It equates to being a slave. A position even less favorable than being a son-in-law of the Li clan. If you seek foundational techniques or foundational pills, rest assured, I, your brother Jin, will procure them for you. With enough wealth, nothing is unattainable. Li Jin's urgency escalated as he implored Lin Yi to sever one's source of income is akin to killing one's parents. Currently, over 60% of my income derives from our dealings. Should this revenue vanish, I would find it impossible to cultivate. Had I foreseen this, I would not have spoken ill of Lin Yi to Li Zikue. I truly regret my earlier choices. Brother Jin, do not treat me as a mere child. Do not deceive me. Besides, how could I conceal my identity? Am I to undergo plastic surgery? Lin Yi regarded Li Jin with suspicion. Here, take this human skin mask. From today onwards, you shall assume the name Chu Feng. Additionally, this is a pair of communication jade talismans. One for you and one for me. As long as we are within 1,000 miles, we can communicate. Henceforth, let us maintain contact and conduct our transactions discreetly. As long as our partnership persists, the resources of the Li clan will be my resources and yours. Everything you desire, I will strive to obtain for you. Li Jin promptly presented a human skin mask and 2 jade talismans, personally placing one of each into Lin Yi's hands. Very well, Brother Jin. Having collaborated for so long, I shall trust you this once. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yi acquiesced. Now, take these talisman-making materials back with you. I shall accept these 10 inferior indestructible talismans for now. Though you have any finished spirit talismans? If so, bring them forth. Li Jin's countenance shifted from despair to joy, a smile returning to his face. Yes, I have newly crafted good ones, as well as some practice pieces. I shall give them all to you. Lin Yi, without hesitation, laid forth all his talismans, except for the 28 superior fireball talismans. After inspecting the array of talismans, Li Jin ultimately provided Lin Yi with 23 spirit stones. Brother Jin, residing in the Li clan's estate is no longer suitable for me. Could you recommend a place? I hope to find an area with a good spiritual energy environment. As he prepared to leave, Lin Yi inquired once more. Areas with abundant spiritual energy are predominantly occupied by the 4 foundational clans in the Qingxian sect. The 4 foundational clans will not relinquish their territories to outsiders. But the Qingxian sect does offer rentals. You may seek out a place called the Qingxian Cave. There, you can rent some decent spiritual dwellings, though the prices may be somewhat steep. And they are likely to be mere coffin-like chambers, Li Jin promptly suggested. Understood. Thank you, Brother Jin. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Li Jin instructed Lin Yi on how to use the human skin mask, conceal his aura, and operate the communication jade talismans. Once the lessons were complete, Lin Yi waved farewell and departed. As Lin Yi exited the Li clan estate, donning the visage of Chu Feng, he brushed past Li Zushi and Li Zakong, who failed to recognize him. The two siblings hurriedly made their way to the Li clan's management hall. Li Zakong, you are quite familiar with Lin Yi, are you not? Li Zakong leaned over the counter, addressing Li Jin, who sat behind it. Young Master Kong, well, I am not particularly close with Lin Yi. Our relationship is merely that of landlord and tenant. He moved out recently, so we have had no further contact. Li Jin, aware that any matter concerning Lin Yi could affect his profits, decided to distance himself from the young man. Chapter 51. Renting a cave. Li Jin, if you happen to encounter Lin Yi, or if anyone under your command does, please discreetly probe him to ascertain whether he contemplates joining another foundational clan. If he does, we must eliminate him to prevent future troubles, Li Zakong declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Ah, young Master Kong, what has prompted this sudden animosity towards Lin Yi? Li Jin was taken aback. Lin Yi possesses the cultivation of the 8th layer of qi refinement, with formidable combat prowess. He is adept in both talisman crafting and alchemy. If he cannot be of service to our Li clan, then he must be eliminated, Li Zishi explained. Oh, I see. Given how you are pressuring him, I believe he will likely choose to leave Huayuan Immortal City rather than join another clan. Li Jin nodded in agreement, although he remained focused on continuing to profit alongside Lin Yi. The interests of the family outweighed personal concerns. Very well, I shall issue orders to suppress Lin Yi across all factions in Huayuan Immortal City, compelling him to flee as swiftly as possible. With that, Li Zakong and Li Zushi entered the Li clan estate, intending to consult with some elder relatives in the core area regarding this matter, as their words alone carried little weight. Meanwhile, Lin Yi swiftly proceeded to the Qingxian cave area recommended by Li Jin. This area was situated on a small hill within Huayuan Immortal City, surrounded by protective barriers and formations. At the base of the hill, numerous caves had been excavated for habitation. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Qingxian cave area, Lin Yi noticed two paths forward. According to the sign, one led to the cave district, requiring a token for entry, while the other directed to the leasing hall. Without hesitation, Lin Yi entered the leasing hall. Welcome. Are you here to rent a cave? How long do you wish to stay? Clad in a blue sect uniform, Chao Wenjing approached and stood before Lin Yi. Observing Lin Yi's rather splendid attire and his cultivation level at the 8th stage of qi refinement, she refrained from employing any mocking techniques and instead warmly welcomed him. Could you kindly introduce to me the various types of cave dwellings available here? I particularly value the quality of the spiritual energy environment. Lin Yi responded, certainly, esteemed guest. Please take a look at the cave dwellings we have available for rent in the Qingxian Cave Dwelling District. Chao Wenjing produced a hardwood plaque the size of a book, which listed various types of cave dwellings. The finest spiritual energy environment is found in the Foundation Establishment Caves. We have a total of 5, 3 of which are not open to the public, leaving 2 available for rent. These Foundation Establishment Caves are situated above a second-tier spiritual vein spiritual eye, boasting powerful spiritual pressure and rich spiritual energy, making them exceptionally suitable for cultivation. Even Foundation Establishment practitioners can make advancements within. The price is 30 spirit stones per day. Next in quality are the first-tier caves, located above a first-tier premium spiritual vein spiritual eye. The spiritual pressure and energy are commendable, and while they are not suitable for Foundation Establishment practitioners, they are quite excellent for those at the 9th level of qi refinement, priced at 5 spirit stones per day. Slightly less favorable are the second-tier caves, situated above a first-tier superior spiritual veins spiritual eye, also suitable for late-stage qi refinement practitioners, costing merely 2 spirit stones per day. All of the aforementioned caves occupy a space of 30 square meters. Additionally, the second-tier cave has a luxurious version that requires only an extra spirit stone per day for approximately 100 square meters of space. Our least expensive option is the third-tier cave, which costs 10 spirit stones per month. Chao Wenjing meticulously detailed the offerings, ensuring Lin Yi understood that the price mentioned by Li Jin was not merely a little high, but indeed exorbitantly so. Could you escort me to experience the spiritual energy concentration and pressure of the different caves? Lin Yi inquired further. I apologize, esteemed guest, but that is not possible. However, I can provide a general description. The spiritual energy concentration in the third-tier cave is quite similar to that of our lobby, while the second-tier cave has a concentration twice that of the outside world. The first-tier cave has 3 times the concentration, and the Foundation Establishment cave boasts 5 times the concentration. Chao Wenjing shook her head and proceeded with her description. I see. Then I shall take 1 second-tier cave for an initial 10-day rental. If I am satisfied, I will extend the lease. Lin Yi activated his storage bag, retrieving the spirit stones he had just acquired, and handed over 20 to her. Very well, please hold on a moment. Chao Wenjing accepted Lin Yi's spirit stones and promptly entered the counter to complete some paperwork, then handed him a token. She turned to a Qi refinement initial stage disciple clad in gray uniform and instructed. Xiao Chun, take the guest to view the cave. Yes, Senior Sister Chao. Standing nearby, the servant disciple Yu Xiaochun responded and began to lead the way. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Lin Yi trailed behind, arriving at the entrance of the cave dwelling area, where he spotted 2 outer sect disciples in blue uniforms standing guard. Esteemed guest, these 2 are the gatekeeping brothers. With them here, the safety of the cave dwelling area is assured. You will need to present the token for verification before entering. In the future, remember to carry the token when entering or exiting, as failing to do so may cause some inconvenience, Yu Xiaochun explained. Understood, Lin Yi replied and handed over the token. The 2 outer sect disciples merely glanced at it symbolically before returning it to him. Subsequently, they proceeded deeper into the cave dwelling area. The further they ventured, the more Lin Yi could sense a phenomenon known as spiritual pressure. Although the surrounding spiritual energy concentration remained unchanged, the spiritual pressure emanating from the second-tier spiritual vein grew increasingly potent. Spiritual energy typically flows from areas of higher spiritual pressure to those of lower pressure. Thus, cultivating in these areas with elevated spiritual pressure is far superior to those devoid of it. Generally, a perfected 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, without the assistance of second-tier spiritual pressure, would find it difficult to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, even with Foundation Establishment pills in hand. After a brief while, Lin Yi was brought before a cave dwelling. This cave was constructed against the mountainside, merely excavated from the rock and then meticulously renovated with load-bearing walls, arranged with spirit-gathering and spirit-locking formations, and furnished with some furniture, rendering it suitable for external rental. Esteemed guest, this is your cave. With the token, you can activate the cave's formations and open the door. Yu Xiaochun gestured beside the cave. How do I use this token? Lin Yi inquired as he stepped closer. Approach and channel your spiritual energy into it, came the reply. All right, thank you. Following the instructions, Lin Yi approached the cave's entrance, activated the token in front of the protective formation, and in the next instant, a large opening appeared in the pale blue protective shield, just large enough for a person to pass through. Lin Yi stepped through the opening, casually turned the cave doorknob, and entered. Esteemed guest, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, you may find us at the rental hall, Yu Xiaochun said before turning to depart. All right, Lin Yi activated the token once more, restoring the protective shield and closing the door. Inside the cave, there were no partitions, just a 30 square meter square space. At the far end, there was a bed, accompanied by a meditation mat for cultivation. Additionally, there was only a wardrobe, a table, and a chair, 3 pieces of furniture. The spiritual energy concentration here was quite comparable to that of the cultivation room in the Huang residence. Lin Yi employed his Qi observation technique to examine the spiritual energy concentration in the air. There was indeed a reason for the high price, yet he still preferred the Huang residence, where he could cultivate for free. How unfortunate, Lin Yi sighed, his heart filled with regret. Some items that were never his to begin with had now been returned, and he felt no sorrow over their loss. He had obtained so much through Li Zishi, and now, due to Li Zishi, he had to part with some of it. There was no need to harbor resentment towards her. With matters thus settled, he considered it a clean slate. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Yi opened the window, lit a candle, and illuminated the cave's interior. With light in the cave, Lin Yi began to continuously draw spiritual talismans. Residing in this cave required 2 spirit stones daily. If he didn't earn money quickly, he would soon find himself sleeping on the streets after 10 days. One talisman after another, he successfully created 40 gold armor talismans before pausing to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. Engaging in a brief session of cultivation. After 2 hours, Lin Yi's cultivation experience increased slightly. He ceased his practice and continued to draw talismans. In the following days, Lin Yi maintained a remarkably regular routine, only resting during the latter half of the night, while dedicating the remaining time to drawing talismans and cultivating. Occasionally, he would venture out to enjoy a good meal and gather some news. As the days passed, the Li family's decree to ostracize Lin Yi gradually spread, with all establishments under the Li family no longer welcoming him. Furthermore, smaller families and loose cultivators aligned with the Li family also complied with the order, self-imposing a boycott against Lin Yi and placing him on their blacklist. Only the 3 other foundation establishment families and the Qingxian sect, represented by the Qingxian Treasure House, had yet to make a statement. In the Huayuan Immortal City, the residence of the Zhou family. An Shao, there are whispers outside that Lin Yi has been expelled by Huang Yaoshi and is now under a ban from the Li family. In Shao, previously, Lin Yi flaunted his status as Huang Yaoshi's disciple before us. It is high time we reclaimed our honor. The sycophant Zhou Peishi approached Zhou Pian, speaking in a subservient manner. I do wish to reclaim our honor. But it won't be easy. Lin Yi has reached the 8th stage of qi refinement. Are you not aware? He is also a talisman maker, likely carrying a considerable number of talismans with him. An ordinary 9th level qi refinement practitioner would hardly stand a chance against him. Tell me, how are we to reclaim our honor? Zhou Pian expressed his frustration. Indeed, that is somewhat disheartening. Unless a foundation establishment practitioner intervenes personally, it seems Lin Yi is untouchable, Zhou Peishi replied, feeling somewhat awkward. It appears so. When he was at the 6th level of qi refinement, we might have had a chance, but now that he has reached the 8th level, there truly seems to be no way forward. However, I find him quite intriguing and hope to entice him to join our Zhou family. While Li Zashi is unwilling to marry him and has even turned against him, our Zhou family women would be eager, Zhou Pian said with a charming smile. Thereafter, he instructed Zhou Peishi to keep a close watch for any news regarding Lin Yi, while he himself returned to contact individuals within the family to prepare the unmarried and exceptional young women. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Lin Yi successfully crafted all the talisman papers Li Jin had given him into talismans. Out of 489 sheets of talisman paper, he had successfully drawn 480 talismans, comprised of 300 gold armor talismans and 180 thunder talismans. Based on the success rate I relayed to Li Jin for talisman crafting, I should only present 60 to 70% of the talismans for submission. So I shall select 300 in total, split evenly between gold armor and thunder talismans. Lin Yiqing meticulously sorted through the talismans before placing 150 heavenly thunder talismans and 150 diamond talismans into a bag. After tidying up the cave dwelling, he donned a human skin mask and departed. Brother Jin, we shall meet in the private room on the 2nd floor of the Zhou Tian Tavern under the Zhou clan's celestial lineage for our transaction. Please ensure you have the spirit stones ready, as I have completed the crafting of all talismans. As he walked, Lin Yiqing sent a message to Li Jin via the mother-son communication jade talisman. In the Li clan's property management hall, Li Jin suddenly felt the communication jade talisman vibrate, prompting him to check it immediately. Is Lin Yiqing this efficient? Has he completed everything already? With so many talismans? It seems I must prepare an ample supply of spirit stones this time. Given Lin Yiqing's rapid progress, I should also stock up on more talisman paper for him. After reading the message, Li Jin couldn't help but reflect for a moment. He then gathered his belongings and quickly left. First, he visited the Li clan's talisman pavilion. Ziyu, please hand over the batch of 1st-grade superior talisman paper and crafting materials I requested. Upon entering, he casually remarked, Zijin, hoarding for oneself is not a commendable habit. Unexpectedly, Li Mingbo appeared. Uncle Mingbo, what brings you here? Li Jin glared at Li Mingbo, frowning slightly. As the supervisor of the Li clan's talisman pavilion, does this not concern me? Previously, I could overlook the 1st-grade medium and low-grade talismans, but now that you are working on 1st-grade superior ones, don't you think I should inquire? Li Mingbo smirked mischievously, slowly approaching Li Jin and patting him on the shoulder. If your talisman master is indeed Lin Yiqing, I can choose not to report this to the family and can even help you acquire more quality talisman paper. However, you must share a portion of this cake with me. Eating alone is not a good habit. as a first-grade superior talisman master myself, my presence can explain the consumption of such a large quantity of talisman paper. Uncle Mingbo, why don't you create the talismans yourself instead of trying to take a share of mine? Li Jin replied, still somewhat dissatisfied. Who would turn down a larger piece of cake? If you don't share some with me, you won't get to enjoy any of it. Li Mingbo threatened. All right, I will offer the talisman master a purchase price of 70 of the market price, while I will provide the talisman pavilion S price at 80 of the market rate. I can give you a 30 markup. Li Jin began to negotiate 30%. It should be 50-50, fine, but for this transaction, you must cover the talisman master S costs up front and provide more crafting materials. Li Jin feigned a difficult demeanor. Take me to meet him, in a way. You must ensure the talismans are returned. If you fail to bring back a sufficient quantity, I guarantee you will not leave unscathed. Li Mingbo glared intensely at Li Jin. No problem, Li Jin assured him. Moments later, the two completed a covert transaction, and Li Jin proceeded to the Zhou Tian Tavern as previously arranged with Lin Yiqing. Although Li Mingbo attempted to follow, Li Jin skillfully eluded him, and a quarter of an hour later, Lin Yiqing and Li Jin met in a private room. Chu Feng, I am uncertain how Li Zakong and Li Zexi could act so decisively. But our transaction should remain unaffected, correct? Li Jin expressed his unease. No worries, Brother Jin. This matter is not your fault. Here are the 300 talismans I have crafted, comprised equally of diamond and heavenly thunder talismans. Please count them. Lin Yiqing, unfazed, promptly produced the prepared bag of talismans. Let me calculate how much I owe you. Li Jin took the bag and began counting the talismans inside. According to their agreement, he was to pay 60 of the market price as a handling fee to Lin Yiqing to acquire the talismans. The standard heavenly thunder talismans were worth 48 fractured spirit stones each. The superior 172. The standard diamond talismans were 90, and the superior ones 150. After a thorough counting and calculation, Li Jin ultimately handed Lin Yiqing 291 fractured spirit stones. Lin Yiqing, here are your spirit stones, and additionally, here is the new batch of crafting materials for you. After providing the spirit stones, Li Jin presented Lin Yiqing with a storage bag. Brother Jin, why are there so many crafting materials this time? Can we truly consume this many talismans in Huiyuan Immortal City? Lin Yiqing inquired, probing into the contents of the storage bag, which astonishingly contained 1,000 portions of first-grade superior crafting materials. Feel free to proceed with your work. I trust in your capabilities, which is why I provided you with such a quantity of materials. While Huiyuan Immortal City alone may not deplete them, our Li Clan's sales channels extend far beyond just this city. However, relying solely on heavenly thunder and diamond talismans does seem rather limiting. Customers are unlikely to focus solely on these two types. They will have other needs. Could you perhaps craft some different talismans, such as flying talismans, sword/talismans, ice spike talismans, or revitalization talismans? Li Jin offered some encouragement while continuing to make requests. I can manage the sword/ and ice spike talismans, but the flying and revitalization talismans may pose some difficulty. Lin Yiqing initially intended to mention his lack of inheritance for the flying and revitalization talismans, but recalling his previous success in imitating the puppet talismans and learning through practice, he changed his mind. Perhaps he could similarly learn to simulate the flying and revitalization talismans. Difficulty is to be expected, but one must still attempt. How about this? After you craft 500 talismans, you can experiment with creating some new types with the remaining talisman paper and materials. For security's sake, let the first 500 be heavenly thunder and diamond talismans. Li Jin recognized Lin Yiqing's predicament and communicated this understanding. No problem. Lin Yiqing agreed. It felt rather satisfying to use someone else's materials for personal gain. Contemplating his stock of chi gathering dam materials, Lin Yiqing considered asking if the Li clan could assist in selling them through their channels. However, recalling the need for discretion, he withheld his inquiry. Being able to craft first-grade superior talismans was already quite extraordinary. If he were also to refine first-grade superior pills, he would undoubtedly attract attention. After some idle chatter, Lin Yiqing acquired one each of the flying, sword/, ice spike, and revitalization talismans from Li Jin before making a swift exit. The newly served dishes in the private room remained largely untouched, left primarily for Li Jin. Given their sensitive identities, it was unwise for them to linger together for too long. Once outside, Lin Yiqing pondered who he could approach to sell the remaining talismans. Furthermore, if he wished to refine pills, he needed to devise a plan for their sale. Having barely stepped away from the Zhou Tian tavern, Lin Yiqing spotted Zhou Pian, flanked by a couple of lackeys, making his way towards the establishment. This fellow was the scion of the Zhou clan, which wielded considerable power. Perhaps I could engage in some dealings with him. However, as Chu Feng, my new guise, it is not appropriate to expose my identity. I must procure another human skin mask or alternative means of disguise. With that thought, Lin Yiqing refrained from immediately greeting Zhou Pian. Instead, he summoned his attribute panel, searching for useful spells within it. Before long, he discovered a spell called Disguise Technique and another known as Bone Shrinking Skill. The combination of these two spells would allow one to completely alter their appearance, becoming an entirely different person. Coupled with voice-changing and breath-mimicking techniques, Lin Yiqing realized he could switch between as many identities as he desired without fear of recognition. What a marvelous find! I shall return and cultivate my experience. Once I achieve perfection, I will be free to act as I wish. Indeed, this seems much more natural, adorned with the human mask of Chu Feng. Any attempt to alter the expression on his face is futile, leaving only a rigid visage. Furthermore, should anyone draw near, a foul odor wafts from him. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Yi incessantly pinches his cheeks. Observing the appearance of Chu Feng within, with great satisfaction, at this moment, he begins to contemplate another issue. Now that I can freely change my identity, should I seek out Zhou Pian for a transaction? Perhaps there is no longer any necessity for that. As for spirit stones, I have earned enough. With Li Jin placing such trust in me, willing to procure numerous resources for me, it would be inappropriate to create talismans to hand over to his adversaries. Reflecting on the 1,000 first-tier superior talisman papers and other materials for talisman crafting that Li Jin has recently entrusted to him, Lin Yi arrives at his final decision. Forget it, I shall not dwell on these troubling matters. I now possess wealth, so I ought to indulge myself. Being played by Li Zishi has truly left me feeling vexed. Moments later, Lin Yi gathers his belongings and strides out of the cave dwelling. Purposefully heading towards the land of Yanlu Da, Li Clan Real Estate Park. In Lin Yi's former residence, Li Zixin paces back and forth in the hall. What to do now? Lin Yi and Li Zishi seem to have undergone a sudden change. They were set to become a couple, yet now they aim to thwart Lin Yi. What should I do? Should I continue as Lin Yi's clandestine lover? Can I still have a promising future by being with him? If others in the Li clan were to discover this, I would be doomed. Sigh. Severing ties with Lin Yi would indeed ensure my safety, but the Li clan cannot offer me any benefits. Li Zixin finds herself in a predicament, her mind a tangled mess, nearly driving her to madness. After nightfall, she attempts to meditate and cultivate, but cannot settle her mind. She tries to lie down and sleep. Yet slumber eludes her at this moment. She is truly restless, sitting as if on pins and needles. In the dead of night, utterly exhausted, she lies in bed, on the verge of sleep, when the door swings open. Creak. Someone is using a key to unlock the door. Who could it be? It's me. Lin Yi rubs his face to revert to his original appearance and replies. Lin Yi, how dare you return to our Li Clan Real Estate Park? Are you so bold? Upon recognizing Lin Yi's face, Li Zixin exclaims in disbelief. Whether my bravery is substantial or not is of no concern to you. You should be aware of where my strengths lie. Lin Yi grins wickedly, closing the door behind him before swiftly approaching Li Zixin and enveloping her in his embrace. Earlier, he had indulged in a lavish feast at a tavern and enjoyed a performance at Chunfeng Tower. Initially, he considered ordering a courtesan as before, but reflecting on his current status, wealthy, influential, and esteemed, he deemed it unnecessary to continue sharing the same experiences with a crowd of commoners. Thus, after watching the performance and feeling invigorated, he quietly made his way here. Li Zixin finds herself powerless to resist, complying with Lin Yi and performing the duties expected of her as a clandestine lover. After their tryst, she finally dares to lie beside Lin Yi and inquire. Lin Yi, how did you suddenly fall out with Li Zishi? How should I put it? I am uncertain how Li Zishi discovered that I possess 5 spiritual roots, or how she learned of my past as a debauched wanderer. Consequently, she has grown disdainful of me, severing our ties and even reporting me to Huang Yaoshi, leading to my expulsion from the sect. You mean to say you are a debauched wanderer, and you think I would disdain you? Lin Yi responds nonchalantly, lifting Li Zixin's chin. Under Lin Yi's gaze, Li Zixin holds her breath, her mind racing with a multitude of thoughts. Lin Yi, I do not care about your past. You belong to me now. With that, she embraces Lin Yi more tightly. After a lengthy pause, the two cease their activities. Li Zixin lies beside Lin Yi, her fingers idly tracing his chest. Lin Yi, now that you are being ostracized by the Li clan, how do you intend to navigate life in Huiyuan Xianxing? What are your plans for our relationship? In the future, Lin Yi may struggle in Huiyuan Xianxing, but what of Chu Feng? I have no issues. Lin Yi chuckles, allowing his visage to shift. Moments later, he adopts a completely unfamiliar face, causing Li Zixin to feel an overwhelming strangeness. Had it not been for a familiar feature, she might not recognize him at all. Is this a disguise technique? Can you deceive me? And do you think you can fool the prominent figures in the Li clan? Li Zixin surmises. She reaches out to touch Lin Yi's face. Finding no discrepancies, my disguise technique is quite advanced. I can deceive anyone below the Foundation establishment stage. The Foundation establishment cultivators of the Li clan have never encountered me and have no impression of me. Thus I can fool them as well. I in Huiyuan Xianxing. Only two individuals can recognize me, Li Jin and Huang Yaoshi. Lin Yi promptly responds, I understand Huang Yaoshi, but how can Li Jin possibly know? Li Zixin continues to question, Fool, I have dealings and collaborations with Li Jin. This identity of Chu Feng was facilitated by him. Lin Yi gently pats Li Zixin's head. I see. But how long do you think you can maintain this disguise? My age is advancing, and if I cannot provide value to my family, they will arrange a marriage for me. Can you assist me in resolving this issue? Li Zixin nods, seizing the opportunity to express her own troubles. We will discuss it later. If you encounter difficulties, seek Li Jin's assistance. If he cannot help, let him inform me, and I will ensure you are spared from marriage. Additionally, you must also strive diligently, cultivate earnestly, and learn profitable skills. Do you not think that just because you have 5 spiritual roots, you should abandon cultivation? Lin Yi hesitates for a moment before responding. He can only guarantee that much. Expecting him to truly marry Li Zixin feels somewhat unattainable at present. Wealth can corrupt a man, Lin Yi concedes. He acknowledges his moral decline. He is no longer timid. He has greater aspirations. All right, I understand. Li Zixin obediently nods. As the clock strikes midnight, both are utterly fatigued, and they retire to rest. As dawn approaches, Lin Yi leaves behind some leftover elixirs and, under the cover of night, makes a hasty exit. He arrives as quietly as he departs, without disturbing anyone. It is only when Li Zixin awakens in the morning that she discovers Lin Yi has already left, leaving behind several vials of elixirs. Upon retrieving the vials from the table and opening one, she gasps in astonishment upon seeing the contents. Is this an elixir? Qi nourishing pill, Qi increasing pill, and the Bai Ling pill. My heavens, Lin Yi is truly generous. Following Lin Yi is undoubtedly the right choice. These items are worth dozens of spirit stones, and he gives them away so casually. Li Zixin beams with delight. Carefully storing the elixirs, taking out one Qi nourishing pill, she begins to consume it in hopes of advancing her abilities. With these elixirs in hand, she must swiftly transform them into her own strength. Otherwise, if other sisters catch wind of it, she may be the subject of gossip or worse, have them taken from her. Although these elixirs are invaluable to her, remaining in the Li clan, she may never acquire them. However, she believes that following Lin Yi will lead her to brighter days ahead. If Lin Yi, also a 5 spiritual root, can cultivate to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, then so can she. Meanwhile, after departing, Lin Yi first enjoys a hearty breakfast before returning to the Qingxian cave dwelling. Within the cave, he begins to meditate and cultivate. Only with strength can one achieve everything. Until he possesses absolute power, he must remain like a mouse, hiding and concealing his true identity. After diligently cultivating for over an hour, Lin Yi notices an increase of 1 point in his cultivation experience on the attribute panel, prompting him to cease his practice with satisfaction. At this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave has diminished, making continued cultivation impractical. He immediately takes out numerous first-tier superior talisman papers and materials. Beginning to work on crafting talismans, he decides to first fulfill Li Jin's request for 500 pieces of the Diamond Talisman and the Thunder Talisman, saving the rest for future use, as it may come in handy someday. With a firm resolution, Lin Yi expertly begins to draw talismans. In his previous life, Lin Yi was a reclusive individual. Facing solitude did not frighten him in the least. Rather, he relished the experience. particularly when engaged in activities that could enhance his skills and generate income without confronting a boss or enduring the scorn of others. It was truly a liberating experience. He spends several days within the cave, emerging only for meals, and otherwise remaining inside. In the outside world, during these few days, the news of the Li clan's ostracism of Lin Yi has thoroughly spread throughout Huiyuan Xianqing, with nearly everyone being aware of the situation. In the core area of the Li clan real estate, INA Grand Estate, Li Zishi confronted Li Zian with urgent inquiries. Zian, have you made any progress regarding the matter I tasked you with? Where is Lin Yi at present? The third miss, our people have not detected Lin Yi's whereabouts. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it appears Lin Yi may have already departed from Huiyuan Xianqing. Our Li family has publicly declared that he cannot continue to reside here, which may compel him to withdraw and seek his fortune elsewhere. Given Lin Yi's cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining, coupled with his exceptional alchemy and talisman-making skills, it is reasonable to assume he would thrive wherever he goes. Li Zian responded earnestly. Thrive wherever he goes? That infuriates me. I intended for him to suffer greatly, to return to me in desperation. His current success is absolutely unacceptable, Li Zishi exclaimed, springing to her feet in exasperation. However, third miss, Lin Yi's cultivation and adeptness in immortal arts make him a distinguished guest in any immortal family in our Li clan. There are perhaps no more than 2 individuals who could rival his abilities. It is entirely plausible that he is faring well in another immortal city. As a mere 3rd-level qi refining cultivator, how can I possibly manage the affairs of someone as prominent as Lin Yi? Li Zian retreated a few steps, apprehensive that Li Zishi might take her frustration out on him. This is utterly maddening. Second brother, look at the situation now. You refused to allow Lin Yi to marry into our Li clan, and now he has eloped, clearly enjoying himself. Li Zishi turned her ire towards Li Zokong. Isn't this a decision you made yourself? He is a 5-element root cultivator, known for his reckless behavior. You were the one who was reluctant to marry him. Li Zokong quickly deflected the blame upon seeing his sister's distress. You? Li Zishi was incensed, not wishing to see Li Zokong any longer in a huff. She stormed out of the Li estate and headed to the Huang residence to vent her frustrations to Huang Jing. Initially, Li Zishi and Huang Jing had a decent rapport, with Huang Jing being one of the few women Li Zishi deemed worthy of her time. However, the arrival of Lin Yi had created some tension between the two. And now that Lin Yi was gone, their relationship naturally mended. Chapter 56. Intrigue in a cozy hall, Li Zishi and Huang Jing sat together, indulging in grapes while servants attended to them. Jing, do you happen to have any news about Lin Yi? Li Zishi casually inquired while plucking a grape. Lin Yi? How should I know? You did instruct the Li clan to blacklist him, did you not? Why would you be concerned about his whereabouts? Huang Jing replied. Surprised. I only wished for the Li clan to blacklist him in hopes that he would return to plead with me, agreeing to marry into our Li clan, with the choice of brides at our discretion. I never anticipated he would simply vanish. My people cannot locate him at all. It is utterly absurd. I wonder if that fellow might come looking for you, as it seemed he had a bit of interest in you before. Li Zishi said, flicking her wrist in a somewhat bashful manner. I cannot say. Ever since grandfather expelled Lin Yi from the Huang residence, there has been no contact. I have no interest in his whereabouts. Huang Jing scoffed, suddenly feeling less fond of Li Zishi. You Li family have considerable connections. I hope you can assist in tracking down Lin Yi. I am determined to find that rascal. Li Zishi grasped Huang Jing's hand, pleading earnestly. Please, even with our connections, we cannot mobilize efforts for a mere discarded disciple like Lin Yi. Would be more prudent for your Li clan to investigate. After all, Lin Yi is a talented talisman maker. If he wishes to continue cultivating, he will undoubtedly create talismans for sale. If you can locate some of his previous talismans, and then compare them with others on the market, you should be able to identify his distinctive style and find him. Huang Jing suggested thoughtfully. Excellent idea. Thank you, Jing, Li Zishi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she nearly danced with glee. Upon reflection, she realized this approach was indeed feasible. The Li clan not only held influence in Huiyuan Xianqing, but also in several neighboring immortal cities. Even if Lin Yi had left Huiyuan, he would likely still be within their reach. Eager to employ Huang Jing's strategy, Li Zishi hurried back to the core residential area of the Li estate, summoned some servants, and began her search for Lin Yi. Zian, go find this talisman. It is a first-tier high-quality diamond talisman that Lin Yi personally drew and gifted to me. I want you to compare it with talismans on the market that share a similar style. After examining the diamond talisman for a considerable time, Li Ziyan felt a sense of familiarity. Scratching his head, he retrieved a first-tier high-quality diamond talisman from his storage bag. Upon comparison, he realized that the two talismans were nearly identical. Third miss, take a look. Are these two diamond talismans not identical? Were they both created by Lin Yi? Skeptical, he handed the talismans to Li Zexide. Is that so? Remarkable. Where did you acquire this talisman? Li Zeshi scrutinized Li Ziyan with suspicion. This was a reward from Elder Mingbo.it, should originate from our Li clan's talisman pavilion, as we recently received a new batch of high-quality diamond talismans. Li Ziyan replied promptly. What? That wretched Lin Yi? Li Zeshi sprang from her seat, rushing out in haste. Moments later, she arrived at the Li Talisman Pavilion. Ziyu, we are selling these high-quality diamond talismans, correct? She demanded, slapping the talisman onto the counter, startling Li Ziyu. Ah, third miss, indeed. We do have such high-quality diamond talismans available, Li Ziyu responded without hesitation, quickly retrieving a large stack of similar talismans. Li Zishi snatched the talismans and began her meticulous comparison, examining not only the brush strokes but also the blood of the magical beasts used and the quality of the talisman paper. After thorough scrutiny, she discovered that all aspects of the high-quality diamond talismans were identical. Where did you procure these talismans? Have you had dealings with Lin Yi? She pressed, her tone accusatory. Taken aback, Li Ziyu stammered. Cough, cough. Hearing Li Zeshi's interrogation, Elder Li Mingbo swiftly emerged, coughing and signaling frantically to Li Ziyu. Understanding the implication, Li Ziyu answered, What procurement? These talismans were drawn by Elder Mingbo himself. Do not deceive me. These talismans were crafted by Lin Yi. This one, I witnessed Lin Yi create it with my own eyes and gift it to me. These talismans are indistinguishable from mine. Now, tell me honestly, where did you acquire these talismans? Li Zeshi continued to press. Zeshi, as a talented member of the family, focus on your cultivation. Why concern yourself with family business? Elder Li Mingbo interjected, unable to contain his irritation. He understood all too well the importance of the family's business dealings and, even if Lin Yi was behind the supply, he was reluctant to jeopardize his newfound profits. With the influx of high-quality first-tier diamond talismans, the business of the Li Talisman Pavilion had surged, significantly increasing their revenue without adversely affecting the interests of the clan's existing talisman makers. He had no desire for Li Zeshi to disrupt his lucrative venture. Elder Mingbo, this matter is of great significance. Do not attempt to deceive me. I know your skill level well enough to recognize that you could not possibly craft these high-quality diamond talismans, Li Zeshi retorted. Chapter 57. A Meeting with Li Jin Zeshi. As a prodigy of the family, focus on your cultivation. Why meddle in family affairs? Elder Li Mingbo deflected, attempting to shift the conversation and position himself on higher moral ground. A seasoned individual, he was acutely aware of how to safeguard his own interests. Uncle Mingbo, these spirit talismans were crafted by Lin Yi. I must locate Lin Yi and bring him back to our Li family to serve as a son-in-law, to make him our talisman-making tool. You managed to acquire these talismans, so you must know where Lin Yi is. Find a way to arrange a meeting with him, and we shall seize him. Such talent cannot be allowed to wander aimlessly. Li Zeshi declared imperiously, a son-in-law. Would you be willing to marry him? Li Mingbo retorted, It's not me. If it's not you, then who within the Li family is worthy of having Lin Yi join us? Uncle Mingbo, please don't be so obstinate. I simply must capture Lin Yi. For who marries him. It is of no consequence. Finding herself unable to sway Li Mingbo, Li Zeshi began to sulk like a spoiled child. What Lin Yi? I don't know him, nor do I care. These talismans were crafted by me. Believe it or not, it is of no matter. If you doubt it, investigate for yourself. Li Mingbo was not one to indulge her whims. Ah, Li Zeshi exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot vehemently. Unable to pry any information from Li Mingbo, she resolved to conduct her own investigation. Over the next 2 weeks, she led herself and several of Li Zakong's underlings in the inquiry. Ultimately, they indeed uncovered some intriguing details. Their investigation revealed that these top-tier first-grade spirit talismans were not crafted by Li Mingbo but were supplied by Li Jin. However, Li Jin himself did not possess the skill to create talismans. He must merely have been a middleman, importing them from others. Upon learning this information, Li Zeshi, accompanied by Li Zakong and others, made a formal visit to Li Jin's property management hall. Zakong, I have conducted a thorough investigation and possess ample evidence proving that you have been supplying quality talismans to the Lee family's talisman pavilion. I suspect a deep collaboration between you and Lin Yi, which contravenes my orders. Now, I demand that you arrange for Lin Yi to meet with me. With a loud thud, a pile of documents was slammed onto the table as Li Zishi confronted Li Jin with an air of authority. What Lin Yi? I know not what you speak of. The talisman master I collaborate with is named Chu Feng. Li Jin promptly denied, swearing fervently. Should this matter be substantiated, he would face charges of stealing Li family assets and defying the family's commands. Chu Feng, you say? Very well, arrange for a meeting. I wish to see what manner of talisman master he is. Li Zishi leaned over the table, glaring fiercely at Li Jin. She had little faith that anyone else could produce talismans so identical. Fine, I shall arrange it. Li Jin, under duress, reluctantly agreed, his tone revealing a lack of confidence. He could only silently pray that Lin Yi's disguise would indeed fool Li Zishi and her associates. Very well, arrange for it. Tomorrow at noon, at the Tianyue restaurant under the Li family's banner. Should I not see him, I shall hold you accountable. Leaving a stern warning, Li Zishi departed with her entourage. As they walked, she spoke to her brother, Li Zakong. Second brother, return to Hu Yuan Immortal City and inform all late-stage Qi refinement practitioners to prepare. Additionally, arrange for more core elders of the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refinement from our family to assist. This time, I shall capture Lin Yi. I will make him suffer immensely. Then he shall serve as my talisman-making tool for life. Understood. Li Zakong complied, sensing the profound change in his sister over these recent days. The once innocent and carefree girl had transformed into someone somewhat sinister. Just after delivering her fierce proclamation, Li Zishi felt a wave of nausea wash over her, unable to suppress her urge to vomit. She quickly retrieved a handkerchief from her storage bag to cover her mouth, attempting to bring forth whatever was troubling her, but only a bit of saliva emerged, nothing substantial. Sister, what troubles you? It's nothing. Perhaps I merely ate something disagreeable. She paid little heed and continued her resolute stride. Inside the property management hall, after watching the group depart, Li Jin violently overturned everything on his desk, the clattering noise echoing clearly for hundreds of meters. Damned Li Zishi, the head of the family is so esteemed, yet without a proper father, you are nothing. Ah, Li Jin seethed with rage. Severing one's financial means is akin to murdering one's parents. Now that Li Zishi demands I summon the supplier, it signifies direct negotiations and collaboration with the family, leaving me without any future kickbacks. Furthermore, if that supplier turns out to be Lin Yi, the situation escalates even further. After wreaking havoc in his office, Li Jin reluctantly began to contact Lin Yi via a communication jade pendant. Come back to your residence quietly tonight. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood. On the other side, Lin Yi assumed Li Jin required a new batch of goods and promptly agreed. In the dead of night, Lin Yi stealthily entered the apartment, unaware that Li Zixin awaited him eagerly. Ready for some intimate activities, Lin Yi, you're here. I've missed you terribly. Be a bit restrained. Li Jin is coming soon. You should hide in your room for now. I have some matters to discuss with him in the living room. Lin Yi hurriedly pushed Li Zixin away, instructing her. Very well, I understand. Li Zixin nodded obediently and retreated to her bedroom. Lin Yi waited in the living room for a brief moment before Li Jin arrived. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he swiftly opened it, ensuring that he wore the guise of Chu Feng at this crucial moment. Brother Jin, are you here for another batch of spirit talismans? After ushering him inside and closing the door, Lin Yi joined Li Jin on the sofa, pouring him tea. Although Li Jin's cultivation had fallen behind Lin Yi's, maintaining this relationship still benefited him. He must remember to show the appropriate respect. Chapter 58, 9th Layer of Qi Refinement. It may or may not be. Li Jin accepted the teacup with a sigh. He continued, recently, that girl Li Zishi seems to have gone mad, rallying the entire Li family's resources to locate you. She has traced her investigation back to me, demanding I identify the supplier of the diamond talisman. I noticed she's retched a few times. Lin Yi, have you done something to her that has caused her to obsess over you so? Displaying an eagerness to seize you? Lin Yi gasped, rubbing his nose. Could it truly be that those two encounters led to a genuine outcome? Have you truly entangled yourself with Li Zishi? Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Li Jin had a clear understanding. Brother Jin, I wish to live a few more years. Do you have any way to deal with Li Zishi and prevent her investigation from progressing? Lin Yi neither affirmed nor denied, instead shifting the focus of the conversation. Tomorrow, she has summoned you, Chu Feng, to meet at the Tianyue restaurant at noon. I fear this will be a treacherous banquet filled with traps. However, I hope you will attend and adapt accordingly when you meet her. It is crucial to maintain our partnership, regardless of the conditions she proposes. I hope you will consider my interests, Lin Yi. I have treated you well. I hope you will not betray me, Li Jin implored earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi. But after a moment, he noticed something amiss. Lin Yi appeared hesitant, prompting him to inquire further. Lin Yi, are you not wearing a disguise? Why does it seem to me that your current visage is genuine? I am not. I am employing a transformation technique, one I mastered from Huang Yaoshi. I have perfected it to the point where it can deceive anyone below the foundation establishment level. Lin Yi replied truthfully. In that case, I hope you will attend. When you go to the Tianyue restaurant, be sure to distance yourself from the identity of Lin Yi. If necessary, prepare some precautionary measures. I fear they may wish you harm, Li Jin advised. Agreed, Brother Jin. I will ensure that you remain uninvolved. And I will dissociate myself from Lin Yi affirmed. The two continued their discussion for a while before Li Jin hurriedly took his leave. Inside the bedroom, Li Zixin had been eavesdropping at the door, absorbing the entirety of the substantial secret. Once Li Jin had departed completely, she cautiously stepped out. Lin Yi, since it's a treacherous banquet, can we not avoid it? I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortune. The family members are quite domineering and may very well drug your food and drink, rendering you unconscious and taking you back to the Li family to become a son-in-law tool. Forced to obediently craft talismans for them at an exceedingly low price. Approaching Lin Yi, Li Zixin embraced him. How could you think such thoughts? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, beginning to contemplate the plausibility of her concerns. I am currently employed at an establishment under the auspices of the Li clan, where I have witnessed similar occurrences and have heard accounts from my seniors regarding such matters. When the head of the Li clan sets their sights on certain promising and skilled rogue cultivators, they will discreetly taint the meals at this establishment and then assign a Li clan woman to attend to the target, thus compelling them into an irrevocable situation. If the rogue cultivator resists too fiercely, their fate is grim. They may either be slain or reduced to slavery, Li Zixin expressed with concern. Understood. I will remain vigilant, Lin Yi pondered for a while. Ah, are you really going? He reassured, embracing Li Zixin for a considerable time. Yet, her worries about Lin Yi's safety lingered. This time was different. Lin Yi departed after merely an hour instead of staying until the break of dawn. Once he left, he hastily returned to the first-class cave dwelling he had recently rented in the Qingxian Cave district. Following the expiration of his lease on the second-class dwelling, Lin Yi opted for a first-class cave with superior spiritual energy conditions. Although the cost-effectiveness of the first-class cave was inferior to that of the second class, Lin Yi deemed it necessary for accelerated cultivation, even if it meant being a bit extravagant, expending 5 spirit stones daily. Of course, the consumption of these spirit stones still held some utility. Upon returning to the first-class cave, Lin Yi immediately began to meditate and cultivate. With a mere thought, his attributes panel materialized before him. Cultivation level. Qi refinement 8th layer, 291-300. In the past month, pressured by the Li clan and driven by his own anxieties, he devoted considerable time to cultivation, frequently consuming Qi-gathering pills to aid his practice. After relentless effort, he was nearing the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Only 10 points left. This is challenging, nevertheless, no matter how difficult. He resolved to persevere. His current rate of cultivation in the first-class cave, he could earn 1 guaranteed experience point every half hour, and since it was now early morning with 6 hours remaining until noon, he believed he had ample time. As long as he could break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he would likely possess the strength for self-preservation at the Tianyue Tavern, right? After contemplating for a while, Lin Yi felt something was amiss. He needed to procure some defensive mystical artifacts from the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion as well. This was settled. Subsequently, he plunged back into intensive cultivation. Each time he saw the attributes panel indicate an increase in experience points, he would pause, concluding that session of training, and after a brief moment, he would resume. This repetitive process ensured he accumulated the guaranteed experience points. If he were to cultivate through the entire night without pause, he would only gain 1 point of experience for typically a 5-element root cultivator might labor for 10 days or half a month without significant advancement. His current ability to continue cultivating was predominantly reliant on the attributes panel. As time passed, around 10 o'clock the following morning, Lin Yi completed his final round of training, observing his attributes panel change from Qi Refinement 8th layer, 300-300, to Qi Refinement 9th layer, 1-1000. Chapter 59. The Reversal of Celestial Forces. With his cultivation breakthrough, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to be absorbed by Lin Yi, depleting the cave's spiritual energy in a remarkably short time, only gradually replenishing from the spiritual vein. This spiritual energy was no longer refined into spiritual power but was retained within his body, fortifying each of his cells, rendering them significantly stronger. After thoroughly completing this round of breakthrough, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming surge of power, capable of crushing an elephant with a single punch. Perhaps it was not mere hyperbole. However, he did not fully revel in the joy of his breakthrough. Instead, he found himself bemused by the lengthy experience bar. Qi Refinement 9th layer, 1-1000. Goodness, the 7th layer required merely 180 points, and while I could accept 300 for the 8th layer, why must the 9th layer demand a staggering 1,000 points? Shouldn't it progress in a more gradual manner, perhaps from 300 to 400? Lin Yi pondered aloud, speculating. After much contemplation, he concluded that this explanation was indeed the most reasonable. For others to break through to the foundation establishment stage, aside from the exceptionally talented with heavenly roots, most would require foundation establishment pills to attempt the breakthrough. The process of breaking through to foundation establishment was fraught with peril. If the nascent power were to spiral out of control, it could easily obliterate the body of a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Foundation establishment pills not only enhanced the chances of success by 20 to 40%, but also protected the spiritual roots and dantians, allowing the cultivator to maintain their integrity even in the event of failure, enabling them to recuperate and attempt the breakthrough again. Without foundation establishment pills, dual root cultivators faced only a 50% success rate, while those with 3, 4, or 5 roots saw their chances diminish, with 5 root cultivators facing a mere 20% success rate, and the cost of failure could result in severe injury or even death. Unless one was particularly reckless or possessed unwavering confidence, few would dare attempt a breakthrough to foundation establishment without the aid of foundation establishment pills. In his current situation, Lin Yi realized that he needed no such pills. He simply had to fill the lengthy 1,000-point experience bar. Well then, since I have completed my breakthrough, it is time to set out, Lin Yi declared, promptly ceasing his cultivation and gathering his belongings within the cave before hastily departing the Qingxian Cave District towards the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. One's greatest fear is ambush. Thus, Lin Yi invested a substantial sum in acquiring 2 exquisite mystical artifacts, one being a close-fitting inner armor and the other a heart-protecting mirror, both of which could synergistically function. The inner armor provided passive defense, while the heart-protecting mirror could actively generate a powerful shield. After ensuring these safety measures, Lin Yi wished to purchase additional items, but alas, his funds were depleted. To acquire more money, he had to rely on a successful meeting with Li Jin, hoping to trade spiritual talismans and secure the financial recompense he deserved. Having procured his treasures, Lin Yi promptly donned them and began the process of refining them. Once he had sufficiently attuned to their energies, he set off towards the Tianyue Tavern. Meanwhile, within the Tianyue Tavern, the members of the Li clan were engaged in meticulous preparations. Every patron dining at the Tianyue Tavern was, without exception, a member of the Li clan. Any outsiders would be dissuaded under various pretexts. Li Jin had been stationed at the entrance, anxious that the invited Chu Feng might be inadvertently persuaded to leave. At noon, Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the Tianyue Tavern at the agreed time and spotted Li Jin. Those sent by Li Zeshi were unfamiliar to Lin Yi, many of whom had employed subtle disguises, causing Lin Yi to fail to recognize them at first glance. "Xiao Jin, I have arrived," Lin Yi called out, adopting Chu Feng's visage and exuding the pressure of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. "Ah?" Hearing Lin Yi refer to him as Xiao Jin left Li Jin momentarily bewildered. Goodness, Lin Yi is already attempting the reversal of celestial forces. However, sensing the aura of the 9th layer emanating from Lin Yi, he had no choice but to play along. He was utterly flabbergasted, uncertain how Lin Yi had mustered such audacity to come, and whether his 9th layer cultivation was genuine. "Hey, Brother Chu Feng, this way please. Let us ascend to the private room on the 2nd floor for a discussion," Li Jean beamed earnestly, gesturing towards the staircase. All right, Lin responded, following Li Jin upstairs. That moment, in a corner of the second-floor hall. Li Zushi, veiled, fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yi and Li Jin as they ascended the stairs. Ninth layer of qi refinement? Chu Feng? Is there truly such a person? She furrowed her brow, becoming increasingly perplexed. As Lin Yi and Li Jin entered the private room, she queried her disguised elders beside her. Uncles, are you aware of the situation regarding Chu Feng? Is his appearance authentic? Could his cultivation be fabricated? Having only caught a fleeting glimpse, and given the time Lin Yi took to ascend from the first floor, she could discern no flaws. He appeared to possess the genuine visage and authentic ninth-layer cultivation. Li Minghan replied, indeed. I did not perceive any discrepancies either. Li Mingho added, Zushi, are you perhaps being overly suspicious? Why are you so determined to uncover Lin Yi? Finally, Li Minghui challenged Li Zushi, in any case. I must locate Lin Yi. I demand an explanation from him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death, to live his life as a dog. Li Zushi, suppressing her discomfort, addressed her uncles. Since you all fail to discern any inconsistencies in Chu Feng, it is imperative that I investigate personally. Regardless of whether he is or isn't, it is essential to draw him into our Li clan. With that, Li Zushi made her way towards the private room where Lin Yi and Li Jin were situated. Within the confines of the private room, the two individuals had scarcely settled into their seats. Reluctant to voice any overly bold remarks, under Li Jin's subtle cues, Lin Yi discerned that in this Tianyu restaurant, all present were loyal to Li Zushi. Among them were 3 cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement, with a total of over a dozen at the 7th and 8th levels combined. Xiao Jin, this is the batch of spiritual talismans you asked me to customize previously. How do you find their quality? Lin Yi nonchalantly placed the prepared 600 talismans onto the table, intent on concluding the transaction without fuss. Chapter 60. Master Chu Feng being referred to as Xiao Jin by Lin Yi left Li Jin feeling somewhat unsettled. However, the humble beginnings he experienced within the Li clan had taught him how to humble himself. He quickly adapted to the role, willing to endure for the sake of his own interests. Putting on a facade of enthusiasm to assist in introducing Li Jix, as he spoke, Li Zushi took a seat beside Master Chu Feng. Oh, Miss Zushi, what a pleasure! Lin Yi forced a smile and performed a slight bow. Li Zushi remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yi's eyes, before sweeping over him from head to toe, her heart filled with suspicion. May I inquire if Miss Zushi has something to discuss? Lin Yi felt a chill run down his spine under her unwavering stare. Do by chance, know Lin Yi? Li Zushi inquired cautiously. I do not. Who is Lin Yi? Is he not the one recently embroiled in controversy? Having been ostracized by the Li clan? Lin Yi feigned ignorance. Yes, that would be him. Since Master Chu Feng is unfamiliar, let us dismiss it, Li Zushi replied. Your talismans are truly remarkable. They are either genuine or of superior quality. With most being of the latter, she remarked, as she began to sift through the talismans on the table. Upon recognizing the familiar patterns on the Diamond Talisman and Thunder Talisman, doubts that had just been quelled resurfaced in her mind. She recalled the morning when she had awakened to find Lin Yi drawing talismans beside her. At her request, he had demonstrated the creation of the Thunder Talisman and Diamond Talisman in her presence, even gifting her a Diamond Talisman. Thinking of the life within her, she immediately formed a hand seal. With the incantation echoing in her mind, the spell was successfully cast. Red thread, visible only to her, flickered between Chu Feng and her abdomen. Lin Yi felt a sudden chill at his back and instinctively scanned the surroundings with his consciousness, relieved to find no imminent threats. Master Chu Feng is indeed exceptional in the art of talisman crafting. I hope you will join our Li clan as a guest elder. What are your thoughts? Li Zushi's heart was tumultuous. She had confirmed that the individual before her was Lin Yi in disguise. Yet, his 9th level of qi refinement left her feeling despondent. If he chose to flee, her entourage might not be able to detain him, but a guest elder? I think not, Lin Yi instinctively declined in his view. Within a year, he would reach the foundation establishment stage and continue to ascend, rendering the Li clan's offerings potentially troublesome instead of beneficial. Master Chu Feng, do you not wish to hear about the privileges of joining our Li clan as a guest elder? Li Zushi pressed on. She aimed to secure Lin Yi's presence for now, knowing that opportunities to deal with him would arise later, and fearing he might escape. Oh, then do enlighten me, Miss Zushi, Lin Yi replied casually. appearing to hold the upper hand in this negotiation. If Master Chu Feng joins our Li clan, you may select any Li clan woman as a concubine. Furthermore, you will have direct access to our talisman crafting department, with all relevant texts at your disposal. The personnel there will assist you in obtaining the resources you desire. Should you encounter any difficulties, our Li clan will help resolve them, Li Zishi stated earnestly. Is that all? I have no interest in your Li clan women, nor in your talisman crafting texts and resources. I doubt there is a challenge I cannot overcome. Your promises hold no allure for me. Lin Yi bluntly rejected Li Jin, who had been anxiously holding his breath, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Lin Yi's response. Lin Yi's refusal was in his favor, as his position as the intermediary would be jeopardized if Lin Yi became a guest elder. Master Chu Feng, as a wanderer, you would find our Li clan's second-tier spirit vein to be an excellent place for cultivation. We can provide you with a suitable training cave, and we also possess numerous techniques related to foundation establishment. Moreover, we could establish contact with the Qingxian sect, allowing you to further your studies there. Are these not matters of interest to you, Master Chu Feng? Li Zishi continued. Now that you mention it, it sounds somewhat enticing, but what must I sacrifice in return? Tangible benefits are what truly matter. I refuse to become a mere tool for your Li clan's talisman crafting. I demand that you provide me with materials whenever I wish to craft talismans, and that you purchase them at 70% of the market price. Additionally, I wish to retain the right to leave at will, without being bound to your Li clan.as for concubines. I would like several. Miss Zashi, I find you quite agreeable, so I would have you as one, Lin Yi boldly declared. Anticipating that his demands would be met with refusal, Li Jin felt this was a secure outcome. However, Li Zashi had seen through Lin Yi's disguise. Chapter 61. A brief tenure as guest elder. I hereby represent my family in agreeing to this matter. From this moment forth, you, Master Chu Feng, shall be our Li clan's guest elder in the realm of talisman crafting, Li Zishi proclaimed solemnly. Lin Yi, truly, you still harbor feelings for me. Just you wait. For now, I shall not expose your identity. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage in a few years, I shall make you pay. What? Lin Yi and Li Jin exclaimed in unison, utterly taken aback by Li Zishi's unexpected acquiescence to his outrageous terms. Miss Zishi, are you certain you can make such a decision on behalf of your family? Lin Yi quickly inquired. Indeed, my word is my bond. If I say it is so, then it is so. Li Zishi affirmed resolutely. In that case, I require a residence and a training cave at the core of your Li clan's estate. I shall not return to your clan's territory. I have grown accustomed to residing in this Huiyuan immortal city. Lin Yi hastily added, fearing that once he entered the Li clan's territory, he might never emerge again, especially with the formidable foundation establishment experts present. Very well, no problem. I can return today to arrange this for you. Li Zishi readily agreed. Her only thought was to secure Lin Yi's presence and prevent him from fleeing. All right then, Lin Yi shrugged, casting a knowing glance at Li Jin, who understood the implications. He had done all he could. Li Jin sighed inwardly while maintaining a smile, beginning to offer his congratulations. Welcome, Master Chu Feng, to our Li clan as our esteemed guest elder. Ah, too kind. Lin Yi nodded, his attention drifting back to the various talismans on the table. While he had achieved the status of guest elder, the current transaction still required settlement. Of course. Li Jin eagerly obliged, recognizing this might be his last opportunity to profit from Lin Yi. After some calculations, he concluded the compensation to be 51,840 fragment spirit stones. Master Chu Feng, your remuneration amounts to 51,840 fragment spirit stones. I shall round it up to 519 spirit stones. How does that sound? Very well, that is acceptable, Lin Yi replied, having anticipated that the figure would be approximately correct. Soon, under the witness of Li Zishi, the two completed their transaction. It was getting late. Why don't we order something to eat? Li Zishi suggested as she observed the two tidying up their belongings. Sure, this meal is on me. With a large sum of money in hand, Lin Yi was feeling generous for once. Then I must thank Master Chu Feng. Following this, the three began to officially place their orders. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Li clan, who had been waiting outside, were growing increasingly anxious. Nearly 20 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators were left to accompany a mere girl like Li Zishi. And now, there had been no news for quite some time. Sai, you there? What is happening inside? Li Minghui beckoned a waiter who had just exited Lin Yi's private room with a plate of dishes. Elder Minghui, the The three inside are in high spirits. It seems that the third Miss and Master Chu Feng have reached some sort of agreement, inviting him to join us as a guest elder of the Li clan. The waiter hurriedly replied, I see. Very well. Send us some dishes as well. Li Minghui waved his hand. Understood. Moments later, dishes began to arrive at the tables outside, as if they were merely patrons at the Tianyue restaurant. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi, Li Zeshi, and Li Jin emerged from the private room. Master Chu Feng, let us head to the Li clan's estate now. I shall assist you in arranging your cultivation cave and formally introduce you to the people there. As they walked, Li Zeshi extended the invitation. Certainly, no problem, Lin Yi readily agreed, thinking that as long as he remained in Huiyuan Immortal City, he could enjoy himself without concern as long as the Li clan's foundation establishment was intact. After strolling for a while, Li Zeshi suddenly excused herself to return to Tianyue restaurant for something, instructing Li Jin to take Lin Yi ahead. Upon returning to Tianyue restaurant, a crowd of Li clan higher-ups surrounded Li Zeshi. Zeshi, what is the situation with Master Chu Feng now? Li Minghui immediately inquired. The others also fixed their gazes on her, eagerly awaiting an answer. I have invited him to join our Li clan as a guest elder, but I suspect there may be some embellishment regarding his cultivation. He might not truly be at the 9th level of Qi refinement. I ask that you uncles and elders find an excuse to spar with him and verify his cultivation. He possesses remarkable talent in talisman crafting, and his drawn spirit talismans are of excellent quality. Bringing someone like him into our Li clan would be advantageous. Once we confirm his cultivation level, we can then offer him appropriate treatment. Li Zeshi articulated. Then, what about Lin Yi? Li Minghan posed a crucial question. Let us hold off for now. I'll trouble you all during this time. Li Zeshi pondered for a moment, still withholding Lin Yi's true identity. Everything must await the verification of Lin Yi's cultivation level. If Lin Yi's cultivation is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, she would continue to help him conceal his identity and stay by his side to uncover his secrets. If Lin Yi's cultivation is at the 8th level, she would immediately summon her uncles and elders to deal with him, ensuring he would face consequences and be confined within the Li clan's territory, serving them as a talisman crafting tool for the rest of his life. After a brief discussion, Li Zeshi hurriedly departed, quickly catching up with Lin Yi and Li Jin as they returned to the core area of the Li clan's estate. Upon entering the core area, Lin Yi felt a surge of spiritual pressure and dense spiritual energy. However, compared to the Qingxian cave area, it still fell short. The disparity in spiritual energy concentration between the core area and its surroundings is quite significant. He remarked curiously, indeed, there is a first-grade top-tier spiritual vein within this core area, which our Li clan is currently striving to cultivate into a second-grade lower-tier spiritual vein. Surrounding this core area is an array that seals the spiritual energy. Li Zeshi candidly explained, oh, that's how it is. I wonder what kind of cultivation cave you can assign me, Miss Zeshi. From this moment onward, you are my concubine. Whatever dwelling you inhabit, I shall reside in as well. Lin Yi suddenly enlightened and made his request. Chapter 62. Turning the tables upon hearing this, Li Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Lin Yi to be so audacious. Li Zeshi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that he would take it seriously and declare her as his concubine. She contemplated that Lin Yi's cultivation had yet to be verified, so she might as well endure for now. Very well, I shall arrange a suitable cave for you. She gritted her teeth in response. Observing Li Zeshi's forced smile, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, though he wondered if there were any surprises waiting for him down the line. As Li Zeshi moved, Lin Yi hurriedly followed suit, while Li Jin attempted to tag along, only to be waved away by Li Zeshi. Shortly after, Li Zeshi led Lin Yi to a residence built on a hill. The architecture of the Li clan's estate was distinctly unique. All properties available for rent were primarily practical, resembling coffin-like rooms, often not exceeding 10 square meters. Those towering 7- or 8-story buildings were even worse. In this cultivation world, one could only access denser spiritual energy by being closer to the ground for cultivation. While the houses in those high-rises were more spacious, the spiritual energy was thin and practically unsuitable for cultivation. However, this hillside residence was reserved for internal personnel, and it was indeed different. The residence was not only spacious and comfortable, adorned with tiles on the exterior, but it also featured a broad training ground for magical arts in front. If it weren't for the fact that this residence was only a single story, Lin Yi might have thought he had returned to the modern world of Blue Star. This place was originally designated for my elder brother. But since he has returned to the clan's territory, I'll temporarily arrange it for you. This residence includes a bedroom, a cultivation room, a hall, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a toilet. Inside the cultivation room, there is a connection to the spiritual vein and spiritual eye, with a gathering array set up, providing a spiritual energy concentration over 5 times that of the outside. Upon entering the residence, Lizushi began to introduce it to Lin E.ic. Quite satisfactory, Lin E nodded in approval. If the spiritual energy concentration is indeed as stated, it would be comparable to the first-tier cave he rented in the Qingxian cave area. Moreover, with the spaciousness and excellent lighting here, it would undoubtedly be far more comfortable to reside in. Come, my Zishi concubine. Let me test the merchandise now. Suddenly, Lin grinned lecherously, pulling Li Zishi into the bedroom. What are you doing? Li Zishi exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for Lin Yi's boldness. What am I doing? Aren't you quite aware? Lin Yi continued his advances, contemplating that if her resistance remained vigorous, he would cease his actions. After all, he was on the Li clan's territory. It was best to tread carefully. You scoundrel! Li Zishi shouted angrily, swiftly breaking free and delivering a kick aimed at Lin Yi's vital area. Bang! The inner armor on Lin Yi activated automatically, forming a protective shield. With the strong recoil, Lin Yi was unharmed, but Li Zishi was sent flying back, crashing against the wall and falling to the ground. Li Zishi cried out, noticing blood flowing from her thigh, causing her to faint. What the damn? Don't scare me! Lin Yi was taken aback, rushing to Li Zishi's side and using his spiritual sense to scan and examine her, only to discover that she was indeed pregnant. The collision had caused her to hit her head and triggered a miscarriage. This is troublesome. He forced himself to remain calm, casting a cleansing spell on Li Zishi and pulling out several rejuvenation talismans to activate them on her. As 3 green lights descended upon her, her injuries gradually stabilized and began to heal rapidly. Lin Yi continued to carry her to the bed, performing a thorough cleaning and treatment until she was finally stabilized. Once she regained consciousness, she should be fine. Sigh, with such an incident occurring, I wonder if my position as a guest elder in the Li clan will be jeopardized. I dread the thought of Li Zishi's father coming to trouble me. Her father, Li Mingyuan, is a foundation establishment expert. How can I face him? Lin Yi paced back and forth in the room, contemplating whether he should flee quickly, as long as he escaped Huiyuan Immortal City and continued to live incognito under a different identity. They would be unable to find him, and he should be safe. Just as he was contemplating this, perhaps due to the rejuvenation talisman's remarkable healing effects, Li Zishi unexpectedly woke up. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Miss Zishi, I was just going to fetch you a glass of water. You promised to become my concubine. How can you back out now? Isn't that a bit unfair? Lin Yi quickly thought of a way to turn the tables. You? Li Zishi's tone faltered. She had expected Lin Yi to hastily kneel and apologize, but this scoundrel was shockingly unperturbed. Here, Miss Zishi, please drink this warm water and take your time to rest. As for my position as a guest elder in the Li clan, I believe I have no need to continue. Lin Yi brought a glass of warm water to Li Zishi, placing it on the bedside table, and then contemplated making his exit. Scoundrel, I want to allow you to leave. Li Zishi quickly shouted at this very moment. There is no need for others to test her. She is already fully aware that Lin Yi is indeed a genuine 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her, a mere 8th-layer practitioner, to be easily repelled. Miss Zishi, your actions are placing me in quite a difficult position. As a pregnant woman, how can you still serve as my concubine? Lin Yi said, feeling troubled and contemplating an escape. Am I pregnant? What concern is that of yours? You are now a guest elder of our Li clan, and having accepted me as a concubine, I am henceforth yours. You cannot evade this responsibility. Otherwise, I shall have my father put an end to you. Seeing that a gentle approach was futile, Li Zishi immediately resorted to a more forceful stance. As for Lin Yi's true identity, she dared not disclose it, fearing that in this secluded room with just the 2 of them, Lin Yi might silence her permanently. Very well, sigh. I shall begrudgingly continue in this role as a guest elder. After much deliberation, Lin Yi concluded that given her attitude, there should not be any significant issues in staying. After receiving treatment, Li Zishi was no longer troubled by any ailments. Once their arrangement was concluded, she hastily found an excuse to depart. By evening, She had summoned several high-ranking members of the Li clan in Huiyuan City to formally introduce them to Lin Yi, thereby officially recognizing him as a guest elder of the Li clan. Chapter 63. Li Mingyuan's personal visit. So I have unwittingly become a guest elder of the Li clan. Is there some ulterior motive at play? That night, Lin Yi found himself unable to sleep, pondering whether Li Zishi might have some scheme against him. After much contemplation without arriving at any conclusions, he decided to retreat to the cultivation chamber to focus on his training. Only by enhancing his cultivation could he gain greater confidence. In a nearby cultivation chamber, Li Zishi shared similar thoughts. You, Lin Yi, are full of secrets. Last time, you tricked me into obtaining 2 spirit elevation fruits, and I actually believed you. Just wait, I shall uncover your secrets soon enough. After a bout of frustration, Li Zishi settled into a meditative posture, striving to adjust her state of being. Once she reached a pinnacle of focus, she opened a box, retrieved a first-tier breakthrough pill, consumed it, and began her breakthrough. The following morning, at the entrance of the core district, Lin Yi was preparing to step out for breakfast when he encountered Li Zishi, noticing that she had undergone considerable changes since yesterday. Congratulations, Miss Zishi, on breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, taking a significant step closer to foundation establishment. Lin Yi casually offered a compliment. Thank you. Yet, Master Chufeng, you are even closer to foundation establishment than I am. I wonder when you plan to make that breakthrough? Li Zishi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Yi, feeling that he now exuded an aura of confidence, as if foundation establishment were merely a trivial matter for him. This person is no ordinary 5-element root practitioner. The matter of foundation establishment is crucial, requiring a period of diligent accumulation. I believe I still have a long way to go before achieving perfection. So how could I possibly predict when I will establish my foundation? Moreover, attempting foundation establishment without a foundation establishment pill is akin to courting death. I shall wait until I have sufficient spirit stones to acquire a foundation establishment pill before proceeding. Much more prudent. Miss Zishi, I shall say no more. I am off to have breakfast. With that, Lin Yi took his leave. An instinct told him that although he had assumed the identity of Chufeng and become a guest elder of the Li clan, it was wise to maintain some distance from Li Zishi. Hey, don't rush off. I'll join you for breakfast. Li Zishi hurriedly chased after him. Within the main hall of the Li clan's estate, Li Mingyuan sipped his morning tea while listening to the reports brought back by his subordinates overnight. Clan leader, the 3rd young lady has been actively seeking Lin Yi, although she has not located him. She inadvertently undermined Li Zijing and managed to entice the talisman master Chufeng associated with him, inviting him to serve as a guest elder of our Li clan. Li Zian reported to Li Mingyuan. Oh, interesting. Tell me more about this Chufeng. What capabilities does he possess that would warrant Zishi personally recruiting him? Li Mingyuan inquired with curiosity. Clan leader, we are currently unaware of Chufeng's full background. We only know that he is a 9th layer Qi refinement practitioner and exceptionally skilled in crafting spirit talismans. The first-tier high-quality spirit talismans he produces are currently being sold in our Li clan's talisman pavilion. Li Zian replied promptly. A 9th layer Qi refinement practitioner and a first-tier high-quality talisman master, indeed a talent. What conditions did Zishi offer to entice him to join our Li clan? Li Mingyuan feared his daughter might have set a price too high, potentially harming the clan's interests. Clan leader, this is the guest elder agreement signed by Master Chufeng and Miss Zishi, with multiple witnesses' signatures as well. Please take a look. Li Zian, unable to voice his concerns, handed the agreement to Li Mingyuan. As Li Mingyuan examined the document closely, he noted the following clauses. Party A shall provide all materials for talisman crafting to Party B, who guarantees a success rate of no less than 50% in crafting spirit talismans, which shall be purchased by Party A at 70% of market price. Party A shall provide Party B with an excellent cultivation environment. Party A requires Party B to become their concubine. While the earlier terms appeared quite normal, the last clause ignited Li Mingyuan's fury. How outrageous! My precious daughter is to become this Chufeng's concubine. What audacity! He slammed the agreement onto the table in exasperation. Clan leader, please calm down. The 3rd young lady has already signed. She has accepted this arrangement. It is for the benefit of the clan. Having a 9th layer talisman master join us is clearly advantageous. Li Zian hastily attempted to placate him. Indeed, clan leader, this is a decision Zishi has made. Your anger is futile. She is merely contributing to the clan's welfare. Women, after all, will eventually marry. Li Minghan chimed in supportively. Yet, Li Mingyuan paid no heed to their reassurances. He slammed his hand on the table and stormed out of the hall. I shall see just how bold this Chufeng is to compel my daughter into becoming his concubine. Huiyuan City is 100 miles from the Li clan's estate, yet under Li Mingyuan's swift pace as a foundation establishment cultivator, it took him merely a quarter of an hour to arrive. He hurriedly reached the core area of the Li clan's estate, using his divine sense to scan the vicinity, but he found no sign of Li Zushi. He had no choice but to land at the Li clan's property management hall. The management hall was located at the entrance of the entire Li clan estate. If Li Zushi had left, then Li Zijing would certainly know. Clan leader, what brings you here? Li Zijing, who had been reclining in a grand chair, sprang to his feet upon sensing the aura of a foundation establishment practitioner. Where has Zushi gone? It is utterly unacceptable for her to marry off herself just to recruit a talisman master as a guest elder. Especially to become a concubine, Li Mingyuan spoke in anger. I have no idea. I only saw that Zushi left with Master Chufeng this morning, Li Zijing replied honestly. You have no idea? Who does? Why don't you wait here? They might just be out for breakfast or something. Humph. Li Mingyuan scoffed, taking a seat in the chair offered by Li Zijing, calming himself as he awaited their return. Before long, he indeed spotted Li Zishi and Linny returning from outside. Chapter 64. Not a family, not entering the same door. What the heck? Who is that man sitting in the grand chair? His aura is so formidable, comparable to Huang Yaoshi. Could he truly be a mid-foundation establishment master? As Linny passed by the Li clan's property management hall and caught sight of Li Mingyuan, his heart skipped a beat. Zishi, come here, and you too, whoever you are, Li Mingyuan called out as he noticed the two. Father, what brings you here? Li Zishi exclaimed in surprise, quickly stepping into the management hall. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi felt as though his fate was sealed. Li Zishi's father was none other than Li Mingyuan, the clan leader of the Li clan. This was undoubtedly a formidable mid-foundation establishment master. Having taken advantage of his daughter, and now seeking to make her his concubine, it was clear he had come to confront Lin Yi. Swallowing hard, Lin Yi endeavored to maintain his composure as he approached Li Mingyuan, slightly cupping his hands. I am Chufeng. Greetings to clan leader Li. Li Zushi moved to stand behind Li Mingyuan, eagerly offering him a back massage. Father, what brings you here today? It's about you. Lin Yi's matter remains unresolved. The prospective son-in-law is still at large, and now you want to become his concubine? Li Mingyuan retorted with irritation, simultaneously releasing his mid-foundation establishment pressure, targeting Lin Yi with a menacing aura that seemed to compel him to kneel. As for Lin Yi's greeting, he chose to ignore it entirely. Father, I too have my own struggles. Please allow me to make my own decisions. Li Zushi asserted, unwilling to let her father's sudden appearance disrupt her carefully laid plans. It had taken her considerable effort to make Chufeng accept the unexpected reality of becoming a father, and to secure his promise to refrain from approaching her too easily, while still remaining as a guest elder within the Li clan. Struggles? What struggles could possibly compel you to become a mere concubine for someone else? You are a dual spirit root prodigy of our Li clan, with the potential to ascend to the golden core stage. How could you stoop to being a concubine, even marrying that scoundrel Lin Yi, who possesses 5 spirit roots, would be 100 times better than becoming someone else's concubine? Li Mingyuan simply could not comprehend Li Zushi's obstinacy. Oh, what if he was at the 9th level of qi refining? He could draw high-quality first-grade spirit talismans. Surely there were others in our Li clan capable of such feats. If the clan leader cannot accommodate me, then I shall leave. Lin Yi truly wished to distance himself from these foundation-building masters, not wanting to endure their vexations. Having said this, he slowly retreated, and only when he felt a sufficient distance was established did he turn to depart. Hey, don't go. Li Zishi felt a pang of distress, instantly considering how to bring him back. Oh, not go. Li Mingyuan coldly uttered, as if a wall had appeared before Li Zishi, incessantly blocking her path. Father! Li Zishi anxiously stamped her foot. After all her efforts to secure this, only to have her father intervene, she was utterly exasperated. Some words lingered on her lips, one she was reluctant to utter, yet felt compelled to voice. Ziking, please step outside and close the door. I need to speak with father privately. Yes. Li Jin complied immediately, eager to avoid witnessing the confrontation between father and daughter. The lofty members of the clan were simply nauseating to him. Once Li Jin had ensured the door was securely shut, Li Zeshi leaned closer to Li Mingyuan and whispered in his ear, "Father, I have been searching for Lin Ai, the Master Chu Feng. I finally located him. Father, you have no idea. This scoundrel Lin Ai took advantage of me, and now I am pregnant. His cultivation has skyrocketed from the 3rd level of Qi, refining to the current 9th level. I suspect he harbors secrets, which is why I sought to keep him close." "What? You are pregnant?" Li Mingyuan doubted his own hearing. "Explain this to me clearly. How did this happen? Do not lie to me." Seeing Li Mingyuan's furious expression, Li Zeshi felt a surge of fear and hurriedly recounted the entire ordeal. "Father, it was like this. On that day, my second brother came to me, expressing disapproval of Lin Ai, conveying your wishes that I cease my association with him, rejecting Lin Ai as a prospective son-in-law. However, I suspected that Lin Ai possessed some secret, for what normal person could elevate their cultivation so dramatically in just over 6 months? And Lin Ai is a 5 spirit root. Such an ascent is even more implausible. Therefore, we devised a plan to drug Lin Ai, intending to bring him back to the Li clan for further examination. To our surprise, Lin Ai saw through our scheme, turned the tables, and rendered me unconscious. I don't even know how he managed those things with me, as I felt nothing at the time. It was only recently, upon discovering my pregnancy, that I realized what had transpired. I have since traced the lineage back to Chu Feng. Confirming he is indeed Lin Ai, that is essentially the crux of the matter, Father. Lin Ai possesses significant secrets, and I wish to retain him for thorough investigation. Furthermore, for female cultivators in the later stages of Qi refining, pregnancy is exponentially more challenging than for ordinary women. Any child born will undoubtedly possess spirit roots. Our Li clan has established regulations to ensure the propagation of exceptional spirit root offspring. Thus, any female cultivator above the 4th level who becomes pregnant must bear the child. Regardless of the circumstances, I am left with no choice in this matter." Upon finishing her explanation, Li Zeshi felt a profound sense of injustice welling up within her. Tears beginning to glisten in her eyes. "Very well, I understand now. Find that scoundrel Lin Ai and bring him back. I shall capture him for investigation. I am curious to see what secrets he conceals." After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingyuan addressed Li Zeshi. Outside, Li Jin had overheard parts of the conversation, contemplating how he could profit from Lin Ai, hoping nothing would happen to him, and that he would not truly become an elder within the Li clan. He promptly sent a warning to Lin Ai. "Li Zeshi has discovered your identity. Her child is yours, and the clan leader wishes to capture you for investigation." This brief message was transmitted through a communication talisman to Lin Ai. Meanwhile, Lin Ai had distanced himself several streets away and, upon reading the message, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. So, Li Zeshi truly harbors malicious intent. It seems one cannot escape the nature of their kin. This Li Mingyuan is no better. The identity of Chu Feng can no longer be used. I cannot continue as a talisman maker. I must pivot to alchemy instead. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ai arrived at a new resolution. He quickly replied to Li Jin, "I will no longer use the identity of Chu Feng. I am changing my profession to alchemy. I can produce qi-gathering pills. It is up to you to handle the rest. If you cannot manage it, I will seek assistance elsewhere." Chapter 65. Assuming a new identity, Lin Yinju.my heavens, is Lin Ai truly that extraordinary? Not only can he draw high-quality first-grade spirit talismans, but he can also concoct qi-gathering pills. That is a first-grade high-quality pill. After reading Lin Ai's response, Li Jin was left utterly astounded. "Indeed, Lin Ai, you possess an abundance of secrets, sparking my curiosity. However, associating with you could yield financial gain, which I find appealing." He couldn't help but grin slyly. Subsequently, he discreetly replied to Lin Ai, "No problem. I can sell as many qi-gathering pills as you can produce." Several streets away, Lin Ai received this response from Li Jin and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He promptly lowered his cultivation to the 8th level of Qi refining, returned to the Qingxian cave district, and relinquished his first-class cave dwelling. Then, he wandered around for a while, seeking an isolated spot to alter his appearance to resemble Yinju, adjusting his cultivation back to the 9th level of Qi refining before once again renting a new first-class cave dwelling in the Qingxian cave district. His new persona would be the alchemy master Lin Yinju. Meanwhile, in the Li clan's property management hall, Li Zeshi hurriedly flung open the door, attempting to pursue Lin Ai. However, After searching for quite some time without sighting Chu Feng, she reluctantly returned to Li Jin's side to inquire. Zeking, where has Chu Feng gone? Zushi, he has left. The clan leader disapproves of him as a guest elder, and it is only natural for him to depart after the agreement was nullified. Li Jin feigned ignorance. He left? Why did you not stop him? Li Zushi was on the brink of desperation, shaking Li Jin's shoulders incessantly. What could I do? Would I defy the clan leader's will? Zushi, please release me. My bones are about to dislocate. Li Jin replied innocently, hastily pleading for mercy. His current cultivation was merely at the 7th level of qi refining. How could he withstand the antics of Li Zushi, who was at the 9th level? Father, it's all your fault. Now that fellow has fled, and his disguise skills are so sophisticated that I have no idea how to find him. After a considerable time, Li Zushi finally released Li Jin and turned to complain to Li Mingyuan. This is your fault as well. It's just Lin Yi. You should send someone out to search for him. Post notices to have him return. Once he sees the notice, he will surely come back. Li Mingyuan replied nonchalantly. Very well, I shall give it a try. Sigh. Li Zushi sighed heavily, contemplating following Li Mingyuan's suggestion. However, upon noticing Li Jin beside her, she suddenly had an idea. Li Jin, did you know all along that Chu Feng is Lin Yi? Can you still contact him? Hurry, reach out to him. Li Zushi approached Li Jin, questioning him earnestly. How could I possibly know? The talisman-making expert I have always contacted is Master Chu Feng. It's impossible that he is Lin Yi. Lin Yi possesses some talent for talisman making, but he cannot possibly rival Master Chu Feng. Moreover, how could Lin Yi's cultivation rise so rapidly? Master Chu Feng is already at the 9th level of qi refining. Li Jin pretended to be clueless, expressing astonishment. Humph! Master Chu Feng is still just Master Chu Feng. I don't care. You must use whatever means you previously employed to contact Master Chu Feng to reach out to him again and have him return to us. Li Zushi commanded assertively. Here, I used this communication talisman to contact him. Li Jin retrieved a communication talisman from his storage bag and handed it directly to Li Zushi. Under the watchful eye of Li Mingyuan, he dared not engage in any suspicious behavior, hoping that Lin Yi would be clever enough to distinguish friend from foe. Humph! Li Zushi snorted coldly, snatching the communication talisman and promptly sending a message to Lin Yi. Master Chu Feng, I have done my utmost to advocate for you. The clan leader has permitted Zishi to be your concubine. Please return. Far away in the Qingxian Cave district, while cultivating, Lin Yi received such a message and merely glanced at it. Sensing something amiss, did I not inform Li Jin that I would no longer use the identity of Chu Feng? It is evident that the communication jade talisman has been utilized by others, attempting to deceive me into returning. Humph, not a chance. Lin Yi scoffed coldly, subsequently shattering one of his own communication jade talismans. At this moment, the necessity for this particular communication talisman had ceased to exist. Simultaneously, a significant crack began to appear on the communication talisman in Li Zushi's possession. It shattered. Cursed be that despicable Lin Yi for destroying the communication talisman, she cursed vehemently, feeling disheartened as she spoke to Li Mingyuan. Father, the situation may not be as simple as you imagine. It seems Lin Yi is indeed lost to us. Posting notices will be of no use. He is exceedingly cautious. When we made our agreement, he explicitly stated that I should not bring him to meet any Foundation establishment cultivators, nor would he accompany me to the Li clan's ancestral grounds. He has likely harbored suspicions of me from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyuan furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of self-reproach. Had he not made an unannounced visit and indiscriminately questioned her, disrupting Zishi's plans, perhaps Lin Yi could have been captured. Do you possess anything that carries Lin Yi's essence? His clothing or hair would suffice. I could attempt to use the tracking secret technique to locate him. After a considerable pause, Li Mingyuan finally spoke. Then, Father, follow me. Lin Yi spent a night at my second brother's residence and may have left something behind. Li Zishi replied, beginning to lead the way. Moments later, they arrived at the residence and began to search meticulously. If they could find a single strand of Lin Yi's hair, Li Mingyuan was confident he could locate him. However, after half an hour of exploration with their spiritual senses, the father and daughter duo found nothing of value. The only item that could be linked to Lin Yi was a few rejuvenation talismans he had used during the treatment of Li Zushi. Yet, that cunning fellow disposed of the used rejuvenation talismans as waste, incinerating them into ashes and scattering them in the training grounds. Father, Yesterday Lin Yi exchanged a large stack of spirit talismans with Li Jin. If we could obtain those spirit talismans, would your secret technique enable you to find Lin Yi? In desperation, Li Zushi resorted to this old method. Previously, she had uncovered traces of Lin Yi through spirit talismans. Chapter 66. The storm passes. Those first-grade superior quality spirit talismans are considered Lin Yi's signature items. Within the entire Huiyuan Immortal City, many could draw first-grade superior quality spirit talismans, yet none could match Lin Yi's stable performance, producing them as effortlessly as eating or drinking. This may not work. Too many individuals have handled these talismans, and the energies are too mixed, especially since these talismans were crafted using the potent blood of demon beasts. Li Mingyuan shook his head as he accepted a Vajra talisman. Alas, this is all your fault, father. Now that rascal has fled, we may never recover him. The last time I found him, it took an exhausting amount of time. Finding him again now will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. He may very well have left Huiyuan Immortal City altogether, Li Zishi lamented, beginning to express her grievances to Li Mingyuan. I haven't even scolded you yet. How could you end up pregnant? This is such a hassle. When you reach 3 months, you must avoid going out. For the next 3 months, it would be best if you stayed indoors. Once the child is born, we can consider other matters, Li Mingyuan retorted, turning the blame onto her. As a father, he would never admit fault to his daughter. Father, you wa? Li Zushi cried uncontrollably, sprinting back to her own residence. Li Mingyuan sighed and shook his head, knowing he could only find a few maidservants to keep an eye on Li Zishi and summon a physician to ensure she could safely nurture the child and deliver it without complications. As a father, knowing his daughter had been wronged left him heartbroken and furious. He had no desire for this illegitimate child and yearned to find Lin Yi to exact a brutal revenge. However, according to the customs of the Li clan, any female cultivator who became pregnant must bear the child. This is because the offspring of female cultivators have a significantly higher chance of possessing spiritual roots. Since both Li Zushi and Lin Yi are late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, their child would undoubtedly possess spiritual roots, along with a robust physique and affinity for spiritual energy, likely making for an excellent candidate for cultivation in the future. The union of mortals rarely results in children with spiritual roots. Currently, there are fewer than 1,000 cultivators within the Li clan, while the remaining 20,000 or so kin are merely mortals. Thus, every child with spiritual roots is essential for the clan's growth and prosperity. After arranging matters for Li Zishi, Li Mingyuan personally ordered that everyone in the Li clan keep a close watch on Lin Yi and Master Chu Feng's movements. Should they find Lin Yi, he would ensure that Lin Yi received a harrowing lesson. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had once again caught the attention of the Li clan, resolved to lay low for a while. With an ample supply of spirit stones at his disposal, he directly rented a first-class cave dwelling for 3 months, then committed himself to daily meditation and cultivation within the cave. He had grown weary of alchemy and talisman crafting. As for consuming pills to enhance his cultivation, he had virtually given up. Currently, taking a single gathering Qi pill would only grant him a mere point of experience within an hour, while cultivating actively for 2 hours would yield a guaranteed point of experience based on his attribute panel. Rather than continually consuming pills, leading to an accumulation of pill toxins that would complicate future consumption, it was wiser to refrain from taking pills unless absolutely necessary for significant cultivation advancements. After diligently cultivating in seclusion for 3 months, Lin Yi felt that the storm outside had likely subsided. With his supply of spirit stones dwindling, he finally decided to venture out, donning the guise of Lin Yanju. Having been away from the world for so long, he was curious to see how the Li clan would respond to him. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the Tianyue restaurant, a venue that would surely provide him with the most current gossip regarding the Li clan. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Yi noticed a notice affixed to the wall beside the doorway, featuring an image of Chu Feng. Master Chu Feng, the Li clan sincerely invites you to return. We are willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones as... Still attempting to deceive me into returning? Not a chance. Lin Yi smiled slightly and continued into the restaurant, ascending to the 2nd floor, where he chose a window seat. Waiter, I would like to place an order. Certainly. A server promptly responded, bringing a menu before Lin Yi and assisting him with his order. In this world of cultivation, dishes are typically served at an astonishing speed. Aside from a few particularly expensive items, most dishes are pre-prepared. Once the order is placed, they are simply reheated in the kitchen before being served. Within 2 minutes, a lavish spread of dishes appeared before Lin Yi. The speed at which these magically heated dishes arrived was truly astounding, surpassing even the time it took to prepare instant noodles in my previous life. He made a slight jest before diving into his meal. As he ate, he noticed two familiar figures ascending to the second floor, also opting for a window seat at the adjacent table. Li Zishi and Huang Jing? I shall listen in. Perhaps they have something interesting to discuss. With this thought, Lin Yi slowed his eating pace to the neighboring table. After placing their orders, Li Zishi began to express her grievances to Huang Jing. Jing, after this meal, I want to be visiting the Huang residence for a while. Why not? Huang Jing inquired, puzzled. Consider it a retreat for cultivation. Li Zishi chose not to elaborate. The embarrassment of being unmarried and pregnant was far too great to disclose. If word got out, her image as the enchanting beauty captivating countless young men in Huiyuan City would undoubtedly shatter, leaving her uncertain about her future prospects for marriage. Very well, I understand. However, who is responsible for this situation? Huang Jing glanced at Li Zishi's slightly rounded belly. Had she not been wearing loose clothing, the signs would have been unmistakable. With this, she quietly deduced the truth. Who else could it be but that scoundrel Lin Yi? If I ever see him again, I shall wield a pair of scissors to make him a eunuch, then imprison him for life in our Li clan's basement, ensuring he suffers endlessly, Li Zishi declared vehemently. Lin Yi had been missing for so long. He likely left Huiyuan Immortal City entirely. What do you intend to do about the unexpected developments this situation has brought forth? Huang Jing continued to inquire. Chapter 67. The Gathering Qi Pill Transaction. What unexpected developments? What else can I do? According to the customs of the Li clan, I must keep it and have a maidservant help raise it. My intention in returning is to avoid revealing this unexpected situation. Once it is resolved, I can emerge again. Li Zishi expressed her frustrations. In that case, it sounds like you've truly had a difficult time. Huang Jing nodded, considering this method to be quite reasonable. For a young girl, reputation holds paramount importance. It is imperative that outsiders do not discover her unwed pregnancy at such a tender age, nor that she intends to bring the child into the world. The dialogue between Li Zishi and Huang Jing was overheard by Lin Yi, who, although they did not speak overtly, had already deduced the nature of the unexpected situation. The Li clan has such a rule. Once one is pregnant, the child must be born. Hence, within the Li clan, there will now be my child. This world is rather chaotic. Should I stir up some affairs to support my child, enabling him to become the future leader of the Li clan, and then allow him to branch out? Forget it. I am thinking too far ahead. I do not even know if the child will be a boy or a girl. I should concentrate on how to survive and cultivate until I reach the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yi pondered for quite some time. He continued to enjoy his meal at the Tianyue restaurant before settling his bill and departing. With his pockets now empty, he needed to contact Li Jin for assistance in procuring some goods. Over the past 3 months, he had not been idle. Aside from his cultivation, he had successfully refined the remaining 49 batches of Qi gathering pills into finished products during the past month. Lin Yi swiftly navigated through the streets and arrived at the entrance of the Li clan's real estate park, entering the management hall without pretense. With the constant flow of people in and out, who would notice the addition of one more Lin Yanju? He approached Li Jin and, on the surface, inquired, "Hello, I would like to rent a house." Yet, discreetly, he communicated through his spiritual sense, "Jingu, it's Lin Yi. Let us meet at the Zhoko restaurant shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Jin's previously indifferent expression brightened considerably. Having lost contact with him for 3 months, he was surprised to reconnect now. "What type of house do you wish to rent?" He asked. "I need a residence abundant in spiritual energy, suitable for a foundation establishment cultivator. I'm afraid we do not have such properties available for rent. You might want to check out the Qingxian cave abode instead." Li Jin replied through their mental exchange, and they continued to play their roles. Subsequently, Lin Yi feigned disappointment as he exited the management hall. Shortly after, Li Jin concocted an excuse to have his subordinates monitor the hall and slipped out himself. 15 minutes later, Lin Yi and Li Jin met in a private room at the Zhoko restaurant. "Jangu, here's a new mother-son communication jade talisman. The previous one was compromised, and I feared Li Mingyuan might seek retribution. So I've been laying low." Lin Yi presented the talisman to Li Jin. "No problem. Now that the clan leader has departed, you can feel more secure. Tell me, can you really switch to refining Qi gathering pills?" Li Jin inquired, puzzled. The notion of a talisman master transitioning to alchemy seemed rather far-fetched, its feasible. I was once a disciple of Huang Yaoshi. Although I was a discarded apprentice, I learned a great deal at the Huang residence. During my time avoiding attention, I invested all my earnings into purchasing spiritual herb materials for refining, heavily investing resources to boost my proficiency. Linny explained, striving to make his mastery of alchemy seem more plausible. Ah, I see. Li Jin nodded, contemplating that with Lin's cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refining and nearly 1,000 spirit stones in savings, if he devoted those resources to alchemy, he might indeed master a commendable level of the craft. Here, take a look. These are the qi gathering pills I've refined, 30 vials of superior quality, 5 vials of standard quality, and 5 vials of inferior quality. Each vial containing 9 qi gathering pills. Lin Yi presented his surplus, unwanted pills. Lin Yi, my brother, this is remarkable, Li Jin exclaimed after a brief inspection, confirming Lin Yi's claims. You flatter me, Jin Gu. I've already inquired about the prices of these qi gathering pills. 3 spirit stones for superior quality, 2 for standard, and 1 for inferior. I can wholesale them to you at a 30% discount. Do you agree? Linny responded modestly, then began discussing business. This time, he had done his homework and was well-versed in the pricing of qi gathering pills. That price is acceptable. I've calculated. I owe you 661 spirit stones and 50 fragment spirit stones, correct? The astute Li Jin quickly computed the figures. Accepting the 30% discount, he realized that whether he resold at an 80 markup to the clan or directly sold at a 10% discount, he stood to make a significant profit. Exactly, Jangu. You just need to give me 660 spirit stones, and this meal is on you. Linny nodded. Very well. Li Jian readily complied, promptly retrieving 660 spirit stones from his storage bracelet and handing them to Lin Yi, while collecting the qi gathering pills into his storage as well. With the transaction complete, he intended to leave, but Lin Yi insisted on his company to finish their meal. Having just dined, Lin Yi opted to drink this time. The two indulged until they were quite inebriated, parting ways around 3 in the afternoon. With a newfound confidence from his substantial sum, Lin Yi refined the alcohol from his system, dissipating the lingering effects, and returned to the Qingxian Cave Abode district, entering the rental hall once more. As Li Jian had mentioned, there were no rentals available within the Li clan's properties suitable for Foundation establishment cultivators. Thus, he had no choice but to return to the Qingxian Cave Abode district. Esteemed guest, are you here to renew your lease? Upon seeing Lin Yi's handsome visage, the staff member, Chao Wenjing, promptly approached him. Lin Yanju was not only striking in appearance but also generous. He had recently rented a top-tier cave abode for 3 months, spending over 400 spirit stones. He was a valuable client. She was determined to provide him with exemplary service. I am not renewing just yet. I'd like to rent a Foundation establishment cave abode for a day to experience the cultivation effects. Lin Yi shook his head and stated, certainly, the Foundation establishment cave abode is 30 spirit stones per day, and currently, both available units are vacant. I can arrange that for you immediately. Chao Wenjing responded eagerly. All right, Lin Yi readily produced 30 spirit stones. Shortly after, he was escorted by a servant to the Foundation establishment cave abode. Senior, this cave abode offers superior privacy and security. The formation surrounding it is a top-tier first-grade formation, which typically cannot be breached by those below the Foundation establishment stage. Please rest assured while you cultivate. The servant handed over the cave abode token, providing final instructions. Understood. No problem. Lin Yi accepted the token, adeptly activating it to unlock the formation and the cave's entrance, stepping inside. Upon entry, he was immediately met with a powerful spiritual pressure that compelled the spiritual energy particles to rush into his body. This sensation was reminiscent of when he, as a mere 7th-layer qi refining cultivator, had entered Wang Yuyan's training room. However, as his cultivation level rose, the external spiritual pressure's effect diminished, and his cultivation speed began to slow accordingly. Let us see. My cultivation speed here should be significantly faster than in a first-tier cave abode. Lin Yi seized the opportunity and promptly sat cross-legged on the cushion to cultivate. As he activated his techniques, he quickly absorbed and refined a vast amount of spiritual energy, converting it into spiritual power and continuously enhancing his cultivation. In less than 45 minutes, Lin Yi noticed an increase of 1 point in his cultivation experience on the attribute panel. Not bad. This second-tier spiritual vein offers thrice the cultivation speed compared to a first-tier top-grade vein. While a threefold increase in cultivation speed was impressive, the rental cost of the Foundation Establishment cave abode was 6 times that of the previous one. This was not cost-effective. Linny found himself caught in a quandary, contemplating various schemes to cultivate in this cave abode without incurring such exorbitant rental costs. That moment, he recalled the scene when the servant led him to the area outside the cave abodes. It was eerily quiet, sparsely populated. 5 cave abodes lined up, with the first 2 available for rent, while the 3 inner ones were reserved for the Qingxian sect. If I could disguise myself as a high-ranking member of the Qingxian sect or obtain a cave abode token to bypass the formation, I could easily access these Foundation Establishment cave abodes. Lin Yi mused to himself. With that thought, he slipped out of his cave abode and began to wander around the exterior, examining each cave abode's situation. Utilizing his qi watching technique, he observed the neighboring vacant cave abode and took note of the occupancy of the others. The presence of cultivators within a cave abode could alter the surrounding spiritual pressure and energy density. After a thorough examination, he discovered that only the first cave abode housed a Foundation Establishment cultivator, while the second through 5th were unoccupied. The first-rate cave district is not very far from here, and during the late hours of the night, there will be no one watching outside the first-rate cave. I could rent a first-rate cave and then sneak over here to cultivate within this foundation building cave. The only prerequisite is that I must be able to enter this foundation building cave. An ingenious idea formed in Lin Yi's mind. With this thought, he decided to study some formations. Soon after, he returned to Cave No. 5 and began to peruse the first-level formation inheritance stored in his memory. After a session of an hour, his formation level advanced to the minor achievement of the first-level top grade, 110-120. Merely studying the theory was sufficient to reach this level, but to progress further, he would need to engage in some practical application. Reflecting on this, he began to study the spirit-gathering formation and protective formations within the foundation-building cave. To his surprise, just by examining the patterns of these formations and the flow of spiritual energy, coupled with some analysis in his mind, he managed to gain a point of baseline experience on his attribute panel. Is this really possible? Then I shall continue. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he persisted in his research. Unconsciously, the outside world darkened, yet he remained tirelessly engrossed in his studies. He continued his research until the early hours of the next day, ultimately raising his formation level to the pinnacle of first-level top grade, 150, but at this point, his formation experience no longer increased. His levels of other first-level lower, middle, and upper grades all stagnated at the major achievement, 150. This was likely due to the lack of practical experience. Nevertheless, Lin Yi dismissed these concerns and left Cave No. 5, attempting to decipher the cave formations without the cave token. After about 15 minutes of study, he unleashed a surge of magical power, targeting a weak point in the cave's protective barrier, and a tunnel began to open from this weakness. He promptly entered through this newly formed tunnel. Inside the protective barrier of the formation, Lin Yi effortlessly opened the cave door. Re-entering Cave No. 5, I've made it. Remarkable. At this late hour, Lin Yi felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. The next moment, he continued to investigate the formation's exit from the cave. Upon successfully exiting Cave No. 5, his formation level rose to the pinnacle of first-level top grade, 150. Excellent. I can continue to level up this way? Lin Yi grinned slyly and resumed his attempts to decipher the formations. Going in and out of Cave No. 5 as time passed, his formation level steadily improved, and the time required to decipher the formations began to shorten. By 4 in the morning, his formation level reached the pinnacle of first-level top grade, 110-120. And the time taken to decipher formations was reduced to under a minute. Alright, let us try some other caves now. With such impressive formation skills, Lin Yi felt considerably more confident. Stepping outside, he began to crack the formations of Cave No. 4. The formations outside this cave were quite similar to those of Cave No. 5, and Lin Yi successfully deciphered them in 2 minutes, entering the cave with ease. Very good, with such formidable formation skills. This is indeed quite convenient. Chapter 69. Cave No. 2. This cave that is available for rent might be leased out at any moment. If I cultivate inside and am discovered, it would not bode well. I should continue to ascertain the circumstances of the other 3 reserved caves, to determine which one is unoccupied for an extended period before proceeding. After spending some time in Cave No. 4, Lin Yi pondered another issue. He then ventured out to attempt to decipher Caves No. 3 and No. 2. Wandering inside each briefly. As for cave number 1, he dared not enter, for it was truly occupied by foundation-building cultivators. As dawn approached, fearing detection, Lin Yi hastily returned to his own cave number 5. The ability to easily decipher multiple caves allowed him to relax, and he felt utterly fatigued, yearning for a proper sleep. Well, I'll just take a short nap before going out to rent a first-rate cave and perhaps gather some information. Having made his decision, Lin Yi lay down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. The night spent studying formations had drained his spiritual energy severely, and he was relying solely on sheer willpower to keep him going. Now that his objective had been achieved, that willpower dissipated. He dozed off until the afternoon, when the steward came to urge him. "Senior, your rental period for the cave has expired. Please exit the cave to renew your lease or vacate." The steward activated a token, allowing his voice to bypass the cave formation's barrier and reach inside cave number 5. "All right, understood," Lin Yi replied, tidying up before exiting the cave. "Senior, do you wish to renew your lease?" Upon seeing Lin Yi, the steward hurriedly inquired. "Not today. I'll return tomorrow." Lin Yi thought for a moment and suddenly recalled that it had been quite a while since he last sought out Li Zixin. He wondered how she was faring. Now that the storm had passed, it was time to check on her. "All right." The steward took the cave token from Lin Yi's hand. "By the way, what kind of people reside in the 3 caves here?" Lin Yi casually asked. He hadn't expected the steward to answer easily. He was already contemplating bribing him with some spirit stones, but the steward turned out to be quite talkative. "Senior, the innermost cave is occupied by Elder Xianming of our Qingxian sect, who possesses mid-foundation building cultivation. Cave number 2 is reserved for senior members of the Qingxian sect when they visit, and it is rarely used, while cave number 3 is available for the outer disciples of our Qingxian sect in Huiyuan City. Thanks a lot. I'll return tomorrow to support your business." Lin Yi smiled and waved as he made his way out of the Qingxian cave district. That moment, he had already made up his mind. Tomorrow, he would return to cultivate in cave number 2. Senior, take care and may all your wishes come true. The steward bowed as he saw Lin Yi off at the entrance of the cave district. In his eyes, every cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement deserved extra respect. There were no more than 50 such cultivators in the entire Huiyuan city, each one a significant figure. After leaving, Lin Yi first found a nearby eatery, had dinner, then visited a tea house to unwind a bit. When night fell, he stealthily made his way to the Li family's real estate garden. This time, he didn't use the main entrance. Instead, he sought out a less frequented spot, deciphered the protective formation, and scaled the wall to enter. Under the cover of darkness, Lin Yi changed into a set of stealth clothing and employed the night shadow technique, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Even at a distance of merely 5 meters from others, they might not detect his presence. Thus, Lin Yi quietly approached an apartment he had previously rented and opened the door to enter. "Who is there?" "Lin Yi, is that you?" Hearing the sound of the door, Li Zixin was startled and immediately came out from her bedroom. Zixin, it's me," Lin Yi responded, reverting his appearance to its original state. "Lin Yi, why have you been gone for so long? If it weren't for Jingu not asking me for the rent, I would have thought you abandoned me." Li Zixin quickly dashed into Lin Yi's embrace, pouting in complaint. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was also taken aback. The monthly rent for this apartment was 7 spirit stones, and if Jingu hadn't collected the rent for 3 consecutive months, that amounted to 21 spirit stones. It seemed Jingu was lenient on his account, indicating that he was indeed a friend worth having. Lin Yi held Li Zixin tightly and gently ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? I was just lying low for a while. Here, take this communication talisman. With it, you can easily reach me anytime." "This is wonderful," Li Zixin exclaimed with excitement as she accepted the communication talisman. The prolonged wait without any response had been quite tormenting. Subsequently, Lin Yi picked her up and carried her into the bedroom to reminisce, before inquiring about how she had been doing recently. "Lin Yi, go. I've now broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. I've shed my lower tier status, and before I turn 25, my family casually arrange a marriage for me." Isn't that great? You still have 6 years until you're 25, Lin Yi teased, playfully poking Li Zixin's nose. This young and beautiful girl truly was delightful. Lin Yi gu. I recently heard that Li Zixi has returned to the family estate and even hired a special doctor to prescribe her some medicine for her pregnancy. Is this related to you? In the midst of joy, Li Zixin curiously inquired. It has some connection, but Zixin, don't concern yourself with the affairs of others. She is the beloved of the clan leader and will undoubtedly have a better life than you. Understood. After comforting Li Zixin, Lin Yi continued to ask about the internal matters of the Li family. Like a waterfall, Li Zixin shared everything she knew. The Li clan of immortals stands as a foundational lineage with a history spanning over a millennium. Its ancestral domain nestled in Pingshan Town. Moreover, the county of Yangyuan, where Pingshan Town is situated, falls under the dominion of the Li clan, which boasts a population of nearly 400,000 within the county seat, including approximately 100,000 mundane members of the Li clan. The Li clan maintains a robust core while its branches remain somewhat weaker. Currently, the clan publicly claims 4 foundational cultivators, all from the main lineage. The clan leader Li Mingyuan, along with his father, grandfather, and younger brother. Chapter 70. A confrontation. The more exceptional the spiritual roots, the higher the cultivation level, leading to offspring with elevated starting points. To preserve the dominance of the main lineage. The Li clan enforces stringent marriage regulations. Whether it be taking a wife or accepting a son-in-law, the minimum requirement is a rank of 4 spiritual roots, while those possessing 5 are strictly forbidden from entry. In contrast, the collateral branches are less discerning, often resulting in unions between individuals with 5 spiritual roots, and occasionally even powerful mortals are permitted to marry cultivators. Despite the relatively small number of individuals in the powerful Li main lineage, they possess the highest concentration of strength, with a significant portion of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators belonging to the main branch, constituting 50% of such practitioners, while the combined numbers of other branches pale in comparison. It is only in the early to mid stages of Qi refinement that other branches hold a more substantial share within the entire Li clan. Having grasped the circumstances surrounding the Li clan, Lin Yi quickly understood why Li Zixin's demeanor changed so abruptly upon learning of his 5 spiritual roots. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts. The splendor of the Li clan was of little concern to him. It hardly pertained to his own affairs. Zixin, should you return to your family, do keep an eye on the child Li Zixi bears. Strive to bring the child to your side. I wish for you to be their stepmother. Lin Yi instructed Li Zixin earnestly. This child is yours? Why the special request? Li Zixin responded, somewhat disheartened, as Lin Yi suggested she care for another's child. Perhaps so, in any case, as long as you can bring the child to your side. It suffices. I will soon reach the foundational stage. Rest assured, if you comply and follow my guidance, your rewards will be plentiful, Lin Yi stated, presenting her with several Qi-boosting pills and a number of spirit stones. While these items were mere trifles to him, they represented a considerable fortune for Li Zixin. Her previous gloominess dissipated under the weight of his generous offer. Indeed, Lin Yi, I shall ensure everything is handled meticulously. Li Zixi should be around 4 months pregnant now. Once she reaches 9 months, I will return to the clan and attempt to establish contact. Excellent, Lin Yi replied, planting a kiss on Li Zixin before allowing her to rest. At the break of dawn, Lin Yi bid farewell to Li Zixin and quietly departed from the Li clan's estate. After meandering for a while, he indulged in breakfast at a local eatery before returning to his rented first-class cave dwelling in the Qingxian Cave district. Feeling somewhat out of sorts, he realized that once one has experienced the finer things in life, returning to lesser comforts creates a stark contrast. After 2 hours of cultivation, Lin Yi finally noticed a shift in his attribute panel and couldn't help but voice his dissatisfaction. In a foundational cave, 2 hours of training would have yielded him 3 experience points. Alas, perhaps a stroll is in order. Let me see if there are any suitable treasures at the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. Feeling a pang of hunger, Lin Yi recalled that he had been punctual with his meals for the past few months, having not consumed a single fasting pill, which had spoiled his digestive system. Making him feel famished at regular intervals, he returned to the Tianyue Tavern, hoping to catch up on some gossip. To his surprise, he found Huang Jing alone on the 2nd floor, drowning her sorrows in drink. Meanwhile, Li Zixi, a frequent visitor to the tavern, had likely returned to the Li clan's estate and would not be seen in the Huayuan Immortal City for the next 6 months. Why is Huang Jing drinking so heavily? Is she that heartbroken over bidding farewell to a good friend? Lin Yi mused. Shaking his head, he continued to enjoy his meal, indifferent to Huang Jing's presence, who seemed to have developed a distaste for him, making him feel no obligation to approach her. Moments later, Huang Jing, having nearly finished her drinking, called out, "Waiter, check, please." She then stumbled toward the staircase. Perhaps intoxicated, she stepped on a chicken bone, lost her balance, and fell into Lin Yi's arms. Startled, Lin Yi watched as she swiftly got up, only to then vomit all over him before passing out. Goodness, is this an act of extortion? Lin Yi exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, a waiter approached him. Sir, is that table your tab? This young lady has consumed 5 jars of drunken immortal brew, each costing 5 spirit stones, and has ordered additional items, totaling 27 spirit stones. Goodness, such a sum. Huang Jing is truly attempting to extort me. Lin Yi lamented, feeling frustrated. He typically spent only a single spirit stone for his meals, considering anything beyond that a luxury, yet Huang Jing had racked up a bill of 27 spirit stones, an outrageous amount. Ahem, I am not acquainted with Huang Jing. I haven't even pursued her for the vomit incident. Lin Yi refused, clearing his throat. Sir, you jest? You were able to call out this young lady's name. How can you claim not to be familiar? Regardless, she is the eldest daughter of the Huang family. If you simply return her to the Huang residence, you shall not go unrewarded. Please, settle the bill first and do not make it difficult for me. The waiter insisted, unconvinced by Lin Yi's excuses. Very well, I suppose it's my misfortune. Lin Yi begrudgingly paid the bill. After employing a cleansing spell to rid himself of Huang Jing's vomit, he hoisted her onto his back and departed the Tianyue tavern. Damn it, 27 spirit stones. That could afford me several nights at the Chunfeng Pavilion. I is it unreasonable to expect some interest back? With that thought, Lin Yi turned toward an inn, determined to complete the necessary tasks at hand. After finishing his business, he kindly returned Huang Jing to her original state and, while the Huang family's guards were distracted, left her at the entrance of the Huang residence. After some time, a drowsy guard noticed the young lady lying just outside the gates. Is that not the young lady? Has she fainted? Ha ha ha, let us go and take care of the young lady. Once this opportunity passes, who knows when it will come again? The 2 guards wore lewd grins, their sinister laughter echoing through the air. Hearing their voices, Lin Yi glanced back, realizing the guards were approaching Huang Jing with inappropriate intentions. Are you trying to overstep your bounds? She is the eldest daughter of the Huang family. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, deciding to intervene. Chapter 71. The Huang family's turmoil. The eldest daughter of the Huang family. That title may soon be obsolete. One of the guards scoffed. You are unaware. Are you? Our master has run into trouble. The entire Huang family is now set to be inherited by the eldest disciple, Lung Feng. Before long, the Huang family will be renamed the Lung family. Even so, she remains the granddaughter of Huang Yaoshi. How dare you? Lin Yi retorted. She is drunk. Can't I take advantage of that? Mind your own business. I will indeed mind this business. 2 streams of spiritual energy shot from Lin Yi's hands, sending the 2 guards sprawling. In an instant, Huang Jing was pulled into his embrace. Huang Yaoshi is in trouble. I must investigate. Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he began to make his way into the Huang residence. What shall we do? What can we do? We're doomed. It's all that meddling guy's fault. One guard lamented. He is at the 9th level of qi refinement. We can't do anything about him. Quick, go find Lung Gu. Suppressing their pain, the guards quickly regained their feet, one remaining at the door while the other dashed toward Long Feng's residence. Lin Yi leaped forward, covering a distance of several meters in mere moments. Arriving at Huang Yaoshi's dwelling, a brief scan with his spiritual sense revealed a foundational aura still lingering within. Stop. Who are you? This is the master's residence. You cannot enter without Lung Ji's permission. A guard attempted to block Lin Yi's path. Get lost. With a stamp of his foot, the resulting shockwave sent the 2 guards flying. Sensing Lin Yi's 9th level qi refinement aura, the surrounding individuals dared not approach but instead sent some to find Lung Feng for assistance, while others remained vigilant, observing his next move. With no more minions to impede him, Lin Yi pressed onward, guided by his spiritual sense, swiftly arriving at a bedroom. As he entered, a strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. Had Huang Yaoshi been injured in a magical duel? Wasn't it said that alchemists had extensive connections? How could he end up in such a dire state? Advancing toward the bed, Lin Yi beheld the unconscious figure of Huang Yaoshi. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, and the meager bandages failed to staunch the flow, his foundational aura steadily diminishing. According to reason, at this moment, both Long Feng and the other disciples of Huang Yaoshi should have been by his bedside, endeavoring to provide assistance. Yet, they did not. Instead, they seemed to wish for Huang Yaoshi's demise, disregarding the current situation entirely, even arranging for individuals to intercept any visitors. Lin Yi placed Huang Jing on a nearby chair, then began to perform the revitalization technique on Huang Yaoshi, attempting to treat him. After all, as master and disciple, he had reaped the benefits from Huang Yaoshi without offering anything in return. It was time to show some goodwill. As Lin Yi unwrapped the gauze, he cast the revitalization spells one after another. He also retrieved several revitalization pills from Huang Jing's storage bag and placed them into Huang Yaoshi's mouth, assisting him in their refinement. Moments later, Long Feng, notified by multiple individuals, rushed over from another part of the Huang residence. Who dares to intrude upon the Huang residence with such audacity? Do they not regard me? Long Feng, at all? He grumbled as he strode in, exuding an air of authority that showcased his peak cultivation at the 9th level of qi refining. Who are you, and why do you wish to treat Huang Yaoshi? Upon seeing Lin Yi's unfamiliar yet handsome face, Long Feng questioned him. Long Feng, Huang Yaoshi is your master. He has been injured, and instead of seeking to heal him, you allow others to surround him, preventing Huang Jing from visiting. What is your intention? Lin Yi retorted. What intention? That old fool Huang should have died long ago. I have been managing the Huangdan Pavilion, and Huang Jing cannot refine pills. Does he expect to pass on the legacy of the Huangdan Pavilion to her? Am I to work for that girl just as I did for him, surrendering 80% of the profits each month? Such a fantasy. Now that he is in trouble, I am showing enough consideration by not delivering the final blow and allowing him to await his demise. Long Feng spoke with palpable resentment. He then turned to Lin Yi with a warning. You better leave at once and cease your futile attempts to treat that old fool. Otherwise, I shall not show you any mercy. Just then, an aged voice suddenly resonated. What? Who are you threatening? Huang Yaoshi, now awake, had opened his eyes, his cultivation aura seemingly stabilizing at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Master, are you all right? This cannot be. Your dantian has been shattered. Your organs are in ruins. Long Feng gazed at Huang Yaoshi in disbelief. Huang Feng, you were merely an orphan when I took you in, nurturing and teaching you. Is this how you repay me? You are nothing but a heartless wolf. Huang Yaoshi, mustering his strength, reprimanded Long Feng, unleashing a surge of foundation establishment power that shattered the door. Fine. I will leave. I will see how you manage the Huangdan Pavilion without me. Do you think Huang Jing, that useless young lady, can manage? Long Feng scoffed, glancing at the ruined door that had nearly struck him, before turning to leave after delivering one last harsh remark. Shortly after Long Feng and his subordinates departed, Huang Yaoshi's aura quickly waned, diminishing from its earlier strength and beginning to descend from the foundation establishment realm. Alas, Huang Yaoshi, hold on. I am doing my utmost to restore your organs. Lin Yi was acutely aware that Huang Yaoshi was merely putting on a brave front earlier to intimidate others. Now, without that final surge of foundation establishment power, he was on the brink of collapse. Why body, I know. Lin Yi, thank you. I never expected that among my disciples, the most conscientious one would be you. The abandoned disciple. Huang Yaoshi sensed Lin Yi's 5 elemental roots and the aura of the Qingyang technique, immediately discerning his identity. Yes, master, it is I. Please, hold on. Your organs have been restored, but you will need to rest for half a month to recover. As for your dantian, I fear I am powerless to assist. Recognizing Lin Yi's identity did not surprise him. The technique he practiced was the Qingyang technique, of which there were scarcely a handful of practitioners in the entire Huiyanxian city. Thank you. I am aware of the injury to my dantian. It is beyond remedy. Even a 3rd-tier pill, the transformation pill, cannot heal it, unless it is a 4th-tier pill, the shaping C pill, that could reconstruct my dantian. Yet, that is beyond our reach. Huang Yaoshi grasped Lin Yi's hand in gratitude, then glanced at Huang Jing, sensing something amiss. He then turned to Lin Yi with earnest admonitions. Without my foundation establishment cultivation, even if my body recovers, my lifespan will be limited. My only concern is for my granddaughter, Lin Yi. I bequeath to you the Huang residence and the Huangdan Pavilion. Please take care of Jing Jing on my behalf. When she awakens, I shall arrange for her to marry you. Is that agreeable? I fear Jing Jing may not agree, as she has shown disdain for me in the past. Lin Yi hesitated. Do not worry. I shall persuade her. Just avoid those indulgent places, and if you must go, disguise yourself as you did today. Maintain a low profile, so as not to attract attention. Min, I can understand. Just treat Jing Jing well in the future. Huang Yaoshi continued. Very well, master. I accept your wishes, Lin Yi replied after contemplation. Even if Huang Yaoshi had been temporarily saved, without his foundation establishment cultivation, he would not benefit from the extended lifespan it afforded. At over 100 years of age, he had but a few years left. Who would not appreciate the prospect of marrying off a daughter and passing on wealth? Seeing Lin Yi's agreement brought Huang Yaoshi some relief. While he still possessed a semblance of consciousness, he swiftly summoned the remnants of his dwindling magical power to retrieve the spatial ring from his shattered dantian and dispel the soul imprint within. Lin Yi, I was on my way to procure a foundation establishment pill for Jing Jing when I encountered those robbers and sustained these injuries. Within this spatial ring lies a foundation establishment pill. I hope you can give it to Jing Jing. I know you can forge talismans and refine pills. The foundation establishment pill costs just over 10,000 spirit stones. I trust you can earn that amount through your own means. If worst comes to worst, selling our Huang residence's assets will yield enough spirit stones to purchase the pill. Please do not covet this pill. All right? Huang Yaoshi implored with trembling hands, his voice tinged with desperation as his strength waned. Very well, master, I promise, Lin Yi replied decisively, for he had no need for a foundation establishment pill in light of his impending breakthrough. Thank you, master. This spatial ring contains nearly all my wealth, including spirit stones and the latter half of the Qingyang technique. Aside from the foundation establishment pill, everything else is yours. Lin Yi, take good care of Jing Jing. With that, Huang Yaoshi, straining against the last remnants of his life, succumbed, collapsing onto the bed. His eyes remained open, yet his mouth lacked the strength to speak, his aura continuing to fade. How could Huang Jing still be drinking to drown her sorrows at a time like this? Lin Yi arranged Huang Yaoshi comfortably on the bed before approaching Huang Jing. He placed his hands on her shoulders, infusing her with spiritual energy and consciousness to help her cleanse the alcohol from her blood. As the alcohol dissipated, Huang Jing gradually began to awaken. Where is this? She exclaimed, her eyes widening as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon seeing Huang Yaoshi on the bed, she disregarded Lin Yi and rushed to his side. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten me. You must live, grandfather. Long Feng is a heartless wretch. He would not let me return to see you. He did not even arrange for anyone to treat you. Huang Jing cried, her tears streaming down her face as she grasped Huang Yaoshi's hand. After a moment of respite, Huang Yaoshi managed to utter a few words. Jing Jing, do not cry. Promise your grandfather that you will marry Lin Yi. All right, grandfather, I promise. But please, do not die. Huang Jing, overwhelmed by emotion, repeatedly acquiesced. Your grandfather needs rest now. We should step outside. Lin Yi observed Huang Yaoshi's frail state and immediately placed a cheer-restraining pill into his mouth, assisting him in its refinement. He had just realized that without cultivation, Huang Yaoshi would be unable to abstain from food. If he did not eat, he would starve to death before his injuries could claim him. After refining the cheer-restraining pill, Lin Yi prepared some warm water with brown sugar for Huang Yaoshi to drink. After this series of actions, he noticed an improvement in Huang Yaoshi's complexion, causing him to inwardly marvel. Indeed, it was merely low blood sugar. Who are you? As Huang Yaoshi fell into a stable sleep, Huang Jing, having dried her tears, stood and quietly inquired of Lin Yi. I am Lin Yi. You may call me Lin Yanzu from now on. Your grandfather has already arranged for you to marry me, and I will take charge of the Huang residence henceforth. This foundation establishment pill is for you, a result of your grandfather's desperate efforts to procure it for you. Lin Yi transformed his visage back to its original form and retrieved a jade box containing foundation establishment pills from his spatial ring. Handing it over to Huang Jing. Itsu, Lin Yi, Huang Jing exclaimed in astonishment, her emotions a tangled web. After a brief moment, she snatched the jade box from Lin Yi's hands, intent on hurling it to the ground. This cursed thing took my grandfather's life. I'd rather not have it. Fortunately, Lin Yi had anticipated her actions and, using his qi to manipulate objects, caught the jade box before it could meet the ground. Reclaiming it in his hands, your grandfather spent over 10,000 spirit stones and risked his life to obtain this for you, so you could break through to foundation establishment. How can you desecrate it like this? Even in death, your grandfather would not find peace knowing this. Do you understand? Lin Yi admonished Huang Jing. Wah, I don't want any foundation establishment pills. I want my grandfather to live healthily. I want him to be a powerful foundation establishment master. At Lin Yi's words, Huang Jing broke down in tears once more. Lin Yi tucked the jade box away and embraced her, offering solace. There, listen to me. Your grandfather has been treated and should have a few more years to live. Furthermore, if you acquire longevity pills, they could extend his life by another 10 or 8 years. Just focus on being obedient and living well. If you break through to foundation establishment before he passes, he will rest easy. Chapter 73, Desperate Madness. I understand. I will definitely reach foundation establishment. Huang Jing sobbed, her voice trembling. She had already lost her parents, and now her grandfather was gone as well. All right, you must quickly pull yourself together. There are matters within the Huang residence and Huangdan Pavilion that require you, the young lady of the Huang family, to manage. Linny continued, by the way. From now on, don't call me Linny in public. Refer to me as Lin Yanzu. I am no longer a master talisman maker. I am a first-tier high-grade alchemist. Linny thought of something and instantly transformed his face back to Lin Yanzu's appearance. Huang Jing, momentarily ceasing her tears, gazed at Lin Yi's current guise and found him even more handsome than before. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched his cheek. Are you afraid of the Li family's celestial clan? Do you know that Li Zashi is carrying your child? Yes, I am somewhat apprehensive. I've taken the daughter of the Li clan leader and left her with child. If they find me, they will surely imprison and torment me. Lin Yi confessed. I must inform you. You cannot betray me. You too have been involved with me, making you mine. He quickly grasped Huang Jing's shoulders, emphasizing his point. You scoundrel! At that moment, Huang Jing realized a certain part of her body was throbbing with pain, an ache that could not simply be attributed to drunkenness. What scoundrel? Your grandfather has already betrothed you to me. It is only reasonable for us to be together. Now, let us go take control of the Huang residence and Huangdan Pavilion. We must ensure that Long Feng hasn't pilfered anything. With that ingratiating look of his, I suspect he might have been the one who caused your parents' demise. Linny remarked as he led Huang Jing outside, casually speaking. Huang Jing dismissed his comments. But Huang Yaoshi, who lay on the sickbed, was deeply concerned. He felt extremely weak and desired sleep. Yet slumber eluded him. The pain from his shattered dantian was unbearable, and he was merely trying to rest his eyes. Upon hearing Lin Yi's speculation, memories of Long Feng and his own child flooded his mind. He had raised Long Feng since childhood, teaching him skills and even procuring the first foundation establishment pill, hoping for his success. However, Long Feng, being a 4-element root, had forced his cultivation to the peak of the qi refining 9th layer, accumulating significant pill toxicity, which led to his failure when he first attempted to break through with the foundation establishment pill. Years later, Huang Yaoshi had acquired another foundation establishment pill, intending it for his son's breakthrough. But inexplicably, both his son and daughter-in-law went missing during an outing, and when he finally found them, they were already within the belly of a beast. The foundation establishment pill had ultimately fallen into Long Feng's hands, but he had failed once again. Now, Huang Yaoshi had procured another foundation establishment pill for Huang Jing, only to encounter bandits on his way back, resulting in his dantian injury. Long Feng had appeared just in time to bring him back. All these events converged in Huang Yaoshi's mind. Long Feng. Oh Long Feng, how could you become so utterly desperate for a foundation establishment pill, for the sake of your breakthrough? Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Huang Yaoshi's eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Huang Jing had departed the place where Huang Yaoshi resided. After wandering around the Huang residence, they discovered that many of the household members had already fled. Upon inquiry, they learned from the remaining servants that Huang Yaoshi's eldest disciple, Long Feng, along with his second disciple, Mu Tianyang, had taken away most of the servants and apprentices, leaving in a grand procession from Huiyuan Immortal City. In their exodus, they had also absconded with many belongings that rightfully belonged to the Huang family, including all the goods and funds from the Huangdan Pavilion. Had it not been for the third disciple, Wang Yuyin, vehemently trying to stop them, the entire Huang residence might have been stripped bare. Calm down, Huang Jing. Long Feng and Mu Tianyang are truly overstepping their bounds. They have absconded with all the movable assets, Wang Yuyin exclaimed. They even claimed that not only your grandfather, but also your parents were calculatedly killed by them, blaming your grandfather's favoritism for not sharing the foundation establishment pills with them. Now, They intend to sell off the assets of the Huang residence and Huangdan Pavilion to relocate to another immortal city and purchase Foundation establishment pills. Upon seeing Huang Jing and Lin Yi, Wang Yuyan spoke urgently. What? Damn them! Those scoundrels! I will make them pay dearly. Huang Jing's fury ignited instantly. Wang Shirgu, do you know where they went? I will find them to settle the score. At her words, Huang Jing's rage surged, wishing she could eliminate Long Feng and Mu Tianyang on the spot. Calm down. You alone cannot possibly contend with them, Lin Yi hastily interjected. What do I do then? Lin Yanzu, do you have any plans? Speak up. Huang Jing's expression faltered, reluctantly acknowledging Lin Yi's assertion. In terms of strength, she was no match for Long Feng and Mu Tianyang. What matters now is knowing where they went. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. Wait until you break through to Foundation establishment before confronting them, Lin Yi proposed. Nonsense. You're a coward. Can you not act like a man? Always waiting until your cultivation surpasses others before seeking revenge. Are you so timid that you cannot even face the Li family's celestial clan without the strength of a golden core? Huang Jing exclaimed, her agitation palpable, dismissing Lin Yi's suggestion. Lin Yanzu, I do not want you as a cowardly man. You are at least a chi refining 9th layer cultivator. Why can't you think of a plan to help me deal with that scoundrel Long Feng and Mu Tianyang? Those two old geezers cannot possibly match you, a robust young man. Will you help me? If not, I will seek Li Zishi's assistance and tell her, revealing how you scoundrel have wronged me, so her clan leader father can help me. All right, I'll help. Is that satisfactory? Lin Yi sighed, feeling a weight upon his chest. It seemed he could no longer avoid this situation. Seeing Lin Yi acquiesce, Huang Jing's fury subsided, and she turned to Wang Yuyan for information. Wang Yuyan, ever forthcoming, elaborated that Long Feng and Mu Tianyang had just left, heading out through the western city gate, but she was unsure of their exact destination. She speculated that they might be heading to Hongyar Immortal City, 1,000 miles away, or to Tongling Immortal City, 10,000 miles distant, to participate in an auction for Foundation establishment pills. Wang Shirgu, please take care of my grandfather. Lin Yanzu and I are setting off to confront those two scoundrels. Huang Jing grasped Wang Yuyan's hand, pleading earnestly. Chapter 74, Firepower Coverage. While I may not be able to assist you in dealing with Long Feng and Mu Tianyang, I can certainly help take care of your master. Wang Yuyan agreed. Thank you, Wang Shirgu. Now, Lin Yanzu, let us go with that. Huang Jing grasped Lin Yi's hand and hurried outside. Lin Yi felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach, silently praying that this time there would be no mishaps. The two departed the Huang residence swiftly, following Wang Yuyan's directions, setting off through the western city gate, riding their swords in pursuit of Long Feng and Mu Tianyang. With a large entourage of people, including some mortals, Long Feng and Mu Tianyang's pace was destined to be slowed. After flying for a while, they soon spotted a caravan of horse-drawn carriages ahead. The horses pulling the carriages were not ordinary but rather low-grade demonic steeds capable of effortlessly covering 2,000 miles a day. Lin Yi, hurry up. That must be Long Feng and Mu Tianyang's convoy. Huang Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she activated her vision technique, catching a glimpse of the carriages. Calm down. Huang Jing, do you think we can win if we confront them head-on? Not only do they have Long Feng and Mu Tianyang, both chi refining 9th layer cultivators, but they are also accompanied by a large group of followers, Lin Yi quickly cautioned. What do you suggest then? You don't intend to act like a turtle, do you? Huang Jing glared at Lin Yi, determined that if they did not avenge her grievances today, even if the other party was her grandfather's chosen son-in-law, she would not acknowledge it. Certainly not, however, you must heed my words. Let us take a detour and hasten our pace towards the front of that group of individuals. Over there lies a steep cliff, which is far more suitable for our purposes. Lin Yi pointed to a path situated 7 miles away. This path was carved into the mountainside, with one side against the mountain and the other plunging into a sheer cliff, beneath which flowed a river. Should a mortal tumble down this mountain road, they would likely meet their demise. Even cultivators would fare only slightly better, but would certainly not emerge unscathed. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Huang Jing responded, her skepticism evident. Subsequently, the two commenced a rapid flight on their swords, taking a wide arc to appear above the mountain along the path 7 miles distant, seeking some underbrush to conceal themselves. Suppress your aura, Lin Yi instructed Huang Jing. Take these talismans. When they arrive, activate them all and let them rain down. As he spoke, Lin Yi produced a multitude of talismans, and my goodness, How do you possess so many first-tier high-quality talismans? Will you truly need this many? Huang Jing exclaimed, grasping the talismans and counting over 100, primarily consisting of first-tier high-quality fireball, thunder, and sword/talismans. Ah, you see, this is what it means to be affluent. Overwhelming firepower in abundance. While the impoverished strike with precision, I am an incredibly skilled talisman master, and I surely intend to use these talismans to resolve our predicament. I would never be foolish enough to confront them head-on. My life is far too precious, Lin Yi declared with pride, diminishing his own aura to the bare minimum, nearly indistinguishable from that of a mortal. Simultaneously, he produced an ample collection of talismans, exceeding the number in Huang Jing's possession. All right, you are impressive. Huang Jing conceded, left speechless, and followed suit in suppressing her aura. After a patient wait of several minutes, the convoy gradually approached. As they drew nearer, the two discerned the faces of the drivers, two of whom were unmistakably the guards who had previously stood at the entrance of the Huang residence. 3, 2, 1. Release. With Lin Yi's commanding shout, a torrent of fireballs, thunder, and sword energy erupted from the mountainside. Sweeping towards the entire convoy, multiple carriages were struck, instantly splintering into pieces and igniting into roaring flames. Numerous demon steeds were reduced to fragments, while those aboard the carriages convulsed and foamed at the mouth from electric shocks, many meeting a gruesome fate. Some of the carriages and individuals continued to tumble down the mountain. Only Long Feng and Mu Tianyang managed to struggle briefly, yet they too were soon engulfed by the unrelenting flames. Thunder and sword energy. Their mystical armors could withstand a few strikes, but not the onslaught of dozens or even hundreds. A cacophony of screams ensued, leaving only the roaring fire that consumed the remnants of the carriages. All right, there should be no survivors left. We can now descend to tidy up the aftermath and see what treasures we can salvage. Lin Yi surveyed his handiwork with great satisfaction. Lin Yi, did you realize that unleashing such a plethora of talismans must have cost several hundred spirit stones? Is it wise to squander wealth in such a manner? Huang Jing expressed her astonishment, realizing the value of the talismans they had just expended. What do a few hundred spirit stones matter compared to my life? Lin Yi retorted. Come, let us descend and search for Long Feng and Mu Tianyang's possessions. They must be worth far more than a few hundred spirit stones. I refuse to incur a loss. Very well with that, the two leapt from the hillside onto the path, first employing several rain talismans to extinguish the flames, then swiftly collecting everything at the scene into storage wristbands, bags, and spatial rings. They continued to gather the fallen carriages and bodies from the cliff, meticulously clearing the traces of their presence before relocating to a desolate area to formally tally their gains. They were cautious. Aware that passers-by might arrive at any moment, they did not wish to be discovered in the act of murder and theft. Although they were justified, the repercussions of such a revelation could severely tarnish their reputations. Before nightfall, they had managed to process their findings, stripping all valuable items from the scene, and incinerating the corpses of both demon steeds and mortals alike. Lin Yi, I never expected you to be so timid in demeanor, yet so unflinching in the act of killing. You truly are a ruthless individual, Huang Jing remarked, gazing at the numerous charred remains before her. I merely wish to avoid complications. We have dealt with the minor issues. And now that the deed is done, we must ensure it is executed flawlessly. There is no room for regret. We must tie up all loose ends to prevent future troubles, Lin Yi shrugged. The two continued to organize their spoils, counting over 8,000 spirit stones solely in currency, with various assets that, if sold, could yield over 7,000 spirit stones. Altogether, based on the price Huang Yaosher had paid for a foundation establishment pill at the auction house, they could indeed afford another. Tio possessed such a considerable sum of spirit stones, it seems Long Feng and Mu Tianyang had long been plotting. They likely seized the opportunity to liquidate Huang Fu's assets while my grandfather was away purchasing foundation establishment pills. Huang Jing lamented, surveying the spirit stones in hand. Chapter 75. Second-tier inferior spiritual vein. It appears there is no doubt. These scoundrels deserve their fate. Lin Yi, gazing at the accumulation of spirit stones, felt a moment of disbelief. This was the largest sum he had seen since his arrival in this world. The total he had previously earned did not even approach this amount. Truly, the adage holds. Murder and mayhem bring wealth. Come, we have arranged everything. It is time to return. If we linger any longer, darkness will fall. Lin gestured to collect the items into his spatial ring before addressing Huang Jing. Hey, Lin Yi, what do you mean by all these items ending up in your possession? Huang Jing questioned, bewildered as the items before her vanished. What is yours is mine. Now let us return home, Lin Yi replied dismissively, forcibly urging Huang Jing to take flight on their swords towards Huiwanxian City. Huang Jing attempted to voice further inquiries, but once airborne, the cold wind swept in, rendering her words inaudible to Lin Yi. A quarter of an hour later, they both returned to Huang Fu, casually summoning a servant to notify all the household staff to gather at Huang Jing's residence for an assessment of how many remained loyal to the Huang family. However, to their dismay, the servant responded, Miss Jing, we are all under Sister Yu Yan's command. There are no loyalists left in Huang Fu. Your people, along with the Masteress, have either been co-opted or driven away by Lung Feng and Mu Tianyang. Very well, I understand. Huang Jing felt a wave of frustration wash over her, realizing she had become a lone commander. Lin Yi was equally taken aback. He had envisioned seizing control of the formidable Huang Fu, with countless subordinates at his command. Instead, he learned that he was left with nothing but money. Sigh, let us go see grandfather. The servants may be gone, but we can recruit more later, Huang Jing sighed, displaying a surprising level of acceptance. All right, Lin Yi, having never had any subordinates to begin with, found little concern in their absence. The two proceeded to Huang Yaoshi's quarters. Upon entering the room, they discovered that the door had been repaired at Wang Yuyan's behest. And Huang Yaoshi was now able to rise from bed and join them at the dining table, with Wang Yuyan engaged in conversation with him. Grandfather, master, senior sister. Upon entering, the two exchanged greetings. It was at this moment that Wang Yuyan learned that Lin Yanju was none other than Lin Yi. Ah, you have returned. That is good that I heard from Yuyan that you went to confront the two miscreants, Lung Feng and Mu Tianyang. I trust you did not find them. Huang Yaoshi managed a faint smile. Appearing as a frail mortal in his advanced age, his once sparse white hair now completely gray. Grandfather, those two rascals have already been slain by Lin Yi and me, along with all the traitors who followed them. Huang Jing declared vehemently. What? That is impossible. There are so many of them, and they are both experts at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How could you two possibly defeat them? Wang Yuyan exclaimed in disbelief. Huang Yaoshi wore a similarly astonished expression, struggling to accept the reality of their claim. Master, senior sister, we laid an ambush and unleashed several hundred first-tier high-quality talismans, which is how we managed to eliminate them. Lin Yi explained nonchalantly, several hundred first-tier high-quality talismans? Well then, Wang Yuyan pondered this revelation, contemplating the feasibility of acquiring such a vast quantity of quality talismans. Grandfather, we have slain those scoundrels and retrieved over 10,000 spirit stones. Rest assured, in a few days, we will find a way to procure you a longevity pill, allowing you to extend your life by an additional decade. Huang Jing approached Huang Yaoshi, her voice brimming with excitement. Regrettably, it appears that this is the only course of action available. I sincerely hope that you can achieve the foundational stage before my demise. Until then, please refrain from disclosing the matter of my cultivation being rendered ineffective to outsiders. And the deaths of Lung Feng and Mu Tianyang should remain unspoken as well. Otherwise, I fear for your safety. Upon hearing Huang Jing mention the existence of over 10,000 spirit stones, Huang Yaoshi began to believe her words and proceeded to offer instructions. Very well, grandfather, I shall strive to do my utmost. Huang Jing's voice quivered slightly, yet she resolutely held back her tears. The group continued to converse with Huang Yaoshi for a while before taking their leave. Allowing him to rest properly, as they walked outside, Wang Yuyan addressed the two, saying, now that Master has become an ordinary person, he has only a few years left until his lifespan reaches 150. If you can procure longevity pills, that will suffice. As for Master, I will arrange for someone to care for his daily meals. You both must cultivate diligently, regardless of who reaches the foundational stage first. Only then can the Huang family hope to revitalize. The news of Master S condition cannot be concealed for long. After all these years in the cultivation world, it is inevitable that he has offended some individuals. If word gets out and you lack foundational strength, the entire Huang residence will be unable to protect itself. If you are truly concerned, it would be prudent to sell the Huang residence and relocate elsewhere. Living incognito. Upon hearing these words, Huang Jing perceived not kindness but rather a hidden agenda in Wang Yuyan's intentions. Huang Shirgu, ISNT, the Huang resident's grandfather's private property. How could it not be safeguarded? Lin Yi also expressed his confusion, waiting to hear Wang Yuyan's response. The Huang residence possesses a second-grade lower-grade spirit vein. Spirit veins are rare resources regardless of their location. Without the corresponding strength, how can one possibly safeguard them? Wang Yuyan countered. I see. If we were to sell the Huang residence, where do you intend to go, Sister Yuyan? Lin Yi inquired, suddenly enlightened. That is hard to say. I am uncertain. The situation is developing too rapidly, and I need to ponder it further. Wang Yuyan sighed and began to walk back to her abode, no longer engaging with Huang Jing and Lin Yi. After Wang Yuyan had departed, Lin Yi recalled her earlier words about the second-grade lower-grade spirit vein within the Huang residence. Wouldn't the cultivation effect at the spirit vein and spirit eye be extraordinarily potent? Jing, where does Master usually cultivate? Please take me there. What do you want to go there for? Your original residence is still vacant. Can't you return there? Huang Jing scratched her head. Oh, never mind that. Just take me there. Very well. Huang Jing, though somewhat doubtful, led Lin Yi to a small hill within the Huang residence, arriving at the entrance of a cave dwelling. This is where grandfather cultivates. The other residences only contain first-grade upper-grade or first-grade top-grade spirit veins. Only this cave corresponds to a second-grade lower-grade spirit vein. There is a protective formation here, so I cannot enter. Upon reaching the cave, Huang Jing explained to Lin Yi, no problem. I should be able to enter. Lin Yi retrieved the storage ring that Huang Yaoshi had given him, rummaging through it for a moment before producing a token and activating it slightly. A beam of light shot from the token, causing the protective barrier of the cave to dissipate instantly. All right, I will go in to cultivate now. Jing, you should return to your own cultivation. But this is my grandfather's cave. Shouldn't it belong to me? Huang Jing was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yi to possess a token, and immediately attempted to seize it. Jing, listen, you are only at the 8th layer of qi refining. You should return to your own cultivation room or your grandfather's residence to practice. I have already reached the 9th layer. It is different. Lin Yi swiftly dodged Huang Jing's attempts to snatch the token. Fine. Huang Jing reluctantly agreed and turned toward her own residence, planning to purchase a first-grade breakthrough pill the next day to overcome her bottleneck and reach the 9th layer. Lest she be overshadowed by Lin Yi, meanwhile, Lin Yi successfully entered the cave dwelling. Splendid. This exclusive cave surpasses even the foundational caves in the Qingxian Cave District. Closing the door and the formation, Lin Yi reveled in the rich spiritual energy within the cave. The sensation of spiritual energy penetrating his pores was utterly delightful, akin to indulging in a luxurious massage. After cultivating for a quarter of an hour, he discovered that his cultivation experience points had increased by 1. Indeed, this place is superior to the foundational caves in the Qingxian Cave District. Over there, it takes nearly 3/4 of an hour to gain 1 experience point, while here, I only need a quarter of an hour to earn a guaranteed point. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He paused briefly, interrupted his cultivation, walked around the cave, and then resumed his seated meditation on the futon, beginning a new round of diligent cultivation to maximize his experience points. The following morning, when he checked his attribute panel, he found his experience points had surged by over at this rate. If he continued to cultivate diligently, he could reach the foundational stage in just over a month. If he were to push himself harder, employing a more aggressive approach, he could reach the foundational stage in under 10 days. The mere thought of this made Lin Yi eager to begin. That's it. I'm going to cultivate intensely. Aside from eating and sleeping, I will do nothing else but focus on cultivating in this cave. After continuing to cultivate for half an hour, Lin Yi finally exited the cave. Shortly after stepping outside, he encountered Huang Jing, who had come looking for him. Lin Yi, you're out just in time. I was just about to find you. Hurry and take me to buy a breakthrough pill. Huang Jing tugged at his arm as they made their way out. Wait, can't you go by yourself? What do you mean? I don't have many spirit stones. This time, I need to buy a premium breakthrough pill to surpass my bottleneck, and a premium breakthrough pill costs 500 spirit stones. Are you planning to hoard all that money for yourself? Huang Jing explained, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Yi. All right, I'll accompany you. Lin Yi broke free from her grip and led her to a restaurant for breakfast before heading to the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. As a property of the Qingxian sect, Qingxian Treasure Pavilion specializes in high-end authentic products. Even though Huang Yaoshi is a first-grade top-tier alchemist, he cannot procure a first-grade breakthrough pill, but Qingxian Treasure Pavilion has them. With Lin Yinju's face, Linny accompanied Huang Jing into Qingxian Treasure Pavilion, heading straight to the second floor. Excuse me, we would like to purchase a premium breakthrough pill. Here are 500 spirit stones. With a generous supply of spirit stones at hand, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to act like a wealthy patron, casually presenting 500 spirit stones. Certainly, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. Upon seeing such a large sum of spirit stones, the attendant's eyes widened, and he hurried off to fetch the items. Moments later, a jade box was placed in Lin Yi's hands. Also, we would like a longevity pill. How many spirit stones does it cost? After handing the jade box to Huang Jing, Lin Yi continued to inquire as for longevity pills. We have several varieties. Point 1 is the disease-removing pill, specifically for mortals, ensuring they remain free from ailments and live to 100 years. It costs only 50 spirit stones. Another is the ginseng party longevity pill, also for mortals, which can extend a mortal's life by 10 to 20 years after consuming the disease-removing pill. This longevity pill is also effective for qi refining cultivators, albeit with diminished effects of around 5 years. It costs 100 spirit stones. The last is the Lingrong longevity pill, designed specifically for cultivators. Qi refining cultivators can extend their lives by 10 years, while foundational cultivators can extend theirs by 3 years. This one is pricier at 500 spirit stones. If you feel these options are insufficient, I recommend you check out the Guangwei Immortal City, where the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion regularly holds auctions that may offer longevity pills extending life by over 20 years. The attendant was forthcoming with information, providing detailed descriptions of the 3 types of pills. All right, I'll take 1 disease-removing pill and 3 each of the ginseng party longevity pill and Lingrong longevity pill. Lin Yi decisively produced a large handful of spirit stones. Certainly, the attendant swiftly set to work. Gathering the requested pills for Lin Yi.as they exited Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. Huang Jing couldn't help but ask curiously, Lin Yi, why did you buy so many pills? One would have sufficed. Oh, after being by your grandfather's side for so long. You still don't understand? These longevity pills, when taken one after another, still retain their effects, albeit reduced by half. If we take these pills back for your grandfather, he could live for over 20 more years. If, after 20 years, you still haven't broken through to the foundational stage, then you truly are a failure. However, if you do reach the foundational stage and wish for your grandfather to continue living, you can purchase even higher-grade longevity pills for him. Linny explained. I see. Thank you, Lin Yi. Huang Jing felt a surge of joy, knowing her grandfather could accompany her for another 20 years or even longer. Grandfather, you once protected me. Now it is my turn to protect you. As the 2 individuals stepped across the threshold, they beheld Huang Yaoshi in the courtyard, engaged in a series of peculiar postures. It resembled Tai Chi, yet bore the semblance of a square dance, leaving Lin Yi somewhat bewildered. Master, what are you doing? Oh, I am practicing martial arts, he replied. My lower dantian has been destroyed, but my middle dantian remains intact, allowing me to refine my martial skills. Although the prospects seem dim, I must seize any opportunity to regain my strength. Huang Yaoshi responded with a smile. It is truly wonderful that you can maintain such a positive outlook. Master, Jingjing and I have procured some longevity elixirs for you. Once you consume them, you should be able to extend your lifespan by approximately 20 years. Lin Yi produced several jade boxes and placed them upon the stone table. Excellent! 20 more years is certainly sufficient, Huang Yaoshi exclaimed, repeating his approval as he ceased his martial practice and hastened towards the stone table, eager to inspect the contents of the jade boxes. Faced with his imminent demise, with vitality waning and unable to achieve any remarkable feats in martial arts, he understood that consuming the longevity elixirs was paramount. After examining the elixirs within the boxes, he promptly ingested the one designed to cure ailments in mortals, stowing the others for later. With his current lack of cultivation, he could not swiftly refine the elixirs through his own power. He could either rely on time for his body to assimilate them or seek external assistance. With his granddaughter and her husband nearby, he had no intention of waiting idly. Lin Yi, come here and assist me in circulating my qi to refine the elixir. As an alchemist, you must know how to maximize its efficacy, Huang Yaoshi instructed as he seated himself cross-legged on the ground. All right, Lin Yi responded, positioning himself behind Huang Yaoshi, placing his hands upon the elder's back to transmit his energy and aid in the refinement of the elixir. Huang Jing, unsure of the proceedings, watched anxiously from the side. As time passed, the healing elixir began to take effect within Huang Yaoshi's body. The age spots on his face faded somewhat, and his complexion improved significantly. Subsequently, Lin Yi continued to administer a ginseng longevity elixir to Huang Yaoshi, assisting in its refinement. Once completed, the transformation in Huang Yaoshi became even more pronounced. He appeared rejuvenated. The aura of death that had surrounded him dissipated, allowing him to rest easy for the foreseeable future. All right, master, we shall pause for now. It is inadvisable to consume all these elixirs at once. Given your current condition, you should take one elixir every 7 days. During this time, you must also maintain a normal diet, consuming 3 meals a day and drinking 2 jars of water to facilitate the elimination of toxins through urination and defecation. Otherwise, it may hinder the elixir's effects. Lin Yi advised as he concluded his energy transmission and stood. Yes, I am an alchemist myself. I am aware of these matters. Huang Yaoshi nodded, rising to pour himself a cup of tea from the table. Huang Jing, ever perceptive, swiftly approached to pour tea for her grandfather. Grandpa, enjoy your tea. Jingjing, the Huang residence will rely on you and Lin Yi moving forward. Dio, you have the confidence to uphold it? Huang Yaoshi smiled as he accepted the cup. Yes. Huang Jing forced a smile, even if her confidence wavered. Jingjing, you stay here to care for Grandpa. I shall return to my cultivation now, Lin Yi said. Not wishing to intrude on the pair, waving as he made his way to the cultivation cave. All right. A short while later, Lin Yi entered the cultivation cave, settling into a meditative position as he embarked on another round of intense training. The numbers on his attribute panel fluctuated every 15 minutes, nearing the threshold of 1,000 experience points. In an effort to save time, he had foregone lunch, opting instead to consume a fasting pill. He continued to cultivate fervently until the late hours of the night, finally leaving the Huang residence to seek out Li Zixin to satiate his desires. Although Huang Yaoshi had betrothed Huang Jing to him, the relationship had not escalated to that level of intimacy. After a passionate encounter, Lin Yi inquired about some news from Li Zixin. Zixin, what has Li Jin been up to lately? How has he fared in selling the elixirs I arranged for him? Brother Jin operates quite discreetly, deliberately avoiding the family, leaving many of our clan unaware of his activities. However, he has not concealed anything from me. Recently, he informed me that your elixirs have been set up for sale at a stall in the marketplace. The stall's owner is one of our tenants, and most of his goods were acquired from other tenants here. Li Zixin promptly replied, Oh, Li Jin certainly knows how to leverage the resources at his disposal. Lin Yi mused, contemplating whether to continue collaborating with Li Jin or to reopen the Huangdan Pavilion. Before the incident with Huang Yaoshi, the Huangdan Pavilion had consistently ranked as the third best elixir shop in Huiyuan Xianqing. The first was the Qingxian Treasure Loft, without a doubt. The second was the Zheng clan's Dan Pavilion under the Zheng clan of the Foundation Establishment sect, which had a larger number of alchemists and sufficient elixir quantity, albeit lacking in the quality of high-end elixirs. After spending some time with Li Zixin, Lin Yi took his leave. In the past, he would have stayed the night, but now he was eager to cultivate to the Foundation Establishment stage and did not wish to squander time. As time passed, news of Huang Yaoshi's crippled cultivation spread, drawing the attention of both the Qingxian sect and the 4 major Foundation Establishment clans towards the Huang residence and its second-tier low-grade spiritual vein. In Huiyuan Xianqing, the Qingxian sect monopolized the finest second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein, along with several first-tier spiritual veins, establishing the Qingxian Cave District. The Li clan possessed a substantial first-tier premium spiritual vein and multiple first-tier mid-grade branches, creating the Li clan real estate district, both profiting immensely from renting out cultivation caves and properties. The other 3 Foundation Establishment clans merely held a single first-tier upper-grade spiritual vein, barely maintaining a small outpost with limited rental income. Although the Huang residence's spiritual vein was small, it was still a second-tier low-grade one, and without sufficient strength, it would be, as Wang Yuyan had said, impossible to defend. Upon returning to the Huang residence, Lin Yi immediately entered the cultivation cave, immersing himself in intense training for the next 7 days, almost neglecting food and sleep. Aside from occasionally accompanying Huang Jing and Li Zixin, he remained sequestered within the cave. Hard work bore fruit. After 7 days, his attribute panel indicated that his cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, 1000. I'm utterly exhausted. My current state feels off. I've heard that breaking through to Foundation Establishment can be perilous. One misstep could lead to death. Perhaps a short rest would be prudent. Lin yawned and succumbed to slumber upon the large bed in the cave. Since the rebellion led by Long Feng and others, the Huang Dan pavilion had been shuttered. Neither Lin Yi nor Huang Jing paid any mind to the pavilion, focusing solely on their cultivation while neglecting its affairs. The Zhang clan, as a rival, kept a watchful eye on the developments surrounding the Huang Dan pavilion. After days of investigation, information regarding the Huang residence gradually made its way to the desk of the Zhang clan's patriarch. Patriarch Long Feng and Mu Tianyang from Huang Dan pavilion have recently departed Huiyuan Xianqing with a large group, exiting through the west gate, and their whereabouts are unknown. With their absence, Huang Dan pavilion has remained closed, not selling a single elixir. We suspect that the Huang residence is facing significant issues, reported a young man. Zhang Shuejuan to the patriarch Zhang Xiaohuadao. Such a turn of events at Huang Dan pavilion. As an old friend of Huang Yaoshi, it is indeed time for me to pay a visit, Zhang Xiaohua said, a glimmer of doubt flickering in his eyes as he made his decision. He proceeded to finalize matters within the Zhang clan before setting off towards Huiyuan Xiancheng. Back at the Huang residence in the cultivation cave, Lin Yi awoke after an hour of training. His mind was restless. He felt uneasy until he achieved the foundation establishment stage. His sleep had been far from peaceful, and though he still felt somewhat groggy, the drowsiness had mostly dissipated. Lin Yi splashed his face with cool water to rouse himself and began to prepare for his breakthrough. Through to foundation establishment, one must compress their spiritual power to the utmost, refining it into magical energy, allowing that energy to flow through their spiritual roots, opening the celestial gate, clearing the Ren and Du meridians, and transcending their physical limits. Lin Yi closed his eyes, recalling the foundation establishment experiences imparted to him by Huang Yaoshi. After familiarizing himself with the steps, he commenced the process of foundation establishment. The transformation of spiritual power into magical energy was relatively straightforward. The challenge lay in ensuring that the magical energy could seamlessly connect with the spiritual roots. A moment's carelessness could lead to harm to the roots, resulting in damage or even death. While others might falter with an excess or deficiency of magical energy, Lin Yi believed he was different. His eyes darted as he steadied himself. He carefully condensed a thread of magical energy and proceeded with the steps for foundation establishment. Under normal circumstances, he would likely fail, however. He merely executed this step once, and the experience points on the attribute panel underwent a transformation, shifting from Qi refining level 9, 1000, to the initial stage of foundation establishment, 3000. Concurrently, his body began to undergo remarkable changes, as the abundant spiritual energy within the cave was absorbed by him, rapidly converting into a substantial amount of magical power, effortlessly penetrating his spiritual roots, assisting him in unblocking the so-called heavenly gates and the Ren and Du meridians. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi had accomplished what countless Qi refining cultivators yearn for, foundation establishment. Upon completing this transformation, the attribute panel indicated not only a change in experience points, but also an alteration in age, as his lifespan surged from over 100 years to a remarkable 240 years. This 240 years represents the standard lifespan of someone in the initial stage of foundation establishment. Upon reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment, a lifespan of 300 years becomes attainable. Foundation establishment is indeed a sublime elevation of life. Lin Yi rose to his feet, reveling in his newfound body and power, feeling as if he could effortlessly crush a cow. Attaining foundation establishment requires corresponding spells. Otherwise, one's cultivation cannot manifest its true strength. After calming his exhilaration, Lin Yi rummaged through the spatial ring given to him by Huang Yaoshi, pulling out several foundational texts pertinent to the foundation establishment phase to peruse. The collection was sparse, containing only a few tomes, one being the Qingyang technique, spanning from Qi refining level 1 to the initial stage of golden core, while the others were spells for the foundation establishment stage. Generally, when cultivators practice spells, their potency is finite. The power of spells during the Qi refining stage remains confined within that stage and does not reach the level of foundation establishment, even if a cultivator themselves has advanced to the foundation establishment stage. When releasing Qi refining spells, their power can only peak at Qi refining level 9. To break through the limitations of spell potency and reach the foundation establishment level, one must either cultivate new spells specific to that stage or gradually adapt Qi refining spells through personal experimentation. Lin Yi practiced these spells for a few minutes, achieving a basic understanding, and continued for another quarter of an hour, with the spell experience points hovering at the beginner level, 500. To reach the minor success level, practical experience is required, necessitating the casting of several competent foundation establishment spells. These foundational spells still require practice. I must venture outside to find a desolate area for my training, as it would be impractical within Huang's residence. With such thoughts, Lin Yi departed from the cultivation cave, attempting to take flight. Flying through the air is arguably the simplest of these spells, and serves as the most fundamental ability for foundation establishment cultivators. Drawing upon his prior experience with sword flight, Lin Yi quickly grasped the nuances of aerial navigation and speed adjustments, while simultaneously, the corresponding spell experience began to evolve from beginner to minor success, steadily progressing until it approached major success before gradually slowing down. Lin Yi leaped and bounded through the air. He casually extended his consciousness to scan the surroundings. The scope of his spiritual sense had significantly advanced in the foundation establishment stage, now covering a radius of 100 meters, with a maximum reach of 200 meters. While carelessly scanning with his spiritual sense, he sensed a powerful aura approaching Huang's residence. What is happening? Is a foundation establishment cultivator coming? Lin Yi furrowed his brow and swiftly returned to the ground, retracting his cultivation back to Qi refining level 9, hastening to the front courtyard of Huang's residence to confront this distant foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 79. Repelling the clan leader of the Zheng family. Moments later, Lin Yi arrived at Huang Yaoshi's courtyard, where he found that the unfamiliar foundation establishment cultivator had not entered through the main gate, but had rather audaciously swooped into Huang Yaoshi's courtyard. Observing Huang Yaoshi performing peculiar movements for martial training, Zheng Xiaohua displayed a veneer of feigned sorrow. Huang Deyu, how have you fallen to such a state, having your cultivation crippled and now resorting to martial practice? What brings you here, Zheng Daoyu? Surely, it is not merely a visit of concern. Huang Yaoshi paused upon hearing this, promptly ceasing his training and inquiring of Zheng Xiaohua. Huang Daoyu, I genuinely came to visit you. I was not expecting you to encounter such misfortune. It is truly tragic. However, what is done, and I hope you can come to terms with it. Nevertheless, in a land rich with spiritual veins, it is the virtuous who should reside there. Since you are no longer a foundation establishment cultivator, I would advise you to relinquish this Huang residence. Otherwise, I fear that further misfortunes may befall you. Zheng Xiaohua spoke insincerely, his demeanor shifting midway to become more aggressive. Huang Yaoshi felt heavy-hearted, not anticipating that Zheng Xiaohua would come knocking so soon, in such a short span. Neither Lin Yi nor Huang Jing could have possibly advanced to foundation establishment. Just as he contemplated yielding and seeking to soften Zheng Xiaohua's stance, Lin Yi appeared beside him, exuding the aura of a foundation establishment cultivator. Clan leader Zheng, this is my master's domain, and I shall protect it. There is no need for your concern. You do not sincerely wish to visit my master. Kindly take your leave. Who are you? Zheng Xiaohua regarded the unfamiliar foundation establishment cultivator with bewilderment. He had never heard of Huang Yaoshi having a foundation establishment disciple. Notably, Lin Yi's cultivation was solid and unmistakably that of the initial stage of foundation establishment, comparable to his own. Witnessing Lin Yi's cultivation, Huang Yaoshi was equally astonished, secretly contemplating whether Lin Yi had consumed the foundation establishment pill intended for Huang Jing. Yet, at that moment, he recognized that he could not afford to offend Lin Yi. Rather, he should steadfastly support him to drive away Zheng Xiaohua. This is my recently accepted disciple, Lin Yanzu. I have already betrothed my granddaughter, Huang Jing, to him, and in the future, all matters of this Huang residence will be inherited by him and Huang Jing. Additionally, I have procured a foundation establishment pill for my granddaughter, Huang Jing. She will soon achieve foundation establishment. Upon hearing Huang Yaoshi's introduction, Zheng Xiaohua was infuriated at the loss of what he thought was an easy gain. Very well, very well. With a couple of curt responses, Zheng Xiaohua turned and departed. Once Zheng Xiaohua had flown away, Huang Yaoshi turned to Lin Yi. Did you use the foundation establishment pill intended for Jingjing? As he began to question, Huang Yaoshi's spirit sank. If you have used it, so be it. I hold no grudge against you. Had it not been for Lin Yi's timely foundation establishment that repelled Zheng Xiaohua, he feared he might have lost the Huang residence altogether. Master, I assure you, I did not use the pill meant for Jingjing. I achieved foundation establishment through my own opportunities and your cultivation cave. Lin Yi shook his head. helping Huang Yaoshi to sit down and slowly explaining, "Oh, is that so? That is truly wonderful. What opportunities have you encountered?" Huang Yaoshi felt a pang of guilt for having misjudged Lin Yi. "Regarding that, Master, I find it inappropriate to elaborate." After a brief hesitation, Lin Yi chose to deflect the question. The commotion had already stirred the entire Huang residence, with two distinct foundation establishment auras having emerged. Soon, Wang Yuyin and Huang Jing arrived at Huang Yaoshi's courtyard. "Grandfather, what happened? What was that just now?" "Wait, Lin Yi, how did you reach foundation establishment?" Huang Jing approached, astonished as she gazed at Lin Yi. Wang Yuyin also walked over, equally shocked, staring at Lin Yi, eager for an explanation. "Just now, the clan leader of the Zheng family, Zheng Xiaohua, came by, and I repelled him with my foundation establishment cultivation.as for how I reached foundation establishment. I prefer not to elaborate," Lin Yi succinctly stated, "and so, the clan leader of Zheng must have come to seize the Huang residence's spiritual vein. Master must be fully aware of this situation." Wang Yuyin expressed her concern. "Indeed, the clan leader of Zheng likely came to seize the spiritual vein. When I stepped out earlier, he was already discussing how the virtuous should inhabit the land of spiritual veins with Master." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "This could be troublesome, Lin Yi. You have hastily reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. You likely have not had the chance to learn any foundation establishment spells, and there may even be hidden injuries. Once the clan leader of Zheng returns, the news of Master being crippled will swiftly spread throughout the entire Huiyuan immortal city. At that point, members of the Qingxian sect and the four great immortal clans will come to the Huang residence, seeking to plot their gains. Previously, Master was able to maintain control over the Huang residence due to his formidable strength as a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but with your only being in the initial stage, it may be difficult to command respect." Wang Yuyin remained deeply concerned. "What? The situation is that dire?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow. "Indeed, it is as troublesome as it appears. Sigh. Once the news of Master's crippled cultivation leaks, even if you have reached foundation establishment, you will struggle to safeguard the Huang residence." Wang Yuyin sighed, contemplating where to find a new refuge. "Sigh, very well. Make sure to take good care of Master while I step out for a moment." Lin Yi sighed and swiftly took to the skies. While the others were initially skeptical of Lin Yi's breakthrough to foundation establishment, they could not help but believe it when they witnessed him flying through the air. Lin Yi is truly extraordinary. Is he really a five-element mixed spiritual root? Huang Jing gazed in disbelief at Lin Yi's retreating figure. What? Lin Yi is a five-element mixed spiritual root. This was the first time Wang Yuyin had heard of such a thing. Lin Yi experienced a series of extraordinary events, and now he is not merely a cultivator with mixed elemental roots, but rather possesses the five elements Tao body. This Tao body is on par with the heavenly spirit root, both capable of transcending bottlenecks and facilitating rapid cultivation breakthroughs. Huang Yaoshi pondered for a moment, conjuring a reasonable explanation in his mind. The five elements Tao body, just as formidable as the heavenly spirit root. So that's how it is. No wonder Lin Yi has progressed so swiftly in his cultivation, advancing from the third layer of qi refinement to his current state in barely a year. Huang Jing was utterly amazed, and a sense of delight washed over her. This man, Lin Yi, now belonged to her. If Li Zishi and the members of the Li clan were to learn of this matter, wouldn't they be filled with regret? Chapter 80. Instantaneous defeat of Zheng Xiaohua. After swiftly departing the Huang residence, Lin Yi made his way to a desolate area outside of Huiyuan Immortal City, intending to practice some spells. Whether or not the Huang residence could withstand the pressure was of some concern to him, yet not overly so, as the patriarch of the Zheng clan had stated. Virtuous beings reside in spiritual lands. Now that the spiritual land has been seized, he would eventually cultivate his powers to the point where he could vanquish his opponents and reclaim the land. Huang Yaoshi, a cultivator with gold, fire, and with elemental roots, had several foundational spells stored in his ring, aside from the basic techniques of automatic cultivation and aerial flight. These spells corresponded to those three attributes: Great Fire Dragon Technique, Great Vitality Technique, and Great Vine Technique, as well as the Golden Silk Secret Technique. Previously, Lin Yi had already mastered these spells to their maximum threshold, and now he began to practice them further to continue enhancing his experience points. To swiftly elevate his strength, Lin Yi decisively opted to first hone the Golden Silk Secret Technique, which was an upgraded version of the Qi refinement spell, Golden Needle Technique. This technique could shoot forth a golden thread capable of piercing anything and could transform into a hook to draw back prey or pull himself towards it, proving to be remarkably versatile. With a spark of inspiration, Lin Yi located an ant nest and began to continuously activate the golden silk secret technique. With each activation, he struck down an ant, allowing his experience points in the technique to increase by 1. I strike, I strike, I strike, strike, strike. Using the golden silk secret technique in this manner consumed very little of Lin Yi's magical energy. Yet the experience points accumulated at an astonishing rate. Unfortunately for the ant nest, after merely a quarter of an hour, it was littered with lifeless bodies. That's enough. Consider yourselves fortunate. Lin Yi glanced at the fully mastered golden silk secret technique and then at the remaining ants. Still a good number left. Sensing he still had ample magical energy, he resolutely began to practice another spell, the Great Fire Dragon technique. While others unleashed a massive fire dragon measuring over 10 meters in length, Lin Yi could only summon a fire dragon the size of a pinky finger. This diminutive fire dragon was hardly more potent than the chi refinement spells, merely capable of igniting a cigarette. Nonetheless, Lin Yi was quite pleased. He conserved magical energy while simultaneously boosting his experience points. It was a win-win situation. Swish, 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 swish. The tiny fire dragon shot forth from Lin Yi's fingertips like bullets from a machine gun. The very ants he had just spared now became the most suitable yet unfortunate targets. Pift, pifty. Moments later, the ground was strewn with roasted ants. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua, after leaving the Huang residence, soared towards the Zheng clan's base in Huiyuan Immortal City. However, he had not flown far when he noticed another figure emerging from the Huang residence. Where is Lin Yinju headed? Could he be coming after me? No, that brat has left the city. Let me follow him and see. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Xiaohua trailed Lin Yi out of Huiyuan Immortal City and into a desolate area. He concealed himself in a dense thicket, employing a keen vision technique to observe Lin Yi. What is this guy up to? How have the ants offended him to warrant the use of foundational spells to annihilate their colony? Could it be that Lin Yinju is practicing spells? Just this, a fire dragon the size of a finger. Can this even be considered a foundational spell? Zhang Xiaohua was utterly bewildered as he witnessed Lin Yi's childish antics of tormenting the ant nest. After watching for quite some time, he finally grasped what Lin Yi was doing. It turned out he was a novice who had just broken through to the foundational level. I wasted my time worrying. It seems that as long as I eliminate this Lin Yinju, the Huang residence will be a prize for my Zheng clan, without needing to compete with other immortal clans or Qingxian sect for it. Zhang Xiaohua smirked wickedly and swiftly flew out, appearing before Lin Yi. Lin Yinju, how unfortunate for you. Having just reached the foundational level, you dare to challenge me and venture outside the city. Oh, Patriarch Zheng. What do you mean by this? Lin Yi paused momentarily in his casting of the Great Fire Dragon technique. What do I mean? Once you are dead, the Huang residence will belong to my Zheng clan. Now, prepare to meet your end. Allow me to show you what a true Great Fire Dragon technique looks like. With his hands outstretched, Zhang Xiaohua drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, gathering 2 large fireballs in his palms. The 2 fireballs fused into one, and a massive fire dragon erupted forth from him, surging towards Lin Yi. Foolish. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi felt no trepidation whatsoever. He merely sidestepped slightly and swiftly unleashed a torrent of golden threads, forming an intricate net that ensnared Zhang Xiaohua. The multitude of golden strands shot out suddenly, leaving Zhang Xiaohua no room to evade. Some struck his armor, successfully deflected, while others collided with the fire dragon, melting upon impact. Yet, a few managed to penetrate the gaps in his armor on his limbs, creating direct hits. This is Huang Yaoshi's renowned technique, the Golden Silk Secret Technique. How could you possibly have cultivated it to perfection? Launching such a barrage of golden threads, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sharp pain in his legs, his expression one of utter horror. Don't trouble yourself. Today, it is you who is unfortunate. It is time for you to depart. Lin Yi grinned wickedly, waving his hand to forcibly pull Zhang Xiaohua toward him. Then, with a swift motion, a golden thread shot forth, aimed at his neck. Zhang Xiaohua had no time to react before his sizable head was severed from his body. The Golden Silk Secret Technique is indeed quite effective. When perfected, it proves even more formidable, allowing for such delightful play. Ha ha ha! Lin Yi was filled with exhilaration. After a moment, Lin Yi regained his composure and began to handle Zhang Xiaohua's corpse, stripping him of all valuable possessions and locating his spatial ring. The ring bore Zhang Xiaohua's soul imprint, which Lin Yi could not simply open. He took some time to gradually erase the soul imprint before accessing the contents within the spatial ring. A cascade of items spilled forth, mostly mundane trinkets, far from the vast wealth of spirit stones Lin Yi had envisioned, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Among the assorted items, Lin Yi noticed several tokens imbued with formation fluctuations, seemingly for accessing the family's scripture repository or treasury. Within the Zhang clan, there must be numerous valuable inheritances and treasures. Perhaps under the guise of Zhang Xiaohua, I could infiltrate the Zhang clan and seize those inheritances. Chapter 81. The Zhang clan scripture repository. Time is money. Time is life. Lin Yi dared not linger, fearing that the longer he took, the more likely the Zhang clan would discover Zhang Xiaohua's demise. He immediately transformed his appearance to that of Zhang Xiaohua, donned the corresponding attire, collected all his belongings, and set off towards the Zhang clan's territory in Qinhe County. As he hurriedly flew, he also indulged in some flashy flying techniques, causing his experience points in aerial flight to soar. By the time he reached Qinhe County, he had achieved a mastery level. There are so many mortals in this county? There are hardly any cultivators. What is going on? Upon arriving above the county, Lin Yi scanned the area below with his spiritual sense, and the feedback he received left him perplexed. After a considerable amount of contemplation, he finally deduced the situation. The county has a high population density, and with so many people, the mortals could absorb some spiritual energy. If there were any spiritual veins or energy, they would have been devoured long ago by these mortals, leaving the cultivators with scant resources for their cultivation. Therefore, the spiritual lands suitable for cultivation must be located in more remote areas with fewer inhabitants. Having never visited Qinhe County before, Lin Yi was unaware of the precise location of the Zhang clan's territory. He immediately descended, adopting the guise of Chu Feng, and casually approached a passerby to inquire for directions. "Good sir, I am a newly appointed guest elder of the Zhang clan. Could you kindly inform me where the Zhang clan's territory is located and how to get there? If you assist me, this 2 silver coins will be yours." Money can indeed move mountains. Lin Yi was quick to think of using money to buy information and deceive. If money could not sway them, he would resort to more forceful measures. Immortal Master, the Zhang clan's territory is in Taishan town, just in that direction. If you fly for about 20 miles, you will reach it. This passerby was clearly motivated by the sight of money, promptly providing the information. "Excellent, thank you." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, handing over a silver coin before continuing his journey on his sword. After distancing himself from the county, he reverted to Zhang Xiaohua's appearance and foundational level cultivation. After a brief moment, Lin Yi arrived at Taishan town, as indicated by the passerby. From a distance, he could utilize his divination technique to perceive a mountain range imbued with spiritual veins. The mountain was enveloped in spiritual energy, and at intervals, various structures had been erected. The Zhang clan had indeed established numerous sentries. However, it appeared that there was no grand protective formation in place. He could enter directly or stealthily. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi decided to boldly soar into the area. Upon observing his approach, the sentries promptly activated their vision techniques to discern the identity of the newcomer. Recognizing Lin Yi's visage and attire as that of Zhang Xiaohua, they ceased their scrutiny. Casually landing in front of a residence, Lin Yi began to scan the Taishan with his divine sense. However, his range was limited, allowing him to scan only about 200 meters at most. After a short while, he shifted to employing the vision technique. While meandering through the clan's territory, he scrutinized the various edifices. Before long, he indeed discovered a place that stood apart from the rest. It did not resemble a residential area. In front of it lay a square where several qi refining practitioners were practicing spells. This location must be the scripture repository, Lin Yi speculated, and with newfound confidence, he flew towards it. "Greetings, clan leader." Upon reaching the entrance of the building, several individuals around hurriedly saluted him. Lin Yi responded coolly, glancing at the plaque on the grand door, confirming it was indeed the scripture repository. He then strode confidently inside. The first floor of the repository was lined with numerous bookshelves. Lin Yi casually selected a few tomes to peruse, discovering they primarily contained materials suitable for practitioners from the 1st to the 6th level of qi refinement. After returning the books, he turned towards the staircase and ascended to the 2nd floor. During this time, Passers-by acknowledged him but dared not question him. Observing this, Lin Yi maintained his aloof demeanor, avoiding interaction to prevent revealing his true intentions. On the second floor, a late-stage qi refining practitioner was stationed at the counter. Lin Yi cast a glance at him, not recognizing the individual, and continued deeper into the second floor, scouring the bookshelves for further reading material. After flipping through a few pages, he returned the books to their original places. Those he had not studied before were directly absorbed into his attribute panel, while those he had encountered previously provided him with a modest amount of foundational experience points. Zhang Jiaxing, guarding the area, found it peculiar that his eldest son, Zhang Xiaohua, did not even greet him. What is going on with Xiaohua? What could he be doing? He rushed out not long ago, and now he is aimlessly browsing the repository. Flipping through books without any sign of earnest study? After a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi still ignored him and continued his solitary exploration, ascending to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, he discovered the door tightly shut, protected by a formation. Lin Yi merely cast a glance and scanned with his divine sense, quickly identifying the formation's flaws. Even without a formation token, he could easily breach it. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he retrieved a few formation tokens from his spatial ring and began testing them one by one. Upon activating the second token, a flash of light appeared, the protective formation dissipated, and the door opened automatically, allowing Lin Yi to enter with composure. Downstairs, Zhang Jiaxing heard the sound of the formation deactivating and confirmed that it was indeed his indifferent eldest son. He thought little of it and resumed his slumber in his armchair. The third floor was noticeably sparser, containing only a single bookshelf with a modest collection of tomes and a few jade talismans. Though the quantity was limited, the quality was exceptional. Lin Yi quickly flipped through the texts, such as Secret History of the Zhang Clan, Wisdom Strike Secret Technique, Xinhuang True Formula, Xinhuang Alchemy Technique, Discourse on Foundation Establishment Pill Refinement, In-Depth Understanding of Room Techniques, Purple Cloud Thunder Technique, and Strange Cloud Escape Technique. Lin Yi rapidly perused each volume, spending just a minute or two on each, striving to reach the minor achievement level. After half an hour, he exited the scripture repository without taking any physical items. Having merely acquired a wealth of knowledge, the most valuable were undoubtedly the spells pertaining to the Foundation Establishment stage and the second-tier Xinhuang Alchemy Inheritance. Chapter 82. Deception and Strategy. The Zhang clan truly lived up to its reputation as a Foundation Establishment clan with millennia of history, possessing both the methods for refining Foundation Establishment pills and second-tier alchemy legacies, something even late-stage practitioners like Huang Yaoshi could not easily obtain. Lin Yi mused inwardly as he continued to wander through the Zhang clan's territory, attempting to locate the treasure vault. However, after circling the entire mountain, he could not find the right place. Damn it, am I destined to return empty-handed? Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, spotting a young girl approaching from a distance, who appeared quite enchanting. An idea sprouted in Lin Yi's mind. "Father, what are you looking for?" the girl inquired curiously as she approached him. "Nothing. Come here," Lin Yi responded, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected address. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he beckoned her closer. Once she was within reach, he swiftly affixed a puppet talisman to her neck. This girl, no older than 14 or 15, with a cultivation level of merely the fourth layer of qi refinement, was easily subdued by the talisman. "Now, take me to the clan's treasure vault." "Yes," the girl, Zhang Xueshuan, responded vacantly, leading the way without hesitation. As they walked, others paid them no mind. Moments later, they arrived at a pavilion devoid of any signage. Upon entering, Lin Yi discovered it to be an exchange hall where members of the Zhang clan could trade various items. However, what Lin Yi sought was not the commonplace items available for exchange. He quickly scanned the entire hall and soon detected the presence of a basement, presumably guarded by formations, which likely housed the Zhang clan's treasury. Having pinpointed its location, he calmly led Zhang Xueshuan into the basement and utilized a token to unlock the vault door. As the luminous lights illuminated the interior, the sight of glimmering jewels and spirit stones dazzled Lin Yi's titanium alloy eyes. "Collect, collect, collect. Gather everything," he cackled, greedily stashing the contents of the treasury into his spatial ring, paying little heed to the names or values of the items he gathered. Before long, the vast treasury was stripped bare, not leaving even a single copper coin behind. Once finished, Lin Yi nonchalantly exited with Zhang Xueshuan. resealing the formation behind him as he left the resource pavilion with ease. Convinced that he had acquired all that was worthwhile, he promptly rendered Zhang Shuexuan unconscious and swiftly soared out of the mountain. As the clan leader, no one dared question his intentions, allowing him to depart with untroubled grace. To evade suspicion, Lin Yi deliberately took a few detours before reverting to his original appearance as Lin Yanzu. He then walked through the city gates back into Huiyuan Immortal City, returning to the Huang residence. Shortly after entering, he noticed the servants busily packing up belongings. "What is going on? Why are we packing?" Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. "Young Master Lin, Aunt Wang and Miss Wang have decided to move. We are leaving Huiyuan Immortal City," one servant replied regretfully. "What is the matter? This cannot be allowed." Lin Yi's displeasure surged immediately. It had taken him considerable effort to secure a Foundation Cave residence for cultivating experience points. He could not simply abandon it. In the next instant, he shot off, swiftly arriving at the residence where Huang Yaoshi was convening with Huang Jing and the couple Wang Yuyan and Lu Sun. "What is happening? Why are you all considering moving? Did another Foundation establishment practitioner come looking for trouble?" Lin Yi questioned the group. "Lin Yi, we cannot hold on to this Huang residence. Today, clan leader Zhang has left, but it won't be long before he returns with other Foundation establishment practitioners to seek retribution. It is better for us to be prudent and sell the Huang residence for a good price." Lu Sun stated directly, undeterred by Lin Yi's fade of Lin Yanzu, given the absence of outsiders. "Listen to me. We can defend the Huang residence. We will reopen the Huangdan Pavilion. I will personally refine the pills. The departures of Long Feng and Mu Tianyang should be considered a normal division of inheritance. As for clan leader Zheng, he will not have the opportunity to trouble us with other Foundation establishment practitioners. He is already dead. Anyone who disobeys me will meet this fate," Lin Yi declared resolutely, producing the corpse of Zheng Xiaohua. "This too?" The others stared wide-eyed at the sight of Zheng Xiaohua's dismembered body, momentarily overwhelmed by fear. They had never imagined that Lin Yi had gone out to kill the clan leader of the Zheng family during his brief absence. "From now on, you will all obediently follow my orders." Ensuring the normal operation of the Huang residence and Huangdan Pavilion, Dio not let outsiders suspect that Master's cultivation is in question. Master will publicly announce his seclusion and cease to meet with visitors. Any informed individual must strictly keep the secret. Otherwise, for every breach, I shall silence one. Lin Yi continued, expressing his deep appreciation for the rare sanctuary he had found, wishing to protect it from any potential disruption. Indeed, observing Lin Yi's imposing demeanor, the crowd felt a twinge of fear and reluctantly acquiesced. Soon, those aware of Huang Yaoshi's diminished powers were assigned to tend to him, while he himself was confined to his residence. Forbidden to venture outside, Huangdan Pavilion was promptly reinstated under the management of Wang Yuyan and Lu Sun, with the alchemical creations being produced by Wang Yuyan and Lin Yi. Clarifications were made regarding the previous abrupt closure of Huangdan Pavilion, stating that Miss Wang Jing of the Huang family had wed Lin Yanju, inheriting both the pavilion and the Huang estate. It was noted that Mu Tianyang and Long Feng, dissatisfied, had chosen to leave the Huang household. Further announcements specified that the elixirs within Huangdan Pavilion would continue to be provided by Wang Yuyan, Huang Yaoshi, and Lin Yanju, including higher-tier elixirs to quell any doubts regarding Huang Yaoshi's condition. Days passed, and the matter was temporarily obscured, with investigations into the Huang estate and Huangdan Pavilion ceasing. This news reached Li Jin's ears, inciting his agitation, with Lin Yi now possessing his own assets and establishments. What did that render their previous collaboration? Chapter 83. Acceleration of array techniques. After much contemplation, Li Jin opted to use a mother and son communication jade talisman to send Lin Yi a message, requesting a meeting. That very evening, in a private room of Zhoko restaurant, Lin Yi and Li Jin convened. "Lin Yi, I have heard that you have married Huang Jing, taken charge of the Huang estate, and forced out Long Feng and Mu Tianyang. Is it true?" Li Jin inquired, skepticism lacing his tone as he struggled to believe the rumors. "Indeed, that is the truth. I am no longer the wasteful five-element mixed root. I have become the owner of the five-element Dao body, my cultivation speed rivaling that of a heavenly root. I have already become a Foundation establishment practitioner." "Anything is possible," Lin Yi replied calmly, casually revealing his status as a five-element Dao body. Huang Yaoshi and Huang Jing had their doubts about his rapid cultivation, speculating he was indeed of the five-element Dao body. Thus, he chose to acknowledge it, providing an explanation for his astonishing progress and preemptively dispelling any suspicion regarding hidden treasures in his possession. Upon sensing the fleeting aura of Foundation establishment emanating from Lin Yi, Li Jin's jaw dropped in astonishment. "What? Lin Yi? You have actually reached Foundation establishment? Congratulations!" he exclaimed, though a hint of bitterness lingered within him that a year prior, Lin Yi was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, while Li Jin, at the 6th layer, found himself eclipsed by Lin Yi's swift ascent to Foundation establishment. Yet, he secretly felt relieved for having maintained a good relationship with Lin Yi. Perhaps now he could reap some benefits from their association. For when one ascends, their companions often rise with them. Please do not speak of my breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Especially do not mention it to anyone from the Li clan. As for our collaboration, let us put it on hold for now. Here are the spiritual herbs required for the Foundation establishment pill. If you can gather them, I will assist you in refining a batch. Furthermore, you may purchase elixirs from Huangdan Pavilion under my name for a 20% discount. I would appreciate your continued support for Li Zixin's rent. Lin Yi instructed Li Jin, handing him a slip of paper. Li Jin accepted the paper, scrutinizing the list of required spiritual herbs, his brows furrowing in concern. But Lin Yi, these spiritual herbs are quite difficult to procure. Moreover, obtaining the demon cores from 2nd and 3rd tier demon beasts is even more challenging. I am not a Foundation establishment practitioner, he lamented. Lin Yi understood the challenges but merely smiled in jest. That is your responsibility. When you require Foundation establishment, acquire these materials, and I will refine 2 Foundation establishment pills for you. This is a gesture of goodwill between us. If you cannot even manage this minor task, then you will no longer be able to keep pace with me, and I see no reason to maintain our friendship. Those without utility do not deserve to be friends. You have said this yourself. With that, Lin Yi turned and departed, leaving Li Jin little opportunity for further discussion. Watching Lin Yi's resolute departure, Li Jin couldn't help but reflect on the transformation that had occurred. How different things were now. If Li Zixi were to learn of this, he would surely regret it deeply. Contemplating this, he began to strategize how to procure the spiritual herbs Lin Yi required for the Foundation establishment pill. Based on market prices, these materials would cost around 5,000 spirit stones, but many were controlled by the Qingxian sect, which swiftly bought them out upon their appearance, preventing them from circulating elsewhere. In this manner, the Qingxian sect could firmly control the Foundation establishment pill market, dictating the number of Foundation establishment practitioners outside. If the higher-ups of the Qingxian sect were to lose their minds and cease refining Foundation establishment pills, there would be a prolonged drought of such elixirs under their governance. Even though the Zhang clan had a legacy of refining Foundation establishment pills, without the corresponding materials, they were powerless. Solely relying on his own strength would not suffice. He needed to reach out to his family's resources and other friends. Muttering to himself, Li Jin exited the restaurant private room. Meanwhile, Lin Yi hurried back to the Huang estate, unwilling to waste any time, and immediately returned to his cultivation cave to resume his training. Currently, he was only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Even with his mastery of various techniques, he could only contend with 1 or 2 early to mid-Foundation establishment practitioners. But he would still falter against those at the late stage. Thus, he needed to expedite his cultivation to the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and with the aid of the Hui Ling one-strike secret technique, he would be able to exert the power of a late-stage practitioner. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, cultivating for an hour before noticing a mere increase of 1 point in his cultivation experience on his attribute panel. Discontinuing his practice, he began to pace within the cave. It was challenging. The speed of cultivation had slowed considerably after reaching Foundation establishment. His current rate of 8 hours of cultivation per day, he would only gain a minimum of 8 experience points, meaning it would take him an entire year to reach the mid-Foundation establishment stage. However, the news of Huang Yaoshi's crippled powers could not remain concealed for long, and the incident involving Zheng Xiaohua would likely soon come to light. I must hasten my cultivation speed. Relying on elixirs is somewhat unreliable. Excessive consumption leads to pill poison, and even after taking one elixir, it might only grant me an increase of 1 experience point within 15 minutes, which is of little use. Therefore, I must seek out better spiritual vein caves to create a more conducive cultivation environment. With this thought, Lin Yi sighed. Good spiritual resources were monopolized, leaving him with little opportunity. The fact that he could occupy this Foundation establishment cave was merely due to Huang Jing's lack of advancement and Huang Yaoshi's predicament. After much deliberation, Lin Yi ultimately decided to harness the power of formations to enhance his cultivation environment, thereby accelerating his progress. Subsequently, he rummaged through his spatial ring, retrieving a considerable amount of spirit stones and array materials. Without hesitation, he set up a gathering spirit array around the cushion on which he sat, further concentrating the spiritual energy already present in the cave around him. He then proceeded to establish a spirit ignition pressure array, which could activate the spiritual energy within the stones to temporarily elevate the surrounding spiritual pressure and energy density. This array was typically employed to aid in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Yet he was utilizing it for daily practice. Chapter 84, Ancestor Zheng Excellent. The concentration of spiritual energy and pressure has indeed increased. Now my cultivation speed has returned to gaining 1 experience point every 15 minutes. Even if the spirit ignition pressure array consumes 120 spirit stones each hour, it is worth it. After successfully setting up the 2 arrays, Lin Yi resumed his cultivation, thoroughly satisfied with the new results. Consequently, his timeline to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage was reduced to 4 months. As for the spirit stones consumed, he was unconcerned, for his reserves had already amassed to over 100,000. He briefly paused his cultivation, stood up to stretch, and then resumed sitting on the cushion to continue his training, diligently exploiting the benefits and maximizing his experience gains. Meanwhile, during Lin Yi's intensive cultivation, the Zhang clan was in a state of frenzy. The entire clan was akin to ants on a hot pan, frantically agitated, even summoning the long-secluded late-stage foundation establishment ancestor of the Zhang clan. Ancestor, we are in grave trouble. The clan leader seems to have fallen. Just days ago, someone impersonated him and looted everything from our clan treasury. The resource management head, Zhang Jiawen, implored desperately to the ancestor Zhang Huayuan. What? Such an occurrence is utterly unfathomable. What kind of organization are you running, allowing outsiders to impersonate the patriarch and steal from us? Investigate this matter thoroughly. Find out where the patriarch has recently traveled, whom he sought out, and where he might have met his demise. In an instant, Zhang Huayuan erupted in fury, directing his ire towards the younger generation. The family treasury holds the accumulated wealth of the Zhang clan over several centuries. Its sudden loss poses a grave threat to the entire Zheng lineage. Ancestor, we have gathered intelligence indicating that the patriarch visited Huiyuan Immortal City to meet with Huang Yaoshi. Furthermore, prior to this, we reported to the patriarch about the abnormal closure of Huangdan Pavilion and the departure of Huang Yaoshi's disciples, Longfeng and Mu Tianyang, from the city. A junior disciple reported. Is there any other information? Can we confirm that the patriarch who appeared a few days ago was indeed the real patriarch? Confirmed. The patriarch's soul lamp has been extinguished. Huang Yaoshi. I shall see what you are truly up to. Zhang Huayuan resolved to confront Huang Yaoshi. Wait, ancestor. If it turns out that Huang Yaoshi is responsible for the patriarch's death, your visit may not end well. I implore you not to confront Huang Yaoshi alone. It would be prudent to take another foundation establishment cultivator with you, Zhang Jiaxing quickly advised. Very well, Zhang Huayuan pondered for a moment, conceding that the counsel was sound. He promptly gathered several 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivators from the family and set off for Huiyuan Immortal City. Upon arrival, he refrained from immediately seeking trouble with the Huang family, instead opting to invite Elder Xianming from the Qingxian Cave District before confronting Huang Yaoshi. However, the inhabitants of Qingxian Cave District delivered disappointing news. Zheng Sr., if you wish to meet Elder Xianming, I fear you must wait, as he is currently in seclusion to break through to the later stages of foundation establishment, and we do not know when he will emerge. I see, Zhang Huayuan replied, furrowing his brow. He decided to leave people in the Qingxian Cave District to monitor the situation, ensuring he would be notified as soon as Elder Xianming emerged. Additionally, he arranged for others to gather intelligence from the Huang family, though he himself dared not approach them. Age had made him increasingly cautious, and he was reluctant to face even the slightest possibility of danger. Numerous disciples of the Zhang clan began investigating the Huang residence and its surroundings, some even resorting to bribing the servants of the Huang family and Huangdan Pavilion for information. Days passed, and the news eventually returned to Zhang Huayuan. Ancestor, our investigations reveal that Huang Jing and Wang Yuyan are currently in charge of affairs at the Huang residence. Recently, Wang Jing has taken a husband named Lin Yanzu, who possesses 9th-layer Qi refinement skills and is a first-tier high-grade alchemist. Huang Yaoshi is currently in seclusion, reportedly attempting to break through to the peak of Foundation establishment, and has not been seen for a long time. Additionally, we discovered that on the day the Patriarch met his fate, he did indeed visit the Huang residence and met with both Huang Yaoshi and Lin Yinzu. But he departed shortly thereafter. Not long after his departure, Lin Yinzu left the Huang residence on his sword. They departed in different directions. The Patriarch flew north while Lin Yinzu headed west. Witnesses observed Lin Yinzu exiting through the western city gate. But the Patriarch's rapid flight left no one aware of his destination. Upon hearing the reports from the younger disciples, Zhang Huayuan's mind raced with confusion, so the Patriarch did not perish at the Huang residence. Nor could he have been slain by Lin Yinzu, a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. It is highly likely that he fell victim to those ruthless rogue Foundation establishment cultivators, who have the audacity to impersonate him and return to our Zhang clan's territory. Indeed, Ancestor, that seems to be the case. However, we have yet to identify those rogue cultivators, one subordinate concurred. Very well, let us continue to keep the Patriarch's death under wraps and begin liquidating assets to raise funds. We must procure Foundation establishment pills at the upcoming auction in Guanghui Immortal City and simultaneously gather the necessary materials for Foundation establishment elixirs. Our Zhang clan must have new Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhang Huayuan commanded his subordinates. Understood, Ancestor, they replied in unison, promptly setting to work. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was diligently practicing, felt an inexplicable chill at his back, unknowingly having escaped yet another disaster. After several days of monotonous cultivation, one evening, Lin Yi decided to indulge himself and concluded his training, securing the spirit stones on the array before departing from the Foundation establishment cave. As he stepped outside, a servant intercepted him. Young Master Lin, Miss Huang instructed me to wait here for you. She hopes you'll see her as soon as you emerge. Oh, I understand, Lin Yi acknowledged, taking to the skies within the Huang residence, employing his spiritual sense to swiftly locate Huang Jing. While he could have flown directly, he opted to avoid exposing his Foundation establishment prowess before the servants, choosing instead to utilize a flying sword. In a certain courtyard, Lin Yi found Huang Jing. Jing, what is it that you need from me? Lin Yi, I have reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and I wish to cultivate in the Foundation establishment cave. Huang Jing stated plainly. She believed the cultivation environment there would expedite her progress towards Foundation establishment. That may not be appropriate. You should only use the Foundation establishment cave when you are ready to break through to Foundation establishment pills. How about this? I will arrange a gathering spirit array in your training room, and you can use these superior gathering spirit pills for your cultivation. Take one every 3 days. With that pace, you should be able to reach the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement within a year or two. Without hesitation, Lin Yi declined. However, he did consider Huang Jing's situation and handed her some of the superior gathering spirit pills he had crafted. Fine, but these pills alone won't suffice. Huangdan Pavilion is also in need of your superior gathering spirit pills. When will you refine more? Huang Jing pouted, reluctantly agreeing. All right, no problem. Tomorrow, have someone prepare the materials and list of pills to be refined, and send them to the alchemy room. I will go and refine them tomorrow, Lin Yi nodded. Despite not being in need of the money from selling pills, he understood that maintaining the normal operation of Huangdan Pavilion was crucial to avoid raising suspicions about Huang Yaoshi's predicament. Good. After continuing their conversation for a while, Lin Yi left the Huang residence, indulging in a lavish meal at Tianyue restaurant before strolling over to the Li family's estate, quietly arriving at Li Zixin's room. Xian, I'm here. Lin Yi, you finally made it. I was just planning to return to the clan, Li Zixin exclaimed, her excitement evident as she rushed to Lin Yi, playfully leaping up to cling to him like a kangaroo. Returning to the clan? For what purpose? Isn't it because you asked me to? To be the stepmother of Li Zixin's child. Li Zixin is already nearly 6 months pregnant, Li Zixin replied with a hint of complaint as she released her hold on Lin Yi. I see, my apologies. Here, take these pills and spirit stones. Once you return to the Li clan, settle down and take good care of Li Zixin. Once she gives birth, find a way to bring the child to Huiyuan Immortal City. Lin Yi finally recalled having made such arrangements. All right, no problem. Although Li Zixin had some reservations, she was quickly pacified by the substantial amount of spirit stones and pills Lin Yi provided. She recognized that he was exceedingly generous. That evening, Lin Yi continued to shower her with countless treasures, leaving her utterly satisfied. Yet, she remained astute, ensuring she managed her newfound wealth wisely, unlike Li Zishi, who had attracted a world of trouble late at night. Linny hummed a tune as he returned to the Huang residence, only to unexpectedly encounter Huang Jing on his path to the training cave. Jing, what are you doing here? Were you waiting for me? Huang Jing approached Lin Yi, taking several deep breaths. Then, her expression darkened as she confronted him. You went out drinking and sought other women, didn't you? Did you visit those brothels again? I didn't go to the brothels. But I do have other women outside, Lin Yi admitted candidly. Now that he had achieved a higher cultivation level, and Huang Yaoshe was incapacitated, he felt unafraid. You? Huang Jing pointed at Lin Yi, speechless for a moment. She was utterly at a loss for words. It was one thing to seek other women. It was another to openly admit it in front of her, which was simply outrageous. Lin Yi, you are already mine. What could I possibly lack in satisfying you? If you have needs, can't you just come to me directly? After a long pause, Huang Jing struggled to find words to dismiss Lin Yi, settling for a tone of resignation. A man of stature, such as myself, finds it quite commonplace to maintain multiple wives and concubines. The fact that I have not brought anyone home is already a considerable concession on my part. I hope you will learn to acclimate to this reality. Speak frankly, in the future, the number of women in my life will only increase. The exact count remains uncertain at this moment, as the future is inherently unpredictable. What is certain, however, is that I will not forsake an entire forest for your sake. Lin Yi candidly expressed his thoughts. Lin Yi, you had better pray that your cultivation will not be surpassed by me. As long as you are stronger, I shall endure your presence. But the moment you become weaker, you ought to tread carefully. Huang Jing was equally taken aback by Lin Yi's audacity. Rest assured, Jing, that day will never come. Lin Yi chuckled, effortlessly lifting Huang Jing over his shoulder and carrying her back to his residence, ensuring that she was well taken care of and relieved of any burden she bore. After spending quality time with Huang Jing, Lin Yi departed from the estate and retreated to his cultivation cave, re-establishing the formation to embark on a new round of training. Having broken through to the foundation establishment realm, Lin Yi had transcended the realm of mortals. His vitality was remarkably vigorous. Going 10 days or even half a month without sleep would pose no issues for him. Additionally, he had acquired rudimentary abilities in essence-gathering pills, allowing him to refrain from consuming food for extended periods, even foregoing the need for essence-gathering pills. Should he reach the golden core stage, he would attain complete mastery over essence gathering, able to survive solely by absorbing spiritual energy as long as even a trace of magical power remained within him. After cultivating for an hour, he accumulated a minimum of 4 points in cultivation experience. Yet, he felt this progress was somewhat sluggish. What could he do to expedite the process? Perhaps he should arrange for additional formations. Contemplating this, Lin Yi endeavored to set up several more essence-enhancing formations within the cave. The consumption of spirit stones surged from 100 to 500 per hour, resulting in a doubling of his cultivation speed. Enabling him to gain 1 point of experience within just 15 minutes, Lin Yi conducted further research, discovering that he could enhance the speed even more by increasing the number of essence-enhancing formations. Although the cost became increasingly prohibitive, 500 spirit stones per hour would yield 8 points of baseline experience, but to maintain this pace, he would need to expend a staggering 180,000 spirit stones to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. A rather ludicrous proposition. Chapter 86. Foundation establishment spiritual items. With only around 140 to 50,000 spirit stones at his disposal, this kind of expenditure would be insufficient for him to reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Such wealth had taken the Zhang family countless years to amass, and he could not afford to squander it so frivolously. After meticulous calculations, Lin Yi temporarily shelved the idea of activating 5 essence-enhancing formations. Instead, he rummaged through the Zhang family's treasury, searching for items that could aid his current cultivation progress. To his delight, he discovered several valuable items. First, there were a few pills named spirit-nourishing pills and mysterious spirit pills, numbering only a few dozen, but within the second-tier alchemy legacy, it was stated that these 2 pills were suitable for early and mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, respectively. Additionally, he found 3 foundation establishment spiritual items: flame stone milk, frostwood fruit, and azure flower essence. Initially, Lin Yi was unfamiliar with their significance, But after reviewing the Zheng family's records multiple times, he recognized their importance. Foundation establishment is a crucial phase in a cultivator's journey, wherein one can reverse their destiny and utilize various external spiritual items to compensate for deficiencies in their cultivation aptitude, thereby enhancing their capabilities to rival prodigies. The three aforementioned spiritual items are suitable for cultivators with fire, wood, and water roots, respectively, to improve their cultivation aptitude and accelerate the conversion of spiritual energy into magical power. Lastly, Lin Yi discovered a second-tier alchemical recipe called the essence washing pill, which could enhance the body's affinity for external spiritual energy. The higher the affinity, the faster a cultivator could absorb external spiritual energy during their practice. The treasures of the Zheng family are abundant and now conveniently at my disposal, Lin Yi mused with a sly smile. As he began to study how to refine the flame stone milk, frostwood fruit, and azure flower essence. Given that he possessed a mixed elemental affinity, he could refine spiritual items of any attribute. Before long, he discerned that the frostwood fruit and azure flower essence could be consumed directly, transforming into special energy to nourish his spiritual roots, while the flame stone milk required application along his spine, facilitating absorption as he practiced his techniques. Without hesitation, he downed the azure flower essence in one gulp, subsequently activating his techniques to commence the refinement process. Waves of special energy were directed towards his water attribute spiritual root, rendering it increasingly translucent. While in this endeavor, Lin Yi summoned his attribute panel to observe any changes. The azure flower essence was limited in quantity, and within the span of a single incense stick. It was completely refined. Notably, his cultivation aptitude displayed some alterations. Cultivation aptitude, mixed elemental roots, water attribute dominant, spiritual energy affinity. Grade B, graded A, B, C, D, E, with 5 levels in total. Impressive, indeed. Let us continue. After a brief respite, Lin Yi proceeded to consume the frostwood fruit, confident that partaking of these valuable items would not bring about any harm. Following this, he utilized the flame stone milk, resulting in significant changes to his cultivation aptitude. Cultivation aptitude, mixed elemental roots, pseudo-water, fire, and wood roots, spiritual energy affinity. Grade B equivalent to water, fire, and wood roots, spiritual energy affinity. Grade C. Excellent. Let me resume my cultivation and ascertain whether my newfound aptitude allows for swifter progress. Lin Yi dismantled the excess essence-enhancing formations, retaining only one, and settled down to meditate. After just over a quarter of an hour, he noticed an increase of 1 point in his cultivation experience on the attribute panel. To ensure accuracy, he paused briefly before continuing his cultivation. In total, half an hour passed, and his cultivation experience increased by 3 points, a notable improvement compared to the previous half-hour's gain of only 2 points. Quite satisfactory. If I can obtain the essence washing pill and further enhance my affinity for spiritual energy, along with acquiring foundation spiritual items of metal and earth attributes to refine my roots, my cultivation speed could potentially soar. Lin Yi was immensely pleased and began to envision the possibilities. If it were feasible, he too wished to be considered a prodigy. Currently, during the foundation establishment stage, substantial resource investment suffices, but once he reaches the golden core and nascent soul stages, rapid advancement may not be so easily achieved. Seizing the opportunity to enhance his cultivation aptitude now would undoubtedly yield great benefits in the future. However, indulging in idle thoughts was futile. Lin Yi decided to gather the Zheng family's items and transcribe a list of the spiritual herbs required for the essence washing pill before continuing his cultivation. He diligently practiced until the following morning, at which point he honored his agreement with Huang Jing and made his way to the alchemy chamber. Upon arrival, he found both Huang Jing and Wang Yuyan present. Lin Yi, it seems you have finally arrived. These are the materials for the qi gathering pill. The success of this endeavor rests on your shoulders. Additionally, I managed to procure a set of materials for a first-tier breaking realm pill. Please do your utmost to refine it, Wang Yuyan exclaimed excitedly, handing Lin Yi a storage bag while looking at him with eager anticipation. Should Lin Yi successfully refine these pills, it would net the Huangdan Pavilion a substantial profit of several thousand spirit stones. Indeed, I will refine them. Moreover, senior sister, I kindly request you to utilize your connections to assist in acquiring these items, or at least to gather pertinent information, Lin Yi responded as he accepted the storage bag and handed over the transcribed list of materials necessary for the essence washing pill. Second-tier high-grade pill, Essence washing pill? This pill may be difficult to procure even in Guangwei Immortal City. The materials required are quite elusive, Wang Yuyan remarked, a hint of concern evident in her expression. Finances are not an issue. Senior sister, here are 5,000 spirit stones. Please utilize this amount to assist me in acquiring these herbs. While the materials may be somewhat costly, they should not be under the jurisdiction of the Qingxian sect. Thus, they should still be obtainable. If you find yourself short on spirit stones, do let me know, Lin Yi declared, promptly producing a storage bag containing 5,000 spirit stones for Wang Yuyan. Very well, I shall make every effort to consult with our main supplier of spiritual herbs. If they are unable to provide the materials, then I am at a loss, as a foundation establishment cultivator. My access is far more limited than yours, Wang Yuyan replied, hesitantly. Chapter 87. Journey to Guangwei Immortal City that is perfectly fine. Senior sister, do your best, Lin Yi reassured her. By the way, it is now late February. In March, the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion in Guangwei Immortal City will hold an auction. Perhaps they will have what you need. Would you like to take a chance and go? Wang Yuyan suddenly recalled something. An auction? However, I have departed, and I am no longer present. If others come seeking me, what shall you, Jingjing and Master do? Lin Yi expressed his concerns. Perhaps this is the solution, Lin Yi, given your adeptness at disguise. You could masquerade as grandfather, making a grand exit from the Huang residence to attend the auction, while grandfather assumes a disguise to remain concealed within the cultivation cave. Surely, this will allow us to navigate the situation undetected. Huang Jing devised this clever plan. Well, that sounds feasible, but I fear encountering some of Master S acquaintances whom I might not recognize, which could lead to an awkward predicament. Lin Yi found the idea quite good, yet perceived a minor flaw. In that case, you could inquire with grandfather about whom to be wary of or recognize. Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. After the three had conferred, Lin Yi and Wang Yuyan commenced alchemical practices within the alchemy chamber, while Huang Jing hurried back to refine medicine and advance her cultivation. Until she breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, she would not entertain any other profitable ventures, relying instead on her previous savings or letting Lin Yi support her. After a continuous session of alchemical refinement into the afternoon, Lin Yi handed some of the produced elixirs to Wang Yuyan before returning to the foundation establishment cave to attempt his own upgrade. To avoid wastage, he refrained from activating the spirit-enhancing pressure array during his upgrade, only utilizing the spirit-gathering array. Ingesting a spirit-nourishing pill took Lin Yi a quarter of an hour to refine, ultimately yielding a mere 3 experience points. Such a meager amount is hardly worth further consumption. With a sigh, Lin Yi then activated the spirit-enhancing pressure array and began earnest meditation and cultivation. Consuming pills can lead to pill toxicity, which, if left unaddressed, will not only diminish the efficacy of future upgrades but also impede normal cultivation speed, exacerbating cultivation bottlenecks. A paltry 3 experience points are not worth the risk. 8 days swiftly passed, and as the time for the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion auction in Guangwei Xian City drew near, Lin Yi ceased his secluded cultivation within the foundation establishment cave. He specifically visited the residence of Huang Yaoshi to discuss matters with him. Master, to ensure your safety and maintain the integrity of our grand Huang residence, I require your cooperation in my ruse. I must disguise myself as you while you take on my appearance and reside in my house. Is that agreeable? Alas, I am aging, unable to even safeguard the Huang residence. Lin Yi, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Whatever you decide shall be accepted. Huang Yaoshi sighed deeply. Thank you for your cooperation, master. We shall undoubtedly preserve the Huang residence. Lin Yi encouraged, indeed, we must protect it. I have yet to witness Jingjing's breakthrough to foundation establishment or see her bear my great-grandson. The Huang residence must not falter, Huang Yaoshi declared resolutely. Subsequently, Lin Yi procured a lifelike mask of Lin Yanju for Huang Yaoshi, while he himself fashioned a disguise to resemble Huang Yaoshi. To enhance realism, Lin Yi donned some of Huang Yaoshi's frequently worn magical inner armor and clothing, inquiring about individuals and matters of importance. During their extended conversation, Huang Yaoshi noted Lin Yi's urgent desire to expedite his cultivation speed, yearning to reach the mid-foundation establishment stage promptly. Thus, he began offering Lin Yi valuable advice. Lin Yi, seeking spirit-cleansing pills and foundation establishment spiritual objects is one viable path. Additionally, do not underestimate the potency of pills and various spiritual materials. I recall a fruit known as shimming ginseng fruit, a third-tier alchemical material. If consumed directly for cultivation, It can yield a substantial influx of spiritual energy for rapid absorption and enhancement. Furthermore, seek other spiritual materials conducive to advancing golden core cultivators, as any non-toxic, harmless spiritual fruits should significantly elevate a foundation establishment cultivator's prowess. Just be cautious when consuming them. Do not indulge excessively, lest the spiritual energy overwhelm you. These spiritual fruits are quite expensive and rare. At the auction, they may fetch several tens of thousands of spirit stones, while foundation establishment spiritual objects typically range from 10 to 20,000. If you lack spirit stones, it may be best to forego the venture altogether. Treat this trip as an opportunity to broaden your horizons. As the conversation progressed, Huang Yaoshi, mindful of Lin Yi's financial situation, briefly outlined the expected costs. The spirit stones previously entrusted to Lin Yi within a spatial ring amounted to just over 10,000. Coupled with Lin Yi's other savings, he estimated Lin Yi possessed slightly over 20,000 spirit stones. Yes, Master, thank you for the reminder. I understand. This trip will serve as a stroke of luck, and I shall strive to acquire what I desire. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude and began to formulate plans. Once Huang Yaoshi was settled, Lin Yi bid farewell to both Huang Jing and Wang Yuyin before departing with a confident demeanor as Huang Yaoshi, soaring southward from Huiwanxian City. During his flight, he maintained a slow pace, specifically directing newly recruited servants from the Huang residence to act as informants, pointing skyward and proclaiming that the figure soaring above was Huang Yaoshi. In essence, he aimed to make it abundantly clear that Huang Yaoshi had vacated Guanghuixian City. Shortly after his departure, members of the Zhang clan closely monitoring the Huang residence promptly reported this news to their ancestral elder. Huang Yaoshi has left Huiwanxian City, seemingly en route to Guanghuixian City for the auction hosted by the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion. Understood. I am aware of the recent accumulation of spirit stones by our clan. I must procure some foundation establishment pills or their requisite spiritual materials. Zhang Huayuan nodded before inquiring further. Elder, we have liquidated some secondary assets, raising 30,000 spirit stones. Good, that is sufficient. Zhang Huayuan accepted a storage bag containing the 30,000 spirit stones from Zheng Jiayu and commenced his flight southward towards Guanghuixian City. Chapter 88. Auction Invitation. Guanghuixian City lies 1,000 miles from Huiwanxian City. Lin Yi, having merely absorbed Huang Yaoshi's description and grasped a map, sped southward without hesitation. From morning until dusk, he estimated having traversed the 1,000-mile distance and began surveying the area below for human settlements to inquire about directions. Just as he paused momentarily, Zheng Huayuan caught up from behind. Wang Daoyu, you are also headed to Guanghuixian City. Why the halt at this location? Zheng Huayuan maintained his distance from Lin Yi, wary that Lin Yi might be deliberately waiting to ambush him. Nothing urgent. I just suddenly recalled some unfinished matters in Huiwanxian City that require my attention. Perhaps you should proceed first? Zheng Daoyu. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yi fabricated an excuse, seeking to discern Zhang Huayuan's intended direction, hoping to follow him to Guanghuixian City. Is that so? Then allow me to accompany Brother Huang back to Huiwanxian City. Zhang Huayuan remained vigilant, interpreting Lin Yi's words with utmost suspicion. And no need for that. I've just realized that the issues in Huiwanxian City could be delegated to Jingjing and my 2 disciples. They should manage just fine. Let us go, Zheng Daoyu. We shall proceed to Guanghuixian City together. Observing Zhang Huayuan's demeanor, Lin Yi proposed a new direction and began to fly slowly. Excellent, Zheng Huayuan. Though skeptical, continued to maintain his distance as they both headed southwest. Seeing this, Lin Yi made an effort to follow suit. He exerted considerable effort to maximize his speed, yet it paled in comparison to Zhang Huayuan's. With this, Zhang Huayuan ceased to doubt Lin Yi's cultivation level, instead perceiving Lin Yi's intent to maintain distance, which alleviated his concerns. Without a familiar companion by his side, he was reluctant to confront Lin Yi directly about the death of Zheng Xiaohua. With Zhang Huayuan inadvertently leading the way, Lin Yi successfully arrived at Guanghuixian City after a quarter of an hour. What a grand sight, hovering above the northern city gate of Guanghuixian City. Lin Yi could sense the city's imposing grandeur. Towering walls surrounded the city, reinforced by layers of formations. Moreover, within the city, there seemed to be an anti-flight formation. As he approached, Lin Yi felt an immense gravitational force drawing him downward, rendering high-altitude flight impossible. As Zhang Huayuan descended to queue at the city gate, Lin Yi swiftly followed suit. Entering Guanghuixian City. It was evening, and many cultivators returning from their daily endeavors were converging at the city gates. forming a long line. ASA Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Lin Yi enjoyed certain privileges. Alongside Zhang Huayuan, he engaged in low-altitude flight through the city gate. Both of them exuded the aura of Foundation establishment, and the guards at the gate paid them no heed. Shortly after entering the city, Lin Yi encountered a bustling marketplace filled with numerous stalls and countless cultivators haggling with vendors. Huang Daoyu. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Having uttered a parting remark, Zhang Huayuan distanced himself from Lin Yi. In this world, companions can often turn into rivals, as competitors in the elixir market. The two were never particularly close, and now, with Zhang Huayuan harboring suspicions regarding the deaths of Huang Yaoshi and Zheng Xiaohua, he felt even less inclined to engage with Huang Yaoshi. Very well. Farewell. Lin Yi waved goodbye and began to stroll through the bustling marketplace. Zhang Huayuan, unable to see through Lin Yi's facade, chose to maintain his distance, a decision that pleased him. The stalls were filled with an array of goods, ranging from raw materials such as spiritual herbs and talisman papers to finished products like elixirs, mystical artifacts, and array plates. The items here were undoubtedly of a higher caliber than those found in the stalls of Huiyuan Xianqing. While the vendors in Huiyuan Xianqing displayed their spiritual herbs openly, here they were carefully arranged in boxes to preserve their potency, nearly achieving the standards of a proper shop. After a thorough exploration, Lin Yi found no stall selling foundational spiritual items, but he did come across vendors offering second-tier demon cores and meat from second-tier demon beasts. Gathering 3 or more second-tier demon cores along with other spiritual herbs could yield a batch of foundational elixirs, each of which could fetch upwards of 10,000 spirit stones. Although Lin Yi was not in need of wealth at the moment, he sought to earn some, so he spent several hundred spirit stones to procure a second-tier demon core. Additionally, he endeavored to collect various spiritual herbs required for ascension and foundational elixirs. Given the high grade and age of these herbs, he could not complete his collection from a single stall. Instead, he scoured different vendors but still fell short of acquiring all the ingredients for the 2 types of elixirs. As he continued his browsing, the sky gradually darkened. In the marketplace, some vendors began to pack up and leave, while others lit lanterns or spiritual lights to continue their business. Having found nothing of interest, Lin Yi sought guidance from a few chi-refining practitioners. He first checked into an inn and then inquired further until he arrived at the Qingxian Treasure House. The Qingxian Treasure House in Guangwei Xianqing was even more impressive than its counterpart in Huiyuan Xianqing. The entire tower boasted 7 stories, standing at an impressive 42 meters tall and occupying a significantly larger area. Upon entering, Lin Yi immediately noticed that even the attendants were of late-stage chi-refining caliber. Esteemed one, may I inquire what you wish to purchase today? One of the attendants approached Lin Yi, showing great respect. As all foundational practitioners were afforded such deference, I would like an invitation to the auction, and I am also interested in some spiritual herbs, Lin Yi stated plainly. Certainly, esteemed one, please follow me. An invitation to the auction costs 30 spirit stones. And on the day of the auction, a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones is required. Generally, items at the auction are priced above 5,000 spirit stones, so I hope you can prepare your funds accordingly. The attendant informed him as they moved to a counter. After receiving the invitation, Lin Yi couldn't help but internally lament, goodness, this Qingxian treasure house truly knows how to conduct business. Charging 30 spirit stones for an invitation means they must rake in tens of thousands even if nothing sells at the auction. After concluding the transaction for the auction invitation, Lin Yi was escorted by the attendant to a second-floor section dedicated to spiritual herbs, where he began searching for the materials he desired. Qingxian Treasure House maintained strict controls over the herbs related to foundational elixirs, and the primary ingredients were off-limits for sale. Consequently, Lin Yi could only find some auxiliary materials for crafting foundational elixirs. However, he successfully gathered the necessary herbs for refining ascension elixirs. The expenditure on numerous herbs had drained Lin Yi's finances considerably. Coupled with his previous purchases in the marketplace, he had lost over 10,000 spirit stones. Determined to earn more in preparation for the auction 3 days hence, Lin Yi continued to acquire materials for nurturing spirit elixirs. Although he had no use for these nurturing elixirs, selling them would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. After finishing his shopping, Lin Yi returned to his inn, opting for a more luxurious room complete with a private courtyard, allowing him to refine elixirs directly in the yard. Under the glow of the spiritual lights, Lin Yi began sorting the materials for the nurturing elixirs. Prior to this, He had merely skimmed through the second-tier alchemical inheritance acquired from the Zhang clan and had yet to successfully refine any elixirs. To enhance his success rate with ascension elixirs, it was essential to first practice with the second-tier nurturing elixirs. Once the materials were organized, Lin Yi retrieved the second-tier Xian Huang alchemical technique and meticulously reviewed the section on nurturing elixirs, mentally rehearsing the refining process multiple times before he finally commenced the actual refinement. Given the limited quantity of nurturing elixir materials, only 5 sets, he could not afford to be reckless as he might with first-tier elixirs, where he could rely on experience points for assurance. It was advantageous to learn diligently. The materials for the ascension elixirs were even scarcer, costing 6,000 spirit stones for just 1 set. Thus, he had only procured 2. As Lin Yi began the refining process, he carefully added the materials to the alchemical furnace in the correct order. After sealing the lid, he placed more charcoal beneath the furnace. Noticing the temperature was insufficient, he used his spiritual energy to ignite the elixir fire to raise the temperature. Refining second-tier elixirs was significantly more complex than first-tier ones, as certain materials required higher temperatures to melt. Typically, alchemists sought out earth fire refining rooms or relied on the elixir fire generated from their spiritual energy. While igniting the elixir fire did not consume much spiritual energy, it became impractical over extended periods. After refining the nurturing elixirs for over half an hour, Lin Yi realized that he had depleted 1/3 of his spiritual energy. At this rate, he could manage to refine only 3 batches of nurturing elixirs. It seems I must find an earth fire refining room tomorrow. In such a vast Guangwei Xianqing, there must be one available, Lin Yi murmured to himself, as he sensed the elixirs forming within the furnace. He opened the lid, performed the necessary incantations, and extracted the elixirs to cool on a porcelain plate. He managed to produce 1 quality elixir and 8 inferior ones, which he considered a satisfactory outcome. After reflecting on the process, Lin Yi cleaned the alchemical furnace, closed his eyes to recall the refining steps, and took notes to analyze where improvements could be made. Following this review, his alchemical experience surged, and his alchemical skill level rose to the minor completion stage of second-tier low-grade, 500-800. After a brief rest, he prepared for a second round of refining. Time swiftly passed and morning arrived. After 4 rounds of refining, Lin Yi barely elevated his alchemical skill to the major completion stage of second-tier low-grade, 1200. With this level of skill, crafting second-tier high-grade ascension elixirs would still pose a challenge. If he forced the process, he risked wasting materials. I should practice a bit more, he thought, gathering his materials and departing the inn to return to the marketplace. He needed to find a way to sell the newly refined nurturing elixirs and procure additional materials to facilitate his progress in alchemy. As he walked along the street, Lin Yi observed the surroundings, searching for foundational practitioners in their early stages. Nurturing elixirs were essential for early-stage foundational practitioners, and even inferior elixirs commanded prices above 100 spirit stones each, making them his target clientele. However, finding foundational practitioners amidst the throngs of people proved challenging. After much effort, he located one, only to discover that the practitioner dismissed his inferior nurturing elixirs, insisting on purchasing only the quality ones at 90% of market price. In that moment, Lin Yi felt as if he had returned to a year prior when he had roamed the streets peddling his talismans. Damn it! I'm clearly not cut out for sales. This is simply a waste of my time and energy. Some tasks are best left to the professionals. With a frustrated stomp, Lin Yi turned and entered a spirit elixir shop. Esteemed guest, what elixirs may I assist you with? Do you have ascension elixirs? Lin Yi inquired, leaving the attendant momentarily bewildered. We do not. Lin Yi had anticipated this outcome. If they had them for sale, he would not have bothered to refine them himself. He then produced his elixirs. I would like to sell some elixirs. These nurturing elixirs, how about 70% of the market price? This, I cannot decide on my own. Please wait a moment. The attendant glanced at the nurturing elixirs in Lin Yi's hands, and then hurried to the back room to relay the information via sound transmission. Moments later, a female foundational practitioner emerged from the back room. Is that not Huang Yao? Are you Shen Daoyu? Lin Yi recognized the woman and recalled Huang Yaoshi's words of caution. The individual appears to be named Shen Yuqing, an elder of the Qingxian sect's outer door, a second-tier alchemist, and currently 123 years of age. In her youth, she had a brief liaison with Huang Yaoshi, but grew disdainful of him for being a solitary cultivator, subsequently becoming involved with another elder of the Qingxian sect's outer door. However, That individual recently met an untimely demise. As for Huang Yao, that is the true name of Huang Yao Shura. Now that she is capable of concocting nourishing spirit pills, it seems you have made some progress over the years. I will purchase these pills at 60% of the market price. If you are unwilling to sell, then you may leave, Shen Yuqing declared with a tone of contempt. Chapter 90. Renting the Earth Fire Alchemy Room. Very well. Given our long-standing acquaintance, I shall concede a slight loss. Lin Yi preferred to avoid further complications, wishing to swiftly acquire spirit stones to purchase more spiritual herbs and materials, thereby continuing to enhance his proficiency and experience. Only by elevating his alchemical skills could he hope to concoct the Ascension Spirit Cleansing Pill. Old Huang, room 203 of the Fuchin Inn, come find me tonight. Noticing Lin Yi's acquiescence, Shen Yuqing was somewhat taken aback, circling around him to assess his physical condition, which elicited a slight gasp of surprise. This seems rather inappropriate. We both have families now. Lin Yi promptly declined with tact. Now, Shen Yuqing, at over a century old, despite her well-maintained appearance, had transformed into a mature woman in her 30s or 40s, which did not appeal to Lin Yi. What's inappropriate about it? Your spouse has passed. And so has my old man. You can come by, and in return for your assistance in alchemy, I can offer you a fair price, perhaps 80% of the market rate. If you choose not to come, then do not expect future visits. Leave at once. Shen Yuqing's delicate hand grasped Lin Yi's arm, feeling the robust muscles beneath, which further pleased her. I shall consider this matter carefully. Lin Yi hesitated momentarily, contemplating the urgency of departing. Should he find a suitable outlet elsewhere, he would prefer to avoid Shen Yuqing. Fine. It's settled then, Xiaowan. Make arrangements for old Huang. Shen Yuqing smiled, as if she had Lin Yi under her thumb. Soon, all the nourishing spirit pills Lin Yi had brought were sold, netting him over 4,000 spirit stones at 60% of the market price. Observing the ravenous look on Shen Yuqing's face, Lin Yi continued to engage her with a few casual remarks before hastily making his exit. Look at you, Shen Yuqing chuckled with delight at Lin Yi's hasty retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Huayuan, the elder of the Zhang clan, had been wandering aimlessly within the Guanghui Immortal City for quite some time, visiting several friends. Ultimately, he persuaded a mid-stage Foundation establishment friend to accompany him in seeking an audience with Huang Yaoshi to demand an explanation. However, in the vastness of Guanghui Immortal City, encountering one another proved to be quite a challenge. Thus, they planned to observe the situation at the upcoming auction, or perhaps return to Guanghui Immortal City to find Huang Yaoshi. After making his escape, Lin Yi continued to purchase a plethora of materials for concocting nourishing spirit pills, enhancing spirit pills, mysterious spirit pills, and returning spirit pills. After exercising his monetary prowess, he had a qi refining cultivator guide him to a rental area for earth fire alchemy rooms within Guanghui Immortal City. 1 spirit stone per day was somewhat pricey, yet not entirely unacceptable. After reviewing several price tags, Lin Yi stepped into the rental hall. Welcome to the Blazing Valley. Would the esteemed guest like to rent a second-tier earth fire alchemy room or a second-tier earth fire artifact refining room? A young attendant inquired eagerly. I'll take the second-tier earth fire alchemy room, please. Very well. It is 1 spirit stone per hour or 5 spirit stones for an entire day. How long would you like to rent it? The attendant continued. Wait, isn't it 1 spirit stone for a day? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Oh, that rate applies to the first-tier earth fire alchemy room. Did the esteemed guest not notice? That price is only for the lowest quality room. The attendant hurriedly explained. All right, then I will rent the second-tier earth fire alchemy room for 1 day, Lin Yi stated, unfazed by the cost, as he handed over 5 spirit stones. Time equates to money. In order to earn, he needed to concoct pills swiftly and sell them promptly. He resolved to be a relentless alchemical machine, unwilling to waste a moment on anything that could be expedited with money. A short while later, he was led by another attendant into an earth fire alchemy room. The room was rather small, measuring barely 10 square meters, and was quite empty, save for a stove elevated 20 centimeters above the ground. There was a knob beside the stove. Once the door was securely closed, Lin Yi attempted to turn the knob. With a loud pop, a fierce flame erupted in the center of the stove. Wow, this is quite impressive. It feels akin to using gas and natural gas, Lin Yi remarked. He continued to experiment with the knob, discovering that it could regulate the intensity of the flame. Once he understood its workings, he placed his alchemical furnace atop the stove. Gazing at the roaring flames, Lin Yi began to ponder how he could exploit a loophole to rapidly enhance his alchemical experience. I can utilize some inferior materials to brush up on my experience in talisman crafting. There is no reason I cannot do the same for alchemy, right? After contemplating for a considerable time, Lin Yi finally devised a strategy. A single batch of spiritual herbs typically yields 9 pills upon refinement. Therefore, I shall divide it into 9 portions and concoct them one by one. This method not only saves time, but also conserves some spiritual herb materials. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. However, in practice, this task presented some difficulty. A single batch of alchemical materials often requires a specific fruit or herb, making it inconvenient to divide it into 9 portions. This realization felt like a cold splash of water upon Lin Yi's head. Reluctantly, he continued with the standard alchemical process, handling the spiritual herb materials, preheating the furnace, adding the materials, maintaining heat, and extracting the essence to form the elixir. Just as he was about to condense the elixir into pills, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. With a snap, he retrieved Huang Yaoshi's first-tier high-grade alchemical furnace from his spatial ring, transferring all the elixirs from his own furnace to it. He then took 1/9 of the elixir back to his own furnace and commenced the incantation to condense it into a single pill. After a brief pause to allow the pill to fully form, he transferred it to a porcelain plate. Subsequently, he distanced himself from the furnace and summoned his attribute panel. Excellent. I have already gained 1 point of guaranteed experience. I shall continue. Lin Yi smirked wickedly, immediately trying to transfer 8/9 of the elixir to condense another pill. After toiling for a quarter of an hour, Lin Yi transformed the original batch of 9 pills into a series of individual condensations. Through this method, his attribute panel increased by 9 points of guaranteed experience. He continued to review the process, accumulating learning experience points, and repeated the procedure until his second-tier low-grade alchemy skill reached a consummate level. Chapter 91. Spiritual Affinity of Rank A. Thereafter, Lin Yi ceased the production of nourishing spirit pills and began crafting second-tier mid-grade enhancing spirit pills. By employing both the pill-splitting technique and the recollection and analysis method to gain experience. Lin Yi managed to elevate his second-tier mid-grade alchemical skill to perfection after only 4 batches of enhancing spirit pills. Once completed, he proceeded to concoct second-tier upper-grade mysterious spirit pills, attempting to further enhance his experience level. However, due to his limited cultivation, the analytical learning method was less effective. Nonetheless, the pill-splitting technique still guaranteed that he would accumulate 9 points of guaranteed experience each time. With 800 points required for minor completion, Lin Yi produced 5 batches of mysterious spirit pills, garnering only 400 points. While Lin Yi tirelessly pursued experience points, Shen Yuqing, residing in room 203 of the Fuchin Inn, waited in vain for Lin Yi's arrival throughout the night. By the next day, she could only curse as she returned to the Qingxian Spirit Pill Pavilion, preparing to unleash her fury upon Huang Yaoshi and sever all business ties with him. The following noon, a voice rang out from outside the alchemy room. Esteemed guest, your time in the Earth Fire Alchemy Room has concluded. Would you like to extend your stay or depart? Extend for 1 day? Please. That will be 5 spirit stones. Lin Yi opened the door, tossed out 5 spirit stones, and promptly closed the door again. Before gaining a boost in cultivation, I suspect it will be somewhat challenging to continue refining first-tier upper-grade alchemy skills. However, with my current minor completion level, I should still be able to produce inferior-grade pills. If fortune smiles upon me, creating a genuine grade pill isn't out of the question. Resolutely, Lin Yi shifted his focus away from the mysterious spirit pills and began crafting Ascension spirit-cleansing pills. After such an extensive period of alchemical practice, he had become quite adept, with minimal errors in processing the pills. The extraction of spiritual essence and the condensation of the pills posed no significant issues. Indeed, as anticipated in his first batch, he successfully produced 1 genuine grade pill and 8 inferior grade ones. By the second batch, the situation improved slightly, yielding 2 genuine grade pills. With the materials in hand, I shall test their efficacy. After tidying the alchemy room and extinguishing the earth fire, Lin Yi eagerly consumed one of the Ascension spirit cleansing pills, eagerly anticipating the effects of his long-awaited efforts. After the Shangling Shisui Dan dissolved in his mouth, Lin Yi experienced a sensation akin to savoring mint candy, a refreshing wave enveloping him, as if every pore in his body had been opened. To enhance this effect, Lin Yi deliberately activated a cleansing talisman, ensuring he was impeccably clean from head to toe. A quarter of an hour later, as the effects of the elixir waned, Lin summoned his attribute panel for a quick examination. The cultivation aptitude section had undergone some changes. Cultivation aptitude. Mixed 5 elements spiritual roots. Pseudo-water, fire, and with 3 spiritual roots, spiritual energy affinity. Upper B grade. As long as it was beneficial. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin popped another Shengling Shisui Dan into his mouth. Consuming these elixirs was indeed somewhat addictive. After finishing one, he craved another. Ultimately, he consumed all 3 authentic Shengling Shisui Dan, and his spiritual energy affinity was forcibly elevated to a lower A grade. Upon attempting to meditate and cultivate, Lin felt a newfound closeness to the external spiritual energy. Noticing that the amount absorbed into his body had increased by 70 to 80% compared to when it was at B grade. This indicated that his cultivation speed could potentially increase by a significant margin in the future. How exhilarating it was to feel like a genius. It seemed imperative for him to continue refining his alchemy skills to produce superior Shengling Shisui Dan and further enhance his spiritual energy affinity. Lin mused with a sense of wonder. After regaining his composure, he immersed himself back into the endeavor of refining elixirs to gain experience. During his continuous alchemical pursuits, he developed a new method for experience farming, throwing multiple batches of herbal materials into the alchemy furnace simultaneously, creating a grand amalgamation, and then extracting a substantial amount of elixir liquid to transfer into another container for separation and solidification into individual pills. This approach allowed him to amass experience points ranging from 27 to as much as 45 in just a quarter of an hour more than the usual time taken to refine a single batch. However, such reckless behavior came with a cost. The previously effective methods of experience analysis and learning were rendered entirely ineffective, and the quality of the elixirs produced was predominantly inferior, with genuine products being exceedingly rare. And superior ones merely a distant dream. Nonetheless, Lin was not overly concerned about the quality of the elixirs. Producing inferior ones still ensured he would not incur losses and could indeed profit. After procuring a substantial quantity of spiritual herb materials from outside, he resumed his frenzied pursuit of alchemical expertise. Within just a day, Lin elevated his alchemy proficiency to the 2nd tier. Achieving great success, 32-1200. At this stage, he had a chance to refine superior elixirs. Therefore, he no longer fixated on experience points, but instead began to attempt refining Shengling Shisui Dan once more. After 2 consecutive batches, he succeeded in producing 1 superior elixir in the 2nd batch and struck fortune in the 3rd, yielding 3 superior elixirs. With these superior Shengling Shisui Dan in hand, Lin eagerly consumed them, initiating the refining process. The changes in his cultivation aptitude were reflected on the attribute panel, with the spiritual energy affinity stabilizing at an upper A grade. Upon attempting to cultivate, he discovered that his current cultivation speed had increased by an additional 20% compared to the previous enhancement. He had a strong sense that if his spiritual energy affinity were to improve just a tad more, he would embody the very essence of a favored child of heaven and earth. Regrettably, the effects of only the initial 2 superior Shengling Shisui Dan were significant. The subsequent ones yielded no results whatsoever. It seemed that he had reached the limits of what the Shengling Shisui Dan could provide. Nevertheless, considering the progress he had made, it was already quite remarkable. With his spiritual energy affinity enhanced and his cultivation speed more than doubled, he estimated that his advancement to the mid-foundation stage could now be achieved in a mere 2 months. Feeling a sense of contentment, Lin shifted his focus towards foundation-building spiritual items. However, he soon realized a pressing issue. His pockets were nearly devoid of spiritual stones, having been entirely consumed in purchasing spiritual herb materials, which were then refined into elixirs. He needed to sell the elixirs to generate funds. Chapter 92. A woman 3 years older, ascending to the immortal class. The auction event was scheduled for tomorrow, and Lin knew he had to hastily sell off his elixirs to accumulate more spiritual stones. However, in such a short time frame, where could he possibly sell these inferior elixirs? Looking at the elixirs in his possession, Lin felt a pang of despair. If they were superior elixirs, many would be eager to acquire them. But these inferior ones would not be so easily sold. He was in a hurry, fearing he might have to sell them at a loss. Was he to resort to courting mature women? Oh heavens! In the alchemy chamber, Lin lamented dramatically, unsure of how to proceed. His commotion was overheard by the attendants outside, who mistakenly assumed he had failed in his alchemical endeavors. Senior, It's all right if the alchemy didn't succeed. Just do your best next time. Your time is up. May I ask if you wish to renew? An attendant inquired from the doorway of the chamber. No need. I'm leaving now. Linny quickly suppressed his discontent and replied coolly. He then tidied up the alchemy chamber and exited. As he walked down the bustling street under the blazing sun. Lin E calculated it was around noon, with an entire afternoon and evening ahead. Would he be able to offload these elixirs? With so many elixirs on hand, how many could he realistically find buyers for? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Lin E entered a street-side elixir shop. Shopkeeper, do you accept second-tier elixirs? Most of these are inferior. Approaching the counter, Lin E spoke straightforwardly, presenting his elixirs. Senior, we are Lingdan Pavilion, primarily a retail outlet for elixirs, not a procurement place. Furthermore, we mainly sell elixirs suitable for chi refinement practitioners. We cannot deal in second-tier elixirs. I'm very sorry. The shopkeeper, sensing Lin E's cultivation level, refrained from offending him and politely declined. Very well, Lin E sighed in resignation and departed. Moments later, he arrived at another slightly larger Lingdan Pavilion, only to receive a similar response. Fortunately, the shopkeeper here was a foundation-building practitioner who required some cultivation elixirs and agreed to purchase a small batch at 70% of the price. Yet, the quantity taken was only a fraction of what Lin E had. After a fruitless afternoon, he eventually found himself at the Qingxian Lingdan Pavilion. To avoid being taken advantage of, Lin E transformed into the guise of Lin Yanju. Go and call your manager Shun. I wish to sell you a batch of second-tier elixirs at a low price. Upon entering, Lin E instructed the attendant. I'm terribly sorry. Our manager Shun has stated that we only accept goods sent from the sect and do not purchase elixirs from outside. The attendant flatly rejected him. What? Just a few days ago, I saw a Dan master surnamed Huang selling elixirs here, Lin E questioned, beginning to suspect they were targeting him. As you mentioned, it was a master surnamed Huang, who has connections with our manager, so it's entirely different. Senior, you are not here to buy elixirs. Please leave and do not disrupt our business. The attendant continued to refuse and began ushering him out. Although she had merely the cultivation of the 7th layer of chi refinement, her backing from the Qingxian sect allowed her to carry out her duties without fear of any foundation-building practitioners causing her trouble. Fine, I understand, Lin E conceded reluctantly. However, after a while, he returned in the guise of Huang Yaoshi. Da was Shun. Come out. I'm here. At this point, resorting to some charm was unavoidable. You old dog Huang, you didn't come to my place when I called you. Now get lost. Shen Yuqing emerged from the back, scolding him. Lin E noted the sway of her hips and the lack of genuine animosity on her face, realizing she was speaking in jest. If he could appease her, there should be no issue. Oh, Yuqing, I've encountered some troubles recently. I really wanted to visit you. I've made up my mind. I can come to accompany you tonight. To build rapport, Lin E directly addressed her by name. Seeing the old man flirting with her manager, the attendant Gua Xiaowan felt a chill run down her spine. However, Shen Yuqing was indeed taken in by the flattery. You scoundrel, why didn't you say something? I've been waiting for you for so long. Shen Yuqing approached Lin E, speaking in a sweet, childlike voice. Her forced innocence left Lin E speechless. Money was hard to earn and distasteful to swallow. For the sake of profit, he had no choice but to endure. Observing the scene before her, Gua Xiaowan felt as if the sun had risen from the west. It was utterly inconceivable. She quickly turned away, pretending to see nothing, lest Shen Yuqing silence her forever. I apologize, Yuqing. This evening, I shall certainly accommodate your wishes. Whatever you desire, I shall heed your commands. However, at this moment, I require your assistance with a minor task. Lin E directly enveloped Shen Yuqing in his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her body and feeling the softness of her slender waist. It appeared that she was not as unbearable as he had initially thought. With a life expectancy limit of 280 years in the later stages of foundation building, and currently at the age of 123, she could be likened to a refined woman of 35 among ordinary mortals with an average lifespan of 80 years. Moreover, her well-maintained appearance suggested she had consumed beauty-enhancing elixirs, making her countenance peak in allure. The saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man holds a golden brick. A woman 100 years older brings glory and wealth. A woman 3,000 years older ranks among the celestial beings. I am willing to do anything. What is it that you require? Shen Yuqing leaned closer to Lin E, greedily inhaling his scent. I recently acquired a batch of second-tier inferior elixirs and hope you can assist me in handling them. The quantity is rather substantial, and I am uncertain if your establishment can accommodate it. Linny replied somewhat awkwardly. No worries. As long as they are second-tier elixirs, we should be able to manage. Shun Yuqing readily affirmed. Very well, then, please assess the value of these elixirs, and as you mentioned, I shall pay you 80% of the market price. Linny activated his spatial ring, producing numerous vials of elixirs. Chapter 93. A lucrative transaction. I am eager to see what elixirs you have brought. Shin Yuqing released Lin Yi from her embrace and began inspecting the array of elixirs he had displayed on the counterpoint: 5 vials of revival elixirs, 15 vials of nurturing elixirs, 6 vials of enhancement elixirs, 23 vials of profound elixirs, and a single vial of spirit elevation cleansing elixir. A complete vial of spirit elevation cleansing elixir. Upon discovering the vial, Shun Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Recently, she had sought to obtain such an elixir. Yet none were available in the market, as it was rumored that the formula was known to very few, on the verge of being lost to time. Furthermore, its refinement was exceedingly difficult, even within the Qingxian sect. Only a handful could successfully concoct it. What, unable to handle it? Linny asked with concern. He had already learned that these spirit elevation cleansing elixirs commanded a high price. Even inferior ones would start at 9,000 spirit stones at auction. Presenting so many vials, combined with the other elixirs, would value in the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, making it entirely reasonable for Shan Yuqing's Lingdan Pavilion to be unable to procure them. Even though he was disguised as the famed Huang Yaoshi, with the so-called later-stage foundation-building cultivation, he dared only to present this one vial of 9 spirit elevation cleansing elixirs, leaving the remaining 31 in his inventory undisclosed. No problem, certainly I can handle it. Xiaowan, calculate the total for old Huang, and pay him 80% of the market price. Shin Yuqing composed herself and instructed Guxiaowan. Yes, Master Shan, Guxiaowan complied, beginning to tally and assess the elixirs Linny had produced. She was meticulous, ensuring not a single spirit stone was overlooked. Most of these elixirs were inferior, yet a small quantity were of good and superior quality, so she calculated based on their proper prices rather than solely on inferior ones. Naturally, after the tally, the superior elixirs were set aside to prevent them from being undervalued among the inferior ones. After a quarter of an hour of diligent calculation using an abacus, Guxiaowan reported. Master Shin, the total amount is substantial. The market price is 369,895 spirit stones, with 80% being 295,916 spirit stones. The most valuable among them are the profound elixirs, followed by the spirit elevation cleansing elixirs. What? So much? Shin Yuqing was taken aback upon hearing this. Too much. Can your Qingxian Lingdan Pavilion not handle it? Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi began to worry. Naturally, that is impossible. Our Qingxian Lingdan Pavilion is backed by the Qingxian sect, and we can still liaise with Qingxian Baolu. How could we not manage? Just wait for me, Shan Yuqing asserted confidently, then retreated to the back room. Moments later, she emerged with a storage pouch containing 296,000 spirit stones, which she tossed to Lin Yi. Here, this contains 296,000. It is getting late, so don't think of escaping. You will come with me shortly. Very well, Lin Yi acquiesced. What is meant to happen will come eventually. There is no avoiding it. He then found a spot within the Qingxian Lingdan Pavilion to sit and await her return. He continued waiting until evening when Shan Yuqing took Lin Yi with her. Leaving Guxiaowan and a few other employees to oversee the Lingdan Pavilion. In room 203 of Fuchin residence, Lin Yi indulged in a wild night with Shun Yuqing, marking a price for this elixir transaction. Yuqing, I now feel like an old man. What do you find appealing about me? What old man? You are still quite capable. I want more. Reluctantly, Lin Yi spent the entire night with her, leaving behind a communication jade talisman to maintain contact. The next morning, just as Lin Yi was preparing to depart, Shun Yuqing began to inquire about matters beyond their romantic escapades. Old Huang, where did you acquire those spirit elevation cleansing elixirs? Do you have more? And can you obtain good and superior quality ones? Naturally, I refine them myself, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. How could that be? Aren't you only capable of concocting inferior nurturing elixirs? Shin Yuqing regarded Lin Yi with suspicion. Not at all. Those inferior nurturing elixirs, revival elixirs, and enhancement elixirs were refined by my disciple, Lin Yanju. while the profound elixirs and spirit elevation cleansing elixirs were indeed my creations, Lin Yi hastily explained. I see. So you are capable of continuing to refine more spirit elevation cleansing elixirs, Shin Yuqing exclaimed, realizing the implications. Yes, I still have some spirit elevation cleansing elixirs on hand, but I hesitate to present them all at once, fearing you might not be able to assist in handling them. Considering they had already engaged in deep conversation without discovering his ruse, Lin Yi grew bolder and produced another vial of spirit elevation cleansing elixir, which included one superior quality elixir. This is quite good. There is indeed one superior quality elixir here. Shan Yuqing seized the vial, inspecting it with her spiritual perception, then extracted the superior quality spirit elevation cleansing elixir. Old Huang, I shall take this elixir as a gift. How does that sound? You are likely to attend the auction, correct? I will also assist in selling these remaining 8 elixirs for you, ensuring you have more spirit stones for the auction. Very well then, consider it a gift. As Lin Yi consented, Shan Yuqing became exceedingly excited. Thank you, Old Huang. Come, time is of the essence. We mustn't be late. After securing the elixirs, she urged Lin Yi to change his attire and departed swiftly, returning to the Qingxian Lingdan Pavilion to hand him the spirit stones for the remaining 8 spirit elevation cleansing elixirs. With the spirit stones in hand, Lin Yi hurried towards Qingxian Baolu. Along the way, to ensure safety, he adopted a new alias, Lin Fuqing. This new persona, a middle-aged handsome man exuding the prowess of peak foundation building, would help him display his wealth without drawing undue attention. Unbeknownst to him, this maneuver caused Zhang Huayuan to miss his mark, buying Lin Yi and Huang Fu valuable time. As the auction approached, an increasing number of foundation building and post-refinement cultivators flocked to Qingxian Baolu. Following the guidance of Qingxian sect disciples, they presented their anonymous invitations and submitted a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones to receive an auction token, granting them access to the auction venue on the 5th floor. Chapter 94. Clear Spirit Monkey Wine. Disguised as a peak foundation building figure, Lin Yi enjoyed considerable privileges, being assigned to a private room on the 6th floor, avoiding the crowd in the auction hall below. The auction hall was on the 5th floor, while Lin Yi's room on the 6th provided a superior view, a delightful experience. While it would be unfavorable at a concert due to the distance from the stage, at an auction, where all attendees were cultivators with keen eyesight and hearing, the privacy and sense of status in the room were advantageous. While awaiting the auction's commencement, a young lady in a fitted uniform approached Lin Yi's private room. Balancing a tray, she softly inquired, "Senior Lin, would you prefer tea or some fruit wine?" "Tea will suffice," Lin Yi replied coolly. The young lady began to brew the tea, unknowingly leaning in closely, presenting a rather enticing view as she bent over. After preparing the tea, she offered it to Lin Yi, the inviting aroma of the brew mingling with her own delicate fragrance. "Senior Lin, please enjoy your tea. I think I shall savor something else first," Lin Yi said with a sly smile, taking the teacup and placing it on the table. With a slight exertion of his energy, he summoned a force to gently pull the young lady into his embrace. "My dear, are you attempting to tempt me? If Senior Lin says so, then it must be true." The young girl responded ambiguously, then promptly sealed her lips, unwilling to elaborate further, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Tio the uninitiated. One might mistake her for a novice in such matters. Every foundational cultivator was someone worth her efforts to please. If she successfully ensnared one, she would undoubtedly secure some benefits, should anyone attempt to exploit her. Her status as a disciple of the Qingxian sect would not be easily dismissed. Lin Yi scanned the young girl with his spiritual sense, discovering that she was far from the innocent facade she presented. He immediately changed his demeanor, tossing down 50 spirit stones, and commanded, "Arrange some special services for me, and also divulge the treasures that will be available at this auction." "Certainly, Senior," the young girl promptly agreed. Securing the spirit stones before closing the door and activating a concealment array to prevent any prying eyes from witnessing the proceedings within, thus safeguarding the guest's privacy. After completing these tasks, she returned to Lin Yi's side, providing him with special services while explaining, "Senior Lin, the items for sale at our auction primarily consist of elixirs, magical artifacts, and rare treasures. Why don't you tell me what you desire? I can inform you about their availability. Are there any legacy texts? That is unlikely. Even if there were, they would only be fragmented pages. Such texts represent the foundational heritage of a faction, and everyone guards them jealously. preferring to let them fade into obscurity rather than share them with outsiders. The young girl shook her head. Then surely there are foundational spirit items. I seek those of metal and earth attributes. Linny felt a twinge of disappointment and pressed further. There must be foundational spirit items available. However, I cannot guarantee the attributes. The only one I know of is an earth attribute sand spirit. As the dialogue unfolded, Linny gained a clearer understanding of the treasures that would be featured at the auction. Time swiftly passed, and around 10 o'clock in the morning, the young girl's special services concluded. And she began to massage Lin Yi's shoulders. At that moment, an auctioneer emerged from a side door, taking the stage. This auctioneer was also a striking beauty, possessing mid-foundation cultivation, dressed in a red qipao that revealed her fair neck and shoulders, exuding an air of festive elegance coupled with an aura of unattainable allure. Esteemed guests, welcome to the annual grand auction of the Qing Xian Treasure Pavilion in Guangwei Immortal City. I am your auctioneer, Su Wanqing. Please note the following regulations. During the auction, loud talking is prohibited during non-bidding phases, and during bidding phases, coercing others to withdraw their bids based on one's status or cultivation level is strictly forbidden. Now, let us present our first item for bidding, the Clear Spirit Monkey Wine. After a quarter hour of procedural announcements, auctioneer Su Wanqing produced a long-necked blue and white porcelain bottle from her spatial ring and placed it on a table at the center of the stage. This wine is brewed by second-tier demon monkeys using various spiritual fruits. It has been verified to contain a significant amount of spiritual energy. Consuming this wine can enhance one's cultivation to some extent and help cleanse minor pill toxins from the body, making it suitable for early and mid-foundation cultivators. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 50 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. As Su Wanqing's words faded, a flurry of bids erupted from the foundational cultivators in attendance. 1, 200, 1, 300, 1, 500. Within the private room, Lin Yi peered through the window at the ongoing bidding, developing a keen interest in the Clear Spirit Monkey Wine. Considering the ways he knew to cleanse pill toxins, primarily through daily meals and the body's natural elimination processes, or through prolonged meditation to gradually expel deeper toxins, he realized he had some toxins troubling him that he had long wished to eliminate. Weighing his options, he instructed the young girl, "Place a bid for me at 3,000. Understood." The young girl responded, moving to the door and calling out, "Room 6 bids 3,000 spirit stones." With the private room making its move, the price leaped from the low thousands to the mid-thousands, causing many to hesitate and withdraw their bids. Auctioneer Su Wanqing observed the sudden silence and struck her gavel. Congratulations to the guest in room 6 for securing the Clear Spirit Monkey Wine. Subsequently, a female cultivator in the late qi refinement stage emerged from a side door to retrieve the bottle of wine. Moments later, the Clear Spirit Monkey Wine arrived in Lin Yi's private room, and the transaction was settled. Su Wanqing continued with the auction, introducing the next item, a low-grade magical artifact sword, suitable not only for flight, but also for engaging in regular combat. Lin Yi found himself somewhat interested in this item as well. However, having already exhausted the Zheng family's treasury and inherited assets from Huang Yaoshi, he did not feel the need to bid for another sword. Following the sword, several other magical artifacts were auctioned off. Magical artifacts were essential tools for foundational cultivators. Ordinary mysterious tools only transmitted the cultivator's power, whereas magical artifacts featured more complex patterns and formations. Slightly advanced magical artifacts could store magical energy, allowing the user to unleash powerful attacks with a mere thought or a fraction of their magic. Such capabilities significantly reduced the necessity for second-tier attack talismans, which were seldom available for purchase in the market, primarily offering defensive and auxiliary talismans instead. Listening to auctioneer Su Wanqing's repeated descriptions of the magical artifacts, Lin Yi felt a growing desire to delve into the art of crafting magical artifacts himself, envisioning the creation of some formidable spiritual artillery. Just a slight activation would unleash tremendous power. What a thrilling prospect! He also recalled his earlier battle with Zhang Xiaohua, realizing that Zhang had likely underestimated him by not employing many magical artifacts. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Lin Yi to easily vanquish him with a few spells. In that moment, Lin Yi began to place greater importance on magical artifacts, resolving to refine the ones he had acquired from Huang Yaoshi and the Zheng family after the auction. Enhancing his own combat prowess, as time passed, the items being auctioned grew increasingly valuable, with the bidding for spirit stones escalating from the initial 2 or 3,000 to 7 or 8,000. Our next auction item is a foundational spirit item, a sand spirit, which cultivators practicing earth attribute techniques should take note of. Refining this sand spirit can enhance your spiritual root. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. Su Wanqing's announcement jolted Lin Yi from his daydreams about magical artillery back to the present. The foundational cultivators in the auction hall had already begun placing bids. And by the time Lin Yi prepared to bid, the price had already ascended to 9,000 spirit stones. After some contemplation, he resolved to acquire this item and instructed the young girl, "Go, place a bid for me at 12,000 spirit stones." "Yes," she replied, moving to the door once more to announce, "Room 6 bids 12,000 spirit stones." With her call, the auction hall fell silent again. Those within the private room were either late-stage foundational cultivators or individuals of high status and wealth. Ensuring they were not lacking in spirit stones, the bids from the auction hall were visible to all, while the occupants of the private room remained unseen. Bidding against those in the private room required everyone to carefully consider their own capabilities, weighing the consequences of offending them. Without a doubt, the sand spirit was successfully secured by Lin Yi. The auction continued, featuring foundational elixirs, various foundational spirit items, and cultivation pills for the foundational stage, as well as second-tier array plates. All presented in succession. An hour passed swiftly, during which Lin Yi lavishly spent tens of thousands of spirit stones, acquiring a metal attribute foundational spirit item, the platinum Xian crystal, and a spirit fruit. The Xiling fruit, which was used for refining third-tier elixirs. The young girl bid him farewell, her eyes brimmed with admiration, hoping Lin Yi would maintain a connection with her, perhaps exchanging a communication jade symbol for future correspondence. However, Lin Yi showed no inclination to entertain her. He simply departed. The disguise of Lin Fuqing had served its purpose. Pretending to be at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation was perilous should his true identity be uncovered. After leaving the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion, Lin Yi wandered aimlessly through Guanghui Immortal City, eventually finding a secluded corner where he shed the Lin Fuqing guise and resumed his identity as Lin Yanju. Subsequently, he employed his financial prowess to discover locations within Guanghui Immortal City that offered rental cave abodes. Now, he needed to refine his treasures, and such foundational cave abodes were far more suitable than ordinary inns, which lacked the abundant spiritual energy and sufficient spiritual pressure necessary to maintain the effectiveness of the treasures. He had just rented a foundation establishment cave in the Qingxian Cave District when he received a message conveyed through a jade talisman from Shan Yuqing. "Old Huang, why haven't my people received any news about your attendance at the auction? Did you really go?" After reading the message, Lin Yi felt a moment of disorientation. Should he sever ties with Shan Yuqing now, or maintain this illicit relationship a while longer? It was indeed curious that Shan Yuqing, having engaged in such intimate activities with him, had yet to realize that he was not Huang Yaoshi. Or perhaps she had realized but chose not to expose him. After all, having more friends could open more paths. He decided to maintain the status quo, as he bore no losses in doing so. With a sigh, Lin Yi began to activate the jade talisman to respond to her. "Yuqing, I have arranged for a friend to attend. There are no issues, and he has successfully acquired what I desired. In a few days, I will be leaving Guanghui Xian City to return to Huiyuan Xian City. Before I depart, I will visit you for one last night as a farewell." "All right." Upon receiving Shan Yuqing's reply, Lin Yi settled into his newly rented foundation establishment cave and began to meditate and cultivate. After a brief period of practice to assess his current cultivation speed, he discovered that his progress had indeed accelerated to more than double what it had been prior to consuming the Shangling Shisui Dan. Having recorded his current cultivation speed, Lin Yi took out the sand essence. Much like refining the flame stone milk, he applied it directly to the nape of his neck and then lay down on the bed, circulating his techniques to absorb the earth attribute energy from the sand essence. As his techniques operated, the special energy from the sand essence was gradually drawn into the upper end of his spiritual root and was subsequently guided into the earth's spiritual root, continuously nourishing it towards a better development. During this prolonged refining process, Lin Yi felt a dull pain in his spine, momentarily tempted to stop, but upon noticing the changes in his attribute panel, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a quarter of an hour, the pain subsided, and the changes in the attribute panel stabilized. Cultivation aptitude. Inferior gold spiritual root, medium wood, water, fire, earth spiritual roots, spiritual energy affinity, above average. Chapter 96, Xyling fruit. Astonishing. It turns out my original spiritual root was so subpar. They even categorize spiritual roots into 4 grades: upper, middle, lower, and extreme. Observing the new changes in the cultivation aptitude section of the attribute panel, Lin Yi could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. It seemed that he should be able to further enhance his spiritual roots, which would subsequently boost his cultivation speed. After some quiet contemplation, Lin Yi took out the platinum Xianjing, a gold attribute foundation establishment spiritual object. He placed it at the nape of his neck and resumed the refining process. To his surprise, refining the platinum Xianjing was even more agonizing than the sand essence. The entire process felt akin to having needles incessantly jabbed into his spine, yet he was compelled to remain motionless, unable to resist or halt. Stopping would mean losing all progress. This torment continued for another 15 minutes. Perhaps due to the larger quantity of the platinum Xianjing, the enhancement effect was also significant. Ultimately, his cultivation aptitude improved to superior gold spiritual root, medium wood, water, fire, earth spiritual roots, spiritual energy affinity, above average. With a slight gold minor 5 elements spiritual body. Goodness, I am now considered a small genius. However, to become an even more formidable talent, I must acquire additional foundation establishment spiritual objects. I truly regret not purchasing more at the auction. Now it seems I must wait until next year's event, Lin Yi muttered to himself as he cleansed his body of impurities and sat down on the meditation mat, initiating a new round of cultivation. After a brief assessment, he discovered that his current cultivation speed had increased considerably, primarily due to the enhanced conversion speed of spiritual energy. Currently, he was practicing the Qingyang Ju, which related to the attributes of gold, wood, and fire. The enhancements to the earth and water spiritual roots had no impact on his cultivation speed. Rather, the improvement of the gold spiritual root had significantly accelerated his progress, doubling his previous speed. Thus, if he were to return to the Huang Residence's foundation establishment cave and cultivate fervently, he might very well reach the mid-foundation establishment stage within a month. However, Lin Yi did not forget the other 2 treasures he had purchased at the auction. He first took out the Qingling monkey wine and inspected it with the eye of a second-tier high-ranking alchemist. After confirming that the wine was harmless and extremely beneficial, he uncorked it and drank it all in one go. Once the spiritual wine entered his stomach, Lin Yi began to fervently circulate his Qingxian Ju, drawing the spiritual power from the wine, starting from his stomach to his blood, and then transferring it to his meridians, allowing it to flow throughout. Moments later, the alcohol and the unique spiritual power of the wine surged between his skin and meridians, condensing into copious amounts of sweat while expelling some minor Dan poison. After refining, Lin Yi employed a cleansing technique on himself, feeling refreshed and considerably lighter. Upon conducting a thorough internal examination, he found that 70% of the stubborn Dan poison had been eradicated. The remaining 30% would not significantly hinder his cultivation. After a brief rest, Lin Yi took out the 3rd-tier spiritual fruit, Xyling fruit, and took a bite, then resumed his cultivation. A small incision appeared on the Xyling fruit. Its spiritual energy began to dissipate into the atmosphere. Had it not been for Lin Yi's careful arrangement of a gathering spirit array around the meditation mat, much of this spiritual energy would have been lost. Just a small bite of the Xyling fruit filled him with spiritual power comparable to that of the Xianling Dan. After spending a few minutes rapidly refining it, he discovered that his experience points on the attribute panel had increased by 3 points. Akin to the experience gained from refining the Xianling Dan, the difference was that he refined it much faster, and there was no Dan poison involved. Watching the continuously dissipating spiritual power, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret and hastily took a larger bite, continuing to refine it in an effort to absorb more spiritual energy into his body. An hour passed before Lin Yi finished the palm-sized Xyling fruit, and his cultivation experience points surged by over 700, transforming him into the early foundation establishment stage, 987-3000. Just 1 Xyling fruit could boost my cultivation experience points by such a significant amount. It seems that spending 60,000 spirit stones on this Xyling fruit was truly worthwhile. If I could acquire 3 more of such fruits, I could directly break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. It was a pity that there had only been this single edible spiritual fruit at the auction. Lin Yi lamented, thinking that he should not waste the time spent renting this Foundation establishment cave. He proceeded to set up a spirit flame pressure array, embarking on a new round of experience point gathering. The dual enhancement of his spiritual roots and spiritual energy affinity allowed his cultivation speed to multiply, and as he resumed cultivating in this favorable environment, Lin Yi found that his rate of experience point accumulation had quadrupled. After 1 hour, he could gather 16 experience points. If he were to engage in relentless, uninterrupted cultivation, he could accumulate 192 experience points in a day, potentially reaching mid-foundation establishment within approximately 11 days. For a moment, Lin Yi contemplated breaking through to mid-foundation establishment here before returning to Huiyuan City, but due to concerns about the situation in Huiyuan, he ultimately decided to leave the Qingxian Cave district the following day when his cave rental expired. Transforming back into Huang Yaoshi's guise to visit Shen Yuqing at the Qingxian Spirit Pill Pavilion. Yuqing, I intend to leave tomorrow. Not lingering for long, he inquired. What is there in Huiyuan City that you find so enticing? My disciple and granddaughter are both there. More importantly, I have a safe place to cultivate. Enjoying access to a second-tier low-grade spiritual vein. Lin Yi explained. Is that all? Shen Yuqing found it somewhat amusing. As a late Foundation establishment elder of the Qingxian sect, she had a cave established on a second-tier high-grade spiritual vein. All Foundation establishment cultivators of the Qingxian sect could also obtain a decent second-tier cave for cultivation. Oh, Yuqing, you mustn't be so oblivious to the struggles of the world. Outside the sect, acquiring a decent cultivation cave is exceedingly difficult. Lin Yi understood her implication and promptly retorted. Then, he inquired further, by the way. Yuqing, do you know who might have xiling fruits or similar spiritual fruits capable of refining third-tier pills? I can offer spirit stones to purchase them, or I can assist with alchemy. I am now a second-tier high-ranking alchemist. Having more connections means more opportunities. Shen Yuqing, being a Foundation establishment elder of the Qingxian sect, likely had access to such resources. Chapter 97. Rapid Rise in Cultivation. Xiling fruits and similar third-tier spiritual fruits? Our sect must have some. With my sect S points, I could exchange for a few. But what can you offer me in return? Shen Yuqing squinted, resting her chin on her hand as she regarded Lin Yi. Didn't I mention? I am now a second-tier high-ranking alchemist with great earning potential. Name your price. Heard that a xiling fruit was auctioned for 60,000 spirit stones, so I will offer 100,000 spirit stones each. Lin Yi firmly believed that money could move mountains. If it couldn't, then it was surely a matter of insufficient funds. Interesting, old Huang, but I don't want spirit stones. You need to procure 9 ascending spirit and washing marrow pills for me, all of which must be genuine and above standard, with at least 2 being of superior quality. If you can manage that, I will return to the sect and exchange 2 third-tier spiritual fruits for you. Shen Yuqing replied with a smile. While spirit stones are indeed valuable, possessing them does not always guarantee the acquisition of exceptional items. No worries. Yuqing, how long will it take you to exchange for the third-tier spirit fruit upon your return? As for the spirit elevation and essence cleansing pill, I estimate I can provide it to you by tomorrow. Lin Yi readily agreed. Now, if you wish to expedite the process, I shall inquire with the elders within Guangwei Immortal City shortly. If they lack the item, I will return to the sect and come back, which should take about 2 days. Shen Yuqing calculated the time. Very well, Yuqing, let us both act swiftly. I will assist you in procuring the spirit elevation and essence cleansing pill right away. You seek to enhance your affinity for spiritual energy, thus facilitating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, correct? Indeed. Are you not also utilizing these spirit fruits in your attempts to break through? Agreed. Then let us part ways and commence our respective tasks. After concluding their discussion, the two swiftly set off on their separate missions. Time waits for no one. Lin Yi seized every moment. He swiftly departed from the Qingxian Spirit Pill Pavilion and ventured to the street market outside. Scouring for materials to procure as many spirit elevation and essence cleansing pill ingredients as he could, purchasing materials in the market proved to be considerably cheaper. For some ingredients that were simply unavailable or insufficient, Lin Yi had no choice but to head to the Qingxian Treasure Pavilion for further procurement. After a flurry of activities, he successfully gathered materials for 10 spirit elevation and essence cleansing pills. Observing Shen Yuqing's anxious demeanor, it was evident that the spirit elevation and essence cleansing pill was a rare commodity, capable of fetching a handsome price with no shortage of buyers. Lin Yi contemplated producing a larger quantity now, so that when funds ran low, he could sell these pills for substantial profit, ensuring he would never be short on resources. Each batch of materials cost 6,000 spirit stones, totaling 60,000 for 10 batches. A mere trifle given his current wealth in spirit stones. Once the ingredients were secured, Lin Yi proceeded to the Flame Valley, where he rented a fiery alchemy chamber and began to focus on pill crafting. At present, his alchemy skills had reached the pinnacle of the second tier, and he no longer sought to grind for experience points. Instead, he followed the conventional steps in his craft. After producing the elixir, he condensed 9 pills in one go, ensuring the quality was exceptional without the need to produce them individually for additional experience points. After 2 consecutive sessions of alchemy, he successfully created 2 superior and 7 standard spirit elevation and essence cleansing pills. At which point he ceased his endeavors and sent a message to Shun Yuqing. Yuqing, I have successfully crafted the pills you requested. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi received a response via the communication talisman. That was quite fast. You are fortunate. I inquired with the Golden Core Master stationed here, and he possesses a few third-tier spirit fruits. I managed to purchase 2 at a premium. Meet me at room 203 of Fuchin Residence tonight. Exciting news indeed. It appears that my swift consumption of spirit fruits and subsequent breakthroughs are on track. It won't be long before I achieve the mid-foundation establishment stage. The last spirit fruit I consumed granted me over 800 experience points. I can only wonder how much this time will yield, and I hope for an abundance. Upon reading the message, Lin Yi was filled with immense joy and anticipation. He gazed through the window of the fiery alchemy chamber at the evening sky and, unable to contain himself, hastily packed his belongings to depart, disregarding the remaining rental time. What a waste it would be to squander his opportunity. Such trivial expenses must not hinder his grand ambitions. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the Qingxian Spirit Pill Pavilion, inquiring around until he discovered that Shun Yuqing was not present. He then shifted to waiting at Fuchin Residence. Shun Yuqing did not keep him waiting long. After all, matters concerning the spirit elevation and essence cleansing pill and other urgent matters made her far more eager than Lin Yi. Old Huang. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. Not at all. I just arrived myself. I ordered some dishes. Shall we eat first? Lin Yi warmly invited. Since he was there, he certainly could not afford to idle away. So he placed an order for several dishes at the restaurant. Sounds good. Shun Yuqing nodded in agreement, taking a seat beside Lin Yi and inhaling the masculine fragrance that surrounded him, which he found immensely appealing. Although her instincts told her that the old Huang before her was not the genuine article, she was reluctant to unravel the truth. The two dined and chatted, flirting playfully, and after several rounds of light-hearted banter, they finally addressed serious matters. Old Huang, here are your 2 third-tier spirit fruits. Now, where is my spirit elevation and essence cleansing pill? Rest assured, I have prepared your pills. Upon receiving the 2 spirit fruits, Lin Yi handed over 9 spirit elevation and essence cleansing pills. Quite good. After inspecting the pill's quality, Shun Yuqing expressed her satisfaction. With these pills, she should be able to significantly enhance her cultivation aptitude. Old Huang, you've truly outdone yourself. You managed to craft second-tier superior pills and even secured some of the premium quality. Of course, even first-tier top-quality pills are within my capabilities. It's merely a matter of having the appropriate ingredients. Lin Yi replied with a hint of pride. Armed with a properties panel, he could amass experience points without concern for the complexity of the pill crafting process. It seems you are quite confident. I have not progressed in alchemy for quite some time, remaining stagnant at the second-tier low grade. Would you mind sharing some insights? Shun Yuqing inquired further. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Lin Yi promptly declined. Teaching a disciple often leads to the master's downfall. While he could afford to share techniques for first-tier pills, the second-tier recipes were intimately tied to his profit margins. And he could not afford to teach them indiscriminately. Very well, you cunning fellow, she playfully chided. Accepting the pills and subsequently, the two spent a restful night at Fuchin Residence. The following morning, Lin Yi watched Shun Yuqing depart before he turned to rent a foundation establishment cave dwelling for the day in the Qingxian Cave District. As per his usual routine, he set up a gathering spirit array around the meditation mat before he retrieved one of the third-tier spirit fruits and began his cultivation. This spirit fruit was slightly smaller than the Xiling fruit, and Lin Yi deduced that it would yield less spiritual energy. The outcome was as expected. providing him with only over 600 experience points. Afterward, he proceeded to consume the second spirit fruit, which was larger and granted him over 900 experience points. After refining both spirit fruits, Lin Yi found himself on the brink of a breakthrough, needing just over 100 experience points to complete the transition. Chapter 98. Mid-Foundation Establishment. The breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment hinges on this very moment. Let us put forth our utmost effort. Lin Yi continued to set up a spirit-enriching pressure array and began to cultivate fervently. While he busied himself, the venerable ancestor of the Zhang clan, Zhang Huayuan, had been tirelessly searching for his whereabouts within Guanghui Immortal City for several consecutive days. Unfortunately, he failed to locate Lin Yi and was compelled to return to Huiyuan Immortal City. Hoping that Elder Xinming had emerged from his seclusion so they could inquire about the situation regarding Huang Weoshi.in the cultivation cave, Lin Yi cultivated diligently until the following morning, witnessing the transformation of his experience points on the properties panel from early foundation establishment, 3,000, to mid-foundation establishment, 3,300. Subsequently, a surge of spiritual energy cascaded around him, continuously enveloping him, with a portion converting into mana and the rest nourishing his physical body, enhancing its strength. At that moment, Lin Yi felt a profound elevation of his soul, and his lifespan limit increased from 240 years to 260 years. His consciousness expanded outward, evidently able to reach farther than before. Had he not been cautious of disturbing other foundation establishment cultivators or golden core realists in the Qingxian Cave district, he would have thoroughly tested the extent of his consciousness's reach. Finally, having achieved a breakthrough, he sought to determine how long it would take to earn a baseline experience point post-breakthrough. Lin Yi composed himself, walked a few laps, and resumed his cultivation. With each minor level gained, the difficulty of cultivation increased, and correspondingly, the time required to gain baseline experience points lengthened. This time was no exception. Before the breakthrough, Lin Yi could gather 16 baseline experience points within an hour, but post-breakthrough, it was halved, yielding only 8 points per hour, significantly slowing his cultivation efficiency. Though opportunities abound in the bustling city to earn more spirit stones and cultivate faster, he could not find peace until the matters concerning the Huang residence were resolved. I shall depart at once. After concluding his tests, Lin Yi packed his belongings and left Guanghui Immortal City under the guise of Lin Yanju. Perhaps due to his newfound cultivation, his flying speed had notably increased. Within merely 3 hours, he returned to the outskirts of Huiyuan Immortal City, then transformed back into Huang Yaoshi's form to enter the Huang residence. Lin Yi did not conceal his foundation establishment aura, which alerted many to his return. Huang Jing, who had been cultivating within the Huang residence, sensed the pressure of foundation establishment and promptly exited her cultivation chamber. Hastily seeking Lin Yi, you have finally returned. Did you manage to acquire the treasures you sought in Guanghui Immortal City? Huang Jing inquired with concern. Yes, I obtained the desired treasures. Has anything untoward occurred here at the Huang residence lately? Lin Yi nodded slightly. For now, there isn't any immediate danger, but our people have discovered that several members of the Zhang clan are lurking around the Huang residence. The news of your return is likely to reach the decision-makers of the Zhang clan very soon. Huang Jing continued to explain, I see. We shall confront the enemy as they come, and shield ourselves from the waters as they rise. Lin Yi felt a surge of confidence with his improved cultivation. If a confrontation becomes unavoidable, fleeing is certainly an option now. If he were still in the early stages of foundation establishment, escaping would have been far more difficult. Well, it seems there is no other choice. By the way, Lin Yi, why not take on a few disciples? The Huangdan Pavilion currently has a significant demand for spiritual pills, and with just Wang Shirgu and her few disciples, they are struggling to keep up with the workload. Huang Jing hesitated for a moment before suggesting again. Taking on disciples? I think I'll pass for now. I'm not in the right mindset for that. Can't Wang Shiji recruit a few more disciples? Lin Yi immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. With his rapid advancement in cultivation, he preferred to have fewer people around him. The more companions he had, the greater the risk of exposure. That might not be feasible. Wang Shirgu is merely an 8th level qi refining cultivator, and only those at the early stages of qi refining would be willing to become her disciples, which would take far too long to nurture. However, you are different. Once you reveal your foundation establishment level, you should be able to attract some mid-level qi refining disciples. After teaching them, they would be capable of refining lower-tier pills, Huang Jing explained. While they were conversing, Wang Yuyin joined them and chimed in, "Yes, Lin Yi, why not take on a few disciples to alleviate my burden?" Even with Wang Yuyin's support, Lin Yi remained uninterested in accepting disciples. In his view, taking on disciples would only add to his burdens. In the world of cultivation, accepting disciples is akin to adopting children. It requires immense caution. A master often invests considerable resources into their disciples. And should the master pass away, the disciples inherit the master's assets. How about this? We recruit a group of wandering alchemists from outside to serve as guest workers or laborers. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and proposed a suggestion. That won't work. If they are merely guest workers or laborers, the benefits we would need to provide would be too substantial, which is unsuitable. Instead, how about this, Lin Yi? You can take on disciples in the name of the master. And if you find it troublesome, I can guide the disciples. Wang Yuyin, left with no other options, reluctantly said, "Fine, I can agree to this plan. As long as they aren't my disciples," Lin Yi finally acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. While the group was discussing how to recruit disciples under the guise of bringing in free labor, Zhang Huayuan received word from his subordinates that Huang Yaoshi had returned to the Huang residence in Huiyuan Immortal City. He promptly made his way to the Qingxian Cave district to contact Elder Xinming once more. This time, he was fortunate. Elder Xinming had successfully broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage and emerged from his seclusion. "Old Zhang, what brings you here?" In a Foundation establishment cave, Elder Xinming and Zhang Huayuan sat facing each other. You wouldn't believe the immense troubles our Zhang clan has encountered recently. First, our clan leader died unexpectedly, and then our family treasury was robbed. Currently, I have yet to find a concrete suspect, but Huang Yaoshi is a prime candidate for suspicion. I hope you can accompany me to inquire about him." Zhang Huayuan stated directly. "What? How could it be that your Zhang clan is facing such grave issues? This certainly warrants serious attention." Upon hearing this, Elder Xinming was taken aback. "Why do you suspect Huang Yaoshi?" After a moment of contemplation, Elder Xinming asked. "Go approach someone without a shred of evidence to question them is not wise, especially since Huang Yaoshi possesses late Foundation establishment strength. He is not someone to offend lightly. My grandson, Xiaohua, visited the Huang residence shortly before the incident. After Xiaohua left, someone flew out from the Huang residence. Although this person flew in a different direction than Xiaohua, I suspect it could be the one who killed him. And it is highly likely that this person was disguised as Huang Yaoshi. If I were to confront him alone, I fear he might act out of desperation or refuse to speak the truth. Which is why I need you to accompany me." Zhang Huayuan shared all the information he had gathered with Elder Xinming. "I see. Then I shall accompany you on this visit." After weighing the situation, Elder Xinming agreed. The two then soared from the Qingxian Cave district towards the Huang residence. Huang residence. Lin Yi, still donning Huang Yaoshi's visage, was engaged in a discussion with Wang Yuyin and Huang Jing regarding the specifics of accepting disciples when Zhang Huayuan and Elder Xinming flew above the Huang residence. "Huang Daoyu, I request an audience," Zhang Huayuan called out loudly, gazing down at the Huang residence without recklessly descending, thus showing respect to Huang Yaoshi. As things had not yet escalated to hostility, Zhang Huayuan could not be certain that Huang Yaoshi had indeed killed Zheng Xiaohua, so there was no need to offend him directly. Inside Lin Yi's courtyard, Huang Yaoshi, disguised as Lin Yanzu, was taken aback. "That's Zhang Huayuan's voice. He is accompanied by another Foundation establishment cultivator. It's over. It's over. I should have fled when I had the chance. Without strength, abandoning the Huang residence is no longer an option." In that moment, Huang Yaoshi was filled with regret, lamenting his past decisions. He should never have listened to Lin Yi and allowed him to kill Zheng Xiaohua. However, after a moment of contemplation, he realized that he lacked the strength to oppose Lin Yi's tyranny and that resisting would be futile. Now, he could only hope that Lin Yi would create some miracles to weather this crisis. With a sigh, he looked up at the sky, awaiting the unfolding of events. Meanwhile, upon hearing Zhang Huayuan's call, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. "Master, go ahead. The ancestor of the Zhang clan has arrived. Handle the situation well, and do not reveal any flaws." Wang Yuyin was the first to react, promptly addressing him as master. "Yes, Grandpa, I entrust this to you." Huang Jing hurriedly added. "Wait, who are those two?" Lin Yi was utterly perplexed. He had only traversed into this world for less than a year and was unfamiliar with many individuals. One was Zhang Huayuan, the ancestor of the Zhang clan, and the other was Elder Xinming, the Foundation establishment elder stationed in Huiyuan Immortal City by the Qingxian sect. Huang Jing was also astonished, not expecting Lin Yi to be so ignorant, and quickly communicated with him through her spiritual sense. Lin Yi acknowledged and swiftly composed himself, flying up to meet Zhang Huayuan. "Greetings, esteemed friends. What brings you here?" Not fully recognizing the two elderly figures before him, Lin Yi, unsure of the relationship between Huang Yaoshi and them, could only feign ignorance. "Huang Daoyu, I am here to inquire about our Zheng clan leader, Zheng Xiaohua. He visited your Huang residence some time ago, and I wonder if anything occurred that day?" Zheng Huayuan asked directly. Nothing of significance happened. Zheng Xiaohua came by for a casual chat, inquiring about the reason behind the closure of the Huangdan Pavilion. After our conversation, he departed to the north, presumably returning to your Zheng clan's territory. Lin Yi responded, beginning to spin a tale, knowing he likely could not match up against the two late Foundation establishment cultivators. "Is that so? I have heard that a person named Lin Yinzu from your Huang residence also left at the same time. Is it possible that Lin Yinzu was responsible for the harm done to Zheng Xiaohua?" Zheng Huayuan, unwilling to accept such a simple explanation, pressed further. "What? Zheng Xiaohua encountered trouble?" Lin Yi feigned surprise, his expression vividly portraying shock. As if he were hearing this information for the first time, he then continued with feigned sympathy, "Alas, Zheng Daoyu, my condolences. I cannot fathom who could commit such a heinous act. However, I assure you, it was certainly not my disciple Lin Yinzu who did this. He is merely at the 9th level of qi refining. How could he possibly harm a Foundation establishment cultivator? If you believe that your Zheng clan's leader could not withstand a mere qi refining 9th level cultivator, then I have no words to say." Observing Lin Yi's successive changes in expression, Zheng Huayuan began to believe him, feeling that Lin Yi genuinely seemed unaware of the situation. "Very well, then let this matter rest here. Zheng Daoyu, please accept my condolences and continue your investigations elsewhere." Seeing the situation clarified, Elder Shiming stepped in as a mediator. "Such misfortune for the family. Huang Daoyu, I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell." Zheng Huayuan sighed deeply, then bowed to Lin Yi before taking his leave. "Huang Daoyu, I shall also take my leave." Elder Shiming followed suit in bidding farewell. "Indeed, congratulations on your breakthrough to the late Foundation establishment stage. Elder Shiming, may your path be smooth. Farewell, farewell." Lin Yi watched as the two departed, breathing a sigh of relief. This time, while impersonating Huang Yaoshi, he had managed to avoid any critical blunders. For the foreseeable future, it seemed unlikely that anyone would come knocking for trouble, allowing him to enjoy a period of stability. Suddenly, he descended from the sky, returning to the side of Huang Jing and Wang Yuyan. "Lin Yi, have you managed to deceive those two fellows?" Huang Jing eagerly inquired. "They should have believed me. They likely won't trouble us again. Our Huang residence is, for the most part, secured," Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. "Is that true? That is truly wonderful. Yes, grandfather's legacy can continue." Both Wang Yuyan and Huang Jing were overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. After a moment, Huang Jing excitedly grasped Lin Yi's hand, eager to rush to the residence of Huang Yaoshi. "We must share this good news with grandfather." Lin Yi was pulled along, with Wang Yuyan hastily following, as the three made their way to Huang Yaoshi's residence. Chapter 100. Automatic cultivation. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at Huang Yaoshi's residence. "You all may leave for now," Huang Jing instructed the servants present. Once the servants had exited the residence, she turned back to Huang Yaoshi, saying, "Grandfather, I have splendid news. Lin Yi has successfully deceived the ancestral figure of the Zheng clan, Zheng Huayuan and Elder Xianming. Our Huang residence should be safe from now on." "Really? Truly? Indeed? Splendid, splendid, splendid," Huang Yaoshi exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he began to dance with joy. This Huang residence was the fruit of his labor over many years, and now it could continue to be passed down without fear of being seized. How could he not be thrilled? "Master, in order to maintain the current status, we may need you to continue your charade as before. The fact that you lack cultivation must remain a secret. Furthermore, we need to take on a new batch of disciples to teach them alchemy, so they can assist us in the Huang Pill Pavilion." Once Huang Yaoshi had absorbed the good news, Wang Yuyan began to discuss the next matter. "No problem. Proceed as you see fit. Recently, I have been refining martial arts and require some medicinal baths. These are the spiritual herbs I need, and I hope you can procure them for me." Huang Yaoshi readily agreed, producing a piece of paper to hand to Wang Yuyan. This, upon seeing the list of precious herbs, Wang Yuyan hesitated for a moment, Purchasing such a vast quantity of rare herbs would cost thousands of spirit stones, and currently, the Huang Pill Pavilion did not possess such funds belonging to Huang Jing and Huang Yaoshi. Observing Wang Yuyan's predicament, Lin Yi took the paper, quickly comprehending her hesitation. Sister, rest assured, you can purchase them. The items I previously tasked you to buy are no longer needed, as I have already acquired them in Guangwei Immortal City. Use the 5,000 spirit stones I provided you to procure the herbs master requires. With ample funds at his disposal, Lin Yi was no longer concerned about this trivial sum. All right, thank you, junior brother. Wang Yuyan expressed her gratitude promptly. Had Lin Yi not offered this money, she would have had to bear the cost herself. She had a large family to support and was responsible for various expenses within the Huang residence, making her reluctant to spend so much on such valuable spiritual herbs for Huang Yaoshi. Indeed, Lin Yi, you are thoughtful. Once I achieve mastery in martial arts, should you have any requests, I will certainly assist you. Huang Yaoshi felt immense gratitude for having such a commendable disciple in Lin Yi. Master, do you have any insights from your experiences in the mid to late foundation establishment stages that you could share with me? Ah, well, that's a long story. Let us discuss it inside. Jing, you may return to your cultivation. Knowing about foundation establishment in advance would be of no use. Huang Yaoshi began to walk toward the hall. Master, I shall attend to my own matters as well, Wang Yuyan said with a bow before turning to leave. Goodbye, grandfather. Huang Jing followed suit. Shortly after, Lin Yi and Huang Yaoshi sat opposite each other in the hall on 2 chairs. Sipping tea and conversing. Lin Yi, foundation establishment is crucial. It lays the groundwork for the path of immortality. It is vital for a cultivator at this stage to seek as many rare materials as possible to enhance their cultivation aptitude. Many innate deficiencies can indeed be compensated for through acquired means. Huang Yaoshi elaborated extensively, and Lin Yi listened attentively. After their discussion, Lin Yi gained a new objective. Before breaking through to the golden core stage, he needed to acquire a sufficient quantity of foundation establishment spiritual items to elevate his spiritual roots. He was eager to see what would transpire when all 5 of his spiritual roots reached the pinnacle. How swift would his cultivation speed be? After a quarter of an hour, having concluded his conversation with Huang Yaoshi, Lin Yi found himself with no pressing matters to attend to and decided to return to his foundation establishment cave for cultivation. Regardless of the time, enhancing his cultivation was always a wise choice. While being at the mid-foundation establishment stage was commendable, reaching the late stage would provide greater stability. Upon entering the cave, Lin Yi instinctively began to set up formations, a spirit-gathering array and a spirit-preserving pressure array. Once both formations were operational, he settled onto a meditation cushion to cultivate. This time, he attempted to activate the automatic cultivation secret technique, entering a state of management, rather than being intensely focused on cultivation to secure every bit of baseline experience. Such an approach was exceedingly exhausting. Even for a foundation establishment cultivator, it was challenging to maintain full-throttle operation continuously. With less pressure to urgently advance his cultivation, he relaxed and sought to take it easy. While employing the automatic cultivation secret technique, Lin Yi found it quite comfortable, and before he knew it, he felt a hint of drowsiness. After some time, the spirit-gathering array and spirit-preserving pressure array surrounded his jade bed, and he lay down to sleep soundly. The next day, upon awakening, Lin Yi glanced at his attribute panel and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the? I only gained 1 point of baseline experience." Indeed, trying to reap benefits without putting in effort is futile. He found himself unable to remain on the bed any longer and instead fetched a recliner. Lying back and attempting to activate the automatic cultivation secret technique while keeping a close watch on his attribute panel. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he noted an increase of 1 point of baseline experience. He promptly interrupted the cultivation, took a brief rest of a minute or two, and resumed the automatic cultivation secret technique. After some testing, Lin Yi came to understand that this automatic cultivation secret technique, for a standard foundation establishment cultivator, could yield half the benefits of active cultivation. As long as the technique was activated, it would continuously absorb external spiritual energy to assist the cultivator, regardless of whether they were sleeping or engaged in other activities, as long as they did not utilize their magical power. With a steady influx of spiritual energy, a foundation establishment cultivator could go without food or drink without significant issue. If necessary, consuming a spirit-restraining pill would suffice. Having obtained such results from his tests, Lin Yi began to speculate. Those foundation establishment cultivators who secluded themselves for several months were likely enjoying a comfortable slumber, cultivating while they slept. How delightful. Moreover, those golden core and nascent soul cultivators must also be capable of automatic cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't spend years in seclusion during critical breakthroughs. Chapter 101. Taking on disciples for the master, continuing to explore the automatic cultivation secret technique. Lin E discovered an entry on his attribute panel corresponding to the technique. Automatic cultivation secret technique. Minor success, 123,800, can achieve 50% of active cultivation effects. Minor success yields 50%. Does major success and perfection enhance the effects further? Perhaps I should grind for a bit more experience. After some hesitation, Linny retrieved Huang Yaoshi's storage ring, where the automatic cultivation secret technique resided, and began to read it anew. Word by word, he ultimately discovered that reaching major success would provide 70% of active cultivation effects, while achieving perfection would yield 90%. 90% of cultivation effects would be comparable to standard cultivation. I ought to treat myself better. Constantly pushing myself is unsustainable. If I could undergo automatic cultivation for a while, accumulating a bit of baseline experience, then have someone wake me up, pause for a moment, and afterward restart the automatic cultivation technique, wouldn't that be splendid? However, cultivation is a deeply personal endeavor. If I am asleep, it places me in a vulnerable position, making it easy for someone to take advantage of me. Therefore, I need to devise a means to create an alarm of sorts, rather than relying on someone else to rouse me. With this thought in mind, Linny resolved to begin accumulating experience for the automatic cultivation secret technique. Activating the technique required him to gather a vortex in his dantian, guiding the surrounding magical power and spiritual energy through his meridians. Lin E repeatedly practiced starting and stopping, initially gaining 1 point of baseline experience every minute. As he honed his technique, he found that he could accumulate 1 point of baseline experience in just a matter of seconds. However, this haphazard method could not be considered true cultivation. His magical power did not increase, nor did his cultivation experience progress. To prevent wastage, Lin E decided to dismantle the spirit gathering array and the spirit fueling boosting array, ensuring that these two voracious beasts would not recklessly consume his spirit stones. After a frenzied session of activity, Lin E toiled until the dawn of the following day. Observing that his cultivation experience had reached perfection, 2000, he finally ceased his ardent efforts to amass experience points. Excellent! From this moment forth, he too could indulge in leisurely cultivation. With uncontainable excitement, Lin E reactivated the spirit gathering array and the spirit fueling boosting array, reclining in his grand armchair to relish the benefits bestowed by the automatic cultivation technique. As the technique commenced, a vortex of magical energy within his dantian began to draw in mana, facilitating its flow through his meridians. The surrounding spiritual particles incessantly infiltrated his skin's pores, subsequently being swept into his meridians, where they were continuously refined by the mana. After a brief interval of slightly over 15 minutes, Lin E observed an increase of 1 point in his cultivation experience on the attributes panel. Satisfied, he promptly halted his cultivation, took a few laps around the area, and then reclined back in his grand armchair to activate the automatic cultivation technique once more. How utterly delightful in the past. I had to sit rigidly in meditation, but now I can simply lie down and still accumulate the baseline experience. Although it may be a tad slower, the comfort of this method is more than sufficient. Lin E exclaimed with enthusiasm. While he continued his cultivation, the Huang residents had already embarked on a new day of bustling activity. The servants commenced their chores, sweeping the courtyard and preparing meals, while Wang Yuyin and Huang Jing personally took the lead, heading to a bustling square to unfurl a banner. Recruiting disciples. Huang Yaoshi seeks disciples with fire and with spiritual roots, possessing a cultivation level above the 5th layer of qi refining. Those with knowledge of alchemy will be given priority. Their actions were a necessity, as Linny was wholly engrossed in his cultivation and only occasionally assisted in crafting some first-tier high-grade and top-tier pills. The disciples previously recruited by Wang Yuyin could only manage to produce some first-tier low-grade pills, while the majority of the pills sold by the Huang Pill Pavilion relied on Wang Yuyin and her husband, Lu Sun. The volume of pills sold daily was substantial, far exceeding what the two of them could produce alone. Thus, if they did not recruit a new batch of labor soon, they feared they might wear themselves thin. Once the banner was displayed, It wasn't too long before several cultivators approached Huang Yuyin and Huang Jing, eager to become disciples. Wow, that's Huang Jing, the granddaughter of Huang Yaoshi, and Huang Yuyin, the beautiful alchemist and third disciple of Huang Yaoshi. Recruiting disciples? Huang Yaoshi is taking in disciples. A throng of cultivators, many from esteemed families, quickly surrounded Huang Yuyin and Huang Jing. Upon inquiry, it became evident that many family cultivators were quite dissatisfied with the stipulation of only accepting scattered cultivators. Miss Huang, Alchemist Huang, why is there a requirement for scattered cultivators? Do you look down upon us family cultivators? Didn't Huang Yaoshi also take in Li Zishi as a disciple? Zhou Pian, the son of the Zhou clan leader, stepped forward to question them. Yes, you shouldn't belittle us. We family cultivators want to participate too. Zhou Peishi, the sycophant, chimed in. Coincidentally passing by, Li Jin noticed the commotion and joined in, not minding the chance to learn a new skill despite the profitability of his current trade. The average cultivation level of the family cultivators was significantly higher than that of the scattered ones, and their presence swiftly marginalized the scattered cultivators. Those initially favored by Huang Jing and Huang Yuyin were relegated to the sidelines, hesitant to engage with the offspring of these cultivation families. Only after Huang Jing and Huang Yuyin dealt with the family disciples would they dare to approach again. Our recruitment is intended for those who can reside in the Huang residence and assist us. We are not here to train alchemists for your respective families. All family disciples, leave at once. After enduring for some time, Huang Jing unleashed her 9th layer of qi refining cultivation, vehemently admonishing the crowd. Boom! All the family disciples in close proximity were forcefully pushed back by an unexpected surge of energy. How is this possible? Ridiculous. Huang Jing can't be more than 20, yet she has reached the 9th layer of qi refining. The family disciples stared at Huang Jing in disbelief. Chapter 102. Selecting disciples within the entirety of Huiyuan Immortal City, there would be fewer than 50 cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refining, the majority of whom were middle-aged individuals over 50. Now, with Huang Jing being in her early 20s and displaying such prowess, she astounded everyone present. All of you, leave. Do you not understand? If you truly wish to join, sever ties with your families first. Huang Jing continued to address the family disciples. Humph, we're leaving, Zhou Pian scoffed, reluctantly turning to depart. Zhou Peishi and his entourage hastily followed suit. With their leader gone, the remaining family disciples dared not act defiantly before Huang Jing and had no choice but to leave obediently. Now, all scattered cultivators wishing to join the Huang residence and be accepted as disciples by my grandfather, please come forward to fill out a registration form so we may screen you. Huang Jing then addressed the gathered scattered cultivators. Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators eagerly stepped forward to register. Even though they were aware that joining the Huang residence might lead to exploitation, they understood that acquiring alchemical skills would be immensely beneficial for themselves and their descendants. However, most of the scattered cultivators who came to register were swiftly eliminated due to their age. In Huiyuan Immortal City, over 90% of scattered cultivators were of the 5 spiritual roots variety, relying on longevity to gradually enhance their cultivation, with some even reaching the 5th layer of qi refining. The threshold of the 5th layer was not a significant barrier for them. Thus, they met the conditions of possessing both wood and fire spiritual roots and being at the 5th layer of qi refining. Consequently, Huang Jing and Huang Yuyin added an additional requirement, limiting age to below 30. With this new criterion, along with the requirement of reaching the 5th layer of qi refining, hardly anyone among the passing scattered cultivators met the criteria. Nevertheless, Huang Jing and Huang Yuyin found the conditions to be excellent, as those who met the requirements would likely be young prodigies, ensuring ample room for growth once accepted as disciples by Huang Yaoshi. As the morning passed, they returned with 10 talented scattered cultivators, 7 of whom had some prior experience in alchemy. Jingjing, go fetch master to take a look. He must find them suitable to accept them as disciples. Outside the alchemy room of the Huang residence, Huang Yuyin instructed Huang Jing. Understood. Huang Jing promptly took to the skies, swiftly flying towards the foundational cultivation cave where Lin Yi resided. Huiyuan Immortal City was merely a small immortal city, with prohibitions on flight only enforced near the city gates. Within Huang residence, no such restrictions applied. Typically, late-stage qi refining cultivators were not allowed to fly freely within Huiyuan Immortal City, but foundational cultivators enjoyed the privilege of flight. However, within the Huang residence, Huang Jing was unconcerned about such matters. Moments later, Huang Jing arrived outside the cave and sent a message within. Lin Yi, come out. I have brought back several scattered cultivators for you to evaluate. If suitable, you may accept them as disciples. All right, understood. Lin Yi, who had been lying down cultivating inside, responded and quickly tidied up the spirit-gathering array and the spirit-fueling boosting array. If these two arrays were left unattended, they would continue to consume spirit stones. While he possessed an ample supply, he could not afford to waste them recklessly. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi exited the cave, transforming into the guise of Huang Yaoshi, and accompanied Huang Jing to an open space in front of the alchemy room. Greetings, Huang Yaoshi Master. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Huang Jing, the 10 new scattered cultivators eagerly greeted them. Even Wang Yuyin felt compelled to offer her respects to maintain the facade. Lin Yi acknowledged them with indifference before loftily proclaiming, "So you are the candidates for disciples sought out by Xiao Jing and Yu Yin. Not bad. Let me assess your potential. Huang Yaoshi, please accept me as your disciple." The 10 scattered cultivators eagerly implored, genuinely hoping to be accepted. Lin Yi extended his foundational divine sense, scanning each of the 10 scattered cultivators to evaluate their conditions. Among the 10, there were 6 males and 4 females. With 7 possessing 3 spiritual roots and 3 having 4, yet none had 5 or dual spiritual roots. Cultivators with 5 spiritual roots face numerous bottlenecks, and the likelihood of reaching the 5th layer of chi refining before the age of 30 is exceedingly slim. Had it not been for the existence of the panel, Lin Yi would not have reached the 5th layer of chi refining before 30, likely becoming stuck at the 4th layer and only breaking through in his 30s or 40s. In the entire Huyuan city, it is exceedingly rare to find more than 5 individuals with dual spiritual roots who are exceptionally talented. Before reaching the age of 30, they would undoubtedly have cultivated to the late stage of chi refinement and would be courted by various factions. They are not simply individuals like Huang Jing and Wang Yuyin who could be casually captured off the street. A crucial aspect of learning alchemy is possessing a soul power that is extraordinary compared to ordinary individuals. As I release my foundation establishment pressure, the first 3 who cannot withstand it will be eliminated. Lin Yi spoke with an air of indifference as he unleashed his foundation establishment pressure. In that fleeting moment, the 10 scattered cultivators present felt a formidable force weighing down on them, not aimed at their physical bodies but rather targeting their souls. Moreover, this pressure continued to intensify. Chi refinement 1st layer, 2nd layered, all the way to the 9th layer, pushing them to the brink of unbearable. A female cultivator with 3 spiritual roots at the 5th layer of chi refinement was the first to collapse, followed shortly by a male and another female. Observing this, Lin Yi promptly retracted his foundation establishment pressure. Looking at the remaining 5 men and 2 women still standing, he felt a twinge of surprise. Uncertain whether it was due to women being inherently less suited for alchemy or if his method of testing was perhaps unfair to them, he genuinely wished to retain a few more female candidates. However, after a moment's hesitation, he decided against undermining himself and simply instructed, "All right, those who have fallen may leave on their own. Those still standing, remain here. Yu Yin, go fetch a few volumes of herbal compendiums from the library." Wang Yuyin cast a surprised glance at Lin Yi, who, in that moment, bore a semblance to the esteemed Huang Yaoshi. Responding affirmatively, she proceeded to retrieve the herbal compendiums from the alchemical library. Meanwhile, Huang Jing waved her hand to release several streams of spiritual energy, helping the 3 fallen individuals to their feet before leading them out of the Huang residence. Chapter 103. The Panlong Cleansing Technique. After a brief interval, Wang Yuyin returned with 7 herbal compendiums, distributing them among the remaining 7 scattered cultivators. "You have 1 day to memorize these. Upon passing the assessment, you shall proceed to the next stage, followed by a final interview, after which you may become my disciples." Lin Yi instructed coolly. In the next instant, a young man with sword-like eyebrows stepped forward. "Huang Yaoshi, I have studied alchemy and am currently a low-grade 1st-tier alchemist. I have already memorized the herbal compendium." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this individual carried an air of destiny about him. With 3 spiritual roots of wood, metal, and fire, a first-rate affinity for spiritual energy, and having reached the 6th layer of chi refinement at merely 20 years of age, he was also rather ostentatious. "Very well, step over here. Those among you who are already proficient, step forward." After Lin Yi's command, the young man swiftly approached him, while several others eagerly proclaimed their readiness and stepped forward as well. In a flurry, only 1 woman remained standing, as the other 6 had already mastered the herbal compendium and dabbled in alchemy. "Master, I have conducted a preliminary screening with Jingjing, and these 6 are all alchemists. Among them, this young brother named Duan Qinyang is already a mid-grade first-tier alchemist. Wang Yuyan awkwardly reminded Lin E.IC. Then you 6, line up neatly and enter the room one by one. I will conduct individual interviews with you. As for those still standing, begin memorizing the herbal compendium. Complete it before nightfall to be considered passed. Having finally encountered a beautiful female candidate, Lin Yi refrained from making any further demands. He then proceeded toward the alchemy chamber. Duan Qinyang followed closely, while the other 5 waited in place. Inside the alchemy chamber, Lin Yi turned his back to Duan Qinyang and began his inquiries. Are your parents still alive? They are not. I was an orphan, raised on the charity of the village. At the age of 14, I discovered a cultivation manual and began my training, gradually achieving my current level. Duan Qinyang replied candidly, Do you have anyone else in your life now? Any friends or partners? Currently, I have no partner, but I have many friends. What a tragic figure, a true lone wolf, unable to extinguish his existence yet not wanting to offend him. Lin Yi silently lamented within, To become my disciple, talent is one aspect. More importantly, one must understand respect for their master and gratitude. Now, according to the contents on this paper, swear an oath to the heavens. And you shall become my disciple. Lin Yi produced a sheet of paper and began inscribing a series of declarations. I swear to the heavens, from this day forth, I pledge allegiance to Huang Yao as my master. Honoring Lin Yi, Huang Jing, Wang Yuyan, and other close associates of Huang Yao, and shall not engage in actions detrimental to their interests. Should I breach this oath, may the heavens strike me down, and I shall not die a good death. The content he inscribed was quite fundamental, and upon reading it, Duan Qinyang found no objections and promptly established his oath to the heavens. I, Duan Qinyang, swear to the heavens, from today onward, may I not die a good death. With my master present, I bow in respect. After completing the oath, Duan Qinyang knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times to Lin Yi, his voice resounding clearly even outside. Duan Qinyang was indeed fortunate to have directly become a disciple. I hope I too can succeed, without facing undue hardship. It should be fine. The remaining candidates whispered among themselves, hoping for their own success. In the alchemy chamber, Lin Yi continued to use his divine sense to scan Duan Qinyang repeatedly, hoping to uncover something extraordinary about him. A child of destiny surely must possess some kind of golden finger, right? Qinyang, now present to me all your valuable and useful items, along with any cultivation techniques or secret arts you have practiced. Only by understanding you fully can I be a good master and guide your cultivation progress. Lin Yi declared grandly, eager to discover if Duan Qinyang had any hidden talents. Yes, master. After a moment's hesitation, Duan Qinyang ultimately retrieved his storage ring and emptied its contents onto the floor. Various items such as elixirs, mystical artifacts, spiritual herbs, and alchemical furnaces lay before Lin Yi, who found nothing amiss upon inspection. Subsequently, Lin Yi inquired about the cultivation techniques, secret arts, and spells Duan Qinyang had practiced, ultimately discovering a useful technique known as the Panlong cleansing technique. Practicing the Panlong cleansing technique not only purges impurities, including elixir toxins from the body, but also enhances one's affinity for spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed. It was precisely due to this technique that Duan Qinyang had been able to continuously elevate his spiritual affinity to its current exceptional level. The Panlong cleansing technique is truly a remarkable treasure. With this secret art, I need not worry about elixir toxins while ascending through the ranks. How incredible, truly befitting a child of destiny. After a cursory examination of the Panlong cleansing technique, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. After quickly reviewing it several times, he noted its entry on the attribute panel as Panlong Cleansing Technique Beginner, 3100, then set it aside. Continuing his search, he found nothing of particular note, so he instructed Duan Qinyang to gather his items before imparting the Qingyang technique, which would enable him to reach the foundation establishment stage. Allowing him to leave afterward, Duan Qinyang felt a bit bewildered by Lin Yi's actions but found nothing amiss. After all, the illustrious Huang Yaoshe would hardly covet his trifling possessions. Moments later, Duan Qinyang exited, and the next scattered cultivator entered. Lin Yi continued to casually inquire about the new candidate, primarily focusing on their family background and past experiences. as long as they did not exhibit any tendencies of ingratitude or hostility toward their superiors. He accepted them. With the Huang residents in need of capable individuals, Lin Yi ultimately took in all 6 of the low-grade first-tier alchemists. During the interviews, Lin Yi attempted to extract some valuable information from the remaining 5 scattered cultivators. But regrettably, they proved rather inept, yielding no noteworthy insights. All right, now you all stay in this study and read diligently. I give you a fortnight. Learn as much as you can. You are now alchemists, and after 2 weeks, I will assess your alchemical skills. After a series of seemingly casual interviews concluded, Lin Yi began issuing directives to his 6 new disciples. Chapter 104. The meaning of cultivation. At that moment, Wang Yuyan approached him. Master, the Huangdan Pavilion won't hold out much longer. Shall we test their alchemical abilities now and make arrangements? You may decide this matter, as I have some other tasks to attend to. Just heed your senior sister Yuyan, Lin Yi declared, disinterested in further involvement, and swiftly took his leave. Farewell, master. The new 6 disciples promptly bowed in respect. All right, now you will all come with me. Here, you will concoct your most proficient elixirs. Once Lin Yi's figure had completely vanished, Wang Yuyan addressed the 6 new disciples. Yes, Wang Shiji. The 6 complied obediently, entering the alchemy chamber in turn to begin their crafting. Some were merely novices, capable of producing only basic elixirs like the Big O pill, while others, having studied alchemy for some time, could effortlessly concoct the nourishing Qi pill and the recovery pill. However, Duan Qinyang, possessing extraordinary talent, boldly claimed he could produce the Qi enhancement pill. At this moment, Huang Jing, who had just escorted 3 wandering cultivators away, returned from outside and approached Wang Yuyan. Yuyan Shirgu, where is everyone? Wang Yuyan understood that the inquiry pertained to Lin Yi and casually replied. He must have gone back to his cave to cultivate. I have no idea what his situation is. He really enjoys secluding himself in there for practice. All right, I understand. Shirgu, I'll leave this to you. Is that all right? Huang Jing immediately contemplated making her escape, as she had little interest in alchemy. Not a problem. The remaining individuals have all been accepted as my disciples, so they are considered my junior brothers. That lad can even concoct Qi-boosting pills. He is indeed quite impressive. With immense potential, he will likely catch up to us soon, Wang Yuyan remarked, gesturing towards Duan Qinyang. Upon seeing the spirited Huang Jing, Duan Qinyang instantly flashed what he believed to be an irresistibly charming smile and focused intently on his alchemy, hoping to capture Huang Jing's attention. However, Huang Jing did not spare him a glance and simply walked away. Now, Huang Jing could be regarded as Lin Yi's woman. She was acutely aware of her responsibilities and boundaries, and no matter how appealing the men outside might be, she had no need to regard them highly, for they could never compare to Lin Yi. If only Lin Yi could shed his unsavory habit of frequenting the land of smoky willows and devote himself a bit more to her, she would deem him perfect. The other male cultivators, aged in their 20s and brimming with youthful vigor, also sought to attract Huang Jing's attention. They had subscribed to the belief that maintaining their young essence was beneficial for cultivation and had adhered to this notion until now. Huang Jing, being of a similar age, was indeed an ideal match in their eyes. If they could win her favor, it would save them 40 years of detours. Alas, none succeeded. After Huang Jing's departure, Wang Yuyan noticed the peculiar demeanor of several male cultivators in the alchemy room and promptly issued a warning. You gentlemen, cease your pursuit of Huang Jing. She already has a Dao partner, Lin Yanzu, a foundational cultivator and your senior brother. Think carefully about your intentions, a foundational cultivator. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the group involuntarily gasped, quickly extinguishing any lingering thoughts they had about Huang Jing. Among them, the most talented, Duan Qinyang, dared not entertain further notions and instead hoped that once he reached the foundational stage, he could find a Dao partner akin to Huang Jing. Meanwhile, Huang Jing swiftly flew to Lin Yi's cultivation cave, calling out to him from within, Lin Yi, come out. What is it, Jing? Lin Yi replied impatiently, as he was only halfway through his cultivation session and had yet to accumulate a single point of experience. Being interrupted would render all his efforts futile. Come out. What are you doing? Lin Yi continued his automatic cultivation, rising to open the door for Huang Jing. Lin Yi, what is going on with you? You spend all your time holed up in this cultivation chamber. Why do you love it so much? Upon seeing Lin Yi, Huang Jing began to scold him. Do you know that the new disciples have started throwing flirtatious glances my way? If you keep this up, who knows how your reputation might change, do you dare? What do you mean, dare? Can't you spare some time to accompany me? The crisis at the Huang residence has been resolved. So why are you still in such a rush to cultivate? A normal person only needs to cultivate for 2 hours a day. Excessive cultivation yields diminishing returns. Once you reach the foundational stage, you should focus on earning spirit stones and acquiring foundational pills, rather than languishing in this cave. Huang Jing spoke with a sense of grievance, articulating what foundational cultivators ought to be doing. Since Huang Yaoshi had betrothed her to Lin Yi, he had spent all his time in the cultivation cave, leaving little room for her companionship, which deeply saddened her, a girl yearning for love. All right, fine. Come back in 15 minutes, and I'll take you out for a stroll, Linny replied dismissively, shutting the cave door. Fine, you said it. Huang Jing felt her mood lift slightly. Linny reclined once more in his armchair, activating his automatic cultivation technique while reflecting on Huang Jing's words. For a typical foundational cultivator, progressing during the foundational stage was exceedingly arduous. Often, years of arduous meditation yielded no breakthroughs. Earning spirit stones and purchasing cultivation resources was essential for rapid advancement. However, his situation was different. With the aid of his attribute panel, he could swiftly reap benefits in the cultivation cave, likely achieving the later stage of foundational cultivation in less than a year. Although having the attribute panel enabled quick cultivation, he pondered the true purpose of a cultivator's pursuits. Was the relentless quest for longevity and cultivation truly meaningful if it meant spending a lifetime confined to a cave? Humans are social beings. Cultivating to gain greater prowess serves not only the purpose of longevity, but also the pursuit of higher social status, earning respect from others, enjoying scarce resources, relishing the company of beautiful individuals, indulging in exquisite cuisine, and savoring a fulfilling life. Now that he had reached the foundational stage, he was considered a dominant force within the confines of Huiyuan Xianqing. Thus, the days of cultivating for the sake of cultivation should come to an end. It was time to venture out, flaunt his accomplishments, and enjoy life. In that brief span of 15 minutes, Lin Yi reevaluated the meaning of life and made a new decision. Having endured the hardships of diligent cultivation for so long,